The United States State M. St. Lorice City. State M lies in the central region of the United States and holds significant strategic value in terms of geography. From the early 20th century onward, a massive influx of immigrants spurred its rapid development, and society seemed to flourish with vibrant prosperity. Yet just like a painter who blindly and greedily mixes every color on the palette, sprawling patches of mottled chaos inevitably appear. In terms of prosperity, St. Lorice City might not rank among the foremost American metropolises. But when it comes to the worst and most chaotic public security, St. Lorice could easily enter the top 10. Even God would be afraid to visit, and the countless churches scattered across the city are of little use. Only the Central Western District is somewhat better, for here stands a world-renowned top-tier university. The white elites who gather around it indulge in the fragrance of books, nature, and money, and thus are keen on maintaining a polished facade. Therefore, Wuyun felt himself rather fortunate. Although he had become a little beggar, at least the place where he begged was not saturated with vagrants, guns, and drugs, but instead preserved a veneer of peace and tranquility. He was squatting at the mouth of a narrow alley, his head slightly poking out as he peered outside. In front of him, Aisha Street was a pedestrian avenue where people came and went, laughing and chatting as they moved in and out of restaurants, flower shops, and various luxury boutiques lining both sides of the street. Wuyun's dark, lustrous eyes swept over the faces of the passers-by as he searched for today's target. Two girls of about 20 dressed in youthful, stylish outfits stepped out arm in arm from a cafe, chatting and laughing as they sipped iced coffee from their hands. Wuyun's eyes brightened. He pulled out a small piece of cloth from his chest to wipe his cheeks, smoothed his hair, then stood up, cradling an old wooden box as he walked toward them. "Sister Miss, I'm sorry, could you buy a star? I'm very hungry." The two girls who had been laughing froze for a moment and lowered their heads to look at the little figure that had suddenly darted out. He was an Eastern boy about 5 or 6 years old, a tiny bundle with black hair and black eyes. His fair, slightly chubby baby face was smudged with a bit of dust, and his cheeks were flushed as though they had been gently rubbed. His long dark blue shirt and trousers were somewhat worn, patched in many places with brown and black fabric, yet they appeared carefully tended and remained relatively clean. Just as many Easterners find Western children as adorable and beautiful as little Barbie dolls, many Westerners feel the same when they see Eastern children. The two girls were at university age, pure and kind-hearted. Seeing this Eastern porcelain doll, with rosy lips, pearly teeth, and eyes that shone like black pearls, stammeringly call them sister, they felt as though an arrow of cuteness had pierced straight into their hearts. "Oh my God, Anna, he is so adorable." The brown-haired girl on the left clutched her heart as if she were about to swoon. The girl called Anna's eyes also shone with excitement. It was as if she had stumbled upon a tiny kitten by the roadside. She felt that today truly was her lucky day. However, she quickly calmed down, recalling that the child had just said he was hungry. She examined the boy's body and only then noticed that although his cheeks still had some baby fat, his frame was already very thin. The clothes hanging from his shoulders looked loose, and the small hand gripping the box was slender and frail. It was obvious he had not eaten his fill for a long time. She looked at the box in his hands. Inside were 5-point stars woven from long, thin blades of grass, each about the size of a coin, somewhat rough, stacked neatly one atop another. Oh, poor child. The two girls understood at once that he was likely a street urchin, and their hearts softened with pity. "Child, your stars are so lovely. We'll take all of them. How much do they cost in total?" The brown-haired girl half squatted down, asking gently. The boy looked a little nervous, a trace of pleading on his face. Could you give me $1? Once he finished speaking, he dropped his head as though uttering such a price filled him with shame. "Oh dear, in my eyes these stars are dreams woven in the evening glow by a pure child together with the summer breeze. They are works of art. How could they be bought off with a mere $1? Here, this is $10. Don't refuse, dear. I think these handicrafts are worth at least this much. In fact, I feel I'm paying too little." Anna promptly took the wooden box from Wuyun's hands, carefully placed the dozen or so grass-woven stars into her leather handbag, then drew out a $10 bill from the bag and laid it in the box before tucking the box back into Wuyun's arms. The brown-haired girl looked helpless. "Oh, Anna, you move far too quickly. Still, you'll have to share a few stars with me." The boy's face flushed even deeper as he hugged the box. "Thank you. Two kind sisters, may the Lord bless you." Hearing this, the two girls felt even more tender pity and replied softly, "And may the Lord bless you as well, child." After bidding farewell to the two kind-hearted girls, Wuyun plunged back into the alley, the innocent, adorable expression on his face vanishing entirely. He scanned his surroundings warily. This alley was a favorable spot he had spent a long time searching for. Extremely narrow so that adults would not pass through. For him, it was a place from which he could both advance and retreat with ease. He first took the $10 out of the box, carefully wrapped it in the cloth he had used to wipe his face earlier, and tucked it into a pocket sewn on the left side of his underwear, a pocket he had stitched himself specifically for hiding money. The $10 he earned today was the best outcome he had anticipated. After all his grass-woven stars were essentially worthless, it appeared to be a transaction, but in truth, it was still charity. After squatting there for so long, he had finally encountered his target. Female university students around 20 years old with richer emotions, middle-class leisure and money, and companions by their side, making them easier to persuade. When she rummaged through her bag, he caught a glimpse of a hard-covered book with a faint silver edge, most likely a Bible. Before taking action, Wuyun had straightened his clothing so that he would not appear too filthy or emit any bad odor, while still looking pitiful enough to stir sympathy. Instead of asking directly for money, he chose to exchange his handmade crafts, making himself seem neither servile nor overbearing. Wuyun knew that these gentlemen and ladies preferred it that way. If he appeared any poorer, it would seem too lacking in decency, and they would instinctively feel repulsed. These were the small lessons in begging that Wuyun had recently summed up. Over the past 2 years, he had encountered all kinds of people. His greatest realization was that he should never lightly beg from people entrenched in society. The greedy, mean-spirited looks of some were truly nauseating. Psy Grandma had been right in her words. Americans were all big bad wolves. Still, there were good people as well. Fingering the money in his pocket, he felt a quiet delight and thought himself a little genius. How could mere begging possibly stump Wu Xiaoyun? He was the pillar capable of earning money to support the family, and he believed that one day he would save enough to bring Leidnik home, even though he could no longer remember where home was. Oh. Wuyun slapped his forehead and glanced at the sky. He had squatted there far too long. It was already nearing dusk. He had slipped out without telling Leidnik. If Leidnik returned home and did not find him, he would surely be worried. Wuyun wiped his right hand on the ground, quickly smearing dirt over his face until he looked like a little tabby cat. Then he flipped up the hood attached to the back of his shirt, lay down, and rolled twice in the narrow alley. When he stood up again, he had truly become a grimy little beggar, indistinguishable from the street kids in the park or the slums. Clutching the wooden box, Wuyun's short legs sped off, darting away from the crowds and plunging into a maze of twisting alleys as he raced in the direction of home. He and Leidnik lived in a slum in the Western District, not too far from Aisha Pedestrian Street. He never went too far from home to beg for. Distance would mean spending more time and energy on the road, and the food he consumed each day was nowhere near enough to support long journeys. This was also why many poor people and vagrants barely moved for most of the day, though in the eyes of the wealthy this was condemned as the original sin of laziness. Closer now, closer. Wuyun was already panting heavily when he suddenly stopped running. There was no one around now, only heaps of useless trash on the ground reeking as they rotted. This was the back street of a slum. Beyond the slanting alley ahead lay the slums themselves, and Wuyun could already see the houses pieced together from broken bricks, cracked tiles, tattered cloth, and old wood. He remained on high alert. Before he became homeless, his grandmother had often told him old tales from ancient times. In many of them, the protagonist seemed to sail smoothly only to fail at the final moment. Like a wronged man who travels to the capital to seek justice, finally finds an upright official willing to review his case, only to discover that the dignitary presiding over the court is in fact the mastermind behind his persecution. Most people in the slums were not good folk. After all, if one could not even afford to eat, how could one be expected to maintain virtuous character? Yet the depths to which human nature could sink exceeded imagination. Many thugs and gangsters cast their gaze upon the slums and the homeless. These gangsters were not themselves poor, but they still stretched their hands into the pockets of these pitiful people, squeezing out every last drop of value. Many in the slums died in silence, not all of them from hunger or disease. Tall buildings and high walls surrounded this place on all sides. Perhaps the grown-ups believed that once the slums were walled off and out of sight, they effectively ceased to exist. The towering walls on either side of the alley cast long shadows, making it resemble the open maw of a serpent lurking in the jungle. A vague sense of dread rose in Wuyun's heart. Wuyun wiped the sweat from his forehead, hesitating. He could not, however, remain outside. Night was even more dangerous for a small child alone, and by this time Leidnik was likely nearly home. He was doomed. He would surely be scolded again when he returned. He took a deep breath, planning to dash through the alley as fast as he could. Once he entered the maze-like slums, the complex terrain would work to his advantage, and his small size would become his greatest asset. Gripping the box tightly, Wuyun sprinted into the alley strewn with broken junk. His feet splashed through filthy water, soaking his cloth shoes, while the roar of the wind and his own ragged breathing filled his ears. The brick house at the end of the alley blurred in his vision, the reddish-brown bricks bobbing up and down, smearing into a single mass as he ran. Sweat from his forehead dripped into his eyes and stung. Wuyun squeezed them shut for a moment, having no time to wipe it away. This is bad. A sense of danger made the radar in his mind buzz, and his body reacted on instinct, diving to the right. Glancing to the left, he saw a thick, powerful arm swinging toward him, poised to grab him. Following the line of the hand up the arm, Wuyun saw a burly man with cropped brown hair. Scars marred both his face and forearms. He was tall and powerfully built, a leather pouch hanging at his waist with a dagger tucked inside. His left hand was loosely resting on the dagger's hilt, while his right hand reached out to grab Wuyun. Rotten planks and filthy cardboard boxes were piled high in the alley. No one ever came to clear this trash away, so there were many places to hide. The man had been standing in the shadows the whole time, lying in wait like a hunter by a rabbit hole. Cold sweat broke out over Wuyun's back. He finally recognized who this brute was: the notorious Jack the Ripper. Of course, he was not the historical serial killer. He merely shared the same name, Jack. Jack's father was a mafioso, and growing up steeped in such an environment had left Jack obsessed with bloodshed and violence. He revered the original Jack the Ripper as an idol, and naturally he began to imitate his idol's deeds. Once he had raped and then murdered a teenage girl from the slums, slit open her abdomen, and dumped her body in a trash bin on the street. The girl's mother was driven to utter despair, but Jack's family still held some influence. It was only a slum girl who had died. Who would truly care? In the end, the case was closed as an unsolved file. Yet everyone in the slums knew it had to be that beast's doing. Jack had even sought out the girl's mother, just to gloat. The girl's mother went mad and soon after threw herself into the river. In the slums, Jack was universally hated, yet universally feared. No one wanted to become the next corpse, no one dared seek revenge. After all, Jack's father was mafia, and a single Gatling gun could force them all into eternal silence. Jack had lain low for a while, perhaps because his father had warned him not to draw too much attention. But soon he was once again wandering these streets day after day, threatening anyone he met with his knife and robbing them of everything of value. He would not even spare a moldy piece of bread. He would take it just to toss it away. Wuyun felt a jolt of dread. He had taken the risk of going out to beg precisely because there had been no recent news of Jack, and now of all times he had run straight into him. Wuyun was only 6 years old, just over a meter tall. Before Jack, his frail little body was like that of a stray dog. One kick from Jack could kill him. He shuffled back a few steps, lifted his face, and forced a timid smile at Jack. "Hello, Uncle Jack." He knew pretending to be pitiful would not move Jack, but he needed to buy a little time and think of a way to escape. Jack found it amusing. Resting his right hand on his hip, he drawled, "Well, if it isn't old Ian's stray pup. I remember there was another silver-haired brat. Where is he?" His tone was laden with implication. That silver-haired brat was like a viper, cold and sinister. Every time Jack saw him, disgust churned in his gut. He had long since wanted to kill the two of them. Previously, old Ian had shielded them. After Ian's death, the two brats had taken his revolver and stayed highly alert. At the same time, Jack's father had business that required him, leaving Jack no spare time. He had planned to find a chance later to kidnap the two kids. He had not expected to encounter one of them alone today. "Hey, little thing, Uncle will take you to a fun place." In an instant, the relaxed and idle veneer on Jack's face peeled away, revealing his claws. His features contorted into a feral snarl as he drew the dagger and lunged to stab Wuyun with brutal force. Before Jack could strike, Wuyun had already resolved to act first. He flung the wooden box in his hand straight at Jack's face, then darted toward a high pile of trash and shoved it hard in Jack's direction, hoping to hinder his advance. His plan worked to a degree. By the time Jack had slashed aside the obstacles, Wuyun had already gained several meters. Yet for Jack, that distance was still within arm's reach. With only a few long strides, Jack closed in on his prey. The dagger in his left hand gleamed coldly as he drove it toward the boy's back. A deranged smile spread across his face. In his mind, he could already see the beautiful spray of fresh blood. To his surprise, Wuyun seemed to have eyes in the back of his head. He rolled sideways in a nimble tumble, neatly avoiding the killing blow, then snatched up a stone from the ground and hurled it with all his strength at Jack's left eye. "Ah!" Jack reflexively raised his left hand to clutch his injured eye. The sharp stone had torn his eyelid, and he felt the warmth of blood streaming down his cheek. Jack had endured many wounds and had always treated his scars as medals of battle. But to have his vulnerable eye injured because he had underestimated a little brat, this humiliation coupled with the pain was utterly intolerable. "You little bastard. I'll beat you to death," he roared. Consumed by rage, Jack completely lost his reason. He and Wuyun plunged into a wild chase through the wide alley choked with garbage. With only one clear eye, he would occasionally lose sight of Wuyun, but each time he quickly closed in on him again. The situation was dire. Wuyun could almost feel Jack's hot breath on the crown of his head. Even so, he remained remarkably calm. As he ran, he kept scanning his surroundings, searching for favorable terrain or a useful weapon to escape this deadly pursuit. The end of the alley was drawing near. Beyond it lay the slums. Panting in ragged gasps, Wuyun shouted at the top of his lungs, Lied. Help me." A whistling sound rose behind him. Guided by instinct, Wuyun ducked and rolled aside, narrowly avoiding the blow. Yet that brief pause gave Jack his chance. He sprang forward in a single bound and drove his foot into Wuyun, kicking him hard against the wall. The kick smashed into Wuyun's chest and abdomen, leaving him writhing on the ground, curled into a ball, in agony, unable even to cry out. "Ha! Ha! Brat, run again if you can. Let's see where you can run now." Jack cursed as he tossed aside the stick in his hand and strode over to deliver another vicious kick. Wuyun shuddered, pressing his back to the wall and crossing his arms over his head and face in a feeble attempt to shield himself. From above, Jack gazed down at his prey, now swallowed by his shadow. A feral grin twisted his features as he raised his right foot and stomped twice toward Wuyun's head with savage force. Wuyun let out a muffled groan and then went still. "Hee, little one, off to hell you go. Remember, Jack is your guide." Two sharp gunshots cracked through the alley. Jack stared down in disbelief at the two bloody holes blooming in his chest. Blood surged up his throat as he toppled backward, unwilling to accept his fate. With a heavy thud, Jack's massive body crashed to the ground, sending up a cloud of thick dust. Leidnik rushed over with the gun still in his hand, dropping to one knee beside Wuyun to check on him. His hand was trembling. He hardly dared to touch Wuyun at all. Gently, he pried apart the hands guarding Wuyun's face and felt for his breath. When the faint warmth brushed his fingertips, Leidnik nearly fainted from relief. He drew in a deep breath and got to his feet. In the dark green of his irises, his pupils contracted to pinpoints. The icy bloodlust and hatred within them were enough to send a chill down anyone's spine. He lifted his hand, flicked back the hammer with one finger, and squeezed the trigger with another. Bang! The evening glow could not reach into this sinful alley. Jack's corpse slowly sank into the encroaching darkness. And from within that darkness came a soft chuckle. Hey, interesting. A man stepped out of the shadows, dressed all in black, as though even under sunlight, he would remain untouched by its glow. He glanced at the silver-haired figure disappearing with the boy in his arms, then turned back to look at the bloody hole in Jack's forehead, muttering to himself, "Didn't expect my target to be taken from me. Jack Brown, you really are useless, killed by 2 little kids. Still, you did manage one good deed," the man said with a faint smile. "You helped me find 2 very promising seedlings." Leidnik carried Wuyun on his back all the way home, a low house of gray brick and wood. For a place in the slums, it was a rare, decent dwelling. The old man Ian who had taken them in had once possessed both a gun and money in his youth, so his home was comparatively better than most. Along the way, people in the slums peeked quietly out from their cramped hovels. Many of them had heard Wuyun's cries earlier, but none had dared to intervene. No one wanted to be the first to stand out and be beaten to death. Once inside, Leidnik laid Wuyun on the bed, then turned back to shut the door. He braced a wooden stick against the lock and dragged a nearby cabinet over to block the entrance. He took iodine and gauze from the cabinet, then froze beside the bed. He was used to dealing with scrapes and cuts, though he had suffered bone fractures before. They had never been too serious and would heal with time. But this time Leidnik stared at Wuyun's tightly furrowed brows, even in unconsciousness. His face was mottled with bluish bruises, a swelling bulged high on his head without breaking the skin, and when Leidnik lifted his shirt, his chest and abdomen were a wash of dark bruises tinged with ominous red. Leidnik stood there in a daze. It seemed he had no way to treat Wuyun's injuries. There was no bleeding on the surface, but the internal damage had to be severe, especially to his head. He remembered someone in the orphanage once falling and hitting their head. With no money for treatment, they had soon died. "Didn't I tell you to stay put in the cellar? Why won't you ever listen?" The room was very dark. Strips of evening light slipped through the cracks in the thick wooden shutters, falling in narrow bands across Leidnik's face and body. His deep green pupils seemed to be soaking in water. 2 years earlier, they had met in a human trafficker's truck. A dozen children from all over the world had been drugged and loaded inside, unaware of where they were being taken. Perhaps due to some peculiarity of his constitution, Leidnik had awakened from the drugged stupor earlier than the others. Though he had been only 6 at the time, his years in a German orphanage had forced him to mature too soon and hardened his heart. He knew he could not just sit there and wait for death. He had to find a way to escape. As he was deep in thought, a sudden touch on his arm from the side startled him so much that he nearly lashed out with a reflexive punch. He turned his head and saw Wuyun. The truck was very dark. Only a few tiny ventilation holes above let in slivers of light. Leidnik saw a pair of bright black eyes studying him curiously as the boy said something in a language he could not understand. Leidnik could only respond with bewilderment. Later, by a twist of fate, the 2 of them managed to escape and gradually learned to survive in this strange city. They were eventually taken in by old Ian. For a time, they had believed they could live out their days in poverty yet peace. But life is fickle. Ian had been a heavy drinker for years, and one night a month ago, he simply never woke up again. They used the last of the household's money to hire someone to bury Ian in the cemetery. From then on, survival became their greatest problem. They were still too young, and even when they joined nearby groups of street children to rob and steal their share of the spoils was barely enough to keep them housed. At the same time, simply holding on to the things Ian had left behind was already costing them all their strength. Just 2 days after Ian's death, a vagrant had tried to break into the house. The boy shot him dead with Ian's revolver. Only then did the restless people around them pull back their greedy gazes. Everyone knew Ian had a gun, but he had not fired it in many years. That had tempted people into thinking perhaps he had never had a gun at all. It might all have been nothing more than rumor. On the surface, things seemed to calm down after that, but Leidnik knew better. They did have a gun, but only 5 bullets remained. Those bullets could not be spent except in the most critical moments. Once people discovered how few bullets they had, the 2 boys would become lambs awaiting slaughter, unless they chose to take to the streets again. After that incident, Leidnik refused to leave Wuyun alone at home. Wuyun's face was cute and pretty. Even when Leidnik made him smear dirt on his cheeks, it did little to change that. Leidnik knew all too well how many perverts delighted in tormenting little boys. But Wuyun was 2 years younger, and his body was far less sturdy. Following Leidnik around on the streets exhausted him, and Leidnik could not always watch him. After much thought, he decided to hide Wuyun in the house's cellar instead. The cellar built long ago by Ian was extremely well concealed. Hiding there with the gun would be much safer. More than half a month passed in uneasy peace. Leidnik acted with a group of street children from the main road, and sometimes he brought Wuyun along to beg. They did not earn much, but it was enough to keep them alive. But just yesterday, he had gotten into a vicious brawl with some members of that group. His hair color was unusual. He had joined them midway, and he never lived with them. A natural distance remained. Even though their success rate had soared since his arrival, they still resented him. He had stabbed to death the boy who tried to rob him, and the others, frightened by his ruthlessness, scattered and fled. Still, he had fought a group by himself. His face and body were covered in injuries, and someone had slashed a cut across his chest with a small knife. When he returned home, Wuyun was terrified he would die and sobbed as he insisted Leidnik take the revolver with him. Leidnik, irritated to the point of exasperation, finally agreed. He planned to carry the gun for just 1 day, using it to scare the street kids. Once he became their leader, there would be no more problems. He had not expected that on this very day Wuyun would end up in such danger. Was this some cruel joke of fate? Damn fate. Leidnik glared fiercely at Wuyun's face. It's not fate, it's you disobeying. I told you not to go out. What if I'd come back later? What if I hadn't heard you shouting? His voice rose louder and louder until he was roaring like an enraged lion. Yet just as quickly he forced himself back to calm. Staring at Wuyun lying on the bed, he thought that anger was a sign of weakness, and weak people did not live long. He needed to think. There was no hospital nearby, and even if there were, who would treat Wuyun? He would have to take Wuyun along with the gun and go somewhere farther away. A crisp knock at the door interrupted Leidnick's thoughts. His eyes sharpened, and he tilted his head to listen, saying nothing while his hand had already moved to rest on the gun. After a brief silence, the same unhurried knocking sounded twice more. "Who is it?" Leidnick called. "Hello there, little ones. You may call me Oder." A man outside replied with an elegant smiling voice. The man outside spoke with a light, courteous tone, as though smiling. Wuyun felt as though he were dreaming. Riding a paper kite across mountains and oceans, soaring back to the home he longed for most, where his beloved grandmother Wuyun embraced him tenderly, calling him her precious treasure, with tears of joy glistening in her eyes. She cooked his favorite dish, wild greens stir-fried with eggs, then held him in her arms beneath the courtyard's open sky, weaving stories as he gazed upward at the boundless expanse, feeling as if he himself had become a star among the heavens. "Yin, it is time we departed," Wuyun said softly, her expression gentle and serene. He blinked, puzzled. "Grandmother, where are we going? Isn't this our home? You've always loved the stars. Shall I take you to see them up close? Is that possible, eh? Can we truly go there?" Wuyun asked, bewildered. Had his grandmother learned to fly? Was she perhaps a celestial fairy? Wuyun offered no reply, only a faint, tranquil smile. In an instant, Wuyun watched the earth recede beneath him, their small courtyard shrinking into a mere speck, until he cried out in astonishment, finding himself already adrift among the stars. Floating weightlessly, he widened his eyes in wonder, straining to discern the shimmering light beside him. Yet dazzled by countless starlit sparks, he drifted drowsily into unconsciousness, his awareness gently dissolving into deep slumber. Beep, beep. Just as sleep began to claim him, an unfamiliar sound jolted him awake. Wuyun bristled with irritation. Had he owned a mobile phone, he would have recognized that rhythmic beep as the classic alarm tone, waking countless souls across generations. Hiss. Target detected, inaccessible. Establishing connection. Connection confirmed. Target status critical, near death. Activating auxiliary power. Administering basic enhancement serum. Serum administered. System reboot in progress. Wuyun glanced around curiously. Only starlight surrounded him. Yet that voice had just spoken a cascade of cryptic words. He hadn't fully grasped them. Did it call itself a system? What exactly is a system? Leidnick sat quietly beside the hospital bed, watching Wuyun breathe steadily through an oxygen mask, its surface intermittently fogging proof of life, while the cardiac monitor beside him pulsed with calm, rhythmic certainty. The door clicked open and Otal entered. Golden-haired and blue-eyed, dressed in a sleek black suit and leaning lightly on a refined walking cane, he embodied the image of a distinguished middle-aged gentleman, so impeccably polished that no one would suspect he was a killer, or rather, as he preferred to phrase it, not merely a gangster but a denizen of the black, a world defined not by crime alone, but by shadow, precision, and absolute control. 2 hours earlier, Otal had stood outside the door expressing admiration for both Leidnick and Wuyun, declaring them born for the black. To confine such potential within the squalor of a slum, he claimed, was a tragic waste, and thus extended an invitation to join his organization. "My organization is vast, a platform capable of unlocking your full potential. Wealth, status, authority, beauty, even slaughter, all will fall effortlessly into your grasp if you prove strong enough. And your young companion is gravely injured. I can arrange treatment at the finest hospital available. Hurry, child, the clock waits for no one." Leidnick opened the door swiftly. He trusted Otal not at all. The man's veiled calculation and thinly masked threats repelled him, yet he knew he had no choice. They were already marked by Otal. Jack's father would surely seek vengeance, and Wuyun's injuries could no longer be delayed. There remained only one path forward. This dark-haired boy possesses remarkable will to live. The doctors declared him beyond saving, yet here he is breathing still. Otal sounded genuinely surprised. Of the two boys, he valued Leidnick far more. Those 3 shots fired into Jack's vital organs had been executed with chilling efficiency, the mark of a natural-born assassin. The other child seemed too young, clever yes and agile, but grievously wounded. Otal had doubted he'd survive even under the organization's elite medical care. His tenacity defied expectation. Leidnick stood with his back turned, silent. His silver hair, uncut for weeks, fell past his shoulders. A long bangs veiled his eyes, obscuring his expression entirely. His presence radiated cold, brooding stillness. He knew Otal had never believed Wuyun would live, not truly. In fact, the ruthless killer had originally intended to watch him die. Jack Brown had been one of Otal's assassination targets. Long before Wuyun ever crossed paths with Jack, Otal had lain in wait, hidden, patient, poised to strike. He could have ended Jack's life at any moment, yet chose instead to observe, fascinated. It was like watching a bullfight. The lethal dance between Jack and Wuyun provided rare, exquisite entertainment. As for Wuyun, he was frankly expendable. The organization teemed with bright children. Only those who excelled in its brutal training rose as true prospects. Had there been no reward for recommenders, Otal wouldn't have spared Wuyun a second glance. Mere weeds sprouting from muddy soil. Leidnick never entrusted his survival to another's mercy. To him, human nature was inherently self-serving. Only relentless self-strengthening could seize fate and ascend to the apex of society's merciless food chain. He understood Otal's actions, even sympathized. Were he in Otal's place, he wouldn't have lingered to savor the spectacle. He would have killed Jack the moment he was found. That wasn't compassion for the other bull. It was indifference, absolute unblinking. But that other bull was Wuyun. Leidnik thought silently, and irrevocably one day, I will kill Otal myself. Without fail. Otal continued unperturbed. He needs rest. You can do nothing here. Come, accompany me on a mission. Though you're not yet formally inducted, consider this a preview. He paused, a quiet chuckle escaping him. The precise instant when the fire of rage, terror, hatred, and regret flickers and dies. Ah, truly the most beautiful sight in the world. Oh, and one more thing. Otal bent and lifted a black box from the floor, a delicate bow tied neatly atop it. One must bring a gift when visiting another's home. Rest assured, Old Brown will find my offering unforgettable. Leidnik slowly raised his face from the shadows. His icy gaze settled upon the box, elegant, neither large nor small, just the right size to hold a human head. Wuyun searched in vain for the source of the voice, just as it spoke again. Beep. System reboot 98. 99. 100. Complete. First encounter host. I am System Character Wish Campaign Unit ID 7527. A profound honor to meet you. A cerulean holographic screen unfolded before Wuyun bearing the bold sans serif title Character Wish Campaign, against a stark, featureless background, so austere it evoked the decades-old PowerPoint slides of a stern university professor. A modern youth might have raged at the shoddy production. To Wuyun, however, it was pure marvel. A country boy who had scarcely seen television or film, he stood utterly transfixed by this luminous, speaking, technologically sublime interface. Flustered and unsteady, Wuyun stammered, hello, Character Wish Campaign. My name is Wuyun, not Wuyun like cloud, but Wuyun, the surname Wu, given name Yun. He swallowed hard, fearful of offending it, and ventured timidly, are you a person or a fairy? Host Character Wish Campaign is the project designation assigned to this system. Your reference identifier is Unit 7527. We recommend addressing the system as 7527. The system is neither human nor fairy. You may understand it simply as an intelligent entity, composed of energy, matter, and information, structured and functional in harmony. Wuyun paused, then chose honesty. I'm sorry, 7527. I've had very little schooling. I don't understand what you've just said. His grandmother had taught him some characters and told him many tales. After being fostered in America by old Ian for over a year, he'd picked up common English words and read a few scattered books. But 7527's words were impenetrably profound, utterly beyond his grasp. He still suspected it was a fairy. His grandmother had told him that not only animals, but ancient objects too could awaken as spirits. Perhaps 7527 was an old telephone reborn, truly extraordinary. Faintly sensing his thoughts, 75 old telephone spirit 27 was indeed venerable, its manufacturing date long past. Unlike most artificial intelligences, it possessed genuine sentience and emotion, an authentic AI life form. Gazing upon Wuyun's innocent, perplexed face, 7527 felt the daunting length of this mission settle upon it. No need for concern, host. Unit 7527 provides multiple interfaces: mission control, learning hub, marketplace, forum, inventory, and map. You may access structured education via the learning hub. The cerulean screen rippled like water, transforming smoothly. At its center appeared two evenly spaced tabs: mission control and learning hub. Below them, smaller icons read inventory, marketplace, and forum. In the top left corner floated an empty, circular frame. The other corners held symbols Wuyun couldn't decipher. An animated arrow pulsed gently above the learning hub tab, guiding his attention. Wuyun reached out and tapped it, revealing a sprawling page dense with rows of text, dizzying at first glance. He steadied his focus. The top line read System Overview, Mind-Opening Transmission. Beneath it followed Foundational Education Study, Firearms Proficiency Study, Hand-to-Hand Combat Study, Vehicle Operation Study, and many more, each row meticulously listed. Only the first entry, System Overview, Mind-Opening Transmission, glowed brightly, all others dimmed slightly. When Wuyun tentatively tapped Foundational Education Study, a prompt appeared. Please first gain thorough familiarity with the system. Wuyun hesitated. He didn't recognize the four characters, Mind-Opening Transmission. Pointing to them, he asked, 7527, what does this mean? Host, please be assured the system bears no ill intent. You were in critical condition, near death, when the system administered the basic enhancement serum to sustain your life. What the system is, why it exists, and what you may gain. All answers reside within the system overview. Language conveys meaning too slowly. A direct neural transmission, mind-opening transmission, bypasses speech entirely, delivering essential knowledge instantly into your consciousness. 7527's calm, articulate electronic voice lent its words undeniable authority. Wuyun frowned, reflecting. He recalled collapsing after Jack kicked him, shattering his internal organs and skull. His injuries had been fatal, and he possessed nothing. What then could 7527 possibly covet? His $10 bill. Impossible. He desperately wished to live, to keep Leidnik from facing the world alone. And he still dreamed of earning enough to take Leidnik home, where his grandmother waited. With resolve crystallizing, Wuyun tapped System Overview, Mind-Opening Transmission. In that instant, the world spun violently. pulling him inexorably into a vortex of light and revelation. Wuyun was immersed in a marvelous illusion, feeling as if he were watching a movie, yet so vividly present that he seemed to become each character within, experiencing their joys and sorrows, while also detached, observing the unfolding events from above. It turned out the world he inhabited was merely a false realm derived from the real world's anime titled Detective Conan. Upon its release, this anime quickly captivated Japan with its intriguing, suspenseful plot, attracting countless viewers whose love and support prompted the author and production team to continue developing this IP. Initially, the author 73 intended to write a short story, not expecting it to become such a sensation. Thus, he reorganized the outline, adjusted certain settings, and continued his creation. Over the years, the anime and its various derivatives became a global phenomenon due to their high-quality production, becoming an integral part of countless people's cherished childhoods. However, neither the audience nor the author anticipated that this anime would continue serialization for nearly 30 years. Some say that the anime should have ended like Kudo Yukiko, choosing to retire at the peak of its popularity, leaving the audience with only beautiful memories instead of letting a chaotic finale tarnish its good impression. Was 73 forgetting his original intention? Was capital trying to squeeze out the last drop? Or was the shift in market demand forcing the production team to find ways to increase heat? This is indeed a complex issue that the audience cannot comprehend. Merely feeling frustrated as a good hand was played poorly, comforting themselves with the thought our ancestors were also once wealthy. Though they cursed verbally, their actions still showed support as they went to see the new theatrical release, only to be stunned into silence by the underwater artificial respiration scene between Conan and AI on the big screen. When AI returned the kiss to Rand, the audience was utterly shattered. 73 faced severe backlash. Oh, what kind of nonsensical plot was this? Many fans of Conan ran AI and the entire anime were incensed, feeling sorrow for the characters and their childhood, sensing a rhythm that promised a dire future. Yet the audience had no idea that this was merely the beginning. This kiss marked the onset of a new era post-Conan. In fact, many viewers had already sensed the trend. The production team was no longer putting effort into daily cases, or the main plot, with cases becoming increasingly lackluster, and the template-style case procedures along with some absurd criminal methods were now widely criticized. The chaotic love quadrangle involving the characters you like was a muddled mess, and the blatant attempts to profit by subtly promoting pairings disgusted many viewers. After so many years, was there not enough money made? Oh, my apologies for forgetting that money is never enough. This is the nature of capitalists. Who would have thought that this darkest day would finally arrive with the blatant display of ill return the kiss to you? Can you believe it? The audience's anger came swiftly and faded just as quickly. After all, he said he was dead, but that was merely artificial respiration. What could one do? It was just an anime, and life must go on. Little did they know the subsequent developments would defy expectations. Whether it was a societal revenge from the production team, first Chianti and Cologne perished in a red-black confrontation, followed by Mizunashi Rina's undercover identity being exposed for a foolish reason, leading to her execution by Jin. While everyone was still grieving, officers Megure and Takagi fell victim to an explosion case. Officer Sato could not accept the loss of her beloved and elder, and her own demise brought forth the bomb criminal who had committed multiple offenses in retaliation against the police. After the bomb criminal was brought to justice, Conan deduced that the hatred the criminal harbored towards the police was actually a misunderstanding. He had targeted the wrong people. The bomb criminal regretted his choices, but the deceased could never return. The audience wept bitterly, unable to comprehend how such a great officer could be killed off due to such a foolish reason. Why always bombs? Could there not be something new? This was no human endeavor. Before the audience could even catch their breath. In yet another crisis, Conan saved Hybera AI, once more prompting AI to confess her feelings to Conan, who did not clearly refuse, but instead became entangled in confusion. He loved Rand, but did not want to hurt AI. AI was also in great pain, as Rand had treated her well and had once saved her. She felt deeply guilty towards Rand, leading her to contemplate running away from home, despondently wishing that if she were to die, it would spare many people from suffering. Living next door, Akai Shuichi had been watching over and protecting Hybera AI. He quickly noticed her troubled state and comforted her, allowing her to stay here to calm down. During this time, their feelings for each other began to subtly change. Meanwhile, Muri Kagoro had learned some details about the organization from Mizunashi Rina. After discovering her death, he had been secretly investigating the organization through his connections. Kagoro did not wish to attract danger, but Conan was right beside him. He had long known that Conan was Shinichi and had been in contact with Kudo Yusaku. After much deliberation, he decided to come clean to Conan and actively join the fight against the organization, for the Black Organization had long set its sights on the Muri Detective Agency. If they did not take the initiative, they would live in danger for the rest of their lives. The organization's second-in-command, Rum, had been lurking beside Muri Kagoro, discovering that Kagoro was indeed secretly investigating the organization. When he infiltrated the detective agency, he happened to find a strand of brown hair on the floor. Rum deduced that Shirley's defection was definitely linked to Muri Kagoro, and she had always been protected by him. To eliminate Muri Kagoro and pry information about Shirley from him, Rum orchestrated a kidnapping scheme, sending someone to kidnap Muri Ran under the guise of extorting money, intending to have Kagoro bring the money alone for a hostage exchange, while actually planning to blow both of them up. Muri Kagoro was unwilling to reveal Shirley's whereabouts. Once spoken, Conan, the doctor, the Kudo family and many more would die. Torn between his beloved daughter and the lives of everyone else, a heavy sense of despair brought this strong, optimistic man to his knees in tears. Muri Ran awoke from her coma, and when the kidnappers were about to shoot them, she and Muri Kagoro fought back. Although they dealt with the kidnappers, there was still the bomb. In a critical moment, Ran pushed Kagoro away, and while they escaped, she was left in a vegetative state due to the explosion's aftermath. Under the protection of the Japanese police, the Muri family relocated to a safe area. However, the fact that Muri Ran became a vegetative state was the last straw that broke Conan's back. Hybra AI, upon learning of Ran's condition, was utterly devastated, and the pain and regret nearly extinguished her will to live. Outraged, Conan, Muri Kagoro, and Kudo Yusaku acted as intermediaries connecting the Japanese police, FBI, CIA, MI6, and several Red Side individuals to jointly confront the Black organization, thus commencing the ultimate battle. Belmont learned of Rum's plan against Kagoro had been set in motion, and after Ran fell into a vegetative state, she turned against them. With Belmont's assistance, the Red Side successfully located the organization's headquarters. The final battle was exceptionally brutal. Members of the Black Side were either killed or captured, while Judy James Wakasa Rumi and Kazami Yuya from the Red Side perished in the gunfight, and Akai Shuichi lost his left arm. In the end, Rum detonated the underground laboratory, betraying Jin, who was transferring important data and experimental subjects, drawing the Red Side's attention, while he himself escaped unscathed. Jin was trapped in the laboratory by the Red Side, the escape route having been destroyed by Rum. With no way out, he had no choice but to activate the laboratory's self-destruct mechanism, leaving no remains. Ultimately, Akai Zero found numerous communication devices and sealed documents deep within the underground fortress, as well as capturing the unconscious Karasumo Renya. Unfortunately, Rum managed to escape, and why did the big boss end up being captured while unconscious? With this question in mind, Akai Zero continued to sift through documents and interrogate Belmod at the police department. During the interrogation, Belmod smiled helplessly, stating that since their leader Karasumo Renya had been captured, the organization had already been defeated. Knowing or not knowing the rest held no significance. Haven't you achieved your objectives already? In the end, Hybra AI created the complete antidote based on data obtained from the organization's laboratory, and Conan transformed back into Kudo Shinichi, remaining by Ran's bedside, hoping that one day she would awaken. As for Hybra AI, she chose not to revert to Mayano Shiho. Gazing at Shinichi's back, her expression was complex. The small yet reliable Conan would never return. In the end, she chose to leave Japan, this land of sorrow, taking her sister's ashes with her as she departed with Akai Shuichi. The audience was flabbergasted, feeling that both the red and black sides were losers. The red side had lost so many, and Ran had become a vegetative state, while the black side, needless to say, had their base uprooted and Karasumo Renya captured. In the final scene, the Japanese Public Security Commission dispatched personnel to the police department, issuing orders for Akai Zero to assist in escorting Karasumo Renya, Belmod, and other organization members to institutional prisons for interrogation. Upon reaching this point, the audience had a bad premonition. Indeed, during the escort, the transport vehicle suffered a violent explosion, killing Akai Zero, Belmod, and the still unconscious Karasumo Renya. Meanwhile, a black Bentley slowly passed along the roadway. The camera zoomed in from the distant fire and smoke to the interior of the car, where an elderly man was on the phone. It was Rum, who had previously escaped alone. Continue with the cloning project and the Silver Bullet project, and expedite the development speed of the T program. A respectful male voice responded from the other end of a line. Yes, boss. However, most of the experimental data and researchers perished in the Japanese laboratory. If we wish to return to the previous pace of research, it will likely take a significant amount of time. No worries, time is ample. Continue gathering relevant talent. Rum hung up the phone, pondering for a moment before speaking. Although the organization suffered considerable losses this time, for me, it was a resounding victory. Let's put matters in Japan on hold for now and focus on developing the organization's influence in America. Billy, prepare the plane. The man driving answered, yes, boss. The screen gradually faded to black. The end. In the illusion, Wuyun watched the audience's reactions, unable to bear it. Some reacted with outrage, while others vented their frustrations online. I never expected such an ending. 73, you are something else. Everyone is a loser, it seems. I feel so foolish. I am the biggest victim. What a loser. Is Jin really going to die such a pathetic death? He has worked diligently for so many years. Even if he has no achievements, he deserves credit for his efforts. Could you not arrange a dignified ending for him? 73, is your heart made of stone? AI and Conan's character arcs have collapsed. Do you even realize what cliché love quadrangle you are writing? If you can't write a love line, then don't. This ending was truly unexpected. I never imagined Karasumo Renya would be captured while Rum escaped. What does the ending mean? Did Rum betray them? Or was the one in the car actually Karasumo Renya and the one captured was a fake? What exactly are the cloning project and the T program? Does the Public Security Commission have members from the organization? Will Ran ever wake up? What about Akai? There are still many holes to fill. How could it end so hastily? I suspect Rum has betrayed them. I've never liked that old codger, and it seems reasonable considering Japan's power dynamics. I'm tired. Let it all be destroyed. Did you see the news? Angry Japanese fans have surrounded the company, protesting. It's a major event in Japan. Good. If I were there, I'd definitely throw rotten eggs. killing off Zero and Belmid, leaving Akai with a ruined left arm, while AI and Conan are portrayed as indecisive green tea. This couple, who have been together for over 20 years, is on the brink of separation, with the most detestable Rum emerging as the final victor. Can there be any good outcomes? Japanese fans will not let you off easily. Wuyun watched as the furious crowd engulfed the building and streets. Their angry, clamorous shouts surged like waves, threatening to topple the building. Emotions of anger, sadness, and disappointment seemed to manifest in the sky, darkening the atmosphere. In the vast universe, there are countless worlds constantly undergoing destruction, rebirth, and reincarnation. The newly born worlds are as fragile as infants, while the worlds on the brink of death resemble elderly individuals approaching their end. To maintain the stable development of these worlds, the Multiverse Management Center was established in the universe. The sounds and images gradually fade, and the surroundings transform into a twinkling sea of stars. A serene voice, 7527, resonates. The center has received a distress call from the newly born world of Detective Conan, abbreviated as Conan. Many main characters in the Conan world have awakened their self-awareness due to the anger of the audience. They cannot accept their fate, which resembles puppets on stage being led step by step toward destruction. At this critical juncture, where the world shifts from false to true, most of the main characters are desperately seeking death, and as the world teeters on the brink of collapse, the Conan world cries out to the Universe Center. The center decides to send support to the Conan world. Thus, 7527 undertakes this task and arrives here, binding with the host. Wuyun realizes, so that's how it is. Thank you, 7527. The host need not thank, as this is 7527's duty. Next, 7527 introduces the character wish operation task and its rewards to the host. A blue light screen unfolds with arrows guiding Wuyun to click on the operation interface, revealing a wish list that is exquisitely cute, quite different from the rudimentary initial interface. It has a light pink background adorned with hearts and colorful bubbles, with a row of round, colorful chibi avatars on the left side. Wuyun glances through them, noticing that they are all characters from Conan. Next to each avatar, dialogue bubbles emerge containing their wishes. Some wishes are quite ordinary, while others are puzzling, like riddles that provoke deep thought. Wuyun browses up and down, suddenly spotting a chubby figure next to one avatar. The avatar depicts a small figure with black hat, silver hair, and green eyes. Wuyun's expression grows complex. He knows this is a formidable character from Conan named Jian. He felt an uncanny familiarity upon seeing him for the first time. Wuyun wonders how he has become Jian from Leidnik. In the end, he met such a tragic fate. 7527. This wish seems to have already been fulfilled. Wuyun points at the avatar. Host, please wait. Strange 7527 self-check reveals no bugs. This wish has indeed been completed. The points for the completed wish have also been credited. 7527 enlarges a number box in the upper right corner, which originally showed 10,000, and a plus sign floats above, changing the box to 0. What does the points mean? The points are rewards that the host can earn. Through points, the host can redeem items in the mall. 7527 brings up the mall interface, dazzling Wuyun with a plethora of goods, planes, artillery, money, food, elixirs. All sorts of categories are available, and most astonishingly, Wuyun spots a green skull captioned "The Universe, which is most satisfying creation." Do you understand what art is? There's also a chili-flavored watermelon labeled recommended by the Shinong Research Institute. Make this summer heat up. Wuyun stares at the chaotic assortment, bewildered. Who studied this chili-flavored watermelon? Is this even human? 7527 brings up a product, a syringe filled with blue liquid with the description below reading: primary enhancement potion, improves physical quality, awakens potential, estimated time 1 month. Come on, there's no loss in buying. What are you hesitating for? Is 10000 expensive? Buy it. Buy it. From the Divine Healer Organization's love. The host was previously in a near-death state, so 7527 used backup energy to purchase a primary enhancement potion and inject it into the host's body, hence the host points were at 100. There are 3 ways to earn points. 1. Daily studies. Completing lessons in the learning interface grants points at a rate of 100 points per lesson, and knowledge is infinite, thus the number of lessons is countless, and so are the points. 2. Combat missions. Completing a person's wish grants 100 points. Due to the butterfly effect brought by 7527, the wish list will continuously and randomly refresh with new characters' wishes. The number of characters is uncertain, and thus the total points theoretically are also uncertain. 3. The Motherworld's Soothing Index. The characters in the Conan world are influenced by the audience's emotions from the mother world, leading to self-destructive feelings. Therefore, 7527 will play the anime plot of the subworld where the host is located in the mother world to soothe the audience's emotions. Finally, 7527 will conduct a comprehensive analysis based on audience feelings, forum evaluations, anime dissemination, and other aspects. 7527 pulls up a table filled with dense calculations comprehensible only to itself. The final soothing index is derived an index of 0 to 0. 5 is poor, yielding no points, an index of 0. 5 to 1. 0 is good, granting 100 points, an index of 1. 0 to 1. 5 is excellent, granting 500 points. An index over 1. 5 is outstanding, awarding 5 points. And the center eagerly seeks talent, issuing employee medals inviting you to join the Multiverse Management Center. 7527 shows Wuyun a medal which features 2 fish intertwined, symbolizing the myriad of things in the world radiating a mysterious power. Wuyun is intrigued by the medal, excitedly asking, so, if I have a medal, can I also travel to various worlds like 7527? 7527 is work not play. Yes, host, becoming a member of the center allows you to complete tasks in various worlds. If you wish to rest and play after completing the tasks, theoretically, that is possible. The center's management regulations are not strict regarding its employees. Wuyun grows more excited, asking, so how many people can the medal bring? Can I take my grandmother and Leidnik with me? A medal can only bind one person, but out of care for employees, if they wish to bring family, they can choose to redeem a temporary worker medal in the mall. By wearing the temporary worker medal and completing a certain amount of tasks, they can become a formal employee. 7527 shows Wuyun the temporary worker medal, which is a rather simplistic iron plate that can be engraved with a name with a redemption amount of 100 below. Wuyun counts the zeros and gasps, oh my, 1 is 10000. Then if I want to, wouldn't that be 2000? Yes, host, but do not be discouraged. You can earn points by studying more and fulfilling characters' wishes. At the same time, obtaining an index of 1, 5 or above will grant you 500 points. The advanced enhancement potion in the mall can extend lifespan, and the system believes that during your lifetime, you will surely succeed. Wuyun. I will definitely work hard. Clenching his fists, Wuyun finds his greatest goal in this life, a blazing fire igniting in his chest, determined to learn and live long. He strives to ascend with his grandmother and Leidnik before he grows old and dies. He returns to the wish list interface and notices the avatar next to Jian, pausing for a moment, his excited feelings calming down like the retreating tide at sunset, softening into gentleness. The chibi Jian seems to be gazing earnestly at him with a small speech bubble hanging beside him, reading, can a person come back to life? His wish has already been fulfilled. Wuyun has been unconscious for 3 days. Leidnik stayed by his side after following Otar, who dealt with Jack's father, Old Brown. He frowns, worried that Wuyun might not wake up as he has suffered an injury to his mysterious brain, and no one can predict what sequelae may occur. After killing and setting fire, Otar has to leave. His task is not yet complete, and he needs to handle it first. Otar tells him and Wuyun to stay in the hospital. The organization's annual new recruit training is concentrated in April and October. With it now being August, there is still more than a month, so he is not in a hurry to bring new recruits into the organization. His own task is more important. Before leaving, Otar inquires about their information. He says his name is Leidnik and Wuyun is called Clown. They have been wandering around. Otar likely wants to investigate their identities, but should find nothing as there is little to investigate about drifters. Their past life is easily seen to its end. After questioning, he leaves them to proceed on his own. After all, this is the organization's hospital, so there is nothing to worry about. Leidnik observes the surroundings in the hospital, looking for several escape routes, feeling relieved before asking the nurse for some daily necessities. The ward is a small single room with only one bed, so he has to squeeze in with Wuyun, being careful not to touch Wuyun's injury, while also remaining alert to his surroundings, which might be disturbed by doctors and nurses checking on his bandages. Leidnik feels extremely tired. Dark circles under his eyes have appeared as he leans on the bedside table, slowly closing his eyelids. In his dazed state, Leidnik seems to hear Wuyun making soft sounds, a familiar sound he associates with Wuyun struggling to wake up every morning. He thinks they are still at old Ian's house, mumbling, get up, eat something, I have to set off. Only after saying this does he realize something is wrong. Leidnik suddenly opens his eyes wide, looking down to see Wuyun frowning, as if he is about to awaken from his coma. Wuyun, wake up. Leidnik softly calls his name, attempting to rouse Wuyun. Wuyun feels as if he has jumped from a plane, dizzy as he sees a distant forest, which gradually blurs into Leidnik's concerned eyes. Leidnik. Wuyun's voice is still weak, his once bright eyes are dimmed, looking at him pitifully. Leidnik is overjoyed and quickly presses the button to call a doctor to check on his condition. A swarm of doctors and nurses rushes in, exclaiming, it's a medical miracle. Quick, bring my stethoscope. Don't crowd. They hurriedly push Wuyun for a full body check. Through the chaotic crowd, Wuyun notices Leidnik's figure always by his side, thus he remains silent during the doctor's examination. Perhaps the doctors in the Conan world have seen so many miracles that they are unfazed, whether it's an adult losing a tooth only to have it grow back shortly, or someone being kicked several meters away, yet having no broken ribs, etc. After a chaotic flurry, they regain their composure, merely informing Wuyun that his injury has improved, and there are no major problems. With a period of rest, he will be able to recover. It is already nightfall. Leidnik turns on the bedside lamp and sits on the stool at the bedside. Why didn't you listen, insisting on running out alone? Do you know how dangerous it was? You almost died, you know. Leidnik's tone is a bit harsh, holding him accountable, the light shining from behind him so that Wuyun can only see the fierce glare in his eyes. Wuyun feels guilty. If it weren't for the binding of the system, he would have definitely died. After all, he has no name in Conan, merely an unknown supporting character. After he died, Leidnik joined the organization, received a code name, and became Jian. I'm sorry, Leidnik, please don't be angry. Wuyun is quite skilled at feigning innocence. Tears well up in his large eyes in an instant, trembling as he reaches out a small hand to rest on Leidnik's tightened fist. Leidnik glances down at Wuyun's fidgeting hand, observing him with a sidelong glance, remaining silent and unmoved. You go out every day with injuries, and you share the food you bring with me. I'm always hungry, and you've lost so much weight. I just want you to eat enough. Wuyun gazes earnestly at Leidnik. I just want you to eat enough. Leidnik looks at Wuyun's earnest expression, who, although his face remains serious, his heart is in turmoil, unsure of how to respond. From the moment he can remember, he hasn't had many full meals. His father is a scoundrel who abandoned his pregnant mother, and his mother, without a stable home or possessions, unwilling to sell herself, could only carry him around doing odd jobs and scavenging, leading a very miserable life. When he grew a bit older and could take care of himself, she ventured out to work alone one day, but never returned. He went out to search for her, only to find her disheveled corpse in a dim alley. The hardships of drifters vary. Some are abandoned by parents, some are snatched away by human traffickers, some are terminally ill awaiting death. After witnessing so many corpses on the streets, he doesn't want to wait for death, so he follows a local thug to his hideout. The hideout has many children, posing as an orphanage, but actually serves as a hub for child crime, fraud, theft, robbery, begging. Initially, he was often bullied by bigger kids. Water and food were taken away, and the coat made by his mother was also snatched. Beaten up and unable to move, he could only listen to their laughter and insults. But soon he adapted to this life-or-death environment. Perhaps he was born a villain with a stronger body and a clever, cool-headed mind than his peers, making him his best weapon. After using tricks to kill a few bullies, no one dared to touch his belongings ever again. Many children around his age are suffering, crying daily, while the older kids just coldly watch everything in silence. He finds these people foolish. They have exiled themselves, willingly dying in this small orphanage, while he, on the other hand, believes that one day he will obtain the freedom and power he desires. Unexpectedly, the loner he has always been encounters a clingy band-aid, one day a band-aid that cannot be shaken off by slapping or scolding, constantly chattering at him with absurd words. Leidnik stares intently at Wuyun's face, with Wuyun's small reflection in his eyes. He realizes that instead of freedom and power, he has found something he desires even more. It's late, time to sleep. You need proper rest to heal. Leidnik changed the subject, grabbed a blanket, and lay down beside the bed. Wuyun blinked, slowly watching Leidnik curl up beside him, back turned. A quiet thrill surged within him. He knew the matter had passed. He reached out and gently nudged Leidnik's back. Lid, don't sleep yet. Tell me what happened. How did we end up in the hospital? I remember nothing. Leidnik sighed deeply and rolled over to explain Otal and the organization. After your condition stabilized, I accompanied Otal to Old Brown's residence. Otal hurled Jack's severed head before him. Old Brown's eyes bulged with fury, then shattered under waves of anguish and despair as Otal ended his life. Otal retrieved several documents from Old Brown's study, then set the house ablaze to erase all traces. Afterward, we returned. Though Otal is untrustworthy, he represents our sole opportunity to infiltrate the organization through him. Only then can we ascend to greater heights. Otherwise, we'd languish for years in the mire. Wuyun nodded in silent agreement. Leidnik, having endured extremes of grief and elation over recent days, and slept little, was utterly exhausted. As soon he sank into deep slumber. Wuyun, however, remained wide awake. With effort, he turned his head to gaze upon Leidnik's sleeping face. Leidnik's silver hair was still short, but Wuyun knew in a decade it would flow long and elegant, crowned by a black hat, as he stood alone against the Red faction, flanked only by unreliable allies and half-hearted collaborators. So this was the turning point. According to the original timeline, Wuyun had succumbed to his injuries here, in this very hospital, while Leidnik, following Otal, entered the organization alone, enduring untold hardship until he earned the codename Jian. Had that truly been the life he desired? Or had he simply lived by script, unaware even of his own yearning? I'm sorry, Lid. I'm sorry for leaving you behind. I promised I'd take you home, and broke that vow, a wretched Wu Xiaoyan. But this time, we walk the path together. I swear it. Wu Xiaoyan vows it. Otal had vanished without trace. No one knew where he'd gone, and Wuyun began to fear they'd been forgotten entirely. Wuyun's body healed at an implausible, yet distinctly scientific, pace. The primary enhancement serum proved astonishingly effective. Over the month, it steadily reshaped his physical constitution and awakened latent potential. Born prematurely, he was relatively healthy, but his physical aptitude lagged far behind most children, let alone someone as extraordinary as Leidnik. Yet Wuyun clenched his fist, certain he could now hold his own against 6-year-old Leidnik, though 80-year-old Leidnik, still unbeatable. Unfair, using his age advantage to bully him. Leidnik watched exasperated as Wuyun sulked and refused to eat his carrots, a sign clearly that comfort had bred insolence. Eat it, no pickiness allowed, Leidnik commanded, coldly reprimanding the boy's inflated sense of entitlement. Oh, but carrots truly were unpleasant. After lunch, Wuyun resumed resting in bed, while Leidnik studied a mathematics textbook nearby. Wuyun feigned closed eyes and deep relaxation, but in truth he communed with the system. During this month of convalescence, he completed 2 daily lessons in foundational knowledge. To date, he had accumulated 6,000 points. 4,000 more would allow him to redeem a primary enhancement serum for Leidnik. With it, Leidnik would grow even stronger, and their entry into the organization would proceed far more smoothly. As usual, Wuyun opened the learning interface to begin his next lesson. Before starting, he browsed other subjects: shooting, vehicle operation, explosives, advanced disciplines still beyond his reach, viewable only for curiosity's sake. Then, something arresting caught his eye: occult studies. He tapped it, and to his astonishment the interface opened successfully. The screen resembled aged parchment bearing only 3 solitary words: thaumaturgy. Tapping into thaumaturgy revealed a sprawling taxonomy of magical disciplines, like a vast branching tree. Wuyun's heart raced. Was this the legendary magic? 7527. Is this real magic? The kind that lets you fly, wield wands, summon sprites? 7527 flared into existence beside him like a luminous orb. Affirmative, host. Occult studies is the most enigmatic discipline in the cosmos. Every core staff member has explored it and mastered facets thereof. While diverse mystical arts demand unique methodologies, system analysis confirms that within the Conan universe all but one lineage have faded into oblivion due to unknown causes. Only thaumaturgy retains fragmented resonance. Thus, occult studies for you is exclusively thaumaturgy. Yet should you become core staff, broader disciplines will open to you. That was more than enough. Who wouldn't dream of soaring heavens or vanishing into mist? Not cultivation, but if no meat remains, vegetables still nourish. Thaumaturgy was splendid. Wuyun beamed with quiet satisfaction. Can I begin learning now? 7527. I can't wait. First we must assess your magical aptitude. Please place your left hand upon this crystal sphere. A translucent, softly glowing orb materialized before him, its gentle, radiant energy palpable. Wuyun rested his left palm upon it. Within the sphere, milky white filaments swirled like eddies, then stilled, revealing new hues beneath its glassy surface. Black dominated, followed by white with faint streaks of azure interwoven throughout. Wuyun's eyes gleamed, brimming with anticipation as he looked to 7527. Congratulations, host. You possess exceptional magical aptitude. Black denotes affinity for shadow thaumaturgy, a white for luminal thaumaturgy, azure for azure thaumaturgy. You may pursue all 3. Thaumaturgical mastery is not measured by breadth, but depth. As the saying warns, greed dilutes mastery. To dabble in all is to become diffuse, proficient in none. For lasting power, 7527 recommends prioritizing shadow thaumaturgy, with luminal as secondary. But I do have azure affinity. Can I study all? Thaumaturgical disciplines are not multiplied like commodities. The adage too much spoils the feast holds true. Breadth breeds shallowness, shallowness ineffectiveness. In the long arc, 7527 advises dedicating your focus primarily to shadow thaumaturgy. Within the Conan world, most thaumaturgical lineages have perished. A few surviving practitioners cling to fragmented arts, and among them a guild known as the Arcane Guild has formed. One faction, the so-called Crimson Thaumaturgy lineage, claims heritage across all schools yet excels in none. Still, in this age of waning arcana, their versatility grants resilience, making them formidable despite their lack of specialization. By contrast, the thaumaturgy curriculum embedded in this system represents a complete, unbroken transmission. Mastery yields extraordinary power, thus singular devotion is advised. 7527 displayed a hazy anime-style screenshot, shadowed figures in black cloaks performing a ritual in dim light. Clearly a minor background element, crude and minimalistic with indistinct silhouettes offering no individual features. Wuyun suddenly stiffened. Wait, 7527, zoom in here. He pointed urgently toward the focal point the robed figures faced. 7527 complied. Wuyun scrutinized the blur, tracing lines, reconstructing shapes, until a symbol emerged, both hauntingly familiar and strangely alien. A perfect circle, enclosing a bold centered cross. 10. His mouth fell open, speechless. That symbol, that very symbol, he had seen it before, emblazoned on the truck that abducted him and Lidnick. Wuyun's thoughts drifted back 2 years ago. He awoke amid jolting motion and clamorous noise, finding himself confined inside a pitch-black crate, surrounded by numerous children sprawled haphazardly beside him. Only 4 years old, he panicked, bewildered as to how he had gone from napping peacefully at home to waking up here with his grandmother nowhere to be found. Yet Wuyun was precociously intelligent. He quickly stilled his fear and began calmly assessing his predicament. He deduced he must have been abducted by human traffickers, the very kind his grandmother once warned him about. Though it struck him as odd that such criminals would now break into homes to seize children, he dismissed the thought. He surveyed his surroundings, only children, nothing else. The low rumbling drone of an engine filled his ears, the acrid stench of gasoline clung to the air. He concluded he was locked inside the rear compartment of a large truck. Using the slender beam of light filtering through the roof, he rose silently and gently nudged each child, hoping to rouse them. Suddenly something extraordinary caught his eye. A gleaming head bathed in the shaft of light from above, shimmering like a gemstone so brilliantly it nearly blinded him. The boy possessed short silvery hair. Wuyun had never seen such a luminous, beautiful hue, reminiscent of the fairies his grandmother used to tell him about. Enchanted by this silver-haired fairy, the young Wuyun stepped forward to touch him, only to see the boy sit up abruptly, turning away with wary vigilance to scan the surroundings. Without hesitation, Wuyun hurried over and tapped the boy's arm. Startled, the silver-haired boy nearly struck him, but Wuyun paid no mind, his voice brimming with eager hope. Can we be friends? Of course, neither child understood the other's language. As the only two fully conscious among the captives, they resorted instinctively to the universal language of gesture. None knew where the truck was headed, or what fate awaited them. To survive, they resolved to cooperate and attempt escape. They searched the compartment thoroughly, but found no means of exit. The rear door was thick, solid, and impossible to open from within. Exhausted, Wuyun collapsed onto the floor and stared blankly upward. He gave up. Human strength alone could not breach this prison. Tiny perforations dotted the ceiling, perhaps drilled for ventilation, lest they suffocate. As he gazed, he noticed something strange. The holes were arranged deliberately, forming a pattern, an outer circle, enclosing a bold central X. How could it be? Why did the same symbol, used in the rituals of the Magic Association, appear identically on the truck that abducted them 2 years ago? Was this mere coincidence? No, it could not be coincidence. Children snatched from across the globe, the eerie method of abduction, and their own improbable escape, all pointed to something deeply unnatural. He remembered it vividly, just as despair began to settle. The truck ground to a sudden halt. Silence fell. Then with a long, grating creak, squeak, the rear door swung open. Yet no one entered. No voice called out. Wuyun and Lide exchanged a glance, then crept cautiously to the doorway. Indeed, no one stood there. The truck sat motionless on a desolate road, flanked on one side by dense forest and on the other by a broad rushing river. Seeing no sign of pursuers, and too wary to look back, they leapt down and fled along the riverbank, running until their legs gave out. For days they wandered, stopping and starting, foraging for edible plants in the woods, drinking water straight from the river, until finally they stumbled into a city and vanished into its depths like 2 drops merging into an unfathomable lake. Wuyun had always believed their escape resulted from the kidnappers' negligence, but now he doubted it. Puzzled, he asked aloud, 7527, how much do you know about the Magic Association? Do they abduct children? Host: the Magic Association is a peripheral element in the Detective Conan world. 7527 possesses limited knowledge about it. You'll need to uncover its truth yourself. Regarding children, certain rogue sorcerers invoke demons through pacts requiring the blood of the innocent, particularly young children and virgins, believing such blood grants eternal youth and arcane power. The abduction you suspect may conceal far greater machinations. The Magic Association is likely orchestrating a vast hidden conspiracy. 7527 confirmed Wuyun's suspicion. Remnants of ancient magical families had banded together to kidnap children and conduct arcane rites, an arrangement eerily reminiscent of classic tropes: secret temples masquerading as sanctuaries, benevolent deities revealed as ultimate antagonists. Yet their precise objective remained unclear, and whether it would reshape the trajectory of the Detective Conan world was still unknown. Wuyun cared little for their grand designs. All he knew was this: the Magic Association had stolen him and lied, torn them from their homes, severed him from his grandmother. That alone was reason enough. Gritting his teeth, Wuyun vowed vengeance. When he came of age, he would eradicate that wretched association root and branch. First, he would master magic. His lineage bore complete, unbroken transmission, vastly surpassing theirs. One day, he would stand alone against legions and prevail. By the way, 7527, can others learn magic? Yes, host. You may purchase spellbooks from the shop for others' study. However, remember, never reveal the system's existence to anyone. 7527 displayed multiple best-selling spellbooks authored by renowned mages, but even the cheapest cost 0 points, while the most expensive demanded hundreds of thousands. To Wuyun, it was an astronomical sum. Wuyun groaned in frustration. Not yet able to afford the basic enhancement elixir, he now coveted a 0 point spellbook. He'd need to devise ways to earn more points swiftly. The burden of being the family's sole pillar. Without him, all would crumble. Host, please grasp Lide Nick's left hand. 7527 requires it to assess his magical aptitude. Wuyun exited the system interface, opened his eyes, and sprang joyfully from bed. Lide sensed his movement and lifted his gaze from his book, frowning. What now? Don't move about recklessly, just tell me what you need. Wuyun approached then, with solemn gravity, reached out and clasped Lide's left hand between both of his own under Lide's puzzled stare. What are you doing? Lide recoiled inwardly at the intimacy. His expression remained impassive, but beneath his silvery hair his ears flushed crimson. He tried to withdraw, yet Wuyun held fast. Wuyun waited tensely for 7527's verdict. Beep, completed. Host results confirmed. Lide Nick possesses innate magical aptitude. His affinity for green magic is pronounced. Affinities for black and white magic are comparatively modest. Recommendation: prioritize green magic cultivation. Yes. Wuyun released Lide's hand and half-hugged him in exultation. Bewildered, Lide instinctively wrapped his arms around Wuyun, utterly perplexed. Hadn't the physician assured him there were no lingering after-effects? That night, Wuyun whispered again to Liam in bed. Liam, do you still remember the details of your abduction 2 years ago? He paused, startled. Why bring that up now? I've told you before. I woke up on a truck with no memory of how I'd been taken. Logically, given his natural vigilance, even the faintest sound would have roused him. Had always suspected his captors had used a highly refined, odorless sedative. Only then could he have been seized without awareness. That's precisely what makes it strange. I was abducted from my own home too. Why would kidnappers go to such lengths? Breaking into houses across the globe to snatch children only to transport them thousands of miles to America. It is strange. Exactly. And our escape was just as inexplicable, as if some celestial being had opened the door for us. Wuyun took Liam's hand and traced a symbol onto his palm, the emblem of the magical association. I saw this on the roof of the truck. It belongs to an organization of real magicians. Actual magic, not fantasy. I suspect they're planning something sinister. Magic? Isn't that just fiction from novels and films? And how on earth do you know all this? Wuyun leaned close, whispering by Liam's ear, "Don't tell anyone." But an immortal elder spoke to me while I was unconscious. He promised to teach us magic, so we can exact our revenge. Though Wuyun's tale sounded utterly implausible, Liam chose to believe him. He knew Wuyun well. He would never lie, not unless his mind had truly fractured, mistaking hallucinations for reality. Liam glanced thoughtfully at Wuyun's head. When does he plan to begin teaching us? Wuyun sighed. It'll be a little while longer, but it should be soon. I'll tell you the moment it happens. All right, I'll wait. Now get some rest. Deep into the night, voices outside the hospital room jolted them awake. They exchanged a silent glance, then slipped quietly out of bed and slipped on their shoes. Liam approached the door and asked Otto. The voice beyond fell silent. Then Otto's amused tone rang out. "Yes, it's me. You're quite alert. Impressive. Open up. Gather your things. We're leaving." Liam opened the door. Otto stepped in and looked mildly surprised to find Wuyun already awake. He raised an eyebrow. "Well, Claude is awake too. Just as I suspected. You two are exceptional prospects. The doctors say your physical condition is outstanding. Your recovery has been swift. Thank you, Uncle Otto, for bringing me to the hospital." "Uncle Otto, where exactly are we going?" Even knowing the boy was feigning innocence, Otto indulged him. Until the initiation assessment results were finalized, he would extend these two children his fullest leniency. To Japan, for initiation training and evaluation. October 1975, Kikushima Island, Japan. Under Otto's guidance, Wuyun and Liam Nickerson arrived at one of the organization's secluded bases, Kikushima Island. A privately owned, strategically concealed isle. Its sole purpose was the training and assessment of operatives. As both had been recommended solely by Otto, Wuyun and Liam Nickerson were assigned to separate training cohorts. 5 cohorts participated in this cycle, each comprising 10 children aged 5 to 10, totaling 50 initiates. Each cohort consisted of recruits sponsored by different sponsors. For the next decade, these novices would undergo rigorous instruction and evaluation on the island. 50 children, some bewildered, others resolute, stood before their instructor, a stocky, brown-haired man in his 40s bearing a fearsome scar across his face who appeared Southeast Asian. Gazing at the cluster of small figures, he spoke sternly. "My designation is Bill. Whether you hail from an American orphanage or a British landfill, forget it all. From the moment you set foot on this island, the organization becomes your only home, your sole allegiance." His piercing gaze swept over their youthful faces. "In life or in death. You will now embark on 10 years of study and discipline, and each year you will face formal evaluations. Those who pass every trial may earn an official designation and ascend to the organization's upper echelons." Bill paused, observing the flicker of excitement in some children's eyes, and offered a wry, knowing smile. "Naturally, as your instructor, I offer this. Council designations are strictly limited. Every child beside you is your rival, not only those nearby, but also your predecessors and successors. Each year, the organization recruits 100 new initiates. Your competition spans generations. Whether you sink to the lowest rank or rise as a designated operative depends entirely on your own merit. But such talk is premature. For now," Bill pointed toward the untamed primordial forest in the distance, "survive this week. Children." The children's faces paled with terror. The jungle was treacherous beyond measure. Had Wuyun lacked both keen instincts and exceptional physical resilience, he would have perished long before now. Cursed Bill had handed each initiate only a meager ration of food and water and a single small knife, before casting them into the wilderness, scattering each cohort to disparate locations. Wuyun belonged to Cohort 3. For the first 2 days, the 10 members clung together, fearful of venturing far. But as provisions dwindled, desperation ignited conflict, resulting in the immediate deaths of a frail girl and the youngest boy. Wuyun realized this path led only to self-destruction. Dying in infighting was tragic, but starving or thirsting to death was inevitable. He slipped away alone to forage for sustenance and water. Poisonous snakes, feral beasts, and even razor-sharp toxic leaves lurked at every turn. By the 4th day, Wuyun was caked in mud, self-applied camouflage, and had bound his limbs tightly with slender fibrous leaves that hardened upon drying. Truth be told, had he not grown up deep in the mountains, and had Guidance Unit 7527 not guided him, he doubted he'd ever emerge alive. Now his only concern was Liam Nickerson. Though Wuyun had shared mountain survival lore with him, theory bore little resemblance to raw life-or-death practice. Perched high in a towering tree, Wuyun wiped sweat threatening to sting his eyes and sipped sparingly from his canteen, luckily refilled yesterday at a clear, pristine spring. Wuyun summoned his system interface and glanced at the circular map in its upper left corner. He hadn't understood its function until he spotted Liam's chibi-style avatar appearing on it, realizing at last that it tracked characters from Detective Conan. Quite useful indeed. Liam's location was now alarmingly close. Once reunited, their chances of enduring and escaping this accursed place would increase dramatically. Just 3 more days. Lidnick trudged forward cautiously, a layer of mud clinging to his body, tapping the ground lightly with a broken branch in his hand. His position in Team 5 was unfavorable. After several days of trekking, they had yet to find water. Three older children, aged 10, ruthless and seasoned, had banded together on the first day to seize food and water from others, driving the entire group deep into the jungle to fend for themselves. Yet as the mantis stalks the cicada, the oriole watches from behind. Lidnik exploited terrain and traps to isolate and strike. One fell silently beneath his knife, his provisions seized. The remaining two hesitated briefly before scattering. Had they refused to retreat, Lidnik would have ended them all. He never scorned abundance. He wondered whether Yun was safe. He trusted his own capabilities, but Wuyun had only just recovered from serious illness. He recalled Team 3 had been deployed somewhere in this direction. A rustling sound abruptly shattered his thoughts. He tightened his grip on the knife and stared warily at a dense thicket. Something moved within. A beast. Or a person. A familiar small head emerged into view. Wuyun's face, smudged with dirt, broke into a quiet grin. He gestured softly. Lidnik, hurry over. I spotted you from high up in the trees. Lidnik relaxed, a faint warmth stirring in his chest. Shouldering his pack, he approached and scanned Wuyun from head to toe. Are you hurt? No, not really. Just a shallow cut on my arm from a branch. Nothing serious. And you, Lidnik, how did it go? I killed a raider on the first day. Food and water were plentiful, at least until they ran out. Now I'm searching for a source. I know where there's water. Not far from here, Wuyun said, tugging him along as he pulled a handful of walnuts from his pocket and pressed them into Lidnik's palm. Luck was with us. Wild walnuts. Edible. Eat up. We'll scout for more sustenance together. Lidnik quietly cracked open a walnut and began to eat. After half a day's walk, the gentle murmur of flowing water reached their ears. Climbing a tree to survey the area, they saw no people. No large predators. Only a few small birds pecking at the riverbank. Relieved, Wuyun and Lidnik stepped down to the water's edge, cupped cool liquid in their hands, and refilled their canteens. Unfazed, or perhaps naive, the birds hopped close, tilting their heads and chirping curiously. Wuyun watched the plump little creatures with affection. So adorable. Ah, if only we could light a fire, roasting them would be delicious. Days of berries and walnuts had left him yearning desperately for a proper meal. Lidnik glanced at the birds' plump chests and nodded in silent agreement. Oblivious to how narrowly they'd skirted the threshold of death, the birds continued their cheerful chatter, until suddenly their chirps twisted into sharp, startled cries, and they scattered in panic. Wuyun and Lidnik rose instantly, scanning the perimeter as they retreated slowly toward the path they'd come. Disaster. Their hearts lurched. How wretchedly unlucky to encounter this menace. Before them stood a massive wild boar, its hide a coarse blend of black and brown. It weighed well over 300 gene. Its back bristled with stiff yellowish bristles, thick curved tusks jutted from its jaws, its sinewy frame and grimacing snout made it seem like a living mountain of terror. As the old saying goes, one boar outweighs two tigers. They would rather face a tiger than this beast. Wild boars are notoriously volatile, violently aggressive, and fiercely vengeful. The instant Wuyun and Lidnik registered in its vision, the boar's eyes flared crimson. With a guttural snort, it charged. Run! Wuyun shouted, and both boys sprinted for the forest. Seeing them split directions, the boar paused only a heartbeat before barreling straight toward Lidnik. Noticing the boar had ignored him, Wuyun snatched stones from the ground and hurled them hard at its hindquarters. Enraged by the insult, the boar wheeled around with a furious grunt and gave chase to Wuyun instead. Lidnik too picked up stones and struck the boar, drawing its fury back toward himself. They repeated this feint and bait several times. Blinded by rage, the boar careened wildly through underbrush and trees, never realizing the two boys were guiding it with flawless coordination ever deeper into a single predetermined path. Lidnik felt as though his lungs were ablaze, each breath seared with the metallic tang of blood. Just as they neared their target, and the moment was perfect, the stench of the boar's hot breath washed over his back. In one fluid motion, Lidnik dropped low and rolled aside. The colossal beast, unable to halt, plunged screaming into a concealed chasm ahead, its massive frame crashing onto layered rocks with a thunderous shuddering boom. Lidnik sat up, gasping raggedly. Wuyun crept forward to inspect the boar. It lay motionless across the jagged rock, straight up, unconscious or dead. Humph, so much for meddling with us. We're no clay figures to be molded or crushed. Fortunately, they'd noticed the collapsed sinkhole earlier on their route. Without it, they'd have been utterly helpless, armed only with two small knives against such a beast. Their slight frames wouldn't even make a decent bite for that monster. Wuyun helped Lidnik to his feet. Supporting each other, they limped away. Such a massive boar likely had kin nearby. They needed to vanish, quickly find shelter, and rest before nightfall. Over the next few days, they fared relatively well, encountering no other survivors nor any large predators. On the final morning, helicopters circled overhead. Instructor Bill fired a signal flare at the designated rendezvous point. After an arduous day's march, Wuyun and Lidnik finally rejoined the main group and discovered the brutal truth of the original cohort: fewer than 1 in 10 remained. Their own injuries were minor, superficial cuts and scrapes. Others bore grievous wounds. Several collapsed upon arrival unconscious and perilously close to death. From noon until dusk, Bill waited, then declared the training concluded and boarded the helicopters without hesitation, taking only those who had arrived. Wuyun counted 14 survivors, a mortality rate exceeding 70%. Perhaps others still lived, struggling toward the site, but Bill cared not. His elite demanded more than survival, luck, combat prowess, resilience, intellect, each indispensable. Only those who endured to the end could claim victory. If death claimed so many, how could the few who remained truly be called elite? Wuyun had entered the organization prepared, but never before had he confronted its cold, unflinching cruelty so directly. Gazing down at the receding mountains and forests below, Wuyun and Lidnik swore a silent vow no matter how thorny the path ahead they would endure and prevail. July 1980, Hollywood, United States. That evening, the grand mansion of 70-year-old Oscar-winning actor Kaida Thomas shimmered with global stardom, hosting an assembly of Hollywood's most luminous celebrities. Tragically, this gathering was no festive party nor a forum for business collaboration. It was the funeral of Kaida's son, Audie Thomas. Kaida was now unmistakably an old man. In his youth, he had drowned in glory and desire. Only in middle age did he settle down to marry, and he fathered but a single son. A late-born child, yet cruelly lost before his father's twilight years. Leaning heavily on his cane, he stood motionless, silent, and withdrawn. Guests approached with sorrowful condolences, yet he uttered not a word, lost deep within his own grief, leaving his dutiful butler and servants to receive them in his stead. Alas, how vile the murderer must be, to force such a benevolent elder to bury his own son, sighed Yukiko, Fujimin, her heart heavy with sorrow for Kaida. Kuru Yusaku stood beside her, hands tucked casually into his pockets. Look over there, he said. Yukiko followed his gaze. Those are Detective Mark and Agent Sterling, the officers leading the investigation. And who are those others? I don't believe I've seen them before. They're among America's most renowned private investigators. I suspect Kaida personally invited them. He seeks the killer of Audie. Today's funeral is not merely a rite of mourning, it is also a contest, an intellectual race to unmask the murderer. No wonder you and I were invited too. Yukiko murmured, her expression brightening with sudden realization. He must have summoned you specifically to assist in analyzing the killer's identity. Yet surely it is an immense challenge the killer has already claimed for Hollywood stars, and beyond the weapon, a long-bladed knife, no tangible clues remain. Yusaku smiled faintly. You're quite right, Yukiko. Crimes committed at random pose extraordinary difficulty for investigators. Still, in this world, every case holds but one truth, whether it ultimately surfaces before society or remains buried forever in the criminal's conscience. A detective's duty is to confront impossibility, heed into pierce illusion, and unearth reality. That is the very essence of detection. Moreover, the more a serial killer strikes, the more cracks appear in their facade. I suspect both Detective Mark and Agent Sterling are patiently awaiting just such a misstep. Yusaku tilted his chin toward the two men conversing nearby. Though the Hollywood serial murders, a scandal that had sent shockwaves across the nation, remained shrouded in mystery, neither officer wore an air of despair. Yusaku surmised they must already hold vital leads. All right. I know you're the great detective. Yukiko's cheeks flushed faintly. Though they'd been together for years, she still felt her pulse quicken at the intensity of his focused gaze during deduction. She shyly averted her eyes, only to catch sight of a familiar figure stepping through the entrance. Her face lit up as she raised a hand in greeting. Sharon, golden-haired, blue-eyed, poised, and elegant, spotted her friend instantly. After presenting the bereaved family with a bouquet of white roses, she glided over to join Yukiko and Yusaku. She nodded respectfully toward Yusaku, then offered Yukiko a warm smile. Yukiko, you're here too. Would you like to accompany me in meeting some of Hollywood's elite? A little networking never hurts. Oh no, thank you, Sharon. I'd rather not play pretense with them. And besides, it feels inappropriate at a funeral. Fair enough. We'll save it for another time. But I heard something intriguing. The patriarch plans to offer a substantial reward for the killer's capture. Leaning in conspiratorially, she added, how much? Everyone here is wealthy beyond measure. Would money even move them? It isn't money. It's the legendary ruby known as Tears of an Angel. A treasure Kaida has safeguarded for 70 years. What? Isn't that his family heirloom? Rumor says it once belonged to ancient royalty. How could Kaida possibly part with it? When necessity demands sacrifice, even the dearest must be surrendered. His only son is dead. His 6-year-old granddaughter Sophie remains missing. He stands utterly alone. Shall he take the gem to his grave? Before Yukiko could reply, the room dimmed into solemn hush. White light bathed the flower-draped casket, like a celestial stairway descending from heaven to guide the departed soul. Before the assembled mourners, Kaida slowly approached the coffin. His aged eyes brimming with tears swept across the crowd before he spoke, voice trembling yet dignified. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for honoring us with your presence at my son Audie Thomas's funeral. I am old, and if my hospitality falls short, please forgive me. He bowed deeply, then straightened and continued, voice cracking. The murderer struck while Audie was taking my granddaughter Sophie out to play, stabbing him cruelly, then abducting Sophie. At my son's funeral, I beg every officer, investigator, and anyone who may hold knowledge, uncover the killer. Bring Sophie home to me. Let no further tragedy unfold, or neither Audie nor I shall rest in peace. Tears streamed unchecked down Kaida's weathered cheeks. Witnessing such raw anguish from a legend of Hollywood moved the crowd profoundly. Each pledged fervently to aid the search. Kaida withdrew a handkerchief to wipe his eyes, composing himself before continuing. Thank you. Thank you all. Yet I cannot ask for your efforts without offering recompense. With a gesture, a servant wheeled forward a glass display case. Within it rested the famed Tears of an Angel. This is my most treasured possession. Whoever uncovers the killer and brings Sophie home shall claim it as their own. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. Undeniably priceless, the ruby glowed under the lights like liquid blood, its allure stirring even the wealthiest tycoon's quiet covetousness. Detective Mark frowned slightly and stepped forward. Mr. Thomas, I understand your grief, but please trust that law enforcement and the FBI will spare no effort in tracking down the killer. Kaido nodded. Officer, I do not doubt your competence, but consider the heart of a lonely old man, as the saying goes, where great rewards lie courage follows. I simply wish to lend my strength to your pursuit. In moments, I invite each of you to share insights and piece together clues. That task I entrust fully to Detective Mark and Agent Sterling. The elderly patriarch's strategy was flawless. Even knowing his underlying distrust of official channels, Mark and Sterling had no recourse. They dared not offend a titan of media capital and cinematic legend. Reluctantly, they accepted their roles, coordinators of evidence, instruments of justice. A low, resonant voice declared, Mr. Kaido, I have the lead you seek. The crowd turned, revealing a middle-aged man in a leather coat and detective hat, who raised his right hand to indicate the paper documents he held. Oh, Mr. Machiera, please step forward. Kaido recognized the famed detective, once dubbed a disciple of Holmes, and hurried to have his servants usher the man up. The crowd parted as if before Moses. Machiera advanced to the platform with calm, measured steps. Handing the files to Kaido Maku and Sitai Ling, he began, First, I must apologize to the two officers. Through certain means, I have learned most of the details of the 4 cases and deduced and sketched the perpetrator's features. I fear I may be taking some of the officers' credit. Though Machiera mouthed an apology, no remorse touched his face. He was resolute in his pursuit of the angel's tear. Maku and Sitai Ling exchanged complicated looks after reading the files. The clues the police had found were all here, and there were even details they had not considered. Machiera continued, Everyone, I will share these leads with you, so we may pool our wisdom and strive to uncover the murderer quickly. He explained, These 4 cases have been attributed to the same assailant because of an identical modus operandi and the victim's similar characteristics. The first victim, Lon D. Male 25, a rising Hollywood star, was killed in his backyard in the 1st District. The killer's first thrust pierced his heart, the second slit his throat. The second victim, Dan N.I. Air Male 30, a celebrated actor beloved by the American public, was slain in a park in the 3rd District with wounds to the heart and throat. The third victim, Ha Hiwei Air Male 28, once called a young women's dream lover, was murdered in his private pool in the 7th District with the same heart and throat injuries. Finally, 27-year-old Yadi was killed in his car while taking 6-year-old Su Fei shopping. Su Fei is missing and is suspected to have been taken by the killer. Kaido's face darkened with sorrow. A tall woman stepped forward and challenged Machiera. Machiera, these facts are already known to everyone. Is this all the evidence you can produce? Machiera smiled at her. Oh, Miss Dicey, long time no see. Did you forget to bring your camera? Dicey snorted and ignored his taunt. Once a journalist, she had become a detective out of a love for deduction. Quick-witted, young, and strikingly beautiful, she had become sought after, her career flourishing, naturally at odds with the waning Machiera. Machiera retorted, There is more. In fact, the killer left something at the scenes. He looked at Dicey and the assembled crowd with proud satisfaction as their expressions shifted to astonishment. Maku and Sitai Ling sensed trouble and moved to intervene, but Machiera had already spoken. At each of the 4 scenes, the murderer left 3 bloody letters on the ground, FBI. The proclamation landed like a thrown bomb. The crowd was stunned into silence. What? Impossible. Could the killer be from the FBI? No wonder the police seems so ineffectual. How can one investigate one's own impartially? Watching the crowd's accusatory and hateful stares, Maku and Sitai Ling felt helpless. Though the American police sometimes failed their duty, this was not their doing. They had concealed the killer's message for fear of public outrage, tarnishing the government's image, intending to investigate quietly, never imagining a detective would strip them bare. Yushizi found the development too strange and turned to Yuzwa, curious. Yuzwa, could it really be someone from the FBI? Yuzwa pondered for a moment. It cannot be confirmed. After all history records, killers hidden within police ranks, a darkness beneath the lamp has allowed some to evade justice for years before they were finally caught. He continued, This perpetrator's technique is extraordinarily brisk and precise. The victims were all vigorous young men. An ordinary person would find such deeds difficult without training. Leaving those 3 letters may be an exercise in reverse psychology designed to force the FBI into a cover-up. Whether he is truly FBI or not, he benefits from the ambiguity. This killer is clever. Facing the glares of the officers, Machiera laughed softly and raised a hand. Everyone calm down. Even if the killer left those letters, it proves nothing. He may be deliberately confusing the trail. From autopsy reports and on-site investigations, the killer's profile has begun to take shape. 1. From analysis of the wounds, we estimate the killer's height at 180 to 185 centimeters. He is most likely male, though a tall woman cannot be entirely ruled out. His weapon is peculiar. It is preliminarily identified as a serrated combat knife. 2. The killer harbors a deep hatred toward popular male stars, has received professional training, possesses considerable strength, and kills with steady, ruthless efficiency. 3. The Hollywood district is a gated community. The killer showed knowledge of the victim's habits. Yadi's car bore no signs of collision. He stopped on the road, rolled down his window, and was murdered. We preliminarily believe Yadi knew his killer, which suggests the perpetrator likely resides within the Hollywood district rather than being an outsider. 4. The FBI message left by the killer. Might he be connected to the FBI? formerly or currently an FBI agent. Or perhaps he merely acted in films or television productions on related themes. We cannot say. He declared, "These are the conclusions we can draw about the killer. I personally believe he lives in the Hollywood district. He is a strong man over 180 centimeters once associated with the FBI. Having drifted through the entertainment world for years without fame, he grew jealous of celebrated male stars and murdered them with a serrated combat knife." Ma Qier turned to Ma Ku and Si Tai Ling and said firmly, "Officers, please screen suspects in the district who match this profile and investigate them. If you can recover the murder weapon, you will be able to identify the killer." Ma Ku and Si Tai Ling hesitated. If a detective's conjecture alone sufficed to justify searching everyone's homes, there would be far fewer cold cases. Moreover, they had already conducted preliminary inquiries in the district and made many enemies. To repeat the process would be problematic. Yuzhua silently shook his head. Ma Qier's arrogance had blinded him to a fatal flaw in his reasoning. "I believe your deduction is wrong." A low, husky, beguiling female voice interrupted Ma Qier's grandstanding. Ma Qier bristled with anger. Why did someone always oppose him? Could he not be allowed to command the room? He glared toward the speaker and abruptly froze. All eyes turned toward the source of the voice, just as Marcel did, and froze in place, plunging the room into stunned silence. The woman who had spoken wore a long, flowing gown of violet-black silk accentuating her slender, statuesque figure. She wore black leather gloves, and not a single inch of her skin was visible. She appeared to be in her 20s, pale-skinned with voluminous black curls streaked with deep sapphire strands and deep purple eyes like swirling vortices, too mesmerizing and unsettling to behold for long. Layered silver ornaments and gemstone-beaded chains adorned her neck and wrists. To an ordinary person, such abundance would seem chaotic and overwhelming. But on her they harmonized flawlessly, evoking the image of a deep-sea sorceress, beguiling, enigmatic, and steeped in arcane mystery. These were seasoned figures of Hollywood, veterans of fame and glamour, who had seen every conceivable paragon of beauty. Yet they stood utterly transfixed, not by mere appearance, but by an aura so profoundly inhuman it felt as though a mythic which had torn herself from the pages of legend and stepped fully formed into reality. An overwhelming, almost palpable pressure silenced them all. Marcel snapped out of his daze, recalling that this very woman had just refuted his deduction. He swallowed hard and forced himself to speak, feigning composure. "Who are you? I've never seen you before. How did you even get in here?" A ripple of realization spread through the crowd. Indeed, among these elite Hollywood insiders, nearly everyone knew one another. Even the private investigators present had long-standing professional ties. So how could this woman be entirely unknown? How had she entered? What was her purpose? Yet several high-ranking society matrons exchanged knowing glances, their expressions quietly revealing comprehension. "I invited Madame Yunju Shanyu," said a woman standing beside Kaida, silent until now. She was Kaida's daughter-in-law, the widow of the deceased Audie and mother of Sophie. Dressed entirely in black, her face was hollow and ashen. In barely 10 days, she had withered to near emaciation, a testament to the crushing weight of her husband's death and her daughter's disappearance. Once an avowed skeptic of faith, she now clung desperately to divine, or even infernal, intervention, willing to bargain with any power if only it would bring Sophie home. "I invited Madame Yunju Shanyu," she repeated, her voice trembling with fragile hope. "She is exceptionally gifted in divination. I asked her to locate Sophie." As she spoke, a spark flickered back to life in her eyes, and she gazed at Madame Yunju Shanyu with raw, pleading expectation. At her words, murmurs rippled through the crowd. "Audena's truly lost her mind. She actually believes this." Indeed, consulting a witch for blessings or warding off misfortune might be excused, but seeking a missing child through sorcery? Preposterous. "Don't speak so carelessly, you ignorant man. Madame Yunju Shanyu is no charlatan. She is a true witch. Tread carefully. Your tongue may yet bring calamity." America's elite may be among the most superstitious of all social strata, but superstition has its limits. To ask them to believe that incantations alone could locate a missing person was to insult their intellect. If such magic were real, why would the world still harbor so many unsolved disappearances? Madame Yunju Shanyu listened to the whispers with a faint, dark-lipped smile. Then slowly she spoke. "My name is Yunju Shanyu, though my patrons prefer the honorific Madame Shanyu." Her deep violet gaze settled upon Marcel on the stage. "Mr. Marcel, I understand you were once hailed as a disciple of Sherlock Holmes. It seems your deductive acumen has dimmed with age, for even I, who do not claim expertise in logic, can detect the flaws in your reasoning." Marcel sneered. "Then what logical conclusion can you possibly offer?" Madame Yunju Shanyu turned her gaze toward Yukiko and Kuda Yusaku. "I am no detective, but I suspect this young novelist of detective fiction has already arrived at the truth. Am I correct?" All eyes instantly converged on Kuda Yusaku. Calm and unhurried, he nodded. "Yes, Mr. Marcel, your deduction contains a fatal flaw. Everyone knows that Hollywood district is geographically divided into upper and lower sectors, administered jointly by the same property management, yet separated by considerable distance. The first 3 victims all resided in the lower sector and were murdered within 2 days. The deaths of 3 celebrated film stars sent shockwaves across the community, prompting nearly all lower sector residents to flee. Though residents of the upper sector were also unsettled, the murders felt remote, distant enough to foster complacency. Many clung to false hope. Even Audie had taken Sophie shopping. only to fall victim to the killer's ambush. Your theory posits that the murderer lives within Hollywood district, yet claims he kills out of envy toward famous stars because he himself remains obscure. Consider this: ever since world-renowned directors, affluent investors, and global superstars began settling here, Hollywood district has become the ultimate aspiration for every rising star, and there exists an unspoken rule known to all: only top-tier celebrities gain residence in this prestigious enclave. Kota Yusaku paused, observing the pallor spreading across Marcel's face, then added with quiet regret, given that how could the killer possibly reside here and commit murder out of obscurity-driven envy? Marcel remained silent, clenching his fists tightly, before turning and walking away. No one stopped him. Not even Daisy offered mockery. Though Marcel had grown complacent in middle age, trading intellectual rigor for wealth and influence, prioritizing connections over craft, he remained undeniably a legendary detective who had solved countless cold cases and brought solace to many. Respect, however muted, endured. Madame Yunju Shanyu regarded Kota Yusaku with keen, amused interest. Then, you have deduced the murderer's identity. All others leaned forward, breath held in anticipation. Kota Yusaku shook his head. The evidence remains insufficient. I have only concluded that the killer resides in the upper sector, and that the first 3 murders were merely rehearsals. His true target is the Thomas family. What a... Kaida Thomas recoiled. Could it be an enemy seeking vengeance against me, striking at my son and granddaughter to punish me? Precisely, Kota Yusaku affirmed. Both Adi's murder and Sophie's abduction serve that singular purpose: retribution against you. Identify your enemies within the upper sector, and the truth will emerge swiftly. Kaida staggered inwardly, grief tearing through him like a blade. He had never imagined revenge. It was all because of him. His own son had died because of him. Detective Mark moved swiftly, steadying Kaida as he nearly collapsed. Mr. Kaida, please remain calm. Think carefully. Who among the upper sector holds a grudge against you? We'll begin our investigation immediately. Kaida looked dazed adrift. I offended many in my youth. My company's growth inevitably brought commercial clashes. I simply cannot fathom who would hate me so fiercely, so utterly, as to wish me childless and heirless. There's no need to speculate further. I know who the murderer is. Sir, Madame Yunju Shanyu said, her gloved finger extending toward a man in the crowd. In my sight, your presence stands out like ink on blank parchment, blindingly, irrevocably conspicuous. The crowd pointed out by Lady Shanyu scattered in panic, revealing the silent murderer among them. As everyone turned to look back, they were astounded to find that the identified person was Director Justin. How could this be? It must be a lie. Director Justin is gentle in nature, although he is very strict during filming. That is just a reflection of his professionalism. He is a world-renowned director, having won multiple Oscars. How could he possibly commit murder? Director Justin is nearly 60, yet due to his years of fitness and disciplined lifestyle, he maintains a good physique. Though his hair is graying, he does not appear old. Dressed appropriately, he looks like an average middle-aged man. Even when accused of being the murderer by Lady Shanyu, he showed no signs of panic, merely raising his slightly clouded eyes to meet hers, responding calmly and gently, "Madam, where is your evidence?" Lady Shanyu raised an eyebrow and replied leisurely, "Finding evidence is the job of the police and detectives. I am a witch. What evidence do I need?" The moment Dana heard Lady Shanyu accuse Justin, she rushed down from the stage. Surprisingly, the 2 police officers could not stop her. She reached Justin's side regardless of his status as a renowned director and grabbed his collar, shouting, "Is it you? It's you, you beast. Where did you take Sophie? Where did you take her?" Officer Mark and Agent Stein rushed down to stop Dana. There is currently no evidence proving that Justin is the murderer. We cannot heed the words of a seemingly deranged witch. Director Justin allowed Dana to hit and curse him, maintaining a blank expression, standing still. The onlookers initially doubted Lady Shanyu's accusation, but upon witnessing Justin's reaction, they felt uneasy, wondering if it could truly be him. Yuki frowned, feeling distressed. How could this be? Kudo Yuzuku also confirmed that this series of murders must be connected to Director Justin. However, he gazed at Lady Shanyu, wondering how she knew. Is she a witness? Or did she truly divinate this? Dana was dragged aside, and Lady Shanyu spoke again. "Your name is Justin, correct? I apologize, I seldom follow entertainment news, so I don't recognize you. However, your soul is entwined with blood, yet it subtly reveals the essence of decay. You are going to die, aren't you? So you seek revenge on them before you perish." Kaida Thomas frowned, thinking hard for a long time. Suddenly recalling something, he gasped in shock. You are seeking revenge because of that incident 30 years ago. Humph. Director Justin suddenly lowered his gaze and smiled, leaving one to wonder if it was mockery or resignation. You truly are a person of great wealth, yet easily forgetful. Back then I was like an ant. How could you remember someone so lowly as I? Kaida collapsed weakly to the ground, murmuring, but later we became friends. You never seemed to care. Yadi always regarded you as an uncle. How could you? How could you? Director Justin smiled at Lady Shanyu. Madam, now I believe you are indeed a person of true ability. It's a pity I can no longer make films, otherwise I would truly want to craft a magical movie tailored just for you. Forgive my boldness, can you divine my motive for the crime? This old man still doesn't quite grasp the situation. Lady Shanyu found the murderer rather interesting. I only see the anger within your soul, like flames beneath a glacier. Your motive requires no divination. Oh, I can also guess it. The most important thing to you is film it must be, because of the movie's director. Justin's eyes widened slightly, a mix of surprise and sorrow. Yes, tears welled in his eyes. For me, each of my films is like my child. Director Justin straightened his disheveled clothes and stepped onto the stage, approaching the collapsed Kata. Officer Mark wanted to step forward to arrest Justin, but was stopped by Dana, who also wanted to know Justin's intentions. Under the spotlight, Director Justin appeared as he did when accepting awards, revealing his true feelings. Ladies and gentlemen, throughout these years, many of my films have received your recognition, and for that I am deeply grateful for your support. But I want to ask everyone a question who still remembers the name of my very first film. The people below exchanged glances, but could not recall the name of that film. Director Justin realized, as I thought my first film had neither box office success nor awards, thus fading into time, creating no ripples. However, it was a labor of love. Justin revealed a hint of gloom. The impoverished me poured my heart into making the first piece of realism, Right Street Left Alley. I put aside my pride and sought connections to submit it for awards, but ultimately it was rejected. I was deeply saddened, but could only blame my lack of ability. However, one day, I learned something from someone. Justin looked down at Kata. Kata, do you know what that was? Kata trembled, unable to speak. Justin chuckled coldly. Haha, it turns out Right Street Left Alley was deeply favored by the judging panel. They initially planned to award it, but suddenly a movie appeared from nowhere despite the submission time having passed. Where do you think this new movie came from? Haha, 3 judges suddenly changed their minds and cast their votes for this new movie, which ultimately won the award. Kata, that movie belongs to your company, doesn't it? Kata lowered his head in shame. Justin pressed closer, and you bribed the 3 judges to ensure that movie won, didn't you? You also criticized Right Street Left Alley during interviews, declaring it worthless, calling it the whining of the lazy. Correct. Kata roared. Stop talking. So what if I did it? Who hasn't done something similar? Who among us here is clean? Why are you the only one so sensitive? So cruel to have killed our children. Justin lowered his face. If I were not dying of liver cancer, perhaps I would have truly forgiven you. This liver ailment is the root of the pain left from making Right Street Left Alley. Oh, every time it flares up, it forces me to remember what you have done. He revealed a satisfied smile. People like you born into wealth will never understand what it feels like to rise from the bottom. How could you comprehend me? Your children are just like you, foolish and vicious, indulging in drugs, committing rape, and doing every bad deed. Every time I see them, I feel the world is utterly absurd. Seeing you and the 3 judges grieving over your lost child, I feel a sense of satisfaction. I consider me mad, Kata. Perhaps I died 30 years ago. It was as if watching a farcical drama. Director Justin not only excelled in filmmaking, but had also lived his life like a cinematic masterpiece. Agent Sterling suddenly interjected. Director Justin, what then is the meaning of the letters FBI left at the scene? Justin offered an apologetic smile. Oh, Agent Sterling, I sincerely apologize for dragging you into this. I had intended to surrender myself to you at the first opportunity. Oh, I simply hadn't expected Madame Amayu to expose me so soon. Those letters originate from the protagonist of Right Street Left Alley, a boy raised beside a garbage heap, who, gazing upon the glittering metropolis, declares one day they'll be famous. Thus the sequence FBI must be read right to left. Agent Sterling fell silent for a moment. Your devotion to cinema is admirable, but you have nevertheless slaughtered the innocent. To murder their children as vengeance against them was neither just nor wise. Come with us to the precinct and tell us where Sophie is. Justin's expression grew somber. Yes, I've become precisely the kind of person I despised most. Yet I do not regret it. Without warning, amid gasps from the crowd, he collapsed heavily onto the stage. Officer Mark and Agent Sterling rushed forward to examine him, then rose and shook their heads. Justin had taken poison and ended his own life. Dana stood frozen. Justin had yet to reveal Sophie's whereabouts. He had killed himself so abruptly. She was consumed by remorse. She should have forced him to speak the moment he stepped onto that stage. Dana rushed to Madame Amayu's side, knelt on the floor, and clasped the gloved right hand of the enigmatic woman. Madame Amayu, Justin is dead. Only you can find Sophie. I beg you, I implore you, name any price. I will surrender every last possession I own. Madame Amayu gently lifted Dana to her feet. Enough. As agreed, I shall locate Sophie, for the price of tears of an angel. Dana nodded fervently, swearing she would never renege. Madame Amayu instructed her to pluck several strands of hair, and then requested strands from Justin's corpse. From nowhere she produced a massive crystal orb, and instructed Dana, clutch both your hair and Justin's tightly in your right hand, close your eyes, visualize Sophie's face, and place your left hand upon the orb. Dana obeyed. The assembled guests watched in hushed fascination. Could this truly divine Sophie's location? Kuru Yusaku watched with particular intensity. Madame Amayu's sudden manifestation of the crystal orb had stunned him. Others might dismiss it as masterful illusion, but even the most flawless magic bears traces of artifice. He found none. The orb had appeared as if conjured from thin air. Dana squeezed her eyes shut, summoning Sophie's image in her mind, petite, ever smiling, with chestnut hair, sapphire eyes, round cherubic cheeks, and 2 delicate braids. Meanwhile, Madame Amayu cradled the orb in one hand, hovered the other above it, and silently intoned an incantation. Though the chamber remained sealed, a faint breeze stirred. Spectators exchanged bewildered glances, their very worldviews trembling, as though palpable unearthly energy seeped into the air. When the divination concluded, Madame Amayu asked, "Did you see?" Dana, still eyes closed, replied blankly, "See what?" Nothing. Focus. Look again. Where is Sophie? Madame Amayu's voice receded, as if sinking into deep water. Dana's awareness drifted elsewhere. Though blindfolded in reality, she now clearly beheld a weathered house, a desolate courtyard, and a nameplate at its gate, Qingping Street No. 27. She entered the dwelling, and saw an elderly woman tenderly feeding a child. That child was Sophie. With a start, Dana snapped her eyes open and cried out, I saw her. I saw her, in Qingping Street No. 27. Madame Amayu smiled and advised, head north. You will bring her home. And Tears of an Angel is now mine. In the blink of an eye, Madame Amayu vanished, amid Dana's urgent cries for her butler to prepare the car and the guests' incredulous exclamations. Kuda Yusaku immediately turned toward the glass display case standing quietly on stage, where the ruby should have lain. It was gone. For once, Yusaku felt truly adrift. Tears of an Angel had vanished alongside Madame Amayu. Then when Dana truly located Sophie in a northern city, Madame Amayu's reputation as a witch resounded across the globe. Though Sophie had suffered psychological trauma after witnessing her father's death, she was alive, and life itself bore hope. This Hollywood serial murder case was astonishingly intricate: revenge detection, high society gemstones, stardom, hidden power structures, even arcane sorcery. It encompassed every fascination imaginable. Upon hitting the front pages, the newspaper's publisher laughed with delight. The papers sold out instantly, utterly insufficient to meet demand. On streets and alleys, men and women alike became riddles. Have you read it? Of course I have. And you? Naturally. But somehow it feels unreal. Chill. Better to believe than disbelieve. Speak no further. The murderer Justin had confessed through suicide. The souls of the 4 victims now rested in peace. Yet their fathers still faced legal prosecution, for such transactions of wealth and influence were unequivocally illegal. Ordinary citizens viewed the 4 men as pitiable, yes, but morally bankrupt. They held that the children's deaths were not without consequence of their fathers' deeds. Consequently, the stock prices of the 4 men's publicly traded corporations plummeted, a long-delayed reckoning. Whether losing a son caused deeper anguish or bankruptcy remained uncertain. Deep within a shadowed European forest stood a colossal ancient castle, the sanctum of the Magical Association. The Magical Association had been governed for centuries by 7 noble houses, each bearing the name of an archangel, sworn guardians of their own divine patron. Within the castle, the association's Grand Master stood before a crystal screen, seething with fury. The faces of the other 6 members flickered upon it. Elderly Master Michael's gaze was glacial. Who claims allegiance to Yunju Amayu? The 6 remained silent. Gabriel spoke for them. Yunju Amayu is not among us. She is a fringe sorceress. Oomph. Michael sneered. Mages of the Magical Association were profoundly aloof. As magical cultivation grew increasingly arduous, they preferred solitude in wild places, communing with elemental forces, rather than engaging with the mundane world. Only these contemptible heretical witches, those estranged from divinity, craved mortal adulation, trading mystique for fame and fortune. Michael could not abide Yunju Amayu's flamboyant exposure of magic to the entire world. He perceived it as a direct affront to the Magical Association, and worse, their clandestine work demanded absolute secrecy, lest some curious soul grow too inquisitive. Gabriel soothed, Grand Master, there is no cause for concern. She is but a jester. Mankind forgets swiftly. In time she will fade from memory. I know, she is insignificant. Incidentally, Tears of an Angel rests in her hands. You maintain an organization, dispatch agents to retrieve the gem, verify whether it is the one we seek, and eliminate her. I wish never to hear her name again. Gabriel hesitated slightly. Grandmaster, the operatives are all mundanes. Michael glared. Then who shall go? You, or your juniors? Ha ha. Grandmaster, need you overestimate her so? Precisely. A witch is not immune to bullets. Gabriel, send those young ones forth quickly. We have spells to refine. Who has time to bother with her? Yunju Shanyu entered a scenic grove in the park, clutching the gem known as Angel's Tears. A mysterious squad had been tailing her closely. Sensing the perfect moment, their leader raised a hand, and his subordinates surged forward, weapons drawn. Yet moments later they returned empty-handed. Their leader frowned in bewilderment and snapped, why are you back already? Where is she? His men looked equally baffled and deeply unnerved. Boss, we searched the grove thoroughly. She's vanished. One stammered. Yes, boss. That Mrs. Shanyu. Her figure flickered like mist. The instant I blinked, she was gone. Could she be a ghost? Trembling uncontrollably, the men recoiled in terror. They had never witnessed anything so uncanny. A human could be shot, but a ghost. Bullets held no power over it. The leader's expression darkened. Unlike his ignorant underlings, he knew magic was real. In fact, their organization served the prestigious Magical Association, tasked with hunting down the true Pandora gem. Yet unease coiled in his chest. Could even a mage achieve such feats? Before countless witnesses, and without resorting to any sleight of hand, she had snatched the gem, instantly reappeared in the park outside the villa, and then dissolved into thin air beneath their very eyes. Far more enigmatic than any phantom thief. To his knowledge, mages, though formidable, capable of levitating objects or soaring through skies, could not traverse space itself. Such instantaneous relocation defied mortal limits. If possible, it would be divine, not human. No, he must report this to the elders. This was beyond their capacity. Stepping aside to evade his men's gaze, Viper withdrew a bulky brick-like device and dialed a cryptic number. From her concealed vantage point, Shan Yu stifled a wry grimace. So she was the bizarre one. That enormous phone. Where on earth had he pulled it from? You're the mage, aren't you? He waited long, yet remained unsurprised. After all, the elder mages were notoriously resistant to modern technology, their years steeped in tradition. What is it? Thank heavens. Archangel Gabriel had finally answered. My apologies for the intrusion, Archangel Gabriel. This is Viper reporting an anomaly encountered during the pursuit of Yunju Shanyu. He recounted every unsettling detail, the spectral presence, with meticulous precision. Silence stretched across the line. Preposterous exaggeration, Viper. Are you deceiving me? Teleportation. Invisibility. Can mages today truly accomplish such things? Had he grown senile? Cold sweat broke out across Viper's brow. Every code-named operative bore a bloodbound curse. One thought from an elder could rupture his veins and end him. How dare he lie? Archangel Gabriel, I would never dare deceive you. I am but an ordinary man, incapable of piercing that sorceress's illusions. Only your wisdom can unravel her artifice. Humph. A sliver of Gabriel's irritation softened. It is natural you cannot comprehend it. These heretics estranged from the divine rely solely on deceptive arts, illusions meant to dazzle the uninitiated. Remember always, your paramount mission is to locate Pandora. Nothing else matters. Assign only a minimal contingent to track her, find her, and eliminate her. Do not trouble me again with trivialities. Next time I expect news of Pandora, understood. Viper dared not protest, bowing his head in hurried assent as Gabriel's voice faded into chilling silence. After hanging up, he stood drenched, as if having emerged from water. These mages were mercurial, arrogant, and utterly merciless. He doubted Mrs. Shanyu would fall so easily as Gabriel claimed. Viper gave a hollow laugh. Were it not for the curse binding him, he would have abandoned the organization long ago. He joined young, lured by magic's allure, only to discover the organization was little more than a servile instrument. Not only was he denied true magical instruction, he held no sovereignty over his own life. Having gleaned what she needed, Mrs. Shanyu departed swiftly, her invisibility talisman still active, as she hastened back toward her hotel. Was Mrs. Shanyu truly so formidable, capable of spatial translocation and perfect concealment? Hardly. Shedding her garments and jewels, Wuyun, now reverted to his youthful form, winced inwardly. As a novice mage, such profound arts were far beyond his reach. 2 spatial talismans and 2 invisibility talismans, 40,000 points devoured in an instant. It ached to recall. Yes, Yunju Shanyu was merely one of Wuyun's carefully crafted aliases. This alias was pivotal, a crucial foothold planted among both the Red Faction and the Magical Association itself. 5 years ago, Wuyun had joined the Black-Robed organization. Those nightmarish years remained too painful to revisit, not because training was excessively brutal, but because he had spun ceaselessly like a top. Day and night, he balanced organizational drills, systematic coursework, to earn points, arcane studies, meticulous planning for the Wish campaign, intelligence gathering within the ranks, and repeated evaluation missions. Rising before the rooster, sleeping after the hound. That was Wu Xiaoyan, and he was only 11 years old. Frowning, he packed garments, jewelry, and a crystal ball into his system inventory, and sighed deeply. Sigh. Someone has to keep the household afloat. However arduous, however exhausting, I must endure. It is simply my fate to bear burdens. Over those 5 years, he carved out time daily for 1 or 2 lessons, supplemented by unexpected point rewards from unfamiliar avatars appearing in the Wish campaign after successful target eliminations, amassing roughly 300,000 points. He had exchanged some for miscellaneous items, for himself and for Leidnick, plus the galaxy's best-selling grimoire and beginner-tier enhancement elixirs. Roughly 150,000 points remained. Wuyun mentally tallied essential expenditures, several potions, mid-tier enhancement elixirs for both specialized treatises for Lide's ice affinity specialization and arcane weaponry. He stopped. No use calculating further. Just keep earning points. Once the Conan era dawns, they'll flow like an unceasing river. After washing up, he lay upon the bed, eyes closed in quiet repose, replaying the intelligence just acquired. The zoo organization indeed served the Magical Association, and their sole objective was the authentic Pandora gem. And the mages within the Magical Association were not as mighty as he once believed. Rather, as Tokay had implied, most were self-amused jesters, clinging to past glories, bloated with arrogance, severed from humanity, unaware they were already entombed relics. If so, Wuyun opened his jet-black eyes, and a profound, searing hatred flared within them. To annihilate them would be no difficult task. This task was initiated by Wuyun, aimed at determining the purpose of the zoo organization coming to Los Angeles and investigating FBI agent Styron. Half a month ago, the second victim in the Hollywood serial killer case, Daniel, was murdered with the letters FBI left beside him, which immediately caught the attention of the organization's Los Angeles branch. Daniel had maintained close cooperation with them, serving as a mole in Hollywood, often participating in social discourse under the guise of a famous actor. Was Daniel's death merely a personal act, or was it orchestrated by the FBI as a warning to the Black-clad organization? The personnel in the Los Angeles branch conducted investigations for a long time, but found no traces of FBI activity, only that Agent Styron was involved in the case investigation. However, they discovered that members of the zoo organization were active in Los Angeles with unclear intentions. For unknown reasons, the boss of the Black-clad organization was very concerned about the movements of the zoo organization. Thus, the head of the Los Angeles branch reported this matter. Wuyun learned about the task from Tokai and volunteered for it. Tokai is his current superior, the only wizard among the organization members. Indeed, as a large multinational black organization, how could the boss of the organization not have heard of the existence of magic? This is not a secret among most people at the top of the pyramid. However, Wuyun has no interest in those magical matters. What can magic do now? Fly. There are all kinds of airplanes available. Which one does not fly faster than a wizard? Healing. Top-tier individuals have the best medical teams, and changing hearts 2 or 3 times a year is not a problem. Starting a fire or controlling rain. For modern technology, that's a piece of cake. Cursing someone to death. That can be accomplished with just a gun. Then what about the most desired immortality? Don't be ridiculous. If that group of old timers in the Magic Association could truly achieve immortality, would they have replaced one generation after another? That old man Michael isn't even older than Wuyun. Wuyun is only interested in some incomplete tomes within the Magic Association and hopes that one day these old folks can muster the spirit to concoct the legendary elixir of immortality. The organization indeed needs a wizard to search for various secret medicines and fragments of magic in the civilian world while paying attention to the movements of the Magic Association. Coincidentally, Tokai had conflicts with the Magic Association in his youth, and Wuyun took the opportunity to bring him into the organization. Wuyun's becoming Tokai's subordinate was also a twist of fate. A few years ago, Tokai went to Instructor Bill looking for some promising candidates to assist him. Wuyun happened to overhear their conversation and learned about Tokai's identity as a wizard. So he staged a play accidentally being caught by Tokai while secretly practicing magic. Tokai was overjoyed as it is incredibly rare to find a child with magical talent. He hadn't encountered one in all his years in the organization and had given up searching as ordinary subordinates could work efficiently. Who would have thought that he stumbled upon a finished product? What incredible luck! Wuyun feigned panic and stammered a fabricated story about a witch mother who died in a magical duel, leaving him homeless before being taken in by the organization. Tokai had no suspicion at all, excitedly reporting to the boss and taking Wuyun under his wing, so he was no longer a lone commander. Thus, Wuyun became the second wizard in the organization. From Tokai, he learned about some matters concerning the Magic Association and understood the deep connections between the zoo organization and it. Coincidentally, with the zoo organization appearing in Los Angeles, he decided to take on this task, intending to also reveal his identity as Lady Storm, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Originally, he hadn't planned to confront the magic organization so soon as the main conflict in the system task lies between the red and black factions, but Wuyun recalled his first divination a permanent pain. Finding time to learn magic amidst a packed training schedule has been a rare and interesting diversion in Wuyun's busy life. His practice mainly focused on black magic with white magic as a supplement. Many wizards are wary of black magicians, but that doesn't mean black magic is evil. After all, magic is merely a tool, and the key lies in who wields it. Their vigilance stems from the unique aggressiveness of black magic. Black magic is a form of mental magic that can directly affect the soul, making black magicians highly skilled in curses, long-range magic, and soul attacks. In other words, a very powerful black magician could even cause someone on the other side of the earth to suddenly drop dead. This silent and invisible threat makes them keep their distance from black magicians. After all, everyone is engaged in a fierce magical duel, suddenly dying, without explanation. What does that even mean? That's too much of a bug, too unethical. If it weren't for the fact that practicing black magic is exceedingly difficult and requires exceptional magical talent, it seems that all black wizards would be hunted down and killed by other wizards. After studying for a while, Wuyun excitedly began his first divination in the organization dormitory. He took some of his hair and blood, hoping to divine where his grandmother was. Once he gained a code name, his freedom would greatly increase, allowing him to take care of her, and their family could be reunited. Unfortunately, in this world, death is the most ruthless. The crystal ball did not reveal his grandmother's gentle and kind face, but instead showed a grave with the inscription "Grave of Wu Shi Wuwan." Wuyun was bewildered. Oh, what did this mean? How could it be? His grandmother was still so young. How could she be dead? Host, please calm down. Excessive emotional fluctuation during the divination process can cause irreversible damage to your psyche. The anxious electronic voice of 7527 jolted Wuyun from his stupor, and he then realized tears had streamed down his face. 7527. I'm just a naive child. I always foolishly thought that my grandmother was waiting for me to return, never considering nor daring to think that she is no longer here. Host, 7527 has no relatives and does not understand death. He has no idea how to comfort this child. Host, the energy in the universe is conserved. Life and death, reincarnation is eternal. Life comes from starlight and returns to starlight. In fact, there is no life or death, only gathering and dispersing. Wuyun wanted to smile, but found it difficult. Thank you, 7527. I've actually understood this principle for a long time. I lost my parents long ago. His eyes brightened as he suddenly asked, 7527, do you have a way to bring people back to life? 7527 paused for a moment before saying, Host, there are no omnipotent deities in this world as humans imagine. Even if there were, they cannot bring the dead back to life. Because death is an end and also a new beginning. Once dead, one is truly dead. Even if brought back, they are no longer the person they were before. This is the most brutal law in the universe, and no one can change it. Wuyun thought, so be it. Grandmother was already gone. How could he let her relive the agony of death? He would spend the rest of his life praying for her, hoping that this woman who had endured such hardship in life might find peace and happiness in her next existence. Besides, she had already bidden him farewell. Only he had been too slow to realize it. Wuyun recalled the moment before encountering Unit 7527, when he lay gravely wounded and near death in his dream. He returned home, and grandmother embraced him with quiet pride, then soared with him into a boundless sea of stars. It must have been then, when she finally waited for him, that her soul found eternal rest. Ding! Wuyun froze. He distinctly remembered disabling the system's notification sound long ago. He opened the system interface and found in the upper right corner of the wish list screen an unfamiliar, yet charming sticky note bearing warm, earnest words. My child, eat well, don't be picky. When the weather turns cold, remember to dress warmly. In danger, protect yourself above all. Never recklessly overextend. Face every hardship with optimism, do your utmost, but never force yourself beyond reason. Life offers no guarantee of perfection. Attend faithfully to the present moment, cherish those beside you, and that is enough. Let go of what lies beyond your grasp. Wuyun. At last Wuyun broke down, sobbing uncontrollably, tears streaming down his face. Later Wuyun sought out Lied Nick once more and wept bitterly. He had once promised Lied he would bring him home to honor grandmother. Together they would form a joyful, loving family of 3. Alas, by the time one wishes to care for aging parents, they are often already gone. Yet Wuyun was resilient by nature. Though his bloodkin were lost, Lied Nick remained, his chosen family bound to him by shared survival. Soon he buried his grief deep within and immersed himself in planning his vengeance. Learning of his sole remaining relative's death, Wuyun seethed with hatred toward the magical association. He had been peacefully at home, then abducted, drugged, and smuggled to America, torn from his kin. Now they were separated forever across life and death. Had he not been kidnapped, grandmother would never have passed so young. He would have his revenge. For himself, for Lied, and most of all, for grandmother. With a sigh, Wuyun rolled onto his side, wondering how Lied's assessment was faring. Their training performance ranked among the very best. Even the notoriously stern instructor Bill praised them as rare prodigies, unmatched in decades, certain to earn codenames ahead of schedule and ascend to the organization's innermost echelons. Wuyun's current mission was slated for 1 week. Only 5 days had elapsed, yet the situation was already resolved. The so-called FBI and zoo organization, all mere misunderstandings born of coincidence. Once he filed his report to the director, he could return to base. Still speaking of misunderstandings. 77. Why did Agent Sterling at the funeral seem oddly familiar? Master, it is likely his appearance and eyewear evoked recognition, because he is Jody Sterling's father. Off. Wuyun was startled. Was this serendipity? He quickly checked the wish list in Operation Fulfillment, and there it was, a bold checkmark beside Jody's avatar. Her wish had been fulfilled. Jody's wish read, Belle Moody, I will kill you with my own hands. She loathed Belle Moody because in the original timeline Belle Moody murdered her father. Now that Jody's wish was realized, her father would survive, and thus her vendetta against Belle Moody would never ignite. Wuyun paused, gathering his thoughts. So in the original timeline, this case was handled by Belle Moody, and without Lady Shanyu's involvement, the killer remained concealed, undetected until much later. In that scenario, the FBI inscription he left behind misled the organization, causing them to suspect Agent Sterling, who led the investigation. While searching Sterling's home, Belle Moody silenced him, and was accidentally witnessed by Jody. Wait, there's another possibility. I recall the director once said he intended to surrender to Agent Sterling. That implies Sterling ultimately solved the murder. Kaida pledged the gemstone to whoever uncovered the killer. Even if solving crimes was Sterling's duty, Kaida, a public figure, would uphold his word. So the gemstone truly could have ended up in Sterling's possession. Then the zoo organization currently scouring Los Angeles for the gem would inevitably target Sterling, perhaps even killing him to seize it, leaving Belle Moody to arrive afterward and unwittingly inherit the blame. Sigh. Whichever path unfolded, Jody's father truly suffered. Falsely accused, yes, but doomed to die regardless. Still, it's fortunate through sheer happenstance Jody's deepest wish has been fulfilled, a delightful ripple in the butterfly effect. Congratulations, your mission progress has advanced further. Wuyun said, 77, this is truly your doing. Your arrival has altered countless destinies. By the way, I noticed Akai Shuichi isn't mentioned in Jody's wish list. Does that mean her feelings for him aren't as profound as depicted in the anime? Not necessarily. Love occupies but a small fragment of a human lifetime. For Jody, Sterling witnessing her father's murder before her eyes may have eclipsed all else, becoming her defining trauma, her unshakable obsession. Everything else pales in comparison. Wuyun nodded, deeply agreeing, with 7,527. He found these discussions about anime characters uniquely fascinating, especially since these characters now inhabited the same world as he did, and his choices could reshape the very course of their lives. Wuyun murmured, awed, 7527. You are the true savior. Jody jolted awake from a nightmare drenched in cold sweat, sobbing violently as she clutched her plush toy and curled into a trembling ball on her bed. Agent Sterling, roused by his daughter's cries, snatched up his sidearm and rushed into her room. Finding no intruder, only Jody wailing on her bed, he dropped the weapon and gathered his 80-year-old daughter into his arms, holding her close. Jody, my sweet girl, what's wrong? A bad dream. Daddy's here. Daddy's right here. Don't be afraid, my darling. Shall I tell you the story of the Little Mermaid? Jody buried her face in his chest, weeping inconsolably, choking out that she'd dreamed of her father's murder. Sterling's heart shattered, and guilt surged. His profession was perilous, retribution from desperate criminals was always possible. He had never imagined his little girl would carry such fear because of him. Yet he spoke gently, making a solemn vow. No, Jody, Daddy will live. I want to watch you grow, see you graduate, build your career, Mary. Daddy loves you. Do you love Daddy? Yes, I love Daddy. Jody wiped her tears and declared fiercely. In that moment she resolved when she grew up she would join the FBI to protect him. Today the elder brother board of the anime forum, Minka, was unusually lively, for the fans had heard a piece of news. Detectives, have you heard that the rights to Minka were all bought by a wealthy company? Does anyone have inside information? The original poster's information is outdated, the rights were purchased long ago. The latest is that Minka's remastered edition begins a global simultaneous release today. Really? So soon? Weren't there rumors that the buyer is a hardcore fan who disliked certain plotlines and planned major revisions? Already finished so quickly? Truly, the person who posted says a family member works at the site. Soon the homepage will carry banners, and the first episode airs at 5 in the afternoon sharp. One can only marvel at their efficiency. Honestly, I am rather looking forward to the new storyline. I wonder how extensive the changes will be and how they handle the main plot and the everyday cases. If the reception is good, I will probably watch. Are you all excited? Am I the only one worried that this company appearing out of nowhere will ruin the original? Another user replies, I'm worried too. Count me in. Why so anxious? The original ending has been out. If the original company and author willingly sold the rights and allow others to alter it, who can stop them? If the remake is well made, we will watch. If it is not, we will not. As someone above said, the audience will vote with their feet. Whether they genuinely intend to honor Conan or to wreck the original Conan has already concluded, oh, let us regard this as a new anime. It's easy to say, but emotionally I cannot accept it. I beg them not to render Mao Lilan a comatose patient, and please do not kill Ling. By the way, which deep-pocketed company bought the rights? I wonder what price they paid for this goose that lays golden eggs. Not a famous company. One that suddenly appeared with an odd name, something like 7,527. At 5 in the afternoon, sure enough, the site began streaming the Minka Remastered Edition. The site felt like a rain-swollen pond with everything bubbling to the surface, comments flooded the screen, and the discussion was fervent. Checking in. First, wow, 2 episodes in one day. Such a furious update pace. Did the production team grow an extra liver? The visuals, the characters. This is a major production at last. The aesthetics are superb. Xine is so handsome. Mao Lilan is so beautiful. Qin Zhou appears. What a silver-haired, cold-hearted heartthrob. Qin Zhou, how could I live without you? The first episode remains the roller coaster murder, but the next few episodes seem different. Didan High School Umazi Suicide Case Part 1. It appears to be a major case. Meanwhile, within the Conan world, the events of the second episode are unfolding. Didan High School Second Year Class B. Mao Lilan sat on a chair uneasy. Some time ago, she and Xine had gone on a date to an amusement park. Xine had seen something, nodded, and then hurried away. After that, he could not be reached at all. Mao Lilan was beside herself with worry. Xine was upright, but intensely curious. She feared he had been drawn into underworld confrontations since organized crime in Japan operated with a degree of legitimacy. Just as she was about to call the police, she found Conan at Dr. Agassi's and received a phone call from Xine asking her to take Conan home and look after him. Mao Lilan sighed. If Xine were not clearly older, she might suspect Conan was some illegitimate child of his, for the two resembled one another so closely. Lost in thought, someone threw an arm around her shoulder. She looked up to see Yuanzi, who peered at her with a mischievous smile. Mao Lilan, what are you daydreaming about? Still worrying about that guy? Mao Lilan answered, yes, Yuanzi. Today is the school anniversary. I phoned him. Xine said he is handling a thorny case and cannot return. Yuanzi waved her hand. Oh, don't fret. He is carefree and consumed by cases. I thought his coming back might even affect our mood. Come on, Mao Lilan, we must go to the auditorium to prepare. You are to deliver a speech as the second-year representative. Uncle and aunt and that little rascal should be arriving soon, right? Yes, I told them the ceremony begins at 10. They should be almost here. Let's go out to welcome them. The campus brimmed with jubilant students and parents. Some clubs had prepared food and performances. The festive atmosphere lifted Mao Lilan's spirits and eased her worry. She decided to enjoy the celebration first, for worrying about Xine too much would do no good. With her arm linked in Yuanzi's, Mao Lilan heard her whisper, Mao Lilan, did you know Principal Tung Tiao staged this anniversary under heavy pressure? What? Why, Yuanzi? Do you remember a year ago when Senior Shang, Chuan Yumazi, jumped to her death at school? I remember. It still makes me sad. Senior Yumazi was kind and diligent. A truly regrettable loss. Yuanzi glanced around to ensure no one overheard and lowered her voice. There is more to that case. The police ruled it an emotional suicide caused by excessive stress, but the senior's mother has always objected. She insists her daughter's death is connected to Principal Tung Tiao. Mao Lilan's eyes widened in astonishment, and she stammered, "Do you mean to say Principal Teng Tiao murdered Senior Yu Maisie?" Yuanzi shook her head. "You cannot draw that conclusion. Senior Yu Maise's mother suffers from neurotic insomnia and is emotionally unstable. She has no evidence and merely shouts accusations. The police cannot arrest Principal Teng Tiao on that basis. I heard Principal Teng Tiao endured terrible headaches. Yu Maise's mother often ambushed and harassed him in the street, and paparazzi took photos. He used his connections to suppress the matter, which is why he now dares to hold the anniversary." Mao Lilan frowned. "So Yuanzi, do you think Senior Yu Maise's case is related to Principal Teng Tiao?" Yuanzi shrugged, her expression ambiguous. "Who knows?" She added, slightly scornful, "These powerful people are hardly spotless. Anyway, she was just an innocent little girl who could not comprehend the scheming of rotten adults." Mao Lilan laughed at Yuanzi's eccentric vanity and put the matter aside. They were only middle schoolers, and investigation was the duty of the police. They saw her parents and Conan entering through the school gate. Mao Lilan happily led Yuanzi forward to greet them, and the group laughed and chatted as they walked toward the auditorium. At 10 o'clock in the morning, students and parents of Daidan High School gathered in the grand auditorium and took their seats. The lights dimmed, and amid thunderous applause, Principal Fujio Tudu stepped onto the stage to deliver his address. Fujio Tudu was in his 50s, graduated from a prestigious university. He had pursued advanced studies in the United States during his youth before returning home to serve in the national education system, eventually being appointed principal of Daidan High School. Warm, approachable, erudite, and quick-witted, he commanded deep respect and genuine affection from both faculty and students alike. Finally, thank you all once again for coming today, and for your unwavering support and trust in Daidan High School. Moving forward, I and the entire administrative team will uphold education as our highest priority, dedicating ourselves wholeheartedly to nurturing every student into excellence. Amid rousing applause, Principal Tudu closed his manuscript and bowed respectfully to the audience as he stepped down from the podium. Before he could even straighten up, bang! Principal Tudu collapsed backward as if struck by a tremendous force. "Ah, murder!" A chorus of shrieks erupted from the audience. Terrified people surged, chaotically desperate to flee the perilous enclosed space. Muri Kagoro and Conan's expressions hardened instantly. They rushed forward to assess the principal's condition. Just as amid the pandemonium, a woman in a janitor's uniform strode deliberately up the stage steps, a handgun gripped firmly in her hand. Muri Kagoro shouted urgently, "Everyone, stay still. Take cover immediately." The armed woman ascended the stage, raised her pistol skyward, and fired. A deafening blast amplified by the auditorium's speakers echoing far and wide. Instantly, all movement ceased. Everyone cowered behind chairs or walls, trembling in silence. Backstage ran, and Sonoko huddled with other staff members, heads bowed. Seizing the assailant's momentary inattention, to the rear ran, stealthily retrieved her phone and dialed emergency services. Seizing the microphone, the woman's hoarse voice crackled through the hall, "Stay where you are. I'm armed." She then withdrew a remote control from her coat and pressed a button without hesitation. Boom. Ah! People clutched their ears, paralyzed by terror at the explosion's deafening roar. A teacher seated in the very last row, anxious about the school's safety, dared to peer out and turned back, shouting frantically, "It's the storage room that's been blown up." The woman removed her baseball cap, revealing a gaunt, pallid face. Her mental state was clearly fractured. Her eyes burned with manic fury, dark circles ringed her sunken eyes, and her lips curled downward in grim despair. "I've planted bombs throughout this auditorium and beyond. I don't wish to harm the innocent. Don't move. Stay exactly where you are. You will bear witness with your own eyes." Her eyes bulged with vengeful rage, like a specter risen from hell, as she screamed, "Witness it all. Fujio Tudu, tell the truth." Sato Mawako was surveying the scene. Moments earlier, she'd received an emergency call. The caller claimed to be a janitor at Daidan High School who had been assaulted that morning while on duty and awakened unconscious in an alley, her outer jacket stolen. Sato Mawako folded her arms, puzzled. Was the sole motive of this robber merely to steal a jacket? Or was it a calculated attempt to infiltrate Daidan High School? A chill ran down her spine. Just as she resolved to rush to the school for a preliminary sweep, boom! The sky above Daidan High erupted in thick, billowing smoke. Oh no! Sato immediately contacted her superiors and learned that someone inside the school had already called for help. Inspector Megure, firefighters, and the explosive ordnance disposal unit were en route, racing toward Daidan High School. Sato started her patrol car, determined to reach the site first, to restore order and prevent the perpetrator from harming civilians. Inside the auditorium, time itself seemed frozen. The gunman stood motionless and silent upon the stage. Below, not a soul dared stir, fearing that even the slightest provocation might trigger her madness and send them all skyward in flames. One person, fragile of spirit and nearly broken by the suffocating tension, pleaded aloud, "We've done you no wrong. We've never even met you. Fujio Tudu is already dead. Can't you just let us go? Please, have mercy. Yes. My child isn't even grown. He's still so young. Let him leave. I'll stay behind. Is that fair? Mom, no? I'll stay with you." The woman's eyelid twitched, but her grip remained steady. One hand held the gun, the other the detonator. Then, beneath her feet, Fujio Tudu let out a low groan and slowly sat upright. Stunned murmurs rippled through the crowd as they stared at the dazed principal, clutching his head, astonished to realize he was still alive. Conan flinched in surprise, then narrowed his eyes. A syringe-like device protruded from the principal's thigh. He hadn't been shot, he'd been injected with a fast-acting anesthetic. Conan exhaled softly, relieved that no one had died. Yet you, who claim to spare the innocent, have taken dozens hostage. What truth are you truly forcing into the light? Haha, Fujio Todo, you remember me, don't you? The woman leveled her pistol at his temple. At the sound of her voice, the principal froze, then snapped abruptly from his daze. Frantically scanning his surroundings, he forced composure and faced her, saying, Mrs. Uekawa, what on earth are you doing? Didn't the police conclude their investigation into that matter long ago? Please calm down. These are all minors, children. Don't let despair cloud your judgment and lead you to irreversible regret. His voice cracked with anguish, as if addressing a dear friend who had strayed irrevocably from the path. Huh? Uekawa Kazuna spat contemptuously. You dare lecture me? You who cherish your reputation above all else. You who denied any involvement in Yumiko's death. You who wield such influence. Let's see how well your precious reputation holds up under the barrel of my gun, and before all these students. Uekawa Kazuna bared her teeth in a ghastly grin. Before Fujio Todo's eyes, she had become pure, unadulterated devilry. Let's see, when confronted with the choice between your reputation and your life, which will you value more? Sato Mawako entered Daidan High School, cautiously weapon drawn. The classroom building stood empty. In the center of the sports field, the storage shed lay in smoldering ruins. Flames still roared fiercely, though fortunately its isolation as a single-story structure contained the blaze from spreading to adjacent buildings. Just as she prepared to slip into the auditorium, Inspector Megure arrived at full sprint, flanked by officers. Adjusting his cap, he gasped, Officer Sato. What's the situation? Sato replied, Inspector Megure, the classrooms are vacant. Everyone is confined inside the auditorium. The bomber appears to be Yumiko Uekawa's mother, Kazuna Uekawa. What? Inspector Megure recoiled in shock, yet after a beat nodded grimly, as if the revelation confirmed a long-simmering suspicion. He remembered the suicide case involving a Daidan High School student, 1 year prior. He himself had originally led the investigation until it was reassigned to another division. A seasoned veteran of the force, he knew instinctively that something was amiss, but as merely a departmental inspector he lacked the authority, or perhaps the means, to pursue it further. Kazuna Uekawa, the deceased student's mother, had visited the precinct multiple times, insisting her daughter had been murdered, not a suicide. Yet there had been eyewitnesses to Yumiko's final act, and no physical evidence suggesting foul play. Without concrete proof linking Principal Todo to the crime, the police could not make an arrest. Sigh. Such a tragedy. Inspector Megure led part of his team into the auditorium, while others secured the perimeter and maintained vigilance outside. Firefighters had arrived and begun extinguishing the blaze. Meanwhile, members of the Explosive Ordnance Disposal Unit, clad in heavy blast suits, methodically searched the auditorium for additional devices. No one noticed a figure cloaked in deep violet black gliding silently onto the campus. Inside the auditorium, Principal Fujio sat on the floor, drenched in sweat, his usually immaculate hair now disheveled and wild. Though the situation was dire, he still clung to a sliver of hope. Mrs. Uekawa, why must you do this? I swear, on my honor, I have absolutely nothing to do with your daughter Yumiko's death. Besides, the police should arrive any moment. Let us wait until we're at the station. Then we can discuss Yumiko's case calmly. All right. Uekawa Kazuna sneered. Do you think I don't know your plan, eh? You have connections at the station. How could justice possibly be served there? Losing patience, she pulled the trigger, and a bullet shattered Fujio Ken's right foot. F. Fujio cried out in agony, clutching his wounded foot as he rolled across the floor. Impatiently, Kazuna leveled her gun at him. Speak, now, or the next shot goes straight through your skull. You wouldn't want to bleed out here, would you? How long do you think you can hold out? Muri Kagoro shouted anxiously. Principal Fujio, if you know anything, say it. Your life, and everyone else's, is worth more than silence. Don't hesitate. I'll tell you. Fujio gritted his teeth, lifting himself upright despite the pain, his face ashen. Wait. Kazuna halted him, her bulging eyes sweeping the room. Where are the officers? They should have arrived by now. Come out now. Witness his confession. See for yourselves whether he is truly innocent. From the shadows, the concealed officers exchanged glances. Then Inspector Muroto stepped forward, accompanied by Officer Sadu. Mrs. Uekawa, do you remember me? I'm Inspector Muroto, the officer originally assigned to Yumiko's case. Please calm yourself. Tell me your grievance. I'll listen. Don't implicate others or commit rash acts. No. Kazuna shook her head. Inspector Muroto, you're a good officer. We're both adults. I understand your helplessness. Rest assured, though my mind has suffered, I am perfectly lucid now. I won't harm anyone else. I only demand that Fujio Ken reveal the truth behind Yumiko's suicide. Inspector Muroto's expression hardened as he addressed Fujio sternly. Principal Fujio, speak the truth. You know, reputation means nothing now. Was Yumiko Uekawa truly driven to suicide solely by academic pressure, or was there something deeper? Fujio lowered his head, voice dull. She had been under tremendous strain then. Her grades were slipping. I met with her privately several times. She told me she feared failing entrance exams for a prestigious university. Moreover, her family lived in poverty. Her mother suffered from chronic nervous insomnia, and Yumiko worked part-time to support them. The burden weighed heavily upon her. Her classmates' affluent backgrounds only deepened her sense of inadequacy. School itself became a source of agitation. Having studied psychology, I offered her several counseling sessions. She seemed somewhat brighter afterward, and I'd even prepared additional scholarships to ease her family's hardship. But, just days later, she jumped. Fujiho raised his gaze toward Inspector Muroto. That's all, sir. I concealed the counseling. Not out of malice, but from fear you or her mother might suspect I'd incited her suicide. You're lying. Kazuna's eyes brimmed with tears as she glared at him, lips trembling. Every word is deceit. Yumiko valued her studies, but she was pragmatic. She told me everyone walks their own path, as long as one gives their all there's no cause for regret. And she'd begun working part-time since her first year of high school. When I told her our modest means could still cover her tuition, she'd always smile and say, earning money isn't the main point. I want to hone my ability to interact with people in society. So how could such a steadfast girl suddenly grow so despondent 2 months before the national exams? When I asked if it was exam anxiety, she insisted it wasn't about her studies. Kazuna paused, her voice faltering as if the words themselves were unbearable to utter. Yumiko said. Principal Fujiho had asked to date her, and she didn't know how to refuse. Kazuna stared at Fujiho with searing hatred, while students and parents gasped aloud, stunned disbelief rippling through the crowd. Did you coerce her? Did your coercion drive Yumiko to leap to her death? Inspector Muroto barked. Principal Fujiho, was this true? Fujiho, surprisingly composed now, sighed deeply, and slowly shook his head. No, it wasn't like that. Mrs. Uekawa, he met her gaze steadily. I am a married man, and frankly, given my position, it would be effortless for me to pursue younger, beautiful women if that were my desire. I never intended to tell you. The child is gone. Why expose her secret now? A wistful expression softened his features. One evening while shopping, I saw Yumiko laughing and chatting with a group of street thugs near the curb, some touching her familiarly, before they all climbed into a car and vanished. Later, after much deliberation, I decided to speak with her. As principal, and as her teacher, I couldn't stand idly by while a student with such promise chose self-destruction. When Yumiko realized I'd uncovered her secret, she begged me not to disclose it, especially not to her mother. I demanded whether she'd joined a gang or committed crimes. She stammered, head bowed, insisting they were merely friends, and they'd simply gone out to play. Fujiho gave a rueful smile. After decades teaching, I recognize a lie when I hear one. What good could come from a young woman consorting with idle men of the streets? I chose not to shatter her dignity, so I sent her away. She left terrified. Yet, soon after she ended her life, had I remained silent, perhaps Yumiko would have entered university without incident. Mrs. Uekawa, I sincerely apologize. I bear undeniable responsibility. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Fujiho knelt and bowed low to Kazuna in formal penitence. Kazuna stood motionless, her face utterly blank, silent. Students and parents watched, hearts heavy, as the respected principal prostrated himself. Many believed him, convinced Yumiko's death wasn't solely his fault. I think Principal Fujiho acted appropriately, preserving Yumiko's dignity. Still, perhaps she feared her pristine image among peers and family would crumble, and lost hope. Spending nights with several men, that surely implies, hey, the child is dead, show some decency. How dare you assume what transpired between them? I never imagined you'd defile my daughter's memory, even now. Kazuna gazed at Fujiho Ken, cold, empty, as if staring at a corpse, then pulled the trigger. Inspector Muroto's eyes widened in horror. He thrust out an arm, shouting no. Ting Tiao Jian was so startled by Shan Chuan Hinai's sudden gunfire that his eyes went vacant and his face drained of color. Bullets whistled past his ear and struck the wooden floor. Ting Tiao Jian thought he smelled his own hair singe. He had never felt so close to death. Officer Mumu and Ku Nen also breathed a sigh of relief. They were too far from the stage to intervene quickly if things went awry. Officer Mumu realized this could not continue. They could not gamble so many lives on Shan Chuan Hinai's conscience. If she suddenly lost control, everyone would be in danger. Officer Mumu urged Mrs. Shan Chuan to have the others evacuate to safety and offered to accompany her and Principal Ting Tiao to locate and verify the thug Principal Ting Tiao had described. Shan Chuan Hinai sneered. She told the officer that they had all been deceived by the man, and beneath his respectable appearance lay nothing but a web of lies. She scoffed that he would surely claim it was too dark to see the thug. Principal Ting Tiao hurriedly protested, saying, no, I saw him clearly. Let us go and identify him now, someone urged. Shan Chuan Hinai snapped that she had no patience for further talk. She began a countdown, 3, 2. Principal Ting Tiao, soaked in sweat and torn inwardly, closed his eyes and broken cried out, just kill me. Someone remarked that he would not confess. His reputation meant more to him than his life. Everyone turned toward the sound and saw a purple-black figure glide from the shadows. Half her face remained in darkness while the other half was lit. Her deep purple eyes seemed to pierce every secret. Conan and Xiao Lan cried out, any Shanyu. Officer Mumu exclaimed, Madam Shanyu, what are you doing here? This place is dangerous. Yunju Shanyu smiled faintly. I intend to stay in Japan for a while. I had just visited Lu, who told me, Officer Mumu, that your assignment might be dangerous and asked me to come and see. Officer Mumu scratched his head in embarrassment. Yunju Shanyu nodded to Mao Li Xiaolang and Fei Yingli, then turned her gaze back to the commotion on the stage. Shan Chuan Hinai, visibly excited, pleaded with Madame Shanyu, invoking her reputation as the friend of the departed and begging for her help. She tossed aside the remote and prostrated herself in supplication, praying that the renown which would aid her even if only to let her speak with Yumizi. Madame Shanyu nodded and told Officer Mumu to bring the officers inside to search once more. She added that in fact there were no other bombs, the device misses. Shanchuan had detonated was the only one. Shanchuan Hinai admitted yes. I could not afford a powerful explosive, only a small device. I put it in the storage room and locked the door because I did not want to hurt others. Officer Mumu was relieved the immediate danger had passed. Since Shanchuan Hinai still held a gun and hostages, they could not yet clear the crowd. He ordered the police to enter and search the auditorium thoroughly while calming the people. Madame Shanyu observed that the case was thorny because apart from the deceased and Teng Tiao, Jian, no third person truly knew what had happened. She remarked that Principal Teng Tiao was a consummate concealer and then asked him whether he had really seen the thugs' faces. Teng Tiao Jian wavered and, unwilling to lie before the witch, admitted, I do not remember. Aren't those thugs all alike? Even if you asked me to identify them now, I could not. Even his students who had trusted him were stunned. His shifting statements explained why Mrs. Shanchuan had insisted he was a liar. Madame Shanyu scoffed. She said she had seen countless men like him, lecherous, mendacious, vain, stubbornly defensive, all pretense. Many wives came to her lamenting how convincingly their husbands performed and how many secrets they kept. She fixed him with a gaze and commanded Teng Tiao Jian to tell the truth now that Shangchuan's student was dead. Her deep purple eyes were like a cosmic whirlpool. His stare went vacant and he plunged inward. Principal Tengxiu's office was modest, planted with cheap greenery, and lacking anything of value. It was part of the cultivated image of a scrupulous, frugal headmaster. But that image hid indulgence. No one knew how sordid his private life truly was. His wife was born a lady of privilege, kind to him but spirited and willful, and he always felt she did not respect him enough. Therefore Teng Tiao Jian frequented certain seedy places seeking gentle, obedient lovers, discarding them quickly. He believed women bought with money could never be the pure, flawless Yamato Nadeshiko he imagined. One day he spotted the beautiful Shanchuan Yumizi on campus and was struck. Thereafter he observed her for some time. He thought that though the girl lacked a distinguished background, she was strong, kind, optimistic, and mild. Precisely the Yamato Nadeshiko he had dreamed of. He hesitated. For years he had refrained from taking advantage of students because the risk was too great. A single misstep would become scandal and cost him everything. Perhaps age had weakened his restraint, or perhaps he indulged a dangerous hope. He pondered the matter long into the night and found himself dreaming of Shanchuan Yumizi's gentle, lovely face. He muttered to himself that her family had no influence and would be easy to handle. He produced a camera from home, an idea forming that brought a twisted, excited smile to his lips. One day Shanchuan Yumizi came to the administration building to deliver homework and met Principal Teng Tiao at a stairwell corner. She greeted him, but Principal Teng Tiao called her back. Student Shanchuan, come to my office after school. You are about to take the entrance exam and your grades have always been excellent. Your diligence has been noticed by teachers and classmates. I want to discuss a recommendation for admission with you. Shanchuan Yumizi felt giddy, as if struck by fortune. She bowed in excitement and thanked Principal Teng Tiao profusely for the opportunity. Teng Tiao Jian offered a kindly smile. No need to thank me, this is the result of your hard work. But do not tell anyone about the recommendation yet. Keep it confidential. Although she did not know why Shanchuan Yumizi agreed and planned to visit the principal's office after school. If she could be recommended to Dongjing University or Jingdu University, it would be a marvelous stroke of luck. She walked away delighted, unaware that the devil had already reached out toward her with sinful hands. Yumiko Uekawa awoke dazed and disoriented, her temples pounding with unbearable pain. Blinking groggily into the dim light, she found herself seated on a sofa. Yet it was deeply unsettling. How had she collapsed? She remembered nothing, only a searing ache across her body. Then like lightning it struck her, the principal's office. Her eyes darted about until they settled on Principal Fujio, calmly seated behind his desk, immersed in paperwork. Yumiko frowned. Principal Fujio, what happened to me? Did I faint? Fujio-ken set down his documents and offered her a smile. Subtle, knowing, unnerving. Her pulse leapt to a chill of foreboding crept up her spine. Yumiko, he said, voice smooth as polished lacquer. I asked you here not about your recommendation for admission, but because I wish to begin a relationship with you. What do you think? Yumiko's eyes widened in disbelief. Absurd. Principal Fujio, how dare you speak such words to your student? I'm still a minor, and you're married. You. Fujio-ken cut her off, his tone unshaken. What is so wrong with being with me? Yumiko, you must understand. Even if you gain admission to the nation's most prestigious university and earn its highest degree, there remains a strong likelihood you'll drift through life unnoticed and unfulfilled. Each year, thousands of elite graduates flood the job market. Do they all land dignified, well-paying positions? No. Many struggle even to complete their professors' assignments. Graduation itself feels impossibly distant. And those who do graduate, do they find ease? No. Without connections or lineage, without standing among the absolute brightest, you risk becoming merely one small replaceable gear in society's vast, indifferent machine, worn out, discarded, forgotten. You're young. You may not yet grasp how profoundly opportunity and platform shape destiny. Fujio gazed at Yumiko, whose sorrow deepened with every word. Yumiko, I can offer you opportunity, my network, my influence, access to things you've never dared imagine, honor, status, wealth. Your mother's illness has resisted treatment for years, hasn't it? I can summon the finest medical team overnight, guaranteeing her swift and full recovery. Fujio smiled faintly. All it requires is that you become mine. Think I'm too old. I'm barely past 50. Still in the prime of my vigor, more considerate, more affluent, far more esteemed than any callow youth. Worried about my marriage. Rest assured, I will divorce her the moment you graduate and secure employment, then marry you openly. Concerned about public judgment. We'll begin discreetly. Once you rise above them, once your stature silences doubt, no one will dare mock you. Yumiko's beautiful face twisted with grief and outrage. How could the man she once revered be so vile, so contemptible? Principal Fujio, stop. I'll never agree. Yes, my family is humble, but every yen we possess was earned honestly through sweat and sacrifice. I don't believe myself inferior. Even if I achieve nothing after graduation, I've given my utmost. I see no shame in living modestly, in marrying an ordinary man and sharing an ordinary life. That too is dignity. My mother's illness. I'll work tirelessly to heal her, not with your tainted, filthy money. Fujio's expression darkened for a fleeting instant before his practiced smile reappeared. Yumiko, I adore your unwavering kindness. But tell me, do you truly believe you'll find an ordinary man now? After all, who would welcome a girl rumored to have seduced her principal into bed? Yumiko paled instantly. What do you mean? Fujio rose, retrieved a camera from his drawer, and stepped beside her, holding it open to reveal several photographs. The moment she saw them, Yumiko shattered, screaming, sobbing, lunging for the camera. With one effortless motion, Fujio shoved her hard to the floor. He flipped through the images with quiet satisfaction, stolen angles, voyeuristic frames, her bare body draped over him, followed by intimate close-ups of her form. Tell me, what happens if I post these online? Or send them to your mother? Yumiko wept uncontrollably. No, please don't. You drugged me. You did this. I'll call the police. Go ahead. Try it. Fujio chuckled, utterly unperturbed. What evidence do you have? These photos. He waved the camera. Such an outdated model. I'd never use it. Isn't it yours? Weren't these taken by you? To blackmail me into granting favors? Tears streamed down Yumiko's cheeks as she stared incredulous at Fujio's smug, self-satisfied face. Little one, you're still too green to challenge me. Even the police station has people I know. Go ahead, file your report. Tell me who will be ruined. The principal? Or you? He straightened his collar, slipped the camera into his briefcase, and looked down at her sprawled on the floor. That's enough for today, Miss Uekawa. Go home, and reflect carefully on my proposal. Flexibility is the mark of wisdom. I eagerly await your reply. With renewed vigor, Fujio strode out, leaving Yumiko slumped silently on the floor, her sorrow and despair so profound that even the warm, golden light of the setting sun could not dispel it. Yumiko! Yumiko! Her mother's voice pierced the haze. Yumiko jolted awake, startled back into reality. She turned to meet her mother's gentle, worried gaze. Yumiko, what's wrong? You're zoning out even during dinner. Have your studies exhausted you? Kazuna Uekawa tenderly stroked her daughter's hair, as if trying to soothe away every shadow of sorrow. Yumiko forced a smile. No, mama, school isn't too tiring. Then what is it? Don't hide anything, tell me, please. After a pause, Yumiko bit her lip and whispered, It's Principal Fujio. He told me he wants to start a relationship with me. I didn't know how to refuse him. What a... Kazuna froze in shock. That old man, he's older than me. How dare he proposition you? What a disgraceful wretch. She flung her chopsticks aside and surged to her feet, ready to march straight to Fujio's office. Yumiko hurriedly grabbed her mother's arm, calming her with quiet urgency. Mama, wait, please. I already refused him. I need to focus on studying. I'm taking the National University entrance exams soon. If it comes to it, I'll confront him after the exams, all right? Kazuna paused, breathing deeply. She knew. Without proof, her fury would accomplish nothing but humiliate Yumiko in the eyes of others. And her daughter cherished those exams so deeply. She sank onto the floor beside her daughter, pulling her close. It's all my fault. I'm powerless. I'm so sorry, my treasure. He only dares say this because he thinks we're easy prey. I refuse to believe he speaks this way to other students. Once you finish your exams, I'll go straight to his office and claw his face raw. Yumiko buried her face in her mother's chest and murmured softly, From that day onward, Yumiko Uekawa began drifting through classes, her grades steadily declining. Concerned classmates pressed for answers, as she could only attribute it to mounting academic pressure. At the rear classroom door, beneath the trees on the school grounds, even inside the administrative building. Everywhere she turned, Tadashi Fujio watched her unblinkingly, like a vengeful specter counting down the moments until her death. Yumiko felt herself slipping into madness. Unable to bear it any longer, her mind shattered completely, and she leapt from the rooftop. Amid students' and teachers' shrieks and sobs, Tadashi Fujio clenched his fists in bitter regret. He shouldn't have pushed her so relentlessly. Yet he hadn't anticipated her resolve, her willingness to choose death over surrender. A fatality complicated everything. Fortunately, his preparations had been meticulous. No one knew of their connection. With help from trusted contacts, he could expedite the case's closure. Surely no insurmountable obstacle. A low hum filled Fujio's ears. He frowned, puzzled. Who dared disturb him during his rest? Wait, wasn't he being held hostage in the auditorium? Suddenly, a fist slammed into his face, followed by furious blows raining down upon him. He cried out in pain and finally opened his eyes, only to meet a sea of hatred and disgust, and to feel Yumiko Uekawa's mother, Kazuna Uekawa, beating him while sobbing and screaming. What was happening? Lady Yamasato remained perfectly composed. Tadashi Fujio has confessed the truth himself. He will face legal consequences, won't he, Inspector Mori? Inspector Mori's expression hardened with resolve. Absolutely. However, the camera serving as key evidence remains unlocated. Consumed by fury, Kazuna Uekawa seized Fujio's collar and roared, "Where is the camera?" Fujio instantly realized he'd been ensnared by Lady Yamasato's sorcery, compelled to speak the forbidden truth aloud. His only recourse now was silence and denial. "What camera? I know nothing. This which bewitched my mind, forcing me to confess deeds I never committed. It's all your conspiracy. Are you plotting to destroy me? Let me tell you plainly. I'll sue you for coerced confession." Lady Yamasato smiled faintly. "If I can compel you to confess the truth, do you truly believe I cannot discern where you've hidden that camera? You underestimate me far too much. Inspector Mori, please search the basement of Fujio's residence. The floorboard in the southeast corner conceals precisely what you seek." At last Fujio collapsed to his knees, admitting his guilt. His reputation lay in ruins. His job was forfeit. Imprisonment loomed, though whether his wife would lift a finger to save him remained uncertain. A sharp crack echoed. Everyone froze, eyes wide, as Fujio crumpled, struck by a bullet. Ignoring the still smoldering pistol in Kazuna Uekawa's hand, Inspector Mori rushed forward to examine Fujio, then shook his head gravely. There was no saving him. Kazuna Uekawa threw back her head and laughed, a raw, jagged sound. "Ha ha ha. Do you think I'd let him rot comfortably behind bars? He must pay for Yumiko's life with his own." Her laughter ceased abruptly. She glanced around, grateful yet apologetic, then raised the pistol. "Mrs. Uekawa, don't." Bang. The next morning, every copy of the Meihua Daily bore headlines detailing the Yumiko Uekawa suicide case at T10 High School. Readers clutched them tightly, cursing aloud. The plight of Kazuna and Yumiko Uekawa resonated deeply with countless citizens. Oppression permeated Japanese society, whose seeking justice remained nearly impossible for ordinary people. Many saw suicide in a quiet forest as their sole escape from despair. Kazuna and Yumiko had at least possessed the courage to trade their lives for truth, yet many others had long since grown numb. As Lady Yamasato watched the television anchor passionately denounce the case, the doorbell chimed. She opened the door to find Ran Mori standing there, accompanied by a small boy, both smiling warmly. "Auntie Yamasato," Ran exclaimed, beaming. "I didn't get to speak with you yesterday. I heard from Professor Agasa that you'd purchased the house next door, so I came to visit." As Lady Yamasato ushered Ran inside, she asked, intrigued, "Ran, who's this little one beside you?" Conan offered an awkward smile and pitched his voice higher. "Auntie Yamasato, I'm Idagawa Conan, a distant cousin of Shinichi Kudo. He talks about you all the time. I was simply curious, so I came along with Renizan." Lady Yamasato almost gagged, but her professional discipline held. Suppressing a smirk, she decided to tease him instead. "Is that so? Yet I watched Shinichi grow up. I don't recall Yukiko or Yusaku ever mentioning you." Well, we're related, but our families rarely interact." Conan scratched his head, laughing nervously, hoping to deflect suspicion. Lady Yamasato curled her lips in a knowing smile. Very well, for now she'd let him off the hook. "Wow, Auntie Yamasato, you've redesigned the house. So many sheer curtains. And so many crystal orbs and talismans." Ran gazed around in wonder. Compared to its former European elegance, the remodeled interior now exuded mystery, like a dwelling straight out of enchanted folklore. She also spotted an enormous wine cabinet, its shelves lined with bottles whose names she couldn't recognize. After thoroughly admiring the space, Ran settled onto a single-seat sofa by the window and savored the milk tea and cake Lady Yamasato had prepared for her. "Auntie Yamasato, you've traveled the world. Why settle in Japan?" Ran asked, genuinely curious. "Well, even travel grows tiring. And Japan offers fascinating cases. I thought I'd stay a while to unwind." Hearing fascinating cases, Ran's brow twitched. Yet she couldn't argue. After all, even a high school student like herself had already encountered more than her share. Auntie Yamasato, could you perhaps divine Shinichi's whereabouts? He refuses to tell me. I'm worried he's in danger." Sweat beaded on Conan's brow. He'd insisted on accompanying Ran precisely to prevent this question, and sure enough, she'd asked it. How could he possibly stop her now? Before he could intervene, Lady Yamasato spoke. Her tone unusually grave. "Ran, would you rather learn your husband's whereabouts from me, as so many wives before you have, than hear it directly from Shinichi himself?" Ran blushed at the first half, then fell silent, her expression shifting to something deeper, more complex. Of course she wanted Shinichi to tell her himself. What could possibly be beyond her understanding? Lady Yamasato understood Ran's quietude. Ran, each person stands as a sovereign self. Love may draw souls close, but love alone is not omnipotent. Only mutual support and shared growth sustain lasting bonds. If your concern lies with Shinichi's safety, I can assure you the moment he was born, Yukiko entrusted me with his divination. He bears extraordinary fortune. Though peril may cross his path, fate consistently steers him through calamity. So Ran, do not let anxiety, suspicion, or waiting erode your spirit. We each hold vibrant, singular lives worth living. Don't you agree?" Ran's expression cycled through doubt, sorrow, and resolve, until at last certainty settled within her gaze. "Yes." Lady Yamasato smiled, tender and proud. "When Shinichi has found clarity, he will tell you everything. Because you are without rival the person most precious to him." Yunju Shanyu glanced at the wall clock and said to Xiaolan, "It's almost lunchtime. You two should stay. I bought a lot of high-quality ingredients and put them in the fridge. Xiaolan, why don't you take a look and see what you like to eat?" Feel free to whip something up. Xiaolan responded happily and got up to head to the kitchen. She regarded Yunju Shanyu as a close elder and friend, so she wouldn't be too polite with her. Seeing Yunju Shanyu send Xiaolan away, Conan hesitantly spoke up, Aunt Shanyu. You know right. Yunju Shanyu looked at him with interest. Shinichi, I've watched you grow up. Did you think wearing glasses would make me not recognize you? Conan replied. I knew I couldn't hide it from you, haha. By the way, did my parents tell you the reason I shrank? Yunju Shanyu's expression turned serious. Shinichi, do you know what kind of organization you are up against? Conan shook his head. I only know it's a criminal organization. Dad told me it's quite large, and the people in it like to wear black, so people call it the Black Organization. I haven't investigated further yet. Yes, it's a transnational crime syndicate. The upper echelons use names of wines as code names, and various national intelligence agencies have infiltrated spies into this organization, proving its formidable threat. Yunju Shanyu sighed. You ingested the organization's poison and didn't die, oh instead you shrank. Not even today's magic could achieve that. Such an unbelievable event once exposed would result in everyone around you dying, and you would be captured and turned into a guinea pig in a laboratory. She looked seriously at the boy whose adult soul resided in a small body. Shinichi, do you really want to confront them? Conan hesitated for a moment, but resolutely said, yes. Even if it's difficult, even if it's overestimating my abilities as a detective, once I know about such an evil organization, I must uphold justice and confront them. Moreover, Conan said somewhat helplessly, as long as the shrunken me lives in this world, everyone I know will be in danger, and I have to investigate the truth of the organization to protect everyone. Well then, okay. Yunju Shanyu stood up and walked to the window, crossing her arms and appreciating the view in the courtyard. I can't help you too much, you know I have a formidable rival who always wants to put me to death too. Conan squinted. Why do I feel like your formidable rival seems very weak in front of you? What kind of formidable rival fails to assassinate you every time? Yunju Shanyu's dark lips curled slightly. Minions certainly don't count as formidable rivals, it's the people behind them that do. Speaking of which, let me tell you another piece of news. You mentioned the person who forced you to ingest the poison dressed in black, wearing a hat, and with long silver hair. If I am not mistaken, that is the top killer of the Black Organization who instills fear in the dark. Jian. Motherworld, Anime Forum, Detective Conan section. 1L. Here's a new thread, a new character has appeared. Oh my, I'm going to be mesmerized. 2L coming. The new character is a top beauty and she's a witch too alluring, I want her to step on me. 3L. Ahem, let's be a bit more reserved friends, put on some pants. 4L, based on the series plot of the Yumiko suicidal case and the dialogues among the main characters, we can summarize new character Yunju Shanyu profession, which not sure if it's real magic or other skills. After all, this is the Conan universe and hypnosis is quite normal, right? Probably. Age likely around the same age as Shinichi and Xiaolan's parents. Experience widely known globally, has assisted various police forces and families of victims in solving multiple unsolved cases, known as the Friend of the Dead. Has collaborated with some high-ranking officials and wealthy individuals with a wide network. Currently has a mysterious, formidable rival. At present, she seems to be on the red side as she is among the earliest to know Shinichi's identity and has watched Shinichi and Xiaolan grow up. 5L, thanks for the summary, but I think she could also be on the black side, Mrs. Shanyu's last words mentioning Jin's name were too enchanting. Maybe she's a second-rate Beichi, also a godmother to the kids. 6L, that was violet lips, right? By the way, what shade of lipstick is that? It looks so good. 7L, the fifth floor has a point, but I feel she leans toward the red side. After all, if she were on the black side, wouldn't she be similar to Vermouth's character? 8L, add more main plot. How did Mrs. Shanyu get acquainted with the Kudo family? With more people on the red side, shouldn't the black side also add some? It was already imbalanced between red and black, and now there's a witch who can use magic. The production team should get it together. 9L, I remember the magic setting is from the kid's side. Is the production team trying to expand the universe? Adding a magical element to make the ending more unexpected. 10L, the new plot is well done. The second episode about Yumiko's suicide nearly made me cry. The lives of the Kawakawa mother and daughter are truly tragic. Such optimistic and hardworking lives were completely ruined by an old lecher. Sai, the lower class has too weak a capacity to withstand risks. Even a single breath from the upper class can hurt them badly. 11L, yes. Give the production team a chicken leg. Please maintain this quality for future cases. 12L agreed. 13L agreed. 53L, speaking of which, Mrs. Shanyu is really a caring older sister. I was moved by her conversation with Xiaolan. In early 2000s Japan, it was quite rare to hear such encouraging words from someone to Xiaolan, considering even Yukiko gave up her career to be a stay-at-home mom for a long time. Very few people remember she was originally called Fujimine Yukiko. 54L, indeed, I hope Xiaolan will think more positively, get into a good university, and seriously consider what she wants to do in the future. I think being a lawyer would be nice, after all Eri is also a lawyer. 55L, the actress is also good. Xiaolan is beautiful, cheerful, and serious in her work, perfectly suited for some serious dramas. 56L, anyway, just ignore the stubborn Shinichi, though I never understood why by the end of the anime, everyone seemed to know Conan's identity except for Xiaolan. 57L, don't say that. If Xiaolan finds out, how can Conan continue to enjoy his double life happily? 58L, I wonder how the new production team will draw it. Looking forward to it. 59L, anticipating. 60L, anticipating. After seeing off the well-fed Xiaolan and Conan, Yunju Shanyu, or rather Wuyun was checking the forum's evaluations of the new Conan on the system screen. Overall evaluation is quite good with high demand for black characters and viewers are eager to see them appear quickly and enter the main storyline of red and black conflict. Host the new Conan is very popular, the general audience response is good, and there is no resistance towards the character Yunju Shanyu. What does the host wish to do next? Wuyun smiled faintly. Since the audience wants to see the black side, let's satisfy them. Akemi Mayano should also make her appearance now. Japan, after all, serves as the headquarters of the black organization. Many of its enterprises appear perfectly legitimate on the surface, yet beneath that veneer lie hidden strongholds of the organization. Take the Silver Wing building for instance, situated in a bustling urban district, it bears no outward distinction from any other high-rise. Yet within its walls lies a world of concealed complexity. Its underground parking garage is vast and labyrinthine, crisscrossed by numerous passageways, some known only to insiders, their destinations shrouded in mystery. Inside, the building hosts a comprehensive array of premium services. Luxury hotels, fine dining restaurants, live performances, upscale bars, boutiques, auction houses, and elite salons. Access is strictly VIP-only, exorbitantly priced, yet offering unparalleled privacy, top-tier quality, and impeccable service. Patrons often jest that the owner possesses an uncanny business acumen. After all, one can satisfy nearly every facet of life within this single edifice. What they do not know is that the building functions solely as a covert base for the organization's codenamed operatives. The exclusivity and exceptional service are tailored exclusively for organization members. Profit is not the organization's aim, thus investing in personnel welfare, so as to sharpen their dedication and efficiency, is both logical and deliberate. The operatives understand this well and seize every advantage. After completing missions, they gladly retreat to the Silver Wing building to unwind, easing the relentless tension that coils deep within their nerves. Vodka sits with KIR and Korn at an exclusive bar on the building's penthouse level, sipping drinks while exchanging idle gossip to the soothing backdrop of soft music. Indeed, though Vodka appears burly and unrefined, his mind is surprisingly perceptive. That is precisely why Jin entrusts him with delicate auxiliary tasks. He has a fondness for adorable things, enjoys gossip and television, and possesses a refreshingly straightforward intellect. Jin values his unwavering loyalty, and thus keeps him close, even assigning him the role of personal driver. KIR has long believed Vodka ascended from the ranks purely by luck. His naivety, she thinks, must be his sole qualification. After all, Jin is brilliant and hyper-vigilant. He would never tolerate underlings overthinking matters. One might say fortune favors the foolish. Hey, Vodka, any news on him? KIR suddenly leans and eyes twinkling with mischief. Vodka glances warily around before gesturing for the two to draw nearer. They lean in eagerly, only to hear him mutter none. Uft. KIR rolls her eyes in exasperation. Korn silently lowers his head and begins polishing his pistol. Vodka wears the expression of a man who suspects he's about to be framed. It's not like I'd dare speak carelessly about Brandy-sama, not if I value my life. Still, he should be returning soon. Vodka whispers, barely audible. Huh, how do you know? Did you spy on Brandy's schedule? KIR and Korn snap, upright ears pricked, staring in disbelief at Vodka's guileless face. Never imagining this broad-shouldered, thick-browed man would ever leak classified intelligence. Don't slander me. Haven't you noticed? Jinny I's been in an unusually good mood lately. He hasn't radiated that icy aura at all. What icy aura? Vodka breaks into a cold sweat, catching KIR's and Korn's pitying glances, just as Jin looms overhead, gaze dark and unervingly serene. He leaps off his bar stool as though electrocuted, utterly crestfallen. GG Jinny I. I'm sorry. I misspoke. Jin fixes the trio with a glacial stare, adjusts his fedora, takes a seat, and orders a cocktail. Cease these idle gatherings, and your incessant gossip. Next time I catch you, you'll be mining gemstones in Africa. Yes, sir. The three mumble contritely, but their resolve is fleeting. Though Jin appears fearsome, he treats his subordinates fairly. A minor transgressions rarely draw his ire. Vodka, KIR, and Korn, we've learned our lesson. Until next time. Cheers. Jin takes a measured sip, then adds, Brandy will arrive shortly. A mission awaits. You three will assist him. They nod obediently, then immediately resume their silent, knowing exchanges. Vodka, see. Told you Brandy-sama was back. KIR, impressive. The most trusted junior operative truly stands apart. Korn, what kind of mission warrants Brandy's personal involvement? Jin observes their antics with detached amusement, unwilling to intervene in trivialities. Vodka is right. Jin's recent buoyancy stems from Wuyun's return. She will remain in Japan for an extended period, ending her globe-spanning absences. Though they have been inseparable since childhood, since age 6 or 7, their separation, however brief, still stirs profound longing. Jin has few passions: Wuyun, his work, and his beretta. Of these, the latter two pale beside even a single strand of Wuyun's hair. Jin's double standards toward Wuyun are absolute, though he remains blissfully unaware. His subordinates, however, observe them keenly. Whenever the names Brandy and Jin surface, organization members, long-suffering and weary, can almost be heard screaming inwardly, "Get out, biased couple. Take your hypocrisy with you." Indeed, just then the barred door swings open. Footsteps echo softly across the floor as a figure enters. Korn turns and watches silhouetted against the dim light a tall, unhurried figure approach. As he draws nearer, details emerge: nearly 2 meters tall, clad in a sleek black neck trench coat over a silver-gray textured shirt and black trousers, his black ankle boots adorned with a row of gleaming silver buckles. Fashion incarnate, as if stepping straight off a runway. Noticing Korn's gaze, the newcomer offers a warm smile, then slides effortlessly into the seat beside Jin. "A lemon water, please, chilled." Brandy places his order calmly with the bartender. Kir teases Brandy, "You always order soft drinks, never alcohol. Don't you feel out of place among us adults?" Brandy idly rotates the rings on his right hand, unfazed by the hand already wandering across his waist, belonging of course to the man seated beside him. With feigned innocence he replies, "Alcohol is hardly a virtue. It's merely clever marketing. And Kir, spare yourself the excess. Too much drinking accelerates aging. Your butterfly tattoo may soon sprout extra wings. No ink required." Kir erupts in fury. Korn swiftly intervenes, knowing full well she never wins these verbal sparring matches, let alone physical ones. Yet she persists inevitably in provoking him anew. Perhaps it's the paradox of being both unskilled and irrepressibly drawn to challenge. Kir, the eternally defiant cool girl, forever chasing intensity. Brandy's amused gaze meets Jin's, steady, watchful, and half hidden beneath the brim of his hat, and answers with a playful, knowing wink. "Ahem, right." Brandy clears his throat, signaling the transition to serious matters. The banter subsides instantly. All three operatives fall silent, fully attentive to the assignment ahead. This mission requires Vodka Kr and Korn to support Mayano Akemi in the covert assassination of Kinjiro Hirota, CEO of Daijin Corporation. Yes. Though puzzled as to why the three of them, codenamed operatives, were assigned to assist a low-ranking member on a mission, they accepted with professional discipline. Brandy, next Tuesday Daijin Corporation will host a new product launch at its headquarters, and Kinjiro Hirota will attend. He is exceptionally cautious, his movements unpredictable. The launch presents an ideal opportunity for your assassination attempt. Chianti and Korn, you are to secure optimal sniper positions. I will have Mayumi Mayano assist you in confirming Hirota's exact location. Vodka, you will coordinate with the snipers monitoring both inside and outside the venue. Should Akai Shuichi appear, report immediately and eliminate him without hesitation. Akai Shuichi. Chianti arched a brow. Though Mayumi Mayano was once his girlfriend, would he really show up? I doubt it. Brandy smiled faintly. Whether he comes or not is irrelevant. His presence would be a pleasant surprise, his absence inconsequential. What matters is the mission. Mayumi Mayano has already infiltrated Daijin Corporation. She also carries out a classified document theft. You'll meet later to finalize the plan and submit the operational briefing to me. That's enough, off you go. It's time you got to work. Brandy lifted her lemonade and took several sips, ignoring Chianti's muttered complaints. The boss gets to slack off, shooing us away while enjoying a private rendezvous. How infuriating those lovebirds. Once the others had departed, Jin grew bolder, reaching out, attempting to draw Brandy into his arms. Brandy gently pushed him away. Though no one else was present, this scene might well appear in the remastered version of Detective Conan, and such intimacy on screen would hardly be appropriate. She thought Jin had grown increasingly clingy lately, unlike his aloof childhood self. Ah, this sweet, vexing burden. Silence broke as Jin spoke. Mayumi Mayano still harbors the delusion of leaving the organization. Brandy nodded. Indeed. But it's understandable. She's still just a girl after all. Naive perhaps. After the fire destroyed the Mayano parents' laboratory, the two sisters came under Pisco's care. He'd known their parents before, and being older, he possessed more experience raising children than the organization's cold-blooded assassins. Yet Pisco himself was overburdened, hardly able to spare time for childcare. He could only dispatch subordinates to deliver food and daily necessities. Brandy and Tokei were the sole members of the organization's special division, tasked exclusively with matters involving arcane arts. All other assignments were optional. They spent their days traversing the globe, on official business, unofficially indulging in leisure. Having maintained a cordial relationship with Pisco, Brandy agreed to oversee the sisters' welfare. Thus he arranged for them to study in the United States, boarding school at greater expense yet efficient and effortless. Later, Shiho Mayano's extraordinary scientific talent earned her the codename Sherry and a place in the organization's laboratories. Mayumi Mayano, by contrast, proved unremarkable, relegated to menial roles. Her boyfriend, however, was formidable, gaining a codename before defecting. That ignited chaos. Until then, the sisters had been obedient. Yet once Akai Shuichi's undercover identity was exposed, and he fled the U.S., both demanded to leave the organization. Pisco was exasperated, reporting the matter directly to the boss. In turn, the boss assigned Brandy, the trusted, relatively unoccupied subordinate, to handle it. After all, Sherry as a researcher held considerable value in the boss's eyes. Resolution was to be pursued peacefully, if possible. If not, termination would suffice. No sooner had Brandy accepted the assignment than she instructed Mayumi Mayano to infiltrate Daijin Corporation, to steal confidential files and assist the snipers in eliminating President Kinjiro Hirota. Recalling Mayumi Mayano's terrified expression when receiving the order, Brandy found it strangely intriguing, wondering how the young woman would choose. Mayumi Mayano trembled with anxiety. Owing to Sherry's status, her prior missions had been trivial, never involving violence. This first assignment, stealing state secrets and aiding in assassination, left her paralyzed with uncertainty. And, if she killed, could she truly walk away from the organization? Who said you could leave the organization? Mayumi Mayano jerked her head up, meeting the enigmatic man's gaze. His raven hair and obsidian eyes lent him an unnerving aura, those pitch-black pupils seeming to pierce straight through the soul. Mayumi averted her eyes, unwilling to lock gazes with the organization's famed mind reader, fearful he'd expose her deepest thoughts. Brandy, so long as I complete this task can Sherry and I finally leave. Her hands clenched tightly, nails biting into her palms, a sharp grounding pain lending her fleeting courage. Brandy studied the naive girl for a long moment, then shook her head. No, Mayumi Mayano, your notion is both foolish and childishly idealistic. Setting aside Sherry's standing, even if you were both mere peripheral foot soldiers, departure remains impossible. Only death grants release. After all, the dead answer to no one, not even the organization. Mayumi Mayano slumped, despair washing over her, her body trembling faintly. Brandy watched her with quiet pity, blamed fate, not strength, for your birth within the organization, yet your inability to master it. Whoever instilled in you the illusion of escape must be corrected. It was nothing but a mirage. Mayumi, both you and Sherry have already drawn the organization's ire. The boss may tolerate you for now, but not forever. Sherry is indeed a prodigy, but genius is the world's most abundant commodity. Should you and your sister persist in failing to adapt to this life, your fate is tragically inevitable. You still hold affection for Moriboshi Daisuke, waiting for him to come for you, don't you? Mayumi remained silent. Brandy smiled faintly. I suspect your feelings aren't so deep after all. In truth, you used him to infiltrate the organization just as he used you to infiltrate us. Am I wrong? Mayumi Mayano snapped her head up, shocked. Even her sister remained unaware of that secret. Yet this man had laid it bare. Brandy spoke softly. You sensed Moriboshi Daisuke's true allegiance long ago, and inwardly rejoiced. Whichever side he served, he represented a potential path to freedom, for both you and Sherry, to live quietly, simply, as you dreamed. But you hadn't foreseen his sudden exposure, leaving you suddenly bereft of your sole lifeline. Panic seized you, for you knew your position had become perilous. So you gambled. You wagered that Moriboshi Daisuke still cared for you, that should danger threaten, he would return to save you. That is why you demanded to leave. Yet such a gamble is devastatingly reckless, staking not only your own life, but Sherry's as well. One misstep and both would fall, irrevocably. Mayumi Mayano's posture collapsed entirely, as though shedding a heavy mask brought unexpected relief, or like a ruined gambler vacanted, yet seething inwardly with desperate fractured fury. Her expression softened into weary sorrow. Truly nothing escapes you, Brandy. You're right, I never loved Moriboshi Daisuke, not truly. Or rather, Akai Shuichi, isn't it? If affection could be named, Mayano Akemi thought she likely did harbor some for Akai Shuichi. After all, the man was handsome, poised, and exceptionally capable. Yet, could such feeling truly run so deep that she would surrender her life for him? No, it did not. This relationship had begun in deception and exploitation. The moment Mayano Akemi uncovered Shoei Moriboshi's true purpose, the faint warmth in her heart had gone cold. She believed ultimately that others were unreliable. Only she and her younger sister Shiho would never betray or abandon one another. Only the two of them clung to each other in this world. Having grown up within the organization, and later losing the parents who had shielded them, Akemi was no ordinary naive girl. She had seen blood. She had seen guns. Yet the longer they remained inside the organization, the more unbearable it became for both sisters. Life itself hung by a thread, let alone any notion of freedom. Their innate compassion made it impossible to accept the organization's cold-blooded cruelty. Within any collective, those who differ struggle to survive. The psychologically resilient may don identical masks feigning conformity, or endure the agony of reshaping themselves into the same. Those less fortified in spirit fare worse. Death or madness await them, and their peers may even mock them as deranged, chiding them for rejecting a normal life to indulge in futile rebellion. Akemi saw herself as precisely such a fragile outsider, at odds with everything the organization stood for, consumed by the desperate urge to escape, even at the cost of death, for perhaps she had long since lost her mind. She gave a wry smile. Shiho is still so young. I cannot bear to drag her into this. Perhaps she never should have had a sister like me. All I do is hinder her, endanger her. Nothing more, nothing at all. Brandy frowned, disagreeing. To each person, family is sacred. Your words would wound Shiho deeply. Akemi, I offer you a chance. You will participate fully in the assassination of the president of Daijin Corporation, stealing classified documents, and assisting the sniper. I know you've never taken a life. You need only identify the target's location. This operation is meant to familiarize you with the organization's daily workings. Upon its completion, I shall ask your choice once more. Should this task seem tolerable, if you find it acceptable, you will undergo low-intensity training and eventually serve in an administrative role within the organization. After pausing briefly, Brandy added, voice soft but unyielding, and if even this proves unacceptable, then you will die by my hand. Though the man spoke gently, as if a benevolent elder imparting wisdom, something about him remained profoundly different. Akemi reflected, yes, he was different. Observe how casually he spoke of death, how utterly detached, how chillingly indifferent, as if snapping a twig, not extinguishing a human life. With a touch of self-abandonment, she shrugged. I have no choice, do I? Still, whatever path I choose, Brandy, please spare Shiho. I cannot promise what lies beyond my power. The organization answers only to the boss. If Shiho disobeys, the boss will not tolerate it, so prepare yourself. Calm her before it's too late. Brandy spoke with quiet gravity. See that she does nothing reckless. Just then Jin's voice cut through his reverie. Jin, the boss, intends to use her as bait to draw out Akai Shuichi and eliminate her after the mission. Brandy shook his head. The boss still hopes the Miyano sisters will serve willingly, but such hope is destined to remain unfulfilled. I've granted her one final opportunity. Should she choose to stay after the mission, that would be ideal. But if she remains unwilling, I will end her myself. The boss tolerates no defiance. Jin scoffed. These Miyano sisters are nothing but trouble, constantly burdening us with needless work. Why not just kill them both now and be done with it? Brandy smiled warmly, resting his cheek on one hand while propping himself against the bar, regarding Jin as one might a petulant child. If Shiho dies, won't you be the one left scrambling? With fewer researchers, your lab falters, and you'll be forced to scour the globe for replacements. Jin's expression softened. Will Akai Shuichi come? Brandy offered a sardonic smile. His presence changes nothing. He possesses skill, yes, but what does it matter when he serves the FBI? He drew out the syllables FBI. What truly separates them from us? Jin sneered in reply and pulled a cigarette from his pocket. Before he could light it, Brandy took it away. Unfazed, Jin continued, what crime has the Dai Jin president committed? Brandy replied, nothing extraordinary. He seized his family empire by poisoning his father and exiling his elder brother. His brother Hirota Ichiro, now recovering in America, commissioned this hit, a simple inheritance dispute. Moreover, Dai Jin Corporation specializes in household electronics. Its recent technological upgrades have captured significant market share, clashing directly with the organization's own enterprises. This mission presents the perfect opportunity to steal proprietary technology and cripple Dai Jin's growth. Jin nodded. This assignment promised multiple gains. I'll accompany you. Brandy chuckled playfully. You, the relentless workaholic, skipping missions to watch theater with me. Who's the workaholic? Jin retorted with a grunt. You're the one vanishing without trace, chasing down God knows what assignments. Brandy lifted an eyebrow, feigning innocence. I repent, Master Jin. Forgive me. Consider these days our holiday. I'll devote myself entirely to you, promise. Satisfied, Jin set down his empty cocktail glass. They drove home together. When Brandy was absent from Tokyo, Jin stayed in the organization's secure safe houses or bases, convenient for deployments. But when Brandy returned to Tokyo, they lived in their own residence there. The property was superbly located, easily accessible, nestled within a gated villa compound, offering high confidentiality, unobstructed sightlines, full infrastructure, and serene natural surroundings. Both men cherished it deeply. Now safely on their own ground, they could speak freely. Jin asked, have you settled matters concerning your Yamazaki identity? Wuyun hummed softly. That alias has endured 20 years, rock solid, requiring minimal upkeep. Everything proceeds exactly as planned. Jin nodded, then added quietly, stay vigilant in all things. Yes, Reed, I've missed you, kiss me. Taking advantage of the mission's scheduled date, next Tuesday, Wuyun and Lied Nick seized the opportunity to indulge in domestic mischief for several days. Wuyun even briefly donned his alter ego, Yunju Shanyu, to make a fleeting appearance, subtly reinforcing the red-aligned identity of that persona. Meanwhile, Lied Nick was preparing lunch in the kitchen, while Wuyun handled matters in the study. Before him sat a sleek, futuristic computer, an object so advanced that anyone witnessing it would scarcely believe such technology existed at the dawn of the 2000s. It was a custom-built unit from TE Corporation, a company Wuyun had secretly founded in the United States. Multiple chat windows flickered across the screen as he conferred with Adam, the corporation's public-facing CEO. Boss, this quarter prioritize RD in oncology therapeutics. The active pharmaceutical ingredient has already been delivered to the lab. Ensure close coordination with the two lead researchers. Adam understood, boss. And boss, has the pharmaceutical consortium made any moves? Adam, yes. Ever since our breakthrough drug for type 2 diabetes garnered exceptional clinical feedback, the consortium has been deliberately obstructing us, reportedly threatening legislative action to ban all medications bearing lethal side effects from the market. Boss, ignore them. They're mere clowns. NBOSS and High-Tech continue elevating overall electronic performance with special emphasis on developing Kashimura Tadanori's AI framework. Increase investment significantly. Adam understood, boss. I'll issue this quarter's directives immediately. In exiting the chat window, Wuyun reflected wryly that this quarter might stretch across decades within the Conan timeline. It was also strangely paradoxical. The company founded over a decade ago had progressed sluggishly in biomedicine and cutting-edge technology. Yet precisely as the Conan era approached, breakthroughs began emerging one after another, as if guided by uncanny synchronicity. Conan truly was the world's own sun, terrifying in his gravitational pull upon reality. In muttering under his breath, Wuyun switched to another chat interface. In Brandy, Amanda, are you there? Amanda Huzo, of course, dear Brandy. Your company's forum software is utterly fascinating. I'm online daily chatting with people across the globe. In Brandy, you're no longer young. You should venture out more rather than staying cooped up indoors. Amanda Hughes, yes, just like Asaka, you're endlessly nagging. So, what brings you to me, dear Brandy? In Brandy, those pharmaceutical factions lurking in the shadows are stirring again. Keep them in check. Amanda Hughes, humph. Do they think I'm harmless now that I've retired? Rest assured, I'll safeguard your interests with the company. Wuyun exhaled in relief. Though the U.S. appeared to operate under a presidential system, true power resided with colossal capital interests. interwoven labyrinthine and unforgiving. Without patronage, a fledgling enterprise seeking even a sip of the feast would vanish without a trace. Amanda Hughes was Wuyun's chosen patron, her lineage immense, her influence towering. 17 years earlier, Wuyun had rescued her from Rum's clutches and sealed their alliance with a binding magical covenant, granting him access to her vast political networks and corporate reach. Later, Amanda was elected president, widely admired by the populace. Though she had since retired, her authority remained deeply entrenched across both political and commercial spheres. Wuyun couldn't help but smile. The decision to save her had yielded extraordinary returns. Not only had it humiliated Rum, but it had secured him an indispensable ally. With quiet satisfaction, he closed the chat window and opened another. Sigh. I truly am born to toil. And, Brandy Tokay, has Raphael of the Magical Association responded yet? Tokay boss Raphael remains highly vigilant. Even enchanted potions and fragmented grimoires have failed to sway him. I've shifted focus to his bloodline and am initiating contact. A sample of his direct kin's hair is expected within 2 days. Brandy blood is required too. Secure it by any means necessary. 3 individuals are already dead. The remaining 4 elders grow increasingly wary. They've relentlessly hunted Shanyu, but haven't yet traced suspicion back to you. Locate their hidden sanctuary, their so-called sanctum, and destroy it utterly. Only then will the magical association cease to exist. Tokay understood, boss. I'll monitor their movements closely. And indeed, Tokay had once ranked above Brandy, but now addressed Wuyun as boss. Tokay harbored profound hatred for the magical association. Born Caven Vaughn into an aristocratic family, he discovered his magical aptitude as a child, a revelation met with elation by both himself and his kin. They eagerly contacted the association's elders petitioning for his formal induction. Yet instead of welcome, they received scorn. The association dismissed Tokay's talent as worthless, deriding him as a magical pariah who would only shame the order if admitted. His dignity, and his family's, had been trampled. Amid his mother's tearful despair, Tokay vowed eternal enmity against the association. Only upon reaching adulthood and learning the truth did he realize his magical potential had never been lacking. The association simply refused to cultivate more mages as scarcity, after all, preserved prestige. A man who revered magic with near devotional fervor could not fathom such folly. Were they determined to bury magic itself alongside their arrogance? Had they truly lost their minds? Thus, when Wuyun presented him with a compendium of advanced wind magic incantations, Tokay pledged his allegiance without hesitation, binding himself through magical covenant to serve as Wuyun's instrument against the association. Wuyun deployed Tokay as a black organization mage to infiltrate the association. From his personal inventory, Wuyun supplied cosmetic enchantments and fragmentary grimoires, ornate illusions with no real power, offered by the system at negligible cost. What Wuyun and the system deemed worthless fascinated the association profoundly. Drawn from seclusion by these tantalizing artifacts, the reclusive elders emerged, only for Tokay, a master of wind sorcery, to extract their hair undetected. Ramil, Serial, and Rugel were the first 3 slain by Wuyun's ancient curse, their deaths grotesque and lingering. Their corpses lay undiscovered for days until the remaining 4 elders convened, only to find their colleagues missing. Furious and terrified, they demanded answers. How had this forgotten art of cursing resurfaced? Was there truly a black sorcerer of such terrifying mastery still walking the earth? They immediately suspected Yunju Shanyu, their long-standing adversary, and dispatched assassins against her. Simultaneously, they accelerated their search for Pandora and the ritual sacrifice, desperate to awaken their messiah, a being promising boundless power and immortality. Once resurrected, they believed dominion over all creation would be theirs. Oh, what would a single black sorcerer matter then? Wuyun closed the chat window with Tokay and, adopting another identity, posted in a group called the Folk Magic Alliance. 3 of the 7 ruling elders of the Magic Association have been eliminated. The remaining 4 are now highly vigilant. Perhaps curse-based methods will no longer work. Thank you all for shielding me and the children from the association's assassins and for disrupting their child abduction operations across the globe. Moving forward, I ask that each of you monitor the association's activities through your own channels so we may locate the sanctum swiftly and eradicate them entirely. Fish and water, madam, you're far too modest. All we can do is fend off minor underlings on your behalf. We offer little else. Rest assured, I will spare no effort to uncover their lair. Unstoppable flame giant, hurry and find the sanctum. Let my flames scourge this world clean of all corruption. Chining, the wind phantom thief, consider it done. I shall mobilize every resource at my command to track them down. Yunju Shanyu, you've all borne great burdens, but eradicating the Magic Association makes every sacrifice worthwhile. Yunju Shanyu, I have recently combed through numerous ancient texts, and I believe I now understand their true objective. Yunju Shanyu, all things in the world evolve. Energy abides by the law of conservation. Peaks and troughs, birth and decay, are but natural rhythms. Yunju Shanyu, after millennia of progress, humanity no longer needs gods or magic. With our own hands we thrive. Yunju Shanyu, yet some cling to delusion, not only seeking to summon gods anew, but aspiring themselves to ascend above humankind as omnipotent immortal deities. Yunju Shanyu, the gods perished long ago. How then could they possibly be awakened? Yunju Shanyu, scouring forbidden tomes, they finally uncovered a method in a banned grimoire. Yunju Shanyu they inscribed a summoning array, placed an idol at its center, and offered magically gifted children as sacrifices, in vain hope of invoking a god. Yunju Shanyu, but something remained lacking. An ordinary idol could never contain a god's vast transcendent form. Thus they scoured the world for the legendary Pandora, believing it to be the key embedded within the idol, the very mechanism to unlock this world's gate. Yunju Shanyu, needless to say, the gods are long dead. Such heretical rites cannot resurrect divinity. They only invite demons. We must stop them. We cannot allow them to unleash calamity upon the entire world. Stop them. Let us unite, to protect our own world. The vile magic association, committing atrocity after atrocity. May lightning strike them down. Watching the group's fervent outcry, Wuyun quietly shut his laptop and stretched. Regarding the association's objective, he had not deceived them. It was indeed the conclusion he, Lydenic, and Agent 7527 reached after exhaustive research and repeated deliberation. By simultaneously pressuring the Magic Association from both Tokei's network and the Folk Magic Alliance, he was confident the archaic organization would soon collapse, long overdue for extinction. Just as he prepared to descend for lunch, Lydenic entered. Wearing soft gray loungewear, his silver hair, tied back, his usual icy aura softened into quiet warmth. Lydenic, still working. Let's eat first. Work can wait. Wuyun bounced over, looped his arm through Lydenic's, and tugged him downstairs. Just finished, starving. Lydenic, what delicious dish did you prepare? Beef stewed in tomato sauce, wild greens scrambled with eggs, and steamed rice. Yes. Seeing the generous portion of tender beef and his favorite wild green sand eggs dish, Wuyun beamed with delight. At home, they alternated cooking duties. Both were skilled chefs. Wuyun believed culinary excellence might require innate talent, but preparing edible, heartfelt meals demanded only sincerity accessible to anyone. Their signature cuisine. Neither Western nor Japanese, but Northeastern Chinese cuisine. Yes, you heard correctly, Northeastern Chinese cuisine. Lydenic, of German and Russian descent, and Wuyun, a native Chinese, naturally converged upon this robust, hearty flavor profile. And Wuyun, he ate everything, with gusto and zero fuss. After tasting the beef, Wuyun let out an appreciative murmur. Lydenic, your skills grow finer by the day. When we're old, maybe we'll open a restaurant. Crowds flocking like clouds. Humph, I cook only for you. Do others dare dream of tasting my dishes? Wuyun paused, then wondered aloud what truly would they do in old age. Meanwhile, at Teton High School, Class 2B, at noon, students unpacked bento boxes and gathered in small clusters to savor lunch. Sonoko lifted succulent lobster meat from her large bento and placed it gently into Ran's lunchbox. Try it, Ran. Our new chef prepared it. He's extraordinary. I'll try. Delicious. Even better than dishes served at elite restaurants. Delighted by Ran's praise, Sonoko added eagerly, Ran, next Tuesday Daijin Corporation hosts a new product launch. Oh, that Daijin, the one excelling lately in home appliances. Sonoko nodded. Exactly. They're unveiling many innovations. I find it quite intriguing. Ran's eyes lit up. Perfect. I've been meaning to get Dad a new washing machine. The old one rattles so loudly I half expect it to explode one day. Then bring Dad and the little one along. You won't need to pack their bentos. The event includes a banquet. Eat while you browse. Choose whichever model strikes your fancy and order it on the spot. Yes. After finalizing plans for Tuesday, Sonoko fell silent for a moment, then couldn't resist studying Ran closely. Ran, lately you hardly mention that annoying guy anymore. Ran rolled her eyes. Sonoko, wasn't it you who always complained when I brought up Shinichi? This time you started it. Oh, come on. I'm just curious, Ran. Ran snorted softly. It's nothing. I know Shinichi must be engaged in something vital. Once I fretted over his secrecy, but now I see worry changes nothing. Better to focus on what lies before me. Sonoko's eyes sparkled as she hugged her best friend tight. Ran, you've finally seen clearly. Oh, there are plenty of fine men around. Just ignore that insufferable fellow. I'll introduce you to dozens of handsome ones. Ran playfully punched Sonoko's arm. Typical, always teasing. No, who wants handsome men? I mean, I've decided what I'll do next, study hard. Ah, you've decided on a path. Ran's expression turned resolute, radiant with purpose. I'll become a police officer. Sonoko blinked, brow furrowing. That's terribly dangerous. Think of Inspector Meg, your murder cases, bombings, constant peril. Dangerous tasks still demand brave souls. Look at Officer Sato. She's a woman, yet fearless, exceptional. I want to be just like her, protecting others, helping others. A true guardian. A gentle smile softened her features. And father, he was once an extraordinary detective. Gazing at Ran's serene face, Sonoko buried her fears deep and simply held her friend close, murmuring wordlessly. Though perilous, and though her heart resisted, she would support her unconditionally. Go forth then, my one and only dearest friend, Ran Mori. Tokei delivered the hair and blood of Raphael's direct blood relative. Wuyun entered a dimly lit chamber, holding the small box in his hand. This chamber served as his and Lydnic's sanctum for magical cultivation, spacious with a large cabinet lining one wall laden with arcane artifacts and glittering gemstones. These gems were all seized by Wuyun over the years from the Magical Association, though regrettably Pandora remained absent among them. Indeed, how could one expect to locate Pandora so easily amid the world's countless gemstones? He placed the wooden box, containing the blood and hair, upon the table and retrieved from the cabinet a vial and a sickly green skull. The vial held a meticulously blended alchemical powder composed of rare minerals, the skull and artwork, once listed in the system marketplace by the Cosmic Witch. Though the Cosmic Witch had described it merely as a decorative piece, Wuyun sensed immense latent energy pulsing within its grotesque form, making it an exceptionally potent focus for sorcery. He had acquired it without hesitation. Experience confirmed its efficacy when he cast curses upon those 3 members of the magical association. The effort taxed him, but ultimately all 3 perished under his hex. Setting the skull aside, Wuyun poured out a measure of the prepared powder and closed his eyes, drawing forth the currents of black magic. A swirling vortex of inky mist rose from the tabletop as if stirred by a miniature tempest, the magical powder, hair, and blood spiraling together, merging of their own accord. He extended his left hand over the skull. As tendrils of obsidian energy seeped into its hollow cranium, 2 flickering wraith lights ignited within its empty eye sockets. His lips moved silently, uttering incantations. Then softly, repeatedly, he intoned the target's codename, Raphael. Raphael. With eyes still shut, he watched faces flash across his mind's eye. Men and women, elders and youths, all bearing unmistakable familial resemblance. For these were kin bound by blood to the donor of the hair and blood. Like frames in a spectral slideshow, each visage swept past, until with a subtle arch of his brow the sequence froze upon the haughty, weathered countenance of an ancient man. A faint, knowing smile curved Wuyun's lips. Found you. The most potent curses demanded minimal incantation, yet exacted the greatest toll. From his throat emerged syllables alien and guttural, each word drawn forth with visible strain. With his right hand he snapped shut the wooden box, then dipped his fingers into the magical powder and traced a sigil upon its surface. The skull trembled faintly, emitting a low, resonant hum. Darkness swallowed the chamber as though storm clouds had gathered indoors. Wind surged, whipping Wuyun's hair into wild disarray. Ding! In an instant every anomaly ceased. The amber lamplight returned and silence settled like dust upon still water. Wuyun's face was pale, yet his mouth curled in quiet triumph. Success. Free remain. United States. Kaido Akai stared at the text message from Mayano Akemi, his expression unreadable. The message read, "If I can truly sever ties with the organization, would you genuinely be my boyfriend? P.S. Even though we are cousins." Cameron heard the alert tone and asked any intelligence from the black organization Akai. Jody turned as well, her gaze edged with quiet inquiry. Akai shook his head. "They're moving against Mayano Akemi." Jody's expression tightened. After all, Akai had once been her lover. Cameron pressed Akai, "Do you intend to return to save her? But this feels like a trap, a deliberate lure. They'll have ambushes waiting. Your safety must come first." Jody interjected, "Then let me and Cameron go to Japan discreetly, to protect Mayano Akemi. If the FBI is seen operating in Tokyo, perhaps the organization will recognize her value and spare her life." Akai said nothing, only lit a cigarette. Smoke coiled around his sharp, inscrutable eyes, veiling whatever lay beneath. His infiltration had been driven by a single purpose: uncovering the truth behind his father Akai Tsutomu's disappearance. Yet not only had the mission failed, he had inadvertently placed 2 loved ones in mortal peril. That burden was his alone. Mayano Akemi. Wuyun's rescue of Amanda had already altered the course of countless events. Hattori Kosuka lived. Iwasaka remained unbroken, no longer lurking in shadows to spy on the organization. Yet Akai Tsutomu still vanished while investigating the organization. Perhaps such inevitability was woven into the world's very fabric. Some destinies proved inescapable. Even though Jody's father remained alive and had thrived over the past 2 decades, she still joined the FBI just as in the original timeline and still fell in love with Akai Kaido. Wuyun found it rather absurd. Jody. Must you keep dangling from that crooked branch? There are worthy men aplenty in this world. Why court sorrow? Still recalling Akai's undeniable charisma in the manga, Wuyun granted her some understanding. Even if the man saw duty above all else, he had at least been a devoted partner during their time together. Yet with her father alive, and while this time perhaps Jody would not pour her entire heart into Akai. To release one who does not love you in return is the first step toward finding true love meant solely for you. Wuyun mused he might as well become a romance counselor. Just then Rand called again. Surely not to ask about Shinichi again. He answered, his voice transformed into the smoky, enigmatic timbre of Madame Yamami. "Rand, what brings you to call?" Rand's cheerful voice came through. "Aunt Yamami Daijin Corporation is hosting a new product launch next Tuesday. Sonoko has plenty of invitations. We're all going, Dad, Conan and I. Would you be able to join us?" Wuyun arched a brow. Sonoko, the ultimate harbinger of doom. Truly legendary. Then gently, "I won't be able to attend. I'm away on business, helping a client." After declining Rand, Wuyun set down his phone and rested his chin upon his palm. Next Tuesday, red and black factions would converge at Daijin. Assassinating Hiroji Hirotaka should proceed smoothly. Wherever Conan went, death followed. Hirotaka, were he aware, would surely rejoice. This would mark the first formal confrontation between red and black since Conan's shrinking, an event that might compel Akai to slip back into Japan despite his vow to safeguard Akemi. A spectacle awaited. The audience in the mother world shall be most entertained. Suddenly a broad chest pressed against his back and strong arms locked tightly around his waist. Wuyun turned and bestowed a playful, affectionate kiss upon Leidnik, who had embraced him without warning. Just as they began to part, Leidnik held him fast. Only after a long, breathless moment did Wuyun push him away, cheeks flushed. "Goodness, barely risen from bed and already dragged back in. They'd both injected the system marketplace's enhancement serum, so why did Leibniz possess such preternatural stamina? It defied all logic. Anime Forum, Detective Conan Board. User 1 Detectives am here. User 2, though these recent episodic cases follow the original plot, the animation and voice acting are truly exceptional, and certain details have been refined for greater plausibility. User 3, absolutely. Kudos to the diligent production team. User 4, next episode, The Death of President Wuyun, Part 1. Looks like another major case. No wonder being a corporate president is the most perilous profession. User 5, the ending sequence of last episode has changed slightly. Look, image attached. A tall, shadowy silhouette against darkness. User 6, it's true. I always skip opening and ending credits. I had no idea. You're incredible. User 7, an unfamiliar silhouette. Could this foreshadow a new character? User 8, the Black Organization. It must be them. Is the main storyline about to begin? Will the Black Organization finally make its appearance? User 9, without a doubt. Looking forward to it. Looking forward to it. Truly, one must never underestimate the public's wisdom. They are in fact the greatest detectives of all. On Tuesday, the headquarters of Wuyun Corporation shimmered with festive decorations, bustling with vibrant energy. The first-floor lobby had been transformed into an exhibition hall where staff members guided numerous clients through demonstrations and hands-on trials of Wuyun's latest household appliances. The Muri family was among the guests, accompanied by Yumi Hirota, a secretary who personally demonstrated a new washing machine model. Yumi Hirota, her freckled face unassuming yet radiating gentle warmth, spoke softly. The T3 single-tub washer, refined from American designs, integrates cutting-edge intelligent technology and multiple wash cycles. All functions, washing and spinning, are performed seamlessly within a single tub, liberating your hands entirely. No more manual transfer between compartments, saving time, enhancing convenience. Moreover, its generous capacity accommodates large household loads. Even 3 or 4 bed sheets spin effortlessly. Ran Muri caressed the washer's sleek silver gray casing entranced, then listened closely to its near-silent operation. To her, it was nothing short of a dream appliance. Meanwhile, Kagoro Muri winced at the listed price. Excellent as it was, it came at a steep cost. Sonoko gazed adoringly at a handsome actor on a nearby large-screen television, while Conan, disinterested in appliances, stood with arms clasped behind his back, half-moon eyes scanning the crowd flowing past him. After prolonged hesitation, Kagoro Muri grumbled his way through ordering a T3 washer. Secretary Yumi Hirota watched their light-hearted banter with quiet amusement. Ran even offered an apologetic, bashful smile as she patted her own head. Glancing at her wristwatch, Yumi Hirota addressed the group. Esteemed guests, the gala banquet on the top floor is about to commence. Please follow me with your invitations. While the first floor hosted the exhibition, the top floor reserved an exclusive banquet for elite invitees, the true heart of the evening's prestige. At the thought of fine wine and exquisite cuisine awaiting upstairs, Kagoro Muri's spirits lifted instantly. He hurried after Secretary Hirota into the elevator. Inside the elevator, Conan glanced up at Secretary Hirota and asked, Miss Hirota, your surname matches President Hirota's. Are you related? Bending down with a warm smile, she gently ruffled the boy's hair. You're Conan, right? Not at all. It's merely coincidence. Though I suspect human resources may have found that synchronicity rather charming. Perhaps they felt I shared a special affinity with the company. Kagoro Muri delivered a playful head bump to Conan, who yelped in protest. What nonsense are you asking, brat? The elevator doors opened on the top floor, and a gentle cascade of music flowed forth. Long tables draped in white and lavender pink formed a square around the exhibition space, adorned with vivid multi-hued blossoms that filled the air with the fragrant serenity of an enchanted forest. Elegantly dressed men and women gathered in clusters, some raising crystal flutes in animated conversation, others savoring delicately plated hors d'oeuvres. Kagoro Muri murmured in admiration. No wonder they're hailed as a dark horse enterprise. Their gala exudes such refined sophistication. As the group advanced, a procession of towering bodyguards parted the crowd, escorting a middle-aged man toward them. With a neatly combed back hairstyle and a genial, slightly portly frame, he extended his hand with a broad smile. Oh, you must be the famed detective, the sleeping Kagoro Muri. A true honor to meet you at last. I am Kenjiro Hirota. Kagoro Muri eagerly clasped his hand. Pleasure to meet you, President Hirota. I am indeed Kagoro Muri. Haha, your ground floor exhibition is superb. I even placed an order for a washer. Kenjiro Hirota raised an eyebrow. Oh, how could I let such a distinguished guest bear the expense? Secretary Hirota, please inform the logistics team to deliver the washer directly to Mr. Muri's residence. Consider it my personal gift to you. Secretary Hirota gave a graceful, modest bow. As you wish, President. Kagoro Muri flushed crimson, stammering, that's far too kind, even as laughter bubbled from his chest. President Hirota escorted the Muri party to nearby seating. Truth be told, I sought you out today to request a favor. Having just accepted hospitality, Kagoro Muri puffed out his chest. Name it. I'll spare no effort. Kenjiro Hirota sighed softly. Ever since our company's fortunes soared, I've felt an ever-present shadow of danger. Repeated threats have arrived in the mail. He gestured to a bodyguard who handed over several letters, each composed of words cut from printed newspapers. Phrases like die, and you will be killed, menacing yet devoid of meaningful clues. Though surrounded by guards, I still feel unsettled. As the renowned detective Muri, would you investigate after tonight's banquet? Uncover who harbors such hatred sending these death threats. Kagoro Muri's expression hardened. Understood, President Hirota. I'll pursue this with full diligence. Do you have any suspects in mind? Kinjiro Hirota furrowed his brow in contemplation. I have only one elder brother, but he suffers chronic illness and resides permanently in a sanatorium in the United States. He couldn't possibly be involved. Since our products gained popularity, rival firms have regarded me as both thorn and target. I suspect one of them, perhaps not intent on murder, but certainly aiming to intimidate and drive me out. Kagoro Muri nodded. A narrowed scope simplified the investigation, and he too suspected foul play rooted in cutthroat commercial rivalry, a grimly familiar tactic in the business world. Even little Conan stroked his chin thoughtfully, yet without tangible leads he could deduce nothing concrete. He'd have to rely on further collaboration with Uncle Muri. A bodyguard wearing sunglasses leaned close and whispered something into President Hirota's ear. With sincere apology, Hirota turned to Kagoro Muri. My apologies. I must prepare for my keynote address. Please excuse me. Kagoro Muri nodded, watching the president's figure recede. Quick, Ran. Fetch me a plate. So much delicious food. Dad, have some dignity. As Kagoro Muri devoured his meal, with gusto, Conan noticed that Secretary Hirota Masami had vanished, without his noticing when or how. Strange, he frowned. She hadn't left alongside President Hirota just moments ago. Had something urgent arisen? Conan, try this sushi. It's delicious. Ran Muri suddenly leaned down and speared a piece onto his plate. Startled from his thoughts, Conan blushed and hastily swallowed it. He mused contentedly. Perhaps she'd gone to arrange the delivery of the washing machine. Well, best to savor the feast first. Meanwhile, atop a distant high-rise, a fierce wind billowed the long coats of Jin and Vermouth and lifted Jin's silvery hair streaming behind him. Vermouth glanced several times at Jin's gleaming wind-tossed locks, then turned to Vodka's teammates Kair and Korn, who were calibrating their sniper rifles. Vodka has infiltrated the surveillance room. Everything is nominal. Have you acquired the target yet? Kair bristled. The target appeared briefly, then vanished. Korn replied coolly, he's surrounded by bodyguards. We must wait for the right moment. Vermouth's comm device chimed. He pressed the transmit button. The voice of Mayano Akemi crackled through. The documents are secured. Vermouth President Hirota Kinjiro's speech, time, and location. Mayano Akemi fell silent for a beat. Jin's icy, piercing gaze swept toward her. In 10 minutes, on the right side of the main screen. Her voice strained, yet she forced the words out. Vermouth's lips curled faintly upward. Excellent. Once you confirm Hirota Kinjiro's death, rendezvous at the abandoned warehouse. Hirota Masami, Mayano Akemi, lowered the comm device, dazed. She raised her trembling hands, half convinced they were already stained crimson. So it was. She gave a hollow, bitter smile. She truly couldn't do it. She slipped the stolen classified files into her briefcase, smoothed her uniform, and stepped back into the banquet hall. Hirota Kinjiro, having finished his preparations backstage, strode confidently before the crowd to deliver his address. A product launch served not only to showcase merchandise to customers, but more crucially to project strength and vision, convincing investors of the company's latent potential. This speech had been meticulously rehearsed. A failure was unthinkable. A dark, brooding expression flickered across his face. He had murdered his father and imprisoned his elder brother to seize control. Now he would prove to every skeptic that he alone possessed the vision to lead the company to glory. Welcome, esteemed guests, to Daijin Corporation's new product launch. And thank you all profoundly for your trust in Daijin. Our remarkable achievements stand solely upon your unwavering support, as valued customers and partners. Clap, clap, clap. The audience responded enthusiastically, showering him with thunderous applause. Thank you all. I am Hirota Kinjiro. Today I shall present our corporate philosophy, core values, innovative products, and our bold vision for the future. With a sweeping gesture, he directed everyone's attention to the massive screen behind him. But awkwardly, the screen remained frozen on the title Daijin new product launch, utterly unchanged. Cold sweat beaded on Hirota's brow. Of all moments, to falter. His eyes darted to Hirota Masami below, frantically fumbling with her laptop, flustered. A bitter resentment flared within him. Why had he entrusted such a critical task to a rookie secretary? This was catastrophic. Whispers rippled through the crowd. He could almost hear their mocking laughter. Hirota Kinjiro offered a magnanimous smile. My sincerest apologies, ladies and gentlemen. My new secretary is still unfamiliar with our systems. This reminds me of my own youth. Fresh out of school, I couldn't even brew coffee properly. Father scolded me relentlessly, saying, thank goodness you were born into wealth. If you tried entrepreneurship, you'd have lost your last pair of underpants. A warm, forgiving chuckle rose from the guests, who among them hadn't stumbled in youth. Their parents too had been cut from the same cloth. Though he deftly redirected attention and soothed the guests, Hirota Masami still hadn't resolved the glitch, and Hirota's smile began to stiffen at the edges. Growing impatient, he strode down toward her. Let me see what's wrong. Bang. At the very instant Hirota stepped away, a bullet slammed into the tile beside his foot, shrapnel stinging his skin with sharp, searing pain. Gunfire echoed. Guests screamed, scrambling desperately for cover. But the cavernous exhibition hall offered no refuge. Some dove beneath tables, others stampeded toward elevators and stairwells. Chaos reigned. Security guards instantly drew weapons, forming a tight cordon around Hirota and hustling him toward safety. Kagoro Muri shielded Ran Muri dragged Suzuki Sonoko along and pulled Conan behind a load-bearing pillar. Kir's shot had missed. Enraged, she slammed her fist onto the concrete ledge. Damn it, that traitorous woman, Mayano Akemi, sabotaged us. Korn added bitterly indeed. She lured the target away from the optimal sniping position. Amidst the surging panicked crowd, heads jostling, bodies colliding, neither Kir nor Korn could isolate the target's head through the chaos. The perfect opportunity had slipped away. Failure loomed, damned. Kir nearly wanted to put 2 rounds into Mayano Akemi herself. Vermouth arched a brow, not surprised in the least by her actions. Yet mission completion remained paramount. He withdrew his hand from his coat pocket and gestured for Kir to step aside, then took over the sniper rifle. Though unfamiliar with this model, it made little difference. Through the scope, Vermouth located Hirota Kenjiro, tightly encircled by his guards. Bodies pressed shoulder to shoulder, only in fleeting instants, when guards shifted, did Hirota's terrified, furious face flash through the narrow gaps between them. Good. Visibility was sufficient. He waited several seconds, his breathing slowing until his presence seemed to merge with the rifle itself. Beside him, Kir and Korn exchanged awestruck, admiring glances. Jin lowered his hat brim, eyes locked intently on Vermouth's silhouette. This is it, Vermouth murmured, a subtle lethal curve lifting one corner of his mouth. Bang! A bullet screamed through the air, shattering glass, before burying itself deep into Hirota Kenjiro's skull. Watching the frantic scramble of guards and the collapsing figure through his scope, Vermouth retrieved his comm device from his pocket. ZZZT, the line connected. Mayano Akemi, confirmed target termination. Mayano Akemi crouched beneath a computer desk, just in time to witness Hirota Kenjiro crumple to the floor. Her mind reeled, numb, shattered. He was dead, still dead. Confirmed target termination. Vermouth's calm, unflustered voice returned over the comm, utterly imperturbable even after her sabotage. Gathering herself, Hirota Masami staggered into the guard ring, shouting, "President, and call a doctor," only to lock eyes with Hirota Kenjiro's wide, unblinking, lifeless stare. She nearly retched. Staring at the gaping wound in his temple, she fought down nausea and checked his pulse, cold, silent, irrevocably gone. Tears welled in Hirota Masami's eyes as she swept her gaze across the silent, ashamed guards. The president, he's gone. The guards averted their eyes, unable to bear her gaze. To fail so catastrophically with their principal slain amid their ranks, how could they ever recover their honor in the security world? I'll call the police. Hirota Masami fled, seemingly terrified, clutching her briefcase, racing off to find a phone. But Conan watched unsettled. In such peril, why carry the briefcase? Why not use a mobile phone? And that PowerPoint mishap, had she deliberately drawn the president toward the sniper's line of fire? Or had she tried to save him? This woman was shrouded in too many secrets. He had to uncover the truth. "Sis Ran, I'll go get the police." Seizing the excuse, Conan dashed off, past Ran Muri's anxious cries, pursuing Hirota Masami with urgent, silent resolve. Others crowded around the elevator doors, desperate to escape. However, Yamami Hiromi dashed past them and bolted into the stairwell, descending swiftly. Moments later, Conan reappeared in the stairwell. Through the railing, he glimpsed a faint, descending figure, elusive yet unmistakably human. Fortunately, his slight frame muffled his footsteps. She would not hear him. Soon the two reached the ground floor, one right behind the other. Puffing heavily, Conan watched helplessly as Yamami Hiromi climbed into a car. With a sharp flick of his wrist, he launched a tracking beacon that adhered firmly to the vehicle's rear bumper, then stood wordlessly staring at the trail of exhaust fumes. Wait! Conan suddenly recalled something and rushed back to the building's lobby. The first floor was deserted. He knelt behind the front desk and retrieved his solar-powered Vortex skateboard, the one he'd stashed earlier. Stepping onto the board and activating his tracking glasses, Conan gazed confidently at the pulsing red dot on the display. "Lucky I brought the skateboard." Meanwhile, Mayano Akemi removed her disguise. Her hands gripped the steering wheel tightly. Her expression was solemn and sorrowful. She knew with chilling certainty that this road led only to death. Yet she wished, just once more, to try, just one last time. Even if it were folly, even if hope itself were delusion, she longed to flee far away with her sister. No path endures forever. They had arrived. Mayano Akemi stared blankly out the window at the derelict warehouse, a perfect place to erase all traces. She retrieved her briefcase and stepped out, walking toward the warehouse. Bourbon, Jin, Kir, and Korn awaited her inside. The moment Kir saw her, she lunged forward, hand raised to strike. "You wretched traitor, you ruined everything." Kir, Bourbon murmured softly, halting her motion with a disapproving glance. After all the mission had succeeded, why behave so theatrically? Why deliver such a humiliating blow? Even villains must preserve their dignity. Sighing inwardly, Bourbon reflected how partnering with Kir, the shrew, somehow diminished his own stature. Kir huffed indignantly and crossed her arms, stepping aside. Korn followed silently. Well, subordinates need not be brilliant so long as they obey. Bourbon regarded Mayano Akemi with quiet warmth. "Well then, Mayano Akemi, what is your decision?" "Bourbon, I cannot do it." Her knees buckled, she collapsed to the floor, burying her face in trembling hands. I simply cannot bring myself to kill." She lowered her hands, revealing tear-streaked cheeks, and looked up at Bourbon, eyes shimmering with fragile, desperate hope. "Anything but murder. I will serve as an administrator, a cleaner, a laborer. Please, let Shiho leave the organization. In return, I will serve for life. Let Shiho go, please. Her voice broke again, head bowed she wept. Not just from grief, but from the crushing weight of knowing how utterly impossible her plea truly was. The four others stood unmoved, their hearts like stone. No mockery escaped their lips though Kar still deemed her foolish. Bourbon shook his head. It seems you have chosen the outcome I least wish to see. Very well, this is your final chance. He drew a Glock and leveled it at the kneeling Mayano Akemi. Wait. She lifted her head abruptly, carefully wiping away her tears, then reached into her pocket. Jin raised his Beretta prepared to fire, but Bourbon stayed his hand. She withdrew a mobile phone. Mayano Akemi offered Bourbon a faint bittersweet smile. You told me to speak with Shiho? I drafted and deleted the message over and over. I never sent what I truly wanted to say. Before I die, I wish to send it now. She pressed send then met Bourbon's gaze, her eyes unreadable layered with sorrow, resolve, and something deeper still. Bourbon, I have always feared you. You see through people straight to the heart. And I have hated you for taking so many lives. Yet I am also grateful. You are perhaps the only one in the organization who remembers me, not as a mere peripheral, but as a person. Thank you for sending both Shiho and me to study in America 15 years ago rather than choosing only Shiho whose talent shone brighter. Thank you for keeping us sisters together, and thank you for those words you spoke to me before. Whatever your motive, I am grateful. I thought of suicide, but lacked even that courage, not even to take my own life. For the first time she looked directly into Bourbon's pitch-black eyes, unflinching, unafraid. So please, Bourbon, spare my face. Let me depart with dignity. Thank you. Bourbon held her gaze in silence, then gave a single solemn nod. Understood. A gunshot cracked, sharp and final. Conan raced forward at breakneck speed, chasing Mayano Akemi's car atop his skateboard. Damn it, the skateboard's still too slow. Grumbling, he retrieved the tracker from the car's rear, confirming he'd followed the correct vehicle. The surrounding area lay silent. Cautiously gripping his skateboard, Conan slipped into the decaying warehouse. Inside, dust hung thick in the dim air. A jagged hole pierced the roof, pouring down a single shaft of ethereal white light, illuminating the body lying motionless in a widening pool of blood. Conan rushed forward. Miss Yamami. Miss Yamami. He gently shook her shoulders, urging her to awaken. Her eyelids fluttered open, weak, startled, yet alive. Stay conscious. I'll call emergency services right away. She stopped him with a feeble gesture. Don't call. They'll return soon, to collect the body. Leave now? Conan. Conan's brow furrowed deeply. What happened? Tell me, what's going on? A faint smile touched her lips. Actually, my name is Mayano Akemi. I belong to the Black Organization. Perhaps sensing death's approach, she chose to entrust her entire life story, even to a child, to someone who might listen whether he understood or not. Conan's eyes widened in shock. Bourbon, Jin, Sherry. He had never imagined the woman before him was a peripheral member, or that she would reveal secrets he had spent years hunting in vain. Conan interrupted urgently. Does your organization develop some kind of mysterious drug? That was the only explanation for his own shrinking. Mayano Akemi's eyes widened slightly. Then, who are you? My name is Adagawa. No, I am Kudo Shinichi. A detective. Kudo. Shinichi. I see. Her breath grew shallow, fading like candlelight. Young detective, run. Don't stay, you cannot fight them. Miss Mayano. Her eyes closed. Her arm fell limp. Damn it. If only he'd arrived sooner. He could have saved her. If only he'd been faster. Just as despair tightened its grip, screeching tires shattered the silence outside. Conan stiffened. No. They're back. To retrieve the body. Panic flared. He scanned the space wildly, then scrambled up, scrambling his footprints, and crouched behind a wooden crate, skateboard clutched tight. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead. He forced his breathing steady, silent, controlled. A pause. Then footsteps resumed, heavier, now deliberate. Peeking cautiously, Conan caught sight of a black-haired man in a brown coat and baseball cap, cradling Mayano Akemi's lifeless form as he walked out. The man paused, as if sensing something, and tilted his head slightly. Conan jerked back instantly. Moments later, amid the frantic hammering of his own pulse, the footsteps echoed once more. An engine roared to life outside. The man vanished into the dusk, carrying Mayano Akemi's body away. Anime Forum. Detective Conan born user 1. Whoa. How did the forum explode? I was only away for 2 days. What on earth happened? User 2. Hurry and watch the latest episodes. You won't regret it. User 3. A new Black Organization member has appeared. I've waited for this moment forever. Jin is no longer fighting alone. User 4. Brandy. The water of life hailed as the soul of wine. User 5. So cool. So incredibly cool. With a single shot, he severed the enemy's head from amidst 10,000 troops. I hereby declare him my new husband. User 6. Are you certain he's your husband? Take a look at these bar images. Jin and Brandy in various intimate poses. User 7. Is this from the newest episode? User 8. Absolutely. It's a flashback after mission completion, revealing the full mission arc and Brandy's words to Mayano Akemi. Never could I have imagined. Jin, you're this Jin, secretly flirting with handsome men. User 9. I've finished watching too. I truly adored Mayano Akemi. Though her fate remained tragic this time, it was Brandy who pulled the trigger, and yet she seemed almost grateful. Now I'm torn. I don't know whether to loathe Brandy or not. User 10. Honestly, I used to despise Mayano Akemi fiercely. She struck me as naive and love-obsessed. Granted, the Black organization bears ultimate blame, but undeniable truth remains her choices harmed both herself and AI. Yet this profound character exploration has completely reshaped my perception. User 11 same here. Turns out she harbored her own strategies all along, far less innocent and foolish than we assumed. She knew the perilous position she and her sister occupied, and fought relentlessly to carve a path to freedom. Though she failed, I deeply admire her courage and unwavering resolve. User 12, honestly, was Shiho truly so unimportant to the organization? I'd always assumed they prized her highly given her research into immortality. User 13, a many clues hint otherwise. In the original canon, Jin killed Akemi, then imprisoned Shiho, but unless ordered by the boss himself, Jin would never bother with such trivialities. Perhaps the organization simply abounds with genius minds, as Shiho, though exceptional, is not irreplaceable. User 14, and Akai Shuichi still chose not to return. Judging by events, his decision was sound. With Brandy now present, his situation would be exceedingly perilous. User 15, that text message Akemi sent Shuichi. Re-examining it now sends chills down my spine. The first sentence sought to stir his compassion, the second revealed their blood tie. Her subtle, desperate plea, "Come save me." User 16, aren't you overinterpreting? I think it's simply because Akemi truly loved him. User 17, loved him. Where's the evidence? She didn't love him nearly that much. If love obsession clouds your judgment, then yes, Akemi cared most for Shiho. Didn't you notice? Not a single word about Akai crossed her lips before she died. User 18, let's keep discussion civil. Why the intensity? User 19, intense. I'm merely stating facts. Why resist reality so fiercely? User 20, please, no arguments. Who is that hat-wearing man who came to collect the body? He looks oddly familiar. Could it possibly be Akai Shuichi? Watching fans of Detective Conan once again engage in heated debate, Wuyun quietly closed the system forum. 75-27, host. Many viewers were deeply saddened by Mayano Akemi's death. Why not let her survive and participate in the main storyline? Wuyun smiled faintly. 77, examine their wishes, hers and her sister's. In 75-27, retrieved the wish list. Mayano Shiho Wunshin, let's leave the organization and open a shop in America, to live ordinary lives just like everyone else. Will you? In Mayano Akemi Shiho, my greatest wish is to lead you out of this abyss. Their shared dream was simple: escape the organization and embrace quiet, ordinary lives, just as Akemi had lived before Shiho's birth, carefree and unburdened in that small clinic. Wuyun, the Mayano sisters, and the organization are fundamentally incompatible, like oil and water. The boss held deep resentment toward Akemi, whose survival within its ranks was impossible for her. Thus her death was inevitable. Moreover, if she hadn't died, how could Mayano Shiho become Hybrid AI? And Hybrid AI carries significant narrative weight in Detective Conan. Many fans adore her after all. 75-27, indeed, that was an oversight on my part. Your reasoning is perfectly sound, host. Wuyun considered 75-27 the quintessential support system, steadfastly aiding him without ever invoking mission compliance as pretext to interfere in his affairs. Don't worry, 77. Now that Akemi has died, when she returns alive later, fans will erupt with euphoria, though Shiho may grieve for a time. Still, it'll be worth it. Wuyun stroked his chin, then pulled out a magically sealed contract bearing a thumbprint. Come to think of it, they should have arrived in America by now. Mayano Akemi's delicate eyelids fluttered, blinding light shimmered before her eyes. Her parents' voices echoed beside her, tears streamed silently down her cheeks. Was she in heaven, reunited with them at last? Could she really enter heaven? With great effort she opened her eyes. Through hazy tears she beheld a pristine white ceiling and a bright lamp above. Confused, Akemi wondered, was this heaven? Why did it resemble a hospital room so closely? And was it because hospitals housed angels in white? Akemi, a tender, loving voice reached her ears. She turned, disbelief flooding her gaze. Mayano Ariana and Mayano Atsushi stood before her, eyes brimming with warmth and concern. Tears burst forth uncontrollably as she cried out and clung tightly to her parents. And how long had it been? They perished in 1983, 17 agonizing years. She dared not recall how countless sleepless nights were consumed by terror and longing. At last, reunion at last. In hearing their daughter's sobs, Ariana and Atsushi ached with sorrow. Had they never drawn her into the organization, Akemi might well be married a mother, living a joyful, ordinary life. For years, guilt had shadowed them daily. Ariana gently patted Akemi's back, letting her release emotions pin up for nearly 2 decades. After prolonged weeping, reason slowly returned. Something felt wrong. Why were her parents' hands warm? Why could she still feel the pain of her wounds, even after death? She sat upright, wiped her tear-streaked face, and stared blankly at her parents. Mama, Papa, what on earth is happening? Mayano Ari and Mayano Atsushi exchanged a glance before slowly recounting their experiences over the years, and their daughter. Mayano Ari, after our research made some progress, we realized, too late, that we had stumbled upon a colossal secret. Mayano Atsushi, people call me the mad scientist, dismissing my idea of resurrection as sheer fantasy. But it is the organization itself that is truly mad. Mayano Ari sighed deeply. We discovered that for over 3 decades the organization has been conducting clandestine research into cloning and matters concerning the soul. Mayano Akemi frowned puzzled. To her, such high-tech research seemed commonplace. Wasn't it pursued worldwide? Mayano at Sushi, the issue isn't who conducts the research. It's that the organization has already achieved partial success. That is the true danger. It threatens not only human ethics and civilization itself, but the very existence of every person on Earth. Akemi, can you imagine? A national leader appears on television one day, and the next time they appear they are no longer the same person. Even if they share identical appearances, identical genetics, even if the new body carries all the original's memories, they remain two fundamentally distinct individuals. A chill swept over Mayano Akemi, her skin prickled as though plunged into glacial water. So, you mean the organization intends to seize control of the entire world using this method? Mayano at Sushi nodded gravely. Mayano Eri added, their ambition runs deeper still. If they ever truly master soul technology, death itself would become obsolete in theory. When a body ages, simply clone a new one. Children need no longer be born naturally. Newborns could even be custom designed to specification. Then what about APTX 4869? Shiho discovered that this drug can revert adults into children's bodies. Mayano Eri, every drug currently in the organization's possession, whether aimed at preserving youth or reversing aging, is merely a byproduct, even a failure of nearly half a century of experimentation. They are unstable, and certainly not true immortality. The organization's cloning technology has long surpassed critical thresholds, but the soul remains profoundly enigmatic. Progress there has been agonizingly slow. The organization could wait, but the boss could not. He needed every means possible to prolong his life, thus launching the so-called Elixir of Immortality project. Mayano Akemi finally understood. No wonder the boss obsessed over pharmaceutical research. Then Mother Father, why did you stage your deaths? Was it to escape the organization? Escaping the organization. That is easier said than done. Mayano Eri gave a bitter smile. For the organization is not monolithic. Within its ranks someone sought to halt our experiments. Permanently. A mole, eh? No, Mayano at Sushi shook his head. It was a senior member of the organization. One who wished to eliminate us, outright erasing all traces of our work. Many researchers before us met precisely that fate. Yet strangely the boss turned a blind eye. We suspect this assassin stands in an unusually close relationship with him. We still do not know what drove him to hate us so fiercely, to trap us inside the lab and burn us alive. We had no choice. We fought desperately to survive, for you and Shiho were waiting for us. And so we struck a pact with Brandy, and pledged ourselves to his service. Brandy, the Brandy of the organization. Mayano Akemi's eyes widened in astonishment. Is he also a mole? Her parents shook their heads. No, not as far as we know. Though we cannot fathom why we sense Brandy himself harbors a secret of staggering magnitude. We joined TE Corporation, the clandestine enterprise he founded, overseeing biological experiments and pharmaceutical development. All strictly legitimate, of course. Brandy remains an enigma. He unfailingly supplies us with miraculous precursor compounds, technologically leagues ahead of our own capabilities. Even now we grapple with how to scale their production. Speaking of research, both Mayanos radiated an unmistakable fervor, and Akemi, stirred by their passion, felt herself immersed in a quiet, ordinary conversation she had long yearned for. TE Corporation is likewise developing longevity-enhancing agents. But longevity here means life extension, not literal immortality. In theory, humans may live 1 to 2 centuries, or as some claim, 800 to 1,000 years. Yet most perish well before reaching 100. Our mission is to extend human lifespan for the benefit of all humanity. Indeed, once our formulation succeeds, TE Corporation will deliver a decisive, crippling blow to the Black organization. Its shadowy patrons will surely withdraw support. Brandy once said the Black Sun has long outlived its time. TE is the Yendi, not just an ending but the final radiant twilight. Conan sat at Professor Agasa's home, sorting through recent letters while the professor read the newspaper beside him. Oh, TE Corporation is establishing a Japanese branch, focusing on artificial intelligence. Its local director is Takahashi Taro, the lead researcher is Kashimura Tadanori. Artificial intelligence. Sounds like cutting-edge tech. Professor, do you dabble in it? Professor Agasa stroked his beard. I grasp the basics, but deep expertise belongs to specialists. I know Kashimura Tadanori well. He's a renowned authority in AI. How eagerly I await what his team will unveil. Conan flipped through the letters with a gentle, reassuring smile. You're brilliant too, Professor. The devices you've built for me have been invaluable. Oh, this is... Conan withdrew an exquisitely embossed envelope. Morikawa Teiji. Who is he? Has he hired me for a case? Professor Agasa looked up. Morikawa Teiji. He's Japan's most celebrated architect. Is he inviting you to investigate something, Shinichi? Conan frowned as he read the letter. No, he's invited me to an afternoon tea party. Strange. Why would a renowned architect invite a high school detective to a social gathering? Perhaps he wishes to speak with you in person. Conan pondered briefly, then shrugged. Overthinking served no purpose. He'd learned everything once he attended. Though being a child now he'd have to ask Rand for help once again. Next door from Professor Agasa's house, Yun-Woo, rarely industrious, sat reading a letter cloaked in the alias Lady Yamasame. Yun-Woo murmured, perplexed. Why would Morikawa Teiji send a letter to Lady Yamasame? Does he truly believe he can hide his identity as a bomber from me? 75-27, Perhaps he dismisses Lady Yamasame's reputation as mere publicity. According to system records, the vast majority of people regard Yunju Yamasame with deep skepticism. Yun Wu considered Morikawa's notorious perfectionism and eccentric logic, and realized it was entirely plausible. Arrogant and rational to a fault, he likely scoffed at mysticism, and might even intend to publicly unmask Lady Yamasame as a fraud. Nails painted in shimmering cobalt tapped thoughtfully against the elegant envelope. Yun Wu hesitated. Go, or decline. Sighing, she decided go. This was the perfect opportunity to fulfill Rand's wish. The taxi came to a halt in front of a magnificent villa where Kagoro Muri and Conan alighted. Wow, Rand exclaimed in admiration at the villa's luxury and beauty. Truly deserving of the fame as a renowned architect, the residential design is simply stunning. Kagoro Muri stood impatiently with his hands in his pockets, thinking that if it weren't for Rand coming to help that brat Shinichi, he wouldn't have come along. As the three were about to enter, another taxi pulled up at the door, and when Rand turned around, she was surprised to see Aunt Shanyu. Aunt Shanyu, are you here for the afternoon tea party too? Shanyu nodded at Rand and greeted Kagoro and Conan. Morikuji sent a letter, and thinking it was nothing important, I decided to come take a look. Rand, excited to see a familiar face, replied, Shinichi received a letter too, but he can't make it, so he asked us to visit in his place. Aunt Shanyu glanced at the awkwardly smiling Conan and chuckled, saying, I see, then let's go inside, the banquet is about to start. Upon entering the semi-open banquet, Rand and Conan were taken aback by the gathering of high society. After all, why would such a high-class afternoon tea invite Shinichi? As they were pondering, the elegantly dressed Morikuji approached them. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for coming, I am Morikuji. Kagoro and the others explained that they were visiting on behalf of Kudo Shinichi, who could not attend due to other obligations. It was quite rude of them. Morikuji felt displeased, but showed no sign of it, merely saying it was fine. He looked at the darkly dressed Shanyu with curiosity and asked, So this is the famous Madame Shanyu, I have long admired you. I did not expect Madame would honor me with her presence at this banquet, it is truly an extreme honor. Ignoring his cryptic tone, Shanyu simply smiled at him meaningfully without speaking. Morikuji's heart skipped a beat. He had previously thought Shanyu was just a con artist, which wasn't uncommon. There had been couples who had tricked even the leaders of small countries. However, Madame Shanyu's smile truly made him feel uneasy. Perhaps it was best not to provoke her for now, though important matters took precedence. Later, Morikuji posed a dull riddle, and among those present, only Conan managed to solve it, so he led them to his exhibition room. As they admired various architectural photographs, Shanyu felt somewhat bored. Taking advantage of Morikuji's conversation with Rand, she quietly began chatting with Conan. You tricked Rand again, didn't you? How can you expect to go to the movies with her looking like this? Conan was also quite irritated. He hadn't thought too much about agreeing at the time, and now didn't know what to do. I promised to go to the movies, that's why Rand came to take my place at the afternoon tea. I had no other choice. Shanyu shook her head. You're just deceiving yourself. Even if you refused to go to the movies, would Rand not help you? She added, You are quite the clueless young boy. Conan, embarrassed and angry, retorted, It's all the black organization's fault. Otherwise, I would definitely accompany Rand to the movies. But really, aren't you planning to tell Rand the truth directly? Shanyu's voice turned cold, causing Conan to pause, caught in a conflict. I'm afraid if Rand finds out, it will implicate her. I worry she might get hurt because of me. Telling her would only add to her worries. Shanyu interrupted him. Shinichi, no one likes to be deceived, no one. Do you think Rand would not encounter danger just because she knows nothing? Do you think those close to Kudo Shinichi wouldn't attract the organization's attention? Do you think the family Conan is residing with would remain unaffected? Do you think avoiding the truth will resolve everything? Why do you so presumptuously make decisions for Rand, leaving her to foolishly wait for the silent Kudo Shinichi? If you never turn back, when will she know the truth? When she's old and dies, perhaps? Shanyu's words pierced through Conan's dark inner thoughts, delivering a significant mental blow. Indeed, he had selfishly and arrogantly made Rand wait for him in despair, because he knew she would wait. He spoke of protection, yet he happily stayed at Rand's home, unaware of the danger the Muri family would face once the black organization discovered it. He knew, yet he still acted this way. Conan was in a state of chaos. He loved Rand, but his selfishness, arrogance, and desire for control and love made him seem nothing like the renowned detective pursuing justice. This was an abnormal and unhealthy relationship, he thought. But, watching Conan's face filled with despair and inner conflict, as if he had lost his spark, Shanyu waited expressionlessly for his answer. Finally, he exhaled and said with difficulty, Aunt Shanyu, I need to think about it some more. As expected, Shanyu shrugged. After all, it's Japan, known for the famous confession line, the moonlight tonight is beautiful, where everyone values subtlety before the awkwardness. She found Conan's twisted feelings quite normal. You need to decide quickly, after all, no one will wait forever in place. Shanyu's words felt like a curse nailed into Conan's mind. He felt dazed and confused for the first time, so torn and unable to make up his mind. The two fell into a silence. Meanwhile, Morikuji had finished his small talk and was brewing an evil plan in his mind. Seeing Shanyu lost in thought while looking at the buildings he designed, he couldn't tell if he was feeling confident or just restless, but he approached her again. Madam Shanyu, you've been admiring for quite a while. What do you think of the buildings I designed? Shanyu lifted her eyelids slightly and replied, They're all right, I suppose. Morikuji's lips twitched in disbelief that the guest didn't give him even a little face. Just all right. What? Shanyu interrupted, Otherwise I see, mister. Mori is quite dissatisfied with the designs of the past as well. Mori Kyuji chuckled awkwardly. It's not that I'm very dissatisfied, but it's just that my design skills have improved, and I feel my earlier designs are not perfect enough. I believe I can do even better now. Shanyu smirked. Oh, I see. How about you blow up these buildings and rebuild them? Perfect timing for a renovation, and let Mr. Mori craft a more perfect design. Oh, wouldn't that be splendid? Mori Kyuji was drenched in cold sweat and quickly pulled out his handkerchief to wipe his forehead. Madam really loves to joke, haha. After all, these are my creations. How could I bear to do that? Moreover, the government wouldn't agree. Oh, Mr. Mori, are you hungry? I apologize for my poor hospitality. Everyone, shall we return to the banquet? I have prepared fine wine and delicacies. Watching Mori Kyuji's flustered back as he pretended to change the subject, Shanyu rolled her eyes at him, thinking he dared to cause trouble with such a cowardly demeanor. Conan also revealed a slightly puzzled expression, but didn't dwell on it, as many people appeared nervous and flustered in front of Madame Shanyu. Several days had passed since Maria Teiji's afternoon tea party, and Conan remained listless, so much so that Professor Agasa mistook his lethargy for illness and insisted on taking him to see a doctor. Only later did they learn the truth. The boy had been agonizing over whether to reveal to Ran Muri that he was in fact Shinichi Kudo. Professor Agasa shook his head in exasperation. Shinichi, really? What's the point of this endless hesitation? Just tell Ran. And tell Kagoro too. Frankly, I never approved of you dragging danger into the Muri household without so much as a word. Conan lay sprawled across the sofa like a lifeless fish, silent as Professor Agasa lectured. He knew it was wrong, but still could not name what he clung to. Was it fear that Ran would be harmed while confronting the black organization? Or was it dread that she might look at him differently once she learned Shinichi Kudo had been reduced to a child? He knew Ran was not that kind of person, yet the fear persisted. Who, after all, would spend a lifetime with an elementary school student? Would she wait for him to grow up? Could she endure a decade, and more, of waiting? A decade. While these thoughts swirled, Conan heard Professor Agasa gasp sharply. Following his gaze, Conan saw a breaking news bulletin flash across the television screen, and recoiled. The Oriental Powder magazine has been burglarized. The Black River residence has also been set ablaze. Conan frowned deeply. Theft of explosives was no trivial matter, and was the fire at the Black River residence an act of vengeance? Or, his sixth sense whispered that the two incidents were linked. Yet, how lax could security at the Oriental Powder magazine possibly be for such a theft to occur? Just then the telephone rang, a rare occurrence since Shinichi Kudo's disappearance. Conan's expression hardened. He gestured for Professor Agasa to answer. The professor lifted the receiver. Hello. A strange electronically distorted voice replied, I'm looking for Shinichi Kudo. I'm sorry, I don't know where Shinichi has gone. You won't reach him here. The voice cut in coldly. The theft from the Oriental Powder magazine was my doing. Are you certain Shinichi Kudo isn't there? Professor Agasa exchanged a sharp glance with Conan and handed him the phone. Conan activated his bowtie voice modulator, shifting his voice to Shinichi Kudo's. Hello, this is Shinichi Kudo. As he listened, his expression shifted rapidly, grave, urgent, intensely focused. Moments later, he hung up, snatched his skateboard, and sprinted toward Green Park, while urgently instructing Professor Agasa to call the police immediately. There at Green Park, he defused the first bomb just in time, preventing casualties among innocent bystanders, then raced off to track down a second device concealed inside a cat carrier. At the very last instant, he hurled the second bomb into an open field where it detonated harmlessly, yet the blast shockwave sent him flying backward, leaving him injured. Inspector Megure, arriving moments too late, rushed Conan to the hospital and notified his family. When Kagoro Muri heard of the injury, he rushed to the bedside, soothing the boy's frayed nerves. Gazing at Uncle Kagoro's anxious face, and hearing his furious tirade against Shinichi Kudo, Conan offered an awkward smile and lowered his eyes, unable to meet his gaze. Young Conan, you're truly brilliant and courageous. The way you handled both bombs was extraordinary. Conan turned toward the voice, and saw a tall, handsome officer in crisp uniform, his hair falling just past his ears, smiling warmly as he raised a thumb in praise. Beside him stood a man with tousled curls and dark sunglasses. Puzzled, Conan glanced at Inspector Megure. Who are these two officers? Megure introduced them. These are colleagues from the Explosive Ordnance Disposal Unit, Hajime Suguru and Masato Matsuda. They've been friends since childhood, both exceptional officers. Indeed, Hajime interjected, we'd been dispatched to disarm the bombs, but arrived a moment too late. Young Conan had already resolved everything. He gave Conan another thumbs up. You saved countless lives. It's nothing short of remarkable. Masato nodded silently beside him. Flustered by their praise, Conan quickly changed the subject. Do we have any leads on the suspect? Inspector Megure sighed. Very few. No eyewitnesses. This sketch, drawn by children, depicts someone resembling a vagrant. It's proving extremely difficult to investigate. Officer Shiratori stroked his chin thoughtfully. The perpetrator must bear a grudge against Shinichi Kudo. That's why he called to taunt him. Megure groaned inwardly. There were far too many candidates. Shinichi had solved countless cases. Conan studied the suspect's sketch intently, when suddenly the phone rang again. The caller arrogantly declared he'd planted 5 bombs along the Tokyo Metropolitan Loop line. Instantly, every officer's expression turned grim. They sprang into action. Megure urgently contacted transportation authorities to secure passenger safety. Damn it, Conan seethed. Why couldn't this bomber settle his grievance directly with Shinichi Kudo? Why endanger the innocent? Why would the bombs detonate if train speed dropped below 60 kilometers per hour, or if sunset fell? Conan wrestled with the riddle, finding no foothold. Professor Agasa gazed out the window at the westering sun and murmured if the bombs relied on solar power, they'd fail the moment sunlight vanished, so they can't be solar-powered. A sudden clarity struck Conan. He cried out, "I've got it." He immediately phoned Inspector Megure. The bombs aren't aboard the trains at all. They're on the tracks. The mechanism is triggered when the device remains unexposed to light for a set duration, so rerouting the trains will render them inert. Trusting the deduction, the Minister of Transportation and Inspector Megure issued the order. 20+ trains swiftly altered course. Second by second, through coordinated efforts between transport authorities and train crews, every vehicle completed its maneuver, safely and flawlessly. Excellent. Cheers erupted in the Ministry of Transportation. No injuries, no casualties. Officers rejoiced, then turned resolute. Now came the real work, hunting down the despicable perpetrator. Before sunset, the EOD unit dismantled all devices. Officers gathered once more in Conan's hospital room, pooling their insights to deduce the bomber's identity. Yet despite exhaustive brainstorming, they remained utterly stumped. If the bomber struck again, would they arrive in time? Wait, Inspector Megure, you said one bomb was planted on the Sumida River Bridge. Conan's ears pricked up at a strangely familiar name. Yes, why Conan? Do you have a lead? Officer Shiratori paused, then added, come to think of it. Wasn't that bridge designed by Teiji Moriya? Conan's brow furrowed in deep thought. The Black River residence arson, the Sumida River Bridge. Teiji Moriya. Some profound connection bound them together. But why destroy them? Wait, destroy. Destroy. His eyes flared with sudden revelation, and he burst out, I know who the culprit is. Really? Conan, who's the culprit? The officers gazed expectantly at Conan. No one paused to question how a mere elementary school student had deduced the criminal. At that moment, the lives of civilians were paramount. Conan declared with unwavering certainty, it's Moriya Teiji. Dissatisfied with his earlier architectural designs, he seeks to destroy them all. The Sumida River Bridge and the Kurikawa residence were both his creations. No wonder he panicked so visibly when Aunt Yamagame suggested rebuilding. Upon hearing this, Officer Hakuba immediately replied, I'll investigate right away which buildings Moriya Teiji designed. Soon the investigation yielded startling results. Many of Moriya Teiji's early works had for various reasons already been destroyed. This only deepened suspicion toward Moriya Teiji. Inspector Megure sighed in frustration. Yet these remain mere conjectures. Without concrete evidence, we cannot make an arrest. Officer Hakuba countered. Inspector Megure, perhaps we should visit Moriya Teiji's residence under the pretense of informing him about the destruction of his buildings, while in fact placing him under discreet surveillance, preventing further crimes. Evidence, I believe, will surface there. The others nodded in agreement. The priority was stopping him from planting more bombs. Without delay, they boarded the police car and sped toward Moriya Teiji's home. Upon arrival, Moriya Teiji welcomed the officers warmly. His demeanor revealed no trace of guilt or anxiety. Taking advantage of his small stature, Conan slipped unnoticed into the exhibition room. After a thorough search, he discovered beneath a black cloth Moriya Teiji's personal reckoning with Kuta Shinichi. Beneath the cloth lay a scale model of Nishitokyo City's new town, its architecture flawlessly symmetrical. So that's it. Conan's expression brightened with sudden clarity. Years ago, Shinichi had exposed the mayor of Nishitokyo City for fatally hitting someone while driving, an incident that had thwarted Moriya Teiji's grand design for the city, igniting his bitter vendetta against Kuta Shinichi. Now understanding everything, Conan activated his voice modulator and assumed Shinichi's identity, confronting Moriya Teiji at his residence and methodically unraveling his conspiracy. Moriya Teiji initially remained defiant. After all, the police held no tangible evidence. But he proved easily unsettled. A simple wig prop deceived him, and he blurted out his confession as the bomber. As the officers fastened the handcuffs, Moriya Teiji let out a low, chilling chuckle. Conan's face hardened. His instincts screamed of impending disaster. There's one more location where I've planted a bomb. Care to guess where? What a... The officer's eyes widened in horror. Where else had he planted it? Suppressing his rising panic, Conan's mind raced at lightning speed, scanning possibilities. Wait, could it be? Is it the Mahama Municipal Hall? He cried out incredulously. Moriya Teiji burst into raucous laughter. Indeed, your sharp boy. Exactly. That building is my greatest failure. I've buried a bomb there powerful enough to obliterate the entire structure. Kuta Shinichi, taste the agony of losing someone you love. His laughter echoed, then cut short as Inspector Megure received urgent news. The Mahama Municipal Hall had just exploded. Conan's pupils darkened with dread. Gripping his skateboard, he bolted outside. Kagoro Muri wept as he dialed Rant's number, repeatedly unanswered. Panic seized him. Stumbling and breathless, he sprinted toward the Mahama Municipal Hall. Meanwhile, detectives Hajiwara Kenji and Matsuda Shinsuke urgently contacted headquarters requesting reinforcements to enter the building and defuse the remaining bomb. Elsewhere, the blast had injured many. The Mahama Municipal Hall teetered precariously. Rand attempted escape, but both elevators and staircases had been obliterated, and the emergency exit's heavy iron door was warped beyond opening. She'd been fortunate, only minor abrasions. Now, alongside several other uninjured people, she tended to the wounded and calmed their fears. Help is coming. We must stay strong. Her words comforted both the injured and herself. Trembling slightly, Rand lowered her head and clutched her bag tightly. The red shirt she'd intended to give Kudo Shinichi nestled inside. She was terrified. How could such a thing happen to her? She feared pain death, never seeing her parents again, or Sonoko, or Shinichi. At least Shinichi hadn't come. Just then the front desk landline rang. A strange sound amid the chaos. Could it be the police? Ran lifted the receiver. Hello. Ran. Shinichi. She gasped, then burst into frightened, tearful sobs. You always vanish at crucial moments. Do you know how terrified I am? Shinichi. From the other end came Shinichi's ragged breathing. I'm sorry, Ran. I know, I understand. I'm right by the emergency exit now. I crawled through the rubble, but the door's warped. I can't get in. Ran, time is critical. Scan your surroundings for anything suspicious, a briefcase, a box, anything unusual. She swept her gaze around and spotted a large shopping bag beneath a chair. Yes, Shinichi, it's heavy. I don't know what's inside, but there's a timer. Conan's voice sharpened with urgency. Ran, that's the bomb. A bomb. Panic erupted anew. The crowd scattered far from the bag. Outside, sirens wailed and voices swelled. The police and fire department had arrived. Inspector Megure worked frantically to calm the crowd while firefighters battled the blaze. In full blast suit, Detective Hajiwara Kenji sprinted over. Inspector Megure, the main entrance and stairwells are completely destroyed. We can't breach the building. Damn it, Megure roared. Then we clear the rubble ourselves, by hand if need be. Affirmative. No choice remains, Conan resolved. Rescue personnel were too tall to squeeze through the narrow gaps. Only they could disarm the bomb. Ran, there's no time. You must disarm it. Huh. With no hesitation, Ran carried the bomb to the warped door where Shinichi waited. She glanced at the timer. Less than 17 minutes remained. From the other side came Shinichi's muffled voice. Ran, it's time to begin disarming. Ran drew a deep, steadying breath and replied firmly, I'm ready, Shinichi. Another explosion rocked the building. Debris trembled and rained down around her. Sweat drenched her brow as she confronted the bomb, the largest, most lethal threat she'd ever faced. Her hand steady and resolute snipped the final black wire. Phew. Before the breath left her lips, the timer flickered, still counting down. Shinichi. I cut the black wire, but the timer hasn't stopped. What? Conan exclaimed in astonishment. Moreover, there are still 2 wires left, one blue and one red. Cold sweat covered Conan's forehead as he trembled slightly, flipping through the bomb design he obtained from Moritani Teiji. Is this the surprise you prepared for Kudo Shinichi? Moritani Teiji? Damn it. Conan clutched his hair, tightly pondering which wire to cut, the red or the blue. If I don't decide soon, both Ran and he will. Dong. At midnight the clock chimed precisely. Only 3 minutes remained until the bomb exploded. Mori Ran's voice interrupted Conan's anxious thoughts. Shinichi, happy birthday. If I don't say it now, I might not have another chance to wish you a happy birthday. Mori Ran's lips curled into a bittersweet smile. What a fool he was for coming here. Conan lowered his head, feeling everything from the past flash through his mind, leaving only the words spoken to him by Yunja Shinyu. If you can never return to your original self, when will she ever know the truth? When she grows old and dies. Conan discarded the blueprint, leaned against the door, and slid down to the ground, turning off the voice-changing feature of his bow tie. Ran? Mori Ran asked in surprise. Conan, did you come with Shinichi? This place is dangerous. Conan smiled, feeling relieved. No, Conan is Shinichi Ran. He continued, due to certain reasons my body turned into a child. I'm somewhat lucky. If I hadn't shrunk, I wouldn't have been able to squeeze through those narrow rubble. I'm sorry for hiding this from you for so long, Ran, but at this moment, I don't want to deceive you any longer. Go ahead, cut the wire you like, Ran. Don't be afraid, whether it's Kudo Shinichi or Idagawa Conan, I'll always be here with you. It has always been so. On the other side of the door, Mori Ran's silent tears had already fallen like broken pearls. She raised her hand to wipe her tears, her voice a bit hoarse as she complained. Really, it's just a small body change. What is there to hide? Would I mock you, you foolish Shinichi? Just as her words fell, the ground trembled again, and huge rubble fell. Conan nimbly rolled aside, while Mori Ran also ran away from the iron door, looking back at the falling boulders with lingering fear. Time was running out. Mori Ran squatted down, placing the bomb on the ground, picking up a small pair of scissors, facing the red and blue wires. She looked at the red wire, a nostalgic expression crossing her face. Red, that was the lucky color for her and Shinichi. The shirt she wanted to give Shinichi was also red. She thought it was the most beautiful color in the world. With determination, Mori Ran cut the wire. On the other side, Conan anxiously knocked on the door, being taken away by the rescuers who had broken through the wall. At a critical moment, he suddenly remembered that Ran had said to Moritani Teiji that red was her and Kudo Shinichi's lucky color. Lucky color. Oh no, Rana, don't cut the red one, that's a trap. Cut the blue one. Conan's heart-wrenching screams startled the rescuers, who had to exert great effort to stop the boy's struggle. Everyone looked at him with sadness, thinking that the person trapped inside must be the most important person to him. Time passed second by second. Conan seemed to hear the ticking of the clock's second hand, like the herald of death announcing the impending loss of his beloved. Tears streamed down his face without him realizing it, as he desperately struggled to return. He had promised. He promised to stay by her side. He had deceived her too many times. He didn't want to deceive her any longer. That silly girl believed everything he said. Time seemed to freeze, and everyone inside and outside the building awaited their final judgment. Muri Kaguro was tightly held by Officer Megure, kneeling as he gazed at the tall building that trapped his daughter. Ran. The grim-faced officers and rescuers also showed sorrow, and the injured civilians wept loudly. Their loved ones were still inside the building. Only Mauritani Teji wore a smile, quietly waiting for the fireworks display to begin. In his heart, he counted down 3, 2, 1. Boom. But in reality, nothing happened. His upturned lips fell as he hurriedly turned to look at the clock. It was already 3 minutes past midnight. How is that possible? Mauritani Teji exclaimed, dumbfounded and furious. Suddenly, the silent crowd erupted into cheers. The crisis was averted. The bomb did not explode. Muri Kagoro finally came back to life, crying out in excitement as he hugged Officer Megure. Officer Megure, with a relieved expression, comforted Muri's brother before leading the rescue team to continue their mission. At 1 in the morning, all trapped individuals were safely rescued. Muri Ran was held in Muri Kagoro's arms, awkwardly comforting her sobbing father. At this moment, a group of reporters surrounded Muri Kagoro, interviewing him about the explosion. Seeing the cameras, Muri Kagoro quickly adopted a serious expression and replied solemnly, "This explosion was an attempt by the criminal to ruin the reputation of me, the great detective Muri Kagoro, which led to my daughter being in danger." Muri Ran stepped out of the crowd, anxiously looking around. Had Shinichi come out safely? After searching for a long time, she finally spotted Conan standing under a large tree in a dim corner with his hands in his pockets. Muri Ran happily ran over, but slowed down as she got closer. She looked shy and somewhat dazed at Conan, who was smiling at her. That cocky expression was just like Shinichi. Why hadn't she doubted it before? Conan's casual remarks always dispelled her doubts. Muri Ran puffed up her cheeks angrily. Seeing this, Conan thought Muri Ran was upset and approached her, feeling somewhat guilty as he rubbed the back of his head. "Ran, let me explain." "Of course you need to explain." Muri Ran interrupted him, squatting down to meet his gaze. "When we get home, Shinichi must explain everything clearly to Dad and me. What's so important that you have to hide it from us? Even if it's something dangerous, we should face it together." Looking at Muri Ran's angry expression, Conan gently responded. "Ran." Muri Ran was interrupted, asking unhappily, "What? Why did you cut the blue wire? I thought you would cut the red one." Muri Ran's face flushed slightly at his question, but she still answered, Because that wire might be the one tying you and me together, so I didn't want to cut it." Conan's eyes widened in surprise. After realizing it, his face turned as red as a tomato. The atmosphere was too good. If he didn't say it now, would he still be human? Conan swallowed hard, rallying his courage. "Ran, although I look a bit ridiculous right now, I must say, I like you. Let's go out together." Mao Lilan had rehearsed in her mind countless times the moment when Gongting Sini would confess, where it would happen, at what hour, and what words he would choose. Even though they had been childhood companions and both harbored clear feelings for one another, she still found herself anxious and insecure. After all, Sini was truly the sort of man consumed by deduction, a blunt, single-minded fellow. It was not a flaw, but a temperament born of his nature. She imagined that perhaps even as they neared 30, Sini might never properly confess. Perhaps one day, after finishing a case, he would suddenly remember and take her straight to register their marriage. At the wedding, the officiant would surely hold not a Bible, but the collected works of Sherlock Holmes. Or perhaps under her gentle pressure, he would confess obliquely, as if presenting her with a riddle that required the patience of a detective. Or else she might be pushed to the brink and confess first. She knew Sini well enough to know how shy and awkward he could be. What she never expected was that one day, with Sini trapped in a child's body, he would stand amid rubble and without preamble declare to her simply, "Let's be together." Her eyes, hardly dry, blurred again. In that instant, she felt her long-wandering soul finally come to rest beside the one she loved. They were inseparable. Mao Lilan met Gongting Sini's bright, steady, slightly nervous gaze and nodded decisively, then bent down and held him tightly in her arms. Conan's ears flushed so crimson it seemed steam might rise, yet his mouth spread into a wide, foolish grin, hardly the image of a famed detective. After only a short while, Mao Lilan's cheeks, still warm, released Conan. Before she knew Conan was Sini, she could hug him without restraint. Now that she did, she felt bounds were necessary. Though they were together, they were still middle schoolers. Still, Mao Lilan, a little troubled, took from her bag a shirt she had selected with care. "Sini, I had planned to give this to you as a birthday gift, but you can't wear it now." Conan comforted her. "I'll wear it when my body returns to normal. But by then the shirt will be faded, its color won't look as good as it does now." As she spoke, she put the shirt back, took Conan's hand, and they rose to walk home. Under the beautiful moonlight, their shadows stretched long, gradually merging into a single slender silhouette. "This afternoon I'll take you to buy another shirt for your birthday, okay? Let's buy something you can wear now. Conan's clothes are all old. Buy several so you can alternate." "Long, could you stop speaking to me in a babyish tone?" "Oh, I'm sorry, Sini, it's a habit. Honestly. Detective fans, what will Xianlon's child be named? I'm terrible at naming, and I'm at a loss. Think of several names. Though they're both only children now, they might have many kids. Can little Lon manage many children? I worry. Little Lon wants to be a policewoman and won't have time every day to care for children. Since Sini is a detective with a more flexible schedule, being a stay-at-home dad would suit him fine. He could bring the children along to cases and nurture their deductive talents from youth. I secretly wish they'd have but one child. I'd be the detective stay-at-home dad. How perfect. While this Xianlon just started dating someone unaware might think they've had 2 kids in 3 years. Why are you thinking so far ahead and so sincerely? Because we truly adore the Xianlon romance and wish them a happy ending. I didn't expect the new production team to be so decisive. In fewer than 50 episodes they put them together. Heartfelt thanks to the team. Maybe the creators feel secure enough not to stir up love triangles for ratings. What about my AI? She hasn't even had her moment. Hey, watch the mood and don't be a killjoy. This world isn't only about romance. AI is such an intelligent scientist. Why should she interfere with two devoted childhood sweethearts? It would be beneath her. They could be friends and comrades avenging a sister together. Wouldn't that be better? Now that Exinlan's relationship is explicit, I doubt they'll portray Wuyun as having hidden schemes if she has her own dignity. Enough, I'm remembering the original plot. Shut up. By the way, haven't fans of the 5-person group noticed Chiu Yuan Yenner and Santian Jinping showing up? Of course we noticed. The neighbors are setting off metaphorical firecrackers too. Today feels like New Year. My cold heart is warming a little. I don't know whether Zhufu Jingguang and Yida Hang are still alive, but we shouldn't be greedy. Although it's unclear how Yenner and Jinping survived, it's truly a joy. The 5-man group is finally not reduced to just one. Wuyun leaned against Li Dianai, who was sorting through mail eating fruit while browsing the forum. A message noted that per the host's prior instruction, Chiu Yuan Yenner and Santian Jinping scenes had been edited back into the anime. Those two had appeared in the earlier Daitan Hai's Yumazi suicide case, though their footage had been omitted from the anime. This time Wuyun had deliberately told the editors to let them show their faces to the audience. He thought, fine. It's another bombing case anyway, let the audience recall their original storylines. These two are the first loves of many, seeing them alive will surely soothe a lot of viewers' hearts. A user replied that the host's suggestion made sense. Watching the forum's blessings for Gongting Cini and Mao Lilan Wuyun felt thoroughly gratified. He pulled up their wish list and found their chibi avatars. The two leads had more than one wish, and he had at last fulfilled one of them. Conan's wish read, destroy the black organization, return to my original body, I must return to land's side. Lan, wait for me. Mao Lilan's wish read, I hope my parents in the garden are healthy and safe, ooh, everyone should be well. Cini, could you let me be by your side? Putting a grape to his mouth, Wuyun mused that the remaining wishes would likely only be fulfilled at the anime's finale. No matter, he had no shortage of points. His only concern was that the Ming-Ka characters would not awaken self-destructive awareness and cause the world he inhabited to collapse. Wuyun lacked a clear moral compass. His gaze remained chiefly on Li Dianai, Ku, with stray glances at those nearby. He cared little for anything else. Still, Mao Lilan and Gongting Cini had been raised under the alias Yunju Shanyu, so Wuyun felt a certain fondness for them. Now that the young couple had finally come together, he ought to offer his congratulations. At the thought, Wuyun almost wanted to tell the jailed Sun Gu Deer Arigato, matchmaker of Exinlan Mr. Sun Gu Deer, may your next life be free of compulsions. That day Conan returned to the Muri Detective Agency, and what he said to Muri Kagoro and Muri Ran remains unknown to us. We could only see the large bump on his head that had not subsided for several days. Really, Dad, you were too rough. Look at the bump on Shinichi's head, it hasn't gone down for 2 days. Muri Ran said with concern as she applied medicine to the lifeless Conan lying on the couch. Muri Kagoro glanced at Conan disdainfully and scolded angrily, that brat deserves it. Of course he had long suspected Conan, after all he was a genius from the police academy and could not possibly lack any insight. Even if Conan did not come clean, he would find a time to ask Kudo Yusaku. Their families were close, so he would certainly inquire directly. However, the black organization. Muri Kagoro frowned seriously. The situation was quite tricky. His resignation from the police force was not merely due to injuring Eri during a kidnapping. It was also because there were issues within the police, not to mention corruption. Muri Kagoro had keenly sensed that certain high-ranking officials were involved in matters that absolutely could not be disclosed, such as covering up certain dark activities in society. After all, the mafia operated legally, and he hadn't thought much of it before, just found it distasteful. But now looking back, these matters were far from simple. What these significant matters were he did not wish to know. He was just an ordinary detective with a wife and children, and he did not want to get involved. Knowing would be of no use. He was no one of importance. How could he meddle in the affairs of those above him? The incident where Eri was kidnapped and nearly lost her life had dealt him a heavy blow. He loved the profession of a policeman, but when it came to his wife and children, family was undoubtedly more important. Thus he resigned from the police force and opened a detective agency. Helping others was the same. There was not much difference between a policeman and a detective. One operated in high society, while the other was among the common people. However, the guilt, fear, regret, and appreciation towards Eri caused their marriage to be filled with ups and downs, and their meetings often ended in awkward arguments. 2 days ago, Conan confessed about the black organization. He thought for a long time and eventually called Eri to discuss it. The couple opened their hearts and talked all night, resolving any misunderstandings and anger, for they still deeply loved each other. Originally, Muri Kagoro wanted Eri to move back, considering she lived alone, and it was somewhat dangerous, but after thinking it over, he decided to let her remain as she was. He also did not plan to recklessly use his connections to investigate the black organization. What if he ended up exposing the undercover agent? That would put an entire family at risk. For now, it was best to maintain the status quo. Before the black organization took any further action, he would hide like a small animal, not acting rashly, and work with Conan to manage the identity of the sleeping detective to gain more leverage against the black organization. Lost in thought, Muri Kagoro crossed his arms and closed his eyes, intending to take a nap. These past few days had been fraught with anxiety, and he had not slept well. Ring. The phone at the agency rang, and Muri Ran hurriedly stepped forward to answer it. Hello, this is the Muri Detective Agency. On the other end, a clear male voice came through. Miss Muri, I am Hajiwara Kenji. We met downstairs during the municipal hall explosion case. I was standing next to Officer Megure. Do you remember? Of course I remember. Officer Hajiwara saved several people who were trapped. Are you calling to ask about the case? It's not about the case, it's just that Matsuda and I would like to invite Detective Muri, Miss Muri, and little Conan to dinner. During the previous explosion case, Matsuda and I didn't manage to help much even though defusing bombs is our job. We ended up troubling you instead. I feel really sorry about that. Muri felt a bit embarrassed. Officer Hajiwara, don't say that. You and Officer Matsuda went to rescue those trapped, and you both got injured. We just happened to run into the bomb situation. A time was too tight, so how could we blame you? Even so, we still feel guilty. How about this? Let us treat you to celebrate Miss Muri's safe return home. How does that sound? Muri, who admired and respected the two bomb disposal officers, readily agreed. All right, Officer Hajiwara, please hold on. I'll ask Dad and Conan if they want to go. Muri turned back to Muri Kagoro and Conan and said, Officer Hajiwara and Officer Matsuda want to treat us to dinner. Do you want to go? Muri Kagoro yawned and waved his hand. You young folks should enjoy yourselves. I won't go. Of course, Conan would not let Muri go alone, especially since he had a good impression of Officer Hajiwara, who had praised him. Muri happily replied to Hajiwara Kenji. It's such a pity that Detective Muri isn't coming. I originally wanted to get some pointers from him. I guess we can only wait for the next time. By the way, Miss Muri, there is another guest of mine and Matsuda's who is still uncertain about coming. You should know her too, Madam Yonkiyama, and I just wanted to give you a heads up. Would you mind having dinner together? Muri was pleasantly surprised as she certainly did not mind. Of course, we have a good relationship with Aunt Yuyama. I didn't expect you and Officer Matsuda also knew Aunt Yuyama. Hajiwara Kenji sighed, his tone filled with relief. Yes, without Madam Yuyama, I might have turned to dust long ago. Muri dressed appropriately, stood at the entrance of a mansion that looked very expensive with Conan. After glancing at the address on the note in her hand, she confirmed it was the right place, but the solid wood decor looked very expensive. It seemed there was even a courtyard with a stone bridge and flowing water. This looked more like an old residence rather than a restaurant. Just as she hesitated, a staff member in a kimono came forward to greet them. Muri nervously announced her and Conan's names and was gently led into the courtyard by the kind waitress. Upon entering the courtyard, both were taken aback by the picturesque scenery of a small bridge and flowing water, ancient rocks, and trees. The ambience was rustic yet natural. Was this not a wealthy person's private residence? The waitress brought them to a room and gently knocked on the door frame, then opened the sliding door to invite them in. As Muri and Conan looked inside, they saw Hajiwara Kenji and Matsuda Jinpei, who were dressed in casual clothing, sitting on the tatami looking at them. Hajiwara Kenji and Matsuda Jinpei stood up smiling as they welcomed the two guests. Miss Muri and little Conan have arrived. Come have some tea. The tea here is quite good. Madam Yama will arrive a bit later. Let's have a chat in the meantime. Conan jokingly said. The restaurant that Officer Hajiwara and Officer Matsuda picked is too upscale. Both me and Ranichan didn't dare to come in. Muri also nodded awkwardly. She thought it would be an ordinary izakaya or small restaurant, not such an upscale place. How could she let the officers spend so much? Hajiwara Kenji chuckled. Indeed, it is expensive, but it's okay for Matsuda and me. We've wanted to experience this place for a long time. It's quite famous for its kaiseki cuisine. Moreover, since we are inviting Madam Yuyama, Miss Muri, and Conan to dinner, we certainly can't be too casual. In truth, it was quite painful for him as it cost them several months' worth of salaries. Matsuda Aranori wore his beloved sunglasses inside the room. Don't worry about it, Yen Air is treating us generously, so let's eat to our heart's content. Hey, you shouldn't be so excessive. It sounds like you have no part in this at all. Higashiyama Kenji thought to himself clearly. It was you who insisted on contributing a part of the money. I was planning to treat you myself. The two nearly 30-year-old police officers were bickering without a care in the world. Muri smiled slightly at the scene, turning to Conan and whispering, the relationship between Officer Higashiyama and Officer Matsuda is really good. Conan nodded, feeling awkward for them, and couldn't help but mentally sigh, thinking grown-ups still arguing in front of children. Today's police officers are so easygoing. Hey, why did Higashiyama say that without Aunt Yamayuki, everything would turn to dust? Higashiyama Kenji was interrupted mid-argument, stunned for a moment, and turned to see Conan's curious bright eyes. He chuckled and reached out to pat Conan's head. Madam Yamayuki said it was merely an unfortunate coincidence. She didn't subjectively realize that her actions saved me, but I always feel that she actually does know, as her miraculous past is well known within the police force. Matsuda Aranori snorted. It's all this guy's fault for not adhering to the regulations, which put himself in danger. Higashiyama Kenji gave a wry smile. Little Aranori, let's not bring up old scores. I remember to wear my bomb-proof vest for every mission now. Their thoughts drifted back to November 7th, 7 years ago, a day that was incredibly dark for both of them. After everything that happened during the day, they remained awake all night, only feeling reborn when the clock struck midnight. An unknown bomber had planted explosives in multiple buildings in Mihon, and after Matsuda Aranori successfully disarmed one bomb, he hurried towards Higashiyama Kenji's location. Higashiyama Kenji's situation was both urgent and relaxed. It was urgent because the building housed many residents and they needed to evacuate quickly to disarm the bomb, but it was relaxed because the bomb's timer had already stopped, giving them ample time. Higashiyama Kenji lit a cigarette, the scent of nicotine, calming his mood further. Police officers generally have strong psychological resilience, and bomb disposal officers are among the best. Without a calm heart and steady hands, it's impossible to disarm a bomb that threatens countless lives. They could always deeply feel the weight of countless lives resting in their hands, the sensation of the bomb's fuse being a thread. They were walking on the edge of death. Higashiyama Kenji recalled what a senior from the explosives disposal unit had once told him. "Kenji, I actually regret marrying my wife." He had joked back then, "Senior, if your wife hears this, won't she beat you up?" The senior laughed heartily, saying, "She wouldn't, sides precisely because she wouldn't that I feel sad. Bombing cases have been increasing lately. Society is in a rather unstable state. I've had a bad feeling about several missions, I'm afraid." Higashiyama Kenji interrupted, "Senior, don't say such defeatist things. Let's work together with the detectives to catch those bombers." He couldn't quite recall the expression of his senior back then. Was it determination, helplessness, or sorrow? But not long after the senior sacrificed himself during a bomb disposal mission, it was said that his wife returned to her hometown alone with their child, and no one knew where they were. Higashiyama Kenji wanted to visit, but had no way to do so. Exhaling a puff of smoke, Higashiyama Kenji wondered why he suddenly thought of his senior's words. A police officer beside him said, "All the residents of the building have been evacuated." Higashiyama Kenji extinguished his cigarette and put it in a bag. "Understood, we can disarm the bomb now. First, replace the light-sensitive detonator with a photoelectric tube." His phone kept ringing, and Higashiyama Kenji answered the call, slightly annoyed. "Hello, Matsuda, what's up?" "Hey, what are you dragging your feet for? Just disarm that bomb already." Matsuda Aranori was quite displeased. Until the bomb was disarmed, he remained in danger. Higashiyama Kenji detected his concealed concern and chuckled softly. "Please, can you not shout so loud? The timer has already stopped. How's it on your end? Is it resolved? It's a very simple device, that kind of bomb. 3 minutes should be enough, right?" Higashiyama Kenji played along with Matsuda Aranori's words, teasing his childhood friend. Matsuda Aranori scoffed. "How's it going on your side?" There's no way to solve it in 3 minutes here. Although the structure is simple, there are many traps. I think the criminal's main target is set here. Those are unimportant. You are wearing your bomb-proof suit, right?" Higashiyama Kenji smiled sheepishly. "Well, wearing that is too hot." Sure enough, Matsuda Aranori's furious shout came through the phone. "You idiot. Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Higashiyama Kenji reassured him. "Well, if I really die, you better avenge me." Matsuda Aranori was so angry that he calmed down instead. "I'm angry now." Hearing that guy's laughter, he felt like he wanted to go upstairs and give him a few punches. "Hurry up and disarm the bomb. Get down quickly. Just like last time, I'll be waiting for you in the usual place." Higashiyama Kenji felt a surge of excitement. "Yay, with such a charming temptation from you, all my energy has returned." Suddenly his smile froze on his face as the bomb's timer began ticking again. "Run." Higashiyama Kenji waved the remaining police officers away. "Run. Hey, Kenji." Matsuda Aranori's heart suddenly began to pound, his throat tightened, and his body started to tremble slightly. "What's going on, Kenji?" The timer started ticking again. Matsuda Aranori suddenly heard this sentence amidst the chaotic sounds from the other end of the call, and darkness enveloped his vision. Higashiyama Kenji picked up the bomb and ran desperately away from the crowd. Sweat from his forehead dripped into his eyes, blurring his vision. 4, 3, 2, 1. In the final moment, Higashiyama Kenji tightly embraced the bomb and threw himself to the ground, trying to shield it with his body. Kenji. Now thinking back to that thrilling second, Matsuda Aranori couldn't stop trembling. Just 1 second more, and he would have lost Higashiyama Kenji forever. Unable to help himself, he gave Higashiyama Kenji a jab, and amidst Kenji's cries of pain, he continued. The bomb stopped in the last second without reaching zero, without exploding. Kenji here was so scared, he almost wet his pants. Higashiyama Kenji protested. Hey, don't say nonsense, I'm not that weak. Oh, I just broke out in a cold sweat. Later, when I rushed upstairs, he had already disarmed the bomb. Grinning at me with lingering fear, I directly gave him a righteous punch. Matsuda Aranori raised his fist. You still say that? I was unharmed while disarming the bomb, but your punch left my ribs hurting for a month. Wasn't that your fault? Couldn't you have held back a little? Otherwise, why did you have to secretly buy me medicine? You guy? Watching these two about to start another argument, Muri Rand chuckled secretly, and Conan, sweating quickly, raised his hand to mediate. Higashiyama brother, Matsuda brother, please don't argue. What happened next? Why did the bomb start timing again, only to stop in the last second? Did they catch the bomber? Kohara Kenji shot a sharp glance at Matsuda Jinpei and lowered the hand he had been rubbing against his stomach. Later, back at the police station, we learned the truth. It had all been the bomber's scheme. He harbored deep hatred for the police and reactivated the timer, intending to kill every officer present. Yet just as he stood laughing maniacally atop a nearby building, Lady Komoe Yamasame arrived in time and knocked him out with a single strike. The remote shattered upon impact. By sheer coincidence, the bomb halted precisely 1 second before detonation. I wasn't exactly timely. He was simply disturbing the peace. A tall, elegant silhouette appeared beyond the lattice door. Komoe Yamasame slid open the door, gave a slight nod of acknowledgement to the kimono-clad woman guiding her, who then bowed gracefully and withdrew. Lady Yamasame, Aunt Yamasame. Muri Rand and Conan leapt up joyfully to welcome her. Meanwhile, Matsuda Jinpei, who had remained silent, performed an act that left everyone stunned. He knelt before Komoe Yamasame and performed a solemn traditional prostration. Young Jinpei. Kohara Kenji stared in astonishment. Then his expression softened with quiet reverence. Without a word, he too sank to his knees and offered the same profound bow. Muri Ran and Conan stood aside, flustered and uncertain, gazing helplessly at their beloved Aunt Yamasame. What on earth is this for? Rise at once. I've never cared for such formalities. If you persist, I'll simply walk out. The two men, still kneeling, scrambled hastily to their feet. Please, Lady Yamasame, don't leave. Jinpei and I have long yearned to thank you properly. Grant us this chance just once. Komoe Yamasame sighed, faintly smiled wryly, and seated herself without further hesitation. Well, here I am, as invited. No need for stiffness, please be seated. You two chose quite a lovely spot, peaceful and serene. We're delighted you like it. We specially selected a refined kaiseki meal. Have you two tried kaiseki before, Miss Muri Conan? The two shook their heads. They'd never tasted kaiseki, nor did they know what to expect. Neither Jinpei nor I have ever had it, so today let's savor it together to our heart's content. The dishes are served course by course, which can be rather cumbersome, so I arranged with the chef in advance to serve them all at once. No interruptions to our gathering. As she spoke, staff softly tapped at the door and entered, placing exquisitely arranged courses before each guest. With a gentle, enjoy your meal, they departed with seamless, fluid grace. The five began savoring the delicacies. Komoe Yamasame took a sip of hot tea from her ceramic cup. It was pleasant enough, but the rest of the fare struck her as merely adequate, nothing particularly extraordinary. Muri Ran and Conan, however, were thoroughly enchanted. Delighted by the harmonious blend of tradition and innovation, no wonder the meal commanded such a premium. Aunt Yamasame, earlier you said the bomber was disturbing the peace. What did you mean by that? Sated and curious, Conan reignited his inquiry, wondering how fate had so fortuitously placed Komoe Yamasame at the scene. Komoe Yamasame couldn't suppress a laugh. He was raving atop the hotel roof, talking to himself, then bursting into hysterical laughter. I live on the top floor, ordinary ears might miss it, but a cultivator's hearing is exceptionally acute. She sighed. I simply couldn't bear it any longer. So I went up, tapped him lightly to hush him, and he collapsed instantly, accidentally crushing the remote beneath him. Afterward, I called the police, and only when Inspector Megure arrived did I learn this obnoxious nuisance was in fact a notorious bomber. She spread her hands lightly. So subjectively speaking, I didn't set out to save Kohara. It was pure coincidence. Kohara Kenji opened his mouth to speak, but Matsuda Jinpei interjected first. Whether your intervention was intentional or serendipitous, the fact remains you saved Kohara Kenji. Had he perished there, I would have spent my life hunting that deeply hidden bomber, and very likely met the same fate in his web of schemes. You didn't just save him. You saved me and countless others who might have fallen victim to his malice. Kohara Kenji stared momentarily speechless, little Jinpei. Then regaining composure, he gazed at Komoe Yamasame with profound gratitude and unwavering resolve. Yes, Lady Yamasame. If ever you require anything from Jinpei or me, please do not hesitate to ask. We will devote ourselves fully to your service. Komoe Yamasame tilted her head slightly, her deep violet eyes sweeping over the two with quiet appraisal. Though I doubt I'll ever need assistance, I'll accept your offer since you're so earnest about it. From her small black handbag, she produced 4 finely crafted wooden boxes, one for each guest present. A little gift. Curious Conan lifted the lid and gasped aloud in genuine surprise. Kohara Kenji and Matsuda Jinpei immediately demurred. Lady Yamasame, these are far too precious. We couldn't possibly accept them. Muri Ran stood transfixed, utterly captivated by the beauty within the box. Inside lay talismans of protection crafted by Komoe Yamasame. Not wooden plaques nor paper charms, but exquisite artworks, silver bases set with gemstones. Each circular silver base bore an antique finish, subtle yet evocative, with raised black and gold motifs resembling both a blooming flower and an intricately drawn arcane array. At its heart, instead of a stamen, glittered a radiant gemstone. The stones were modest in size, smaller than a thumbnail. Kohara Kenji and Matsuda Jinpei received sapphires, Muri Ran and Conan rubies. Komoe Yamasame waved dismissively. Please accept them. They're not valuable in the conventional sense. Lately, at client's request, I've launched a new line, protective talismans for peace and safety. People cherish auspicious symbolism, surely fitting for 2 officers like yourselves. Why do the gem colors differ? Is there a special meaning? Muri Ran asked, intrigued. Oh no, they all serve the same purpose, warding harm. But red suits you two perfectly, don't you think? Komoe Yamasame winked playfully at Muri Ran and Conan, her teasing smile unmistakable. Their cheeks flushed crimson. Muri Ran thought, no wonder she's a witch. She seems to know everything. Kohara Kenji still hesitated, torn between refusal and fear of offending his benefactor. Komoe Yamasame gestured lightly toward the jewels adorning her neck, wrists, and fingers. Do you suppose I'm short on gems? Guests constantly bring them. I've accumulated quite a collection at home. Enough now, no more refusals. As the saying goes, when an elder bestows a gift, declining is unseemly. Accept them graciously. Invoking her seniority, she left no room for argument. The 4 accepted reverently and secured the talismans close. Just as conversation resumed, a sudden terrified shriek pierced the air. Ah! Instantly, Conan, Kohara Kenji, and Matsuda Jinpei bolted outside, faces hardened with urgency. Muri Ran followed, clutching her phone, uncertain, yet resolute. Komoe Yamasame slowly set down her teacup, her expression settling into her signature half-moonied gaze. Ah, of course. What arrives. With Conan present, a murder case hardly comes as a surprise. While awaiting Inspector Muroto's arrival, the group secured the scene and conducted preliminary interviews with the 3 suspects present. Yunju Shanyu counted silently, excluding the victim lying motionless on the floor. There were precisely 3 suspects, 2 women and 1 man. Hiroshi Hagiyama and Jinpei Matsuda had already displayed their police credentials and were interrogating the male suspect. He appeared to be in his early 30s, tall, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit with handsome features and a pair of spectacles resting lightly on his nose. His voice trembled with sorrow as he replied to the officers. My name is Yamano Haushin, 32 years old, an employee at an advertising design firm. The deceased Hashibashi Kid was my colleague and childhood friend. Today was his birthday. I invited him here for dinner. I never imagined such a tragedy would unfold. The 2 women, shaken by the sight of the corpse, introduced themselves with forced composure. One woman, elegantly dressed, spoke with visible grief. I am Hashibashi Akina, 30 years old, the victim's wife. We gathered here to celebrate his birthday. How could anyone have murdered him? Officer, please investigate this woman thoroughly. She has motive. She was my husband's former girlfriend. She must still harbor resentment after being discarded. As both officers turned their gaze toward her, the ex-girlfriend stammered in panic. That's not true. Officers, don't believe her lies. She's a cruel, spiteful woman. I'm merely a waitress here. This encounter was purely coincidental. After serving the dishes, I intended to withdraw, but Hashibashi Akina insisted I remain beside the table to serve, and then humiliated me. She gestured toward her attire, a pale pink and white kimono, with a conspicuous stain across her chest. Look, this is the soup she deliberately spilled on me. I happened upon them by chance. My relationship with Hashibashi Kid ended years ago. I bear him no grudge, nor do I possess any motive to kill. Hashibashi Akina scoffed. In no way, Haruno, keep up your act. Years ago, my husband stole your design draft at the office. Not only did you lose your boyfriend, but you were also fired. How could you possibly forgive him? And what about you? I've heard Kid took another mistress. Surely you'd rather kill him outright and seize the family fortune. Hashibashi Akina lunged forward in fury, only to be swiftly restrained by Hiroshi Hagiyama and Jinpei Matsuda. Amidst the clamor, Conan crouched beside the body and inhaled faintly, bitter almond. He observed the fluid trickling from the victim's lips and the porcelain spoon lying nearby. Clearly the poison had been administered through the soup. Rising slowly, Conan fixed his gaze upon the 3 suspects. Who among them held the fatal secret? Ran Muri leaned down softly. Hey Shinichi, who's the culprit? Conan paused thoughtfully, then shook his head. No leads yet. Yunju Shanyu interjected. All 3 hold substantial motive. Their lives stand to gain significantly from Hashibashi Kid's death. Conan blinked, intrigued. What advantage would Yama no Haushin gain? Observe their attire, she prompted, tilting her chin slightly. Conan studied them closely. It appears the victim's clothing and wristwatch are markedly more luxurious. Precisely. And this establishment is notoriously expensive. Even for a birthday celebration, would one truly spend several months' salary entertaining guests here? If my intuition serves me right, Hashibashi Kid was Yama no Haushin's superior. His death clears the path upward. Conan nodded in quiet agreement, resolving to question Yama no Haushin shortly about whether Kid had indeed been his superior. Yet Conan blinked curiously. Annie Shanyu, you can usually discern the culprit instantly. Why begin deducing now? Yunju Shanyu offered a wry, resigned smile. I can, but I haven't used that ability in quite some time. Many clients assume I'm omnipotent, requesting longevity spells, curses, spirit summoning prophecies. Every outlandish commission imaginable. Yet I'm merely a modest witch whose divination skills happen to be unusually sharp. Some law enforcement officers even demanded I divine every criminal, an absurdity I refused. In response, they accused me of moral failure, claiming I consorted with wrongdoers. She sighed softly. I've finally grasped the weight behind with great power comes great responsibility. But divination bears cost. Were I to prevent all crime, I'd cease to be human and become a savior instead. Yet I am not. I am Yunju Shanyu, the wind unbound in mountain groves. No one may compel me to act. Her eyes met Conan's gently. You understand, don't you, Conan? Conan's expression softened with quiet understanding, and he nodded. As a child had learned of Annie Shanyu's genuine abilities, and felt immediate dread. He feared she'd be coerced into actions against her will. Just as his father, once writing novels solely for love of craft, found himself pressured by publishers to churn out endless sequels, inspiration or not. His father possessed influence and stature, so he mostly ignored the profit-hungry publishers. But Conan feared others might weaponize abstract notions, righteousness, morality, to bind Yunju Shanyu, much as certain bereaved families once blamed the young Kuda Shinichi for failing to solve cases swiftly enough, blaming him for their loved ones' deaths. They called him self-aggrandizing, a so-called great detective, nothing more. What arrogance to play savior. Yet every deduction Shinichi made sprang from justice, compassion, and an unwavering detective's heart, not from savior complexes. He never reasoned to become a savior. That wasn't his nature. When lives slipped beyond rescue, he grieved, regretted, but never believed he bore ultimate responsibility. He was a detective, not a savior. Thus he understood Yunju Shanyu completely, and never asked her, if your divination is so potent, why not prevent every tragedy? For imposed duty holds no meaning. Then Annie Shanyu. Who among the three seems most suspicious? Yunju Shanyu tapped her chin thoughtfully, then shook her head. Let us wait for Inspector Muroto's arrival first. Let him search each suspect. Perhaps evidence lies concealed on their persons. No sooner had she spoken than sirens pierced the air. Inspector Muroto and his team had arrived. He approached briskly with Officers Takagi and Sado exchanging brief updates with Hiroshi Hagiyama and Jinpei Matsuda. Officer Takagi proceeded to examine the crime scene, while Inspector Muroto and Officer Sado began searching the three suspects. Takagi, known for his gentle demeanor, simply smiled wryly when Conan quietly slipped into the scene to assist, then let the boy proceed unhindered. Be careful, Conan. Don't disturb the evidence. I know Takagi-san. Don't worry. The deceased died of cyanide poisoning. Toxic residue was detected both in the dried scallop soup on the victim's table and on the spoon found in his hand. An investigation of the kitchen revealed no motive for the chef, and since the soup was prepared in a single batch and served randomly by waitstaff, the chef can be ruled out. Listening to Takagi's report, Inspector Mori stroked his chin. The cause of death is clear. The perpetrator placed cyanide into the victim's soup bowl. The victim succumbed shortly after consuming it. Officer Sato added all three suspects approached the victim's soup bowl before he collapsed. Inoue Haruno carried 3 bowls of soup to the table. Upon being recognized by Ohashi Akina, she moved beside her to serve only to be doused with hot soup. After humiliating Inoue Haruno, Ohashi Akina walked over to the victim and embraced him intimately. Finally, Yamaoka Haoto approached with a bottle of sake and shared a drink with him. Inspector Mori examined the various pieces of evidence laid out on the table, but found nothing particularly revealing, only ordinary, everyday items. Conan stood on tiptoe to inspect them closely. Cosmetics, vitamin capsules, a wristwatch, eyeglasses, a handkerchief, a telephone. Nothing suspicious appeared among them. At that moment, Officer Takagi received a call and reported gravely to Inspector Mori, Chief, a highly incriminating detail has emerged. The vitamin bottle found in the victim's wife's purse did not contain vitamins at all. Laboratory analysis confirmed it held sleeping pills. Moreover, Ohashi Akina had purchased life insurance for the victim in advance. What? All eyes instantly turned toward Ohashi Akina, who stood frozen pale and disoriented. Inoue Haruno exclaimed, "So you still suspect me? It's you who plotted to murder your husband and defraud the insurance." Yamaoka Haoto cried, "Sister-in-law, how could you commit such an atrocity?" Ohashi Akina, struggling to conceal her panic, retorted, "I didn't. The sleeping pill bottle was damaged, so I transferred the pills into an empty vitamin container. And what's unusual about buying insurance? I bought one for myself too." Inspector Mori nodded thoughtfully. That explanation holds some weight. You cannot yet be conclusively identified as the culprit. Currently, no trace of cyanide has been found on Ohashi Akina. Conversely, Inoue Haruno, who handled the soup bowl directly and had ample opportunity to administer poison, remains the most plausible suspect. All eyes shifted again to Inoue Haruno, who grew visibly flustered and waved her hands frantically. "It wasn't me, Chief. I've already said. I had no idea I'd even encounter them. I only realized I'd run into Ohashi Kid after delivering the soup." Why don't you suspect Yamaoka Haoto instead? His conflict with Ohashi Kid isn't recent. It's been brewing for years. When he offered a toast, Kid punched him square in the face, knocking his glasses askew. And yet Haoto still forced a smile. To me, he's the most suspicious. Inspector Mori fixed Yamaoka Haoto with a stern gaze. "Is this true, Mr. Yamaoka? Why didn't you mention earlier that you'd clashed with the victim?" Yamaoka Haoto offered a faint, strained smile. His gaze flickered uncertainly. His glasses, now evidence, rested on the table, leaving him nearly unable to see clearly. Inspector Mori, that wasn't a clash. It was mere brotherly banter. He landed only a light punch. Perhaps it seemed forceful to ladies, but look, I bear not even the faintest red mark on my face. He touched his cheek. Everyone glanced. And indeed, there was not a trace of discoloration. Hajiwara Kendo glanced at Matsuda. Shiho, his voice laced with quiet amusement. Perhaps such rough-and-tumble camaraderie is in fact a sign of deep affection. Yamaoka Haoto continued, "Yes, we did have disagreements, but strictly professional ones. He was my superior. Our design philosophies occasionally collided. Yet such friction is entirely normal among colleagues. To kill over it would be utterly disproportionate." Conan and Yunju Shanyu murmured almost simultaneously, "Sotto voce, not necessarily." Their eyes met, and they couldn't help but smile. Yunju Shanyu leaned down. "Many homicides stem from trifling grievances. Once murderous intent takes hold, notions of proportion vanish entirely." "Well then, famed detective, have you deduced the culprit yet?" Conan nodded. "I've identified the murderer, but I remain baffled. Where did he conceal the poison? Every search has yielded nothing. This isn't an ice pick murder, where the weapon melts away into water. So why is there no trace whatsoever?" As he pondered, Yamaoka Haoto hesitated, then spoke up. "Officer, if your examination is complete, might I please have my glasses back? I can't see well enough to navigate, even to find my way home." Ohashi Akina interjected impatiently. "Exactly. You have no tangible evidence linking us to the crime. Perhaps the real killer fled long ago. Why are you withholding our personal effects?" Inspector Mori, with no recourse, placated them. "We'll return your belongings after conducting a deeper investigation. Cyanide leaves traces. This case will be resolved thoroughly." A lightning bolt flashed across Conan's mind. Suddenly, every clue coalesced. He knew exactly how the crime was committed. Tugging gently at Yunju Shanyu's sleeve, he whispered his deduction into her ear. Yunju Shanyu nodded, rose, and addressed Inspector Mori. "Inspector Mori, I know who the murderer is. Inspector Mori beamed with relief. Though neither Kudo nor Mori were present, Mrs. Yunju could still unmask the killer. Wonderful. Mrs. Yunju, who is it? None other than Mr. Yamauka Haoto. What? Stunned disbelief rippled through the room, especially from Ohashi Akina, who truly believed Yamauka and Ohashi Kid were close friends. Had their minor professional friction truly escalated to murder? Yamauka Haoto remained composed, replying coolly, what evidence do you possess? If none exists, your accusation constitutes defamation, with legal consequences. Evidence. It lies precisely in your urgent demand to retrieve your glasses. Inspector Mori looked startled, but we tested them thoroughly. No cyanide residue was detected. Watching Yamauka's face drain of color, Conan picked up a handkerchief, lifted the glasses from the table, and said, look, the poison isn't on the surface. It's inside the frame. Inside the glasses. Inspector Mori scrutinized the slender frame, bewildered. Where could poison possibly be concealed? Within the lenses themselves? Yes, Conan affirmed. Inspector Mori, observe the rubber tip at the end of the right temple. It conceals a hidden mechanism. Everyone stared in astonishment. No one had ever heard of a concealed mechanism built into eyeglass temples. Conan gripped the right temple's rubber tip and pulled outward. A soft click echoed, and though the curved metal tip remained intact, part of the rubber sleeve detached cleanly. Temple tips secure eyeglasses behind the ears, typically wrapped tightly in flexible rubber. No one imagined one tip could be partially removable, nor that its hollow interior had been ingeniously engineered into a concealed poison compartment. Yunju Shanyu added, that's why in no way Haruno claimed the victim struck you hard enough to knock your glasses askew. She assumed great force was involved. In truth, you'd simply remove the rubber tip. With one temple now lighter, even the slightest contact disrupted its balance. Officer Sato used tweezers to examine the detached tip and declared solemnly, Chief, the interior contains unidentified crystalline particles. Excellent. Rush it to the lab immediately. No need, Yamauka Haoto replied, activating the universal criminal trope of the Kagaku world, kneeling to confess his motive. From childhood onward, he always insisted on standing above me, whether at school or at work, masking exploitation as fraternal loyalty. He stole my designs without hesitation and blocked my promotions. What kind of brother does that? Merely a bloodsucker. Thus I sent him back, to the hell he truly deserved. Inside the dim room, only a small monitor glowed faintly, casting the stark silhouette of a raven upon its screen. Brandy bowed his head in solemn deference, awaiting his boss's command. A distorted electronic voice emanated from the speaker. Sherry still refuses to resume the experiments. Yes, boss. Since Mayano Akemi's death, Sherry has been fasting, refusing all experiments and research entirely. Did you not inform her that completing the final experiment would restore her sister to life? Brandy replied, boss, I told her. But it appears Sherry utterly disbelieves such a resurrection drug can ever be synthesized. Shall I dispatch Mayano Akemi's genetic material to the cloning laboratory? The electronic voice paused, then emitted a cold, disdainful snort. Humph, spare the effort. An insubordinate subordinate must be disciplined. Confine her to solitary confinement. No food, no water, for 2 days. Let us see how long her resolve endures. Understood, boss. Brandy remained motionless in his reverent posture. Only after confirming the boss had truly departed did Jin, who had stood silently in the corner, flick on the room's overhead light. Brandy straightened his spine and walked side by side with Jin toward the door, his expression unreadable. Jin spoke, voice icy and edged with contempt, take her there now, and lock her up. Brandy nodded once. Let's go. After all, she chose disobedience. Sherry sat alone in her quarters, staring blankly at her phone screen. On the screen glowed a final text message from Mayano Akemi sent before her death. To Shiho with love, do you remember our childhood in America? You'd always pause outside cafes and flower shops. I thought you longed for coffee or blossoms. Only later did I realize you were yearning for that quiet, gentle life. Shiho, in my next life, I wish to be your sister once more. Then I'll open a flower shop, and you a cafe, side by side. On idle afternoons, I'll bring you fresh blooms for tea, though I won't pay a cent, of course. Shiho, do not grieve for me. This was my choice, and strangely I'm grateful to Brandy. At least he granted me a sliver of dignity. Do not let hatred corrode your heart. Yes, I was selfish, but I beg you live well, even as I have already stepped beyond this world. Never trust the organization. Never trust undercover agents. Your brilliance will become a shackle, binding you tighter than any chain. Forgive me, Shio. Forgive me. Goodbye. Gazing at those final 2 words, goodbye, a single silent tear traced down Sherry's cheek. Since receiving her sister's message, time itself seemed to warp, slowing, thickening. Only 2 days had passed, yet each hour stretched like an eternity. Mayano Shiho had never loathed the black organization with such searing, unrelenting fury. Had it not already stolen her parents? Why? Why must it also take her last remaining kin? She hated this vile organization, hated its bloodless hounds, hated Brandy, who murdered her sister, and hated Akai Shuichi, who used Akemi, then cast her aside. And most of all, she hated herself. What good was genius? What use was brilliance, if it could not even hold on to her sister? The cruel irony stung. She lacked even the power to confront or resist. Her only protest, a hunger strike, a refusal to cooperate, was a weapon turned inward. Tragic, absurd, the lament of the powerless who can wound only themselves. The door to her quarters swung open. She hastily wiped her tears and turned, face hardened, eyes glacial. as Brandy entered wearing his eternal hollow smile. "Sherry," he said, "I hear you continue to refuse all research assignments." Her gaze locked onto his, frost-laced venomous, her fists clenched tight, yet she uttered not a word. He sighed softly. "You two sisters, why persist in such futility? It is like a mayfly straining against a mountain. All you achieve is self-destruction." Jin's scoffed voice laced with contempt. "Arrogant folly. Fools have no place surviving within the organization." Sherry's lips curled into a brittle, sardonic smile. "No need for the two of you to play good cop and bad cop. If you mean to kill me, do it swiftly. Spare me your speeches." Brandy reached into Sherry's lab coat and withdrew her phone, slipping it into his pocket. He then scanned her thoroughly with a detector, confirming no other communication devices remained. "Vodka," he called over his shoulder. A broad-shouldered man in sunglasses stepped forward and began guiding Sherry away. Down the vast, echoing corridor, they walked in silence, turning corner after corner, until at last they halted before a secluded, rust-streaked cell door. Even from outside, the cell exuded an aura of glacial cold, suffocating darkness, and iron-rich decay. Within lay absolute blackness, no light, no sound. The air reeked of old blood and rotting flesh. The acoustics were so perfectly sealed that ordinary minds would fracture under days of utter sensory void. Vodka secured Sherry to a bare metal pipe with heavy cuffs, then glanced at her almost pityingly, wondering how long even a mind as brilliant as hers could endure. Brandy stood framed in the doorway, backlit by the corridor's harsh light, his features blurred in shadow, his voice clear and calm. "See you tomorrow, Sherry." With a groan of grinding metal, the massive iron door slammed shut. From outside, a heavy clanking chain was fastened, locking her irrevocably into total darkness. She saw nothing, heard nothing, only the frantic, thunderous drumbeat of her own heart. After a long silence, she strained against the cuffs, testing their strength, but the reinforced alloy held firm, unmoving. She fell still again, listening only to her pulse, letting memory carry her back. Shared laughter, whispered confidences, the warmth of her sister's hand. At last resolve crystallized. With her free hand, she reached into her lab coat pocket and withdrew a single capsule, APTX 4869, a lethal poison, yet for certain rare individuals a miraculous elixir of regression, like Kudu Shinichi. "Sister, it seems I cannot survive this trial. Fortunately, they overlooked this vial on my person. I shall gamble everything. If I die, we reunite. If by some miracle I live, then I shall honor your wish. I will live, truly live, sister." Without hesitation, Mayano Shiho placed the capsule upon her tongue and swallowed. Almost instantly, agony erupted, bone deep, all-consuming. Her body burned as if engulfed in fire, then shattered as though run over by a freight train. Her heart raced beyond human limits, pounding like an engine pushed past its breaking point, threatening imminent detonation. Her clenched jaw finally gave way, a raw, guttural cry tearing from her throat, as she collapsed violently to the floor, convulsing uncontrollably before surrendering to unconsciousness. How long she drifted in oblivion she could not tell, until in that same impenetrable dark her eyes fluttered open once more. Her fingers traced the loose drape of oversized clothing and the absence of cuffs around her wrists. A storm of emotions surged within her. "Sister, is it you watching over me? Does your soul still linger, still guard me from beyond?" At that moment, this brilliant scientist who had never believed in spirits or afterlife ached with desperate, tender hope that souls did exist. For if they did, then even across the chasm of death, reunion might yet be possible, in another form, another world. With great effort she rose and began feeling her way along the walls, searching. She recalled a narrow ventilation grate on one side. Her newly diminished frame, she reasoned, might just fit through. Brandy, wearing a pair of black leather gloves, picked up a radio from the table and examined it carefully. Next to him, Jin was also wearing gloves and rummaging through files in the cabinet. "I don't think the FBI will contact Shirley. They are ruthless and won't expose themselves just for her." "I agree," Jin replied. "But boss has a point. After all, Shirley is a researcher for the organization. The knowledge she possesses is undoubtedly coveted by the rats, and these watchers might take desperate measures to rescue her." Brandy chuckled softly. "Mayano Akemi must be crying in the underground. People are truly unequal. Some live with value while others die without it. This principle remains unchanged through the ages." He put down the radio, linked his arm with Jin's, and leaned close, whispering, "It seems the FBI is prowling around Japan again. They really can't let go. I wonder if Akai Shuichi dares to come back." Jin scoffed. "He's just a waste. If he dares to return, I'll kill him. And there's Rum, who is also eyeing Shirley's talents. He has always wanted to recruit her." Jin looked down on Rum. "Even more, that old fool thinks he is a general from ancient times, dreaming of gathering all the heroes under his command. He should consider whether he is worthy of that. Now that you've imprisoned Shirley, he must be sensing the opportunity, right?" Brandy nodded, a mocking expression on his face. "He'll probably send his capable assistant to persuade Shirley. However, I don't think he'll get what he wants. The Mayano sisters appear weak, but they are quite stubborn inside." Just as he was saying this, hurried footsteps sounded from outside the door. Vodka burst through the door in a panic, momentarily stunned to see the two bosses so close together, but quickly regained his composure, speaking anxiously. "Brandy, Jin, something's wrong. Shirley's missing." Brandy and Jin exchanged serious glances, their expressions turning grave though their eyes revealed understanding. Jin's cold green pupils gazed over, and he asked coldly, "What do you mean she's missing? Be clear." Vodka wiped the cold sweat from his face. "I want to check on Shirley just now. When I opened the door, I found she was gone. I thought she had escaped her cuffs and was hiding, so I searched the room, but there wasn't even a shadow left. There were no suspicious traces either. I'm sure when I opened the main door it was locked as usual, just as I locked it yesterday. No one had touched it. But a living person seems to have vanished into thin air. Vodka was anxious, tinged with a hint of fear. This situation was too bizarre. He had a bit of superstition, thinking perhaps the spirit of Mayano Akemi had rescued Shirley. Brandy, with his hands in his pockets, looked at his little brother with a strange expression, mercilessly mocking Vodka. For such a big guy, you don't really think it was Mayano Akemi's ghost, do you? If she had such power, she should have come for revenge on me first. What are you afraid of? After saying this, Brandy pulled Jin along, intending to personally check the confinement room. Since she's missing, someone must have colluded with her and used some means to rescue her. You must believe in science, you know. Vodka murmured an "oh" and thought to himself that if he were Mayano Akemi, he wouldn't dare to take revenge on Brandy either. This doesn't prove it wasn't her spirit. Arriving at the confinement room where Shirley was held, the three searched again, collecting dust and hair for examination. The results showed that most of the DNA belonged to previous inmates who had died inside, but a few strands of brown hair tested positive for Shirley's DNA, without any other suspicious individuals found. Brandy pondered. It seems the person who rescued Shirley is quite capable, leaving behind no clues at all. Jin sneered coldly. Those disgusting rats, once we find him, it'll send him straight to hell along with Shirley. Vodka looked worried. Brandy, Jin, now that Shirley has escaped, will boss blame us? Brandy glanced at him, reassuring this overly sensitive little brother. What are you worried about? This is my task. What does it have to do with you? Go assist the researchers in organizing the experimental data. We're about to relocate. Oh, we'll go right away. Watching Vodka run off, Brandy and Jin exchanged glances and proceeded to the hidden little room to report this unfortunate news to Boss. Shirley's missing. Boss was also surprised. If Shirley were a killer within the organization, then her chances of escaping were much higher. But Shirley is a frail researcher. How could she escape without leaving a trace? Boss's first thought was of magic as a supernatural power, but he quickly dismissed it. Nowadays, magic is ineffective, only capable of minor tricks like fortune-telling about the weather or a few kilometers of distance, shooting fire or spraying water. It's all rather useless, neither tasty nor easy to discard. Whether it was invisibility or the ability to transfer a living person across space, he had never even heard of such a thing. It could not be magic. Boss ruled out this unreliable answer and pondered which organization had such operational capability. Having just imprisoned Shirley, they managed to rescue her. Was it the FBI? CIA? Me-6. The FBI seemed the most likely. Boss stroked his chin. After all, Akai, Shuichi, and Shirley's sister were previously in a relationship, and the FBI had coveted the organization's research results for a long time. It would be entirely reasonable for them to want to snatch Shirley. Thus, the FBI suspicion was ranked first, but Boss also began to suspect internal issues within the organization. The difficulty of silently rescuing a living person is quite high, but if it was just hiding her inside the research institute, that would still be relatively easy. He looked at the respectful figures of Brandy and Jin on the other side of the screen, deep in thought, but then shook his head. It shouldn't be them. There would be no benefit in doing such a thing. Would they hide Shirley for experiments? Brandy and Jin are top talents cultivated by the organization since childhood. His right and left arms, representatives of the new and strong faction in the organization, already possessing partial access to laboratory permissions. What kind of drugs would they not have? He thought of Vermouth, contemplating. Vermouth hated these experimental personnel, especially the Mayano couple. After the Mayano couple perished in the fire, she couldn't wait to eliminate the Mayano sisters. Boss drew a circle around Vermouth. Her suspicion was quite significant. Perhaps she infiltrated the research institute, killed someone, and erased all traces. The last possibility is those older members represented by Rom. For the sake of longevity, if they were the ones who hid Shirley, it's also quite plausible. Boss drew a big circle around Rom's name. Looking at these intricate relationships, Boss rubbed his forehead in frustration. The organization is divided into 3 factions, and all 3 factions dislike each other, fighting fiercely daily, which is something he enjoys watching. Creating discord among his subordinates helps maintain his dominance over the organization, but these guys can have their conflicts, but they shouldn't slap his face like this. Boss felt somewhat angry, but after calming down, he believed Vermouth and Rum wouldn't do such a thing. They still respect him and shouldn't act against his orders regarding Shirley. While the FBI remains the biggest suspect. The speaker remained silent for a long time. Brandy and Shinjo understood that the boss was thinking. They waited with solemn respect, perfectly motionless. The voice finally came low and measured, noting that Shirley's defection was Brandy's dereliction of duty. Brandy bowed, admitting, "Yes, boss, this matter is my personal responsibility." Since that is the case, the boss declared the punishment remain in Japan and let Shinjo run the missions, investigate Shirley's defection, and do not run the world over with Tokai. It was obvious the boss had long known that Brandy and Tokai had been loafing around the globe. The boss's tone softened noticeably. "Yes, boss," Brandy answered, and upon hearing this particular punishment, she straightened and let a slightly mischievous smile play across her face. "But boss," she added, "I still need to search for elixirs and the manuscript fragments for you." The boss replied that the last elixir she had delivered had performed admirably. The laboratory was already analyzing its components. For now, let Tokai handle the elixir matter alone. Shinjo answered promptly when summoned. "Present, boss." "You will take Brandy to investigate Shirley's defection," the boss ordered. This matter may well have been orchestrated by the FBI. We cannot allow them to run rampant. They must be taught a harsh lesson. Yes, boss, by Landy replied. She understood that ultimately the blame would be pinned on the FBI. The boss knew the affair might not truly be their doing, but in the end, what difference did that make? Does it matter to me who actually did it? The boss continued with a dry analogy. If a man in the mountains loses something to a troop of monkeys and cannot tell which one stole it, he will go make trouble for the Monkey King. If anyone is to blame, it is the FBI for being too brazen. Landy clicked her tongue in sympathetic amusement. You had it coming, FBI. Meanwhile, Shueli, fleeing in the rain, collapsed near the Gongting City household and was taken in by a passing Dr. Agasa. Dr. Agasa, unmarried and childless, adored children. He treated Gongting City and Maoli Lan as juniors of his own and was tender toward the three little members of the Junior Detective League. Seeing the poor disheveled child, he was filled with pity. He could not imagine what the girl had endured to faint in the street like that. As he hesitated, wondering whether to call the police, Gongye Jibao awakened. She bolted upright and fixed Dr. Agasa with an expression of extreme wariness. Startled Dr. Agasa hurried to soothe her. Hello there, child, I'm Dr. Agasa. You passed out at my door, so I brought you home. I mean no harm. Do you remember where your home is? Shall this grandfather take you home? He added gently. Confronted with Dr. Agasa's kindly face, Gongye Jibao slowly let down her guard. She stared into his eyes, and in a voice hardly fitting her small form said, with certainty, you know where Gongting City is. Dr. Agasa was baffled. He stammered, but sensed that something was amiss. Gongye Jibao then revealed her identity and adopted the alias Wuyun AI. Her purpose in coming to Gongting City was simple and urgent. She needed allies to confront the vast He Izuji alone in this frail child's body, and without any official identity would mean certain capture. Conan learned of the matter and summoned Maoli Xiaoling and Maoli Lan to Dr. Agasa's home. The five of them gathered on the sofa and held a meeting. The main members known so far were by Landy Qinjiu and Fu Tijia, the three most frequently in contact with Shueli. The rest were primarily laboratory personnel. Names such as Psyche, Buyer Mode, and Longmu were mentioned. Gongye Jibao had little contact with them and offered only their code names, saying little else. Wuyun AI opened her right hand to reveal a single Redan white capsule. She had kept only two in her coat. One had been swallowed, leaving this solitary pill. This is the drug that turned you into a child's body. APTX 4869, as she explained. I synthesized it from the research my parents left behind. At first I believed it to be a miraculous medicine, she went on, but during trials the compound revealed a deadly toxicity. Ingestion resulted in immediate death, and yet post-mortem analyses revealed no detectable poisons. Later in experiments I discovered something stranger still. Some mice did not die, but reverted to juvenile forms. Only then did I understand the terrible nature of what I had created. Conan listened with guarded suspicion. He could not bring himself to wholly trust a woman who had once served the organization. Why, he asked, did you defect? You were a researcher the organization valued. Why would you choose to swallow poison rather than continue working for them? Maoli Xiaoling frowned as he awaited her answer. Wuyun AI's expression turned grief-stricken as she clutched her hands in her lap and said, because my sister was murdered by them. Conan suddenly realized and blurted out, your codename is Shueli. Guang Tian. No, Gongye Mingmei is your sister. Hearing her sister's name from Conan, Wuyun AI was incredulous. She leapt from the sofa and gripped his sleeve desperately. How do you know? Have you seen my sister? She demanded. Maoli Lan hastened to soothe her. Miss Huan, please calm down. Conan recounted in full that after President Dayan was murdered, he had encountered a dying Gongye Mingmei in an old warehouse. Every detail laid bare for Wuyun AI. Wuyun AI was overcome with sorrow. You're a detective, she cried. Why did you not discover this sooner? She sank to her knees and sobbed aloud. Maoli Lan, moved with compassion, held the small Wuyun AI in her arms. Though she knew an adult woman's soul resided within that child's body, the raw pain of Wuyun's loss touched her. She could not bear to see her alone in grief. Maoli Xiaoling sighed. How many families had the He Izuji torn apart? Conan was plagued by regret that he had not been able to prevent Gongye Mingmei's death, but he quickly steeled himself with resolve. No matter how difficult, he vowed, I will investigate the truth about the organization and eradicate the He Izuji. Thus concluded the Red Side's first meeting, attended by Conan, Maoli Xiaoling, Maoli Lan Dr. Agasa, Gongting Yozua calling in from the United States, and Wuyun AI. At the meeting, Wuyun AI proposed that she would stay with Dr. Agasa and work alongside him to study APTX 4869, striving to develop an antidote as soon as possible. Dr. Agasa pledged to invent more useful gadgets to support their struggle against the He Izuji. Maoli Xiaoling offered his humble theory of small animals faced with a colossal menace lurking in the dark. Most people could not be trusted. He recommended restraint, covert action, and keeping knowledge of the He Izuji's affairs to as few people as possible, for the more who know a secret, the more likely it is to leak. Gongting Yozua, participating by phone, agreed with Maoli Xiaoling. He added that they should conduct dispersed, indirect, clandestine investigations into the He Izuji while ensuring their own safety. This would be a vast and long-term endeavor that must not be rushed. He reported that he was obtaining fragments of information about the organization through an old friend. The informant's identity was confidential, but Gongting Yozua vouched that the source stood with them. Mao Lilan summarized their priorities. The immediate task was to develop an antidote to APTX 4869. The principal mission was to investigate the Hei Izuji, monitor its movements, ensure personal safety, find true allies, and aim to strike decisively. Conan nodded repeatedly in strong agreement. The Red Side's inaugural meeting drew to a close, their resolve firm. The meeting concluded and Kogoro Muri, accompanied by Ran Muri and Conan, prepared to head home. As they exited the Kudo residence, they encountered Yunjishinyu, who lived next door. Opening her door, Yunjishinyu was holding a black umbrella and carrying a large bag, as if she had just returned from a business trip. Ran and Conan's eyes lit up, and they excitedly called out, "Aunt Yu." They had come to find Yunjishinyu before the meeting, but she was not at home. Yunjishinyu turned to look at them, raised a finely shaped eyebrow, and smiled, asking, "Did you have a party? Why is everyone gathered together?" Conan, with his short legs, approached her and replied, "We were discussing matters related to that organization." "Oh, I see. If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to ask me for help, but please choose a time when I'm not busy." Yunjishinyu shrugged and glanced at the little girl hiding behind Professor Agasa. She tilted her chin and asked Conan, "Is that woman also a victim?" Hearing this, Ran looked at her in admiration and said, "Aunt Yu, you're amazing. You figured it out so quickly." Conan nodded. "Yes, she's currently using the alias Hybra AI." He didn't reveal anything else, as it was also Hybra Ace privacy. Noticing Hybra Ace wary gaze, Yunjishinyu smiled knowingly and lifted her long hand to greet her. "Hi, my name is Yunjishinyu, but you can call me Mrs. Yu. It's a pleasure to meet you, Hybra AI." Hybra Ace breath quickened, and she hid completely behind Professor Agasa. This feeling of being seen through was eerily familiar. This woman was dangerous, but she shouldn't be affiliated with the organization. She did not sense any presence of the organization. Seeing Hybra Ace hiding, Yunjishinyu chuckled, "Little girl, you're still so shy." "Oh right." She pulled out a stack of exquisite envelopes from her large bag and handed them to Ran. "You know about TE Company, right? They have recently established their artificial intelligence subsidiary in Japan and are planning to invite people from various fields to hold a grand opening ceremony. The person in charge in Japan is Taro Takahashi. I helped him solve some troublesome matters before, and he gave me many invitations. Would you mind going on my behalf? Honestly, I don't really like crowded places." Professor Agasa, very interested, took an invitation from Ran and examined it closely. "They've completed the procedures so quickly. I just saw this news in the newspaper not long ago. Noah. This must be their research achievement. That's wonderful. I must consult Mr. Kashimura to Hinabu well when the time comes." Ran and Conan were also very interested. They read through one of the invitations together. "A tool that simulates human thought, and also our faithful partner. What sparks will collide between the virtual and the real AI and games. It says there will also be a game called Cocoon. What a peculiar name, and it sounds so interesting. Can artificial intelligence really be like a real person?" Kogoro Muri said somewhat boredly, "How is that possible? A bunch of machines and code put together is definitely not the same as a living person." Yunjishinyu looked at them with a smile and said to Kogoro Muri and Professor Agasa, "Take them to have some fun. Many prominent figures from both domestic and international circles will be present. I heard that even the U.S. ambassador to Japan has been invited, and artificial intelligence is cutting-edge technology. It will broaden the children's horizons a bit." The two adults found this reasoning very valid and nodded in agreement. Professor Agasa even planned to bring the 3 young members of the detective boys along to experience high-tech innovations. Yunjishinyu opened the door and stepped into the courtyard, unable to suppress a smile, murmuring to herself, "I wonder if you can discover the gift I've prepared for you, Sherry." Anime Forum. Detective Conan Section 1L Extra. Sherry has finally transformed into Hybra AI. 2L. My god, it seems a blurry image of a boss has appeared. It's an old man with a beard. 3L. This chin looks unfamiliar. It seems to not be a known character. It should be the real Karasuma Renya. 4L. Oh my god, the bickering between Hajiwara Kenji and Matsuda Jinpei is killing me. Did you notice Hajiwara Kenji was saved by Mrs. Yu, but Matsuda was the first to bow to her? Oh my god, Hagi and Matsuda are celebrating the new year. 5L. You disturbed my eyes upstairs. Calm down. What the hell is calm down? Friends, let's get hyped. My 2 white moons are doing well. Well, thank you, Madam Witch. 6L. Haha, vodka really made me laugh to death. As soon as the door opened, the 2 big brothers were being all lovey-dovey. Look at his dumbfounded expression. Attached photo of vodka. Being silly, ha? Oh my god, I'm going to die from laughing. Vodka, you are the comic relief of this show. Awesome. 7L. Who opened this funny floor? The atmosphere in here is too excited. 8L. Seriously, I also want to be the little brother of the 2 big brothers. With the big brothers protecting me, my achievements won't be stolen, and I won't have to take the blame. God, what a great boss. I'm drooling. 9L. Even if you want to, you can, or just look at vodka, then look at Kiani and Corn. You're not silly enough. 10L. You're going to make me laugh to death. 11L. Speaking of which, why are these episodes so funny? Mrs. Yes, reason for catching the bomber is actually disturbing the peace. Ha ha ha. I went crazy with laughter when I saw that. The lady innocently said, I just patted him and I don't know why he passed out. Ha ha. 12L. I also laughed to death, but I think the lady must have deliberately stopped him. She knew he was the bomber, she just didn't want to say it. Otherwise, she'd definitely be forced to predict the criminal every day. 13L. I want the same peace talisman. It's so beautiful, it's like a piece of art. Please official release some merchandise. He'll buy it all. 14L. I want it too. 15L. Me too. 37L, speaking of which boss seems to value Brandy and Jin quite a bit. Sherry has defected and Brandy's punishment is actually to go on a mission with Jin. Is this a punishment? Old BOSS, just say it directly, do you also ship those two? It seems that Brandy and Jin hold a high position in boss's heart, but I wonder how they compare to Rum. 38L, it's a balancing act. Boss is getting old and Rum as his old subordinate is stirring thoughts. He can only promote younger people to keep the old ones in check. By the way, there's a sense of the old East factory in this. 39L, by the way, the last preview seems to be the story of Noah's Ark. But isn't Noah's Ark and Cocoon related to Pandora? Where did this TE company come from? 40L, it should be a new setting. Isn't this Kashimura to Hinabu the father of Sawada Hiroki? Did he change jobs? 41L, is there a possibility that Hiroki survived? 42L, it's possible. Looking forward to it. 43L, looking forward to it. On the top floor of an apartment in Mihua, the FBI trio is holding a meeting. Indeed, it is true that the Black Cloud organization has discovered the FBI's activities in Japan, and it is not a smokescreen. This trio has gone to great lengths to sneak back into Japan with some subordinates, as it is not their own territory, making their actions restricted. Judy looked worriedly at Akai Shuichi, who was sitting by the window. After their return, they investigated and sadly discovered that Mayano Akemi had been killed by the Black Cloud organization, and Mayano Shiho had defected and was missing. Akai Shuichi spoke less, and Judy thought he must be feeling guilty. This man has a strong sense of responsibility. Even though his goal was to infiltrate the organization, he had always considered looking after the Mayano sisters as his duty. The exposure of his identity must have dealt a significant blow to him, leading to their unfortunate fates. Akai Shuichi extinguished his cigarette and took out a piece of paper from his pocket covered in irregular numbers and symbols. He pulled out a lighter, ignited the paper, and watched it burn away in the ashtray. This is the information passed on by the Falcon regarding the organization's plan to assassinate the ambassador to Japan, Scott, during the TE company's opening ceremony. What a... Judy and Cameron were astonished. Is this meant to incite conflict between the two countries? Why is the organization doing this? Akai Shuichi lit another cigarette and said expressionlessly, he is on the left side. Judy and Cameron understood it was another power struggle. Akai Shuichi exhaled a puff of smoke, his expression obscured, only his somewhat cold voice could be heard. James, we must stop the Black Cloud organization's conspiracy and protect Ambassador Scott's life at all costs. His green eyes revealed a sharp glint. Brandy, Jin, this time you will not escape easily. Brandy lazily propped one arm on the pillow while the other hand playfully twirled a strand of Jin's silver hair. Jin leaned against the headboard intending to light a cigarette, but it was snatched away by Brandy before he could ignite it. You've already smoked 3 today? Throwing the cigarette onto the bedside table, Brandy raised his body and cuddled against Jin like a human-shaped pillow. Jin indulgently made no objections, merely taking a mint candy and placing it in his mouth, while his hand affectionately stroked the back of the person snuggling against him. Are you going to follow me for the assassination of that American man? With the candy in his mouth, Jin's words were slightly muffled. Brandy grunted affirmatively. Of course, the boss asked me to accompany you on the mission. Jin, big brother, you have to take care of me. His voice roughened as he mimicked a younger brother's tone, which amused Jin. Jin glanced at the black head resting on his chest with a meaningful look and said, don't worry, big brother cares for you. At Dr. Agasa's home, the children were dressed in new clothes, happily dancing in the living room. Ayumi hugged Hibara-A's arm and cheerfully said, that's great. I saw the news about the Cocoon game the day before yesterday, and it looks so interesting. I didn't expect we would be able to go to the live event today. Thank you, Doctor. Hikaru and Jinta echoed, thank you, Doctor. Jinta even asked, is there onagi rice? Dr. Agasa smiled kindly and pressed down on his arm. Children, you should thank Aunt Shanyu. She provided us with the invitation. As for onagi rice, of course, there will be plenty of delicious food. Haha. Yage. Thank you, Aunt Shanyu. Awesome. So much delicious food. The children's innocent liveliness was truly infectious. Hibara AI watched them play from the side, unable to help but show a faint smile. Just as they were chatting and laughing, the sound of a car parking came from outside the door. Dr. Agasa looked out the window and happily told the children, it's Conan and Muri who have arrived. Quickly grab your things, we are about to set off. Off we go. In the car, Muri Kagoro and Suzuki Sonoko complained, honestly, why didn't you take your family's driver? We all squished together and it's suffocating. Suzuki Sonoko revealed a half-moon eye. Uncle, how could there be any space with such a big position? Plus, isn't it just right with me here? You're so stingy, Uncle. Muri Ran quickly intervened in their quarrel. Dad, Sonoko, stop arguing. Let me see, it's almost 2 o'clock. The opening ceremony is about to begin. We should hurry up and leave. The 2 cars headed towards the TE Japan branch building, and as soon as they saw the building, the children couldn't help but lean against the car windows and exclaim, wow. The entire building belonged to the affluent TE company. It was not the traditional rectangular structure, but rather resembled a spiraling tower covered extensively in glass, with even the elevators made of glass. Overall, it looked particularly dazzling, exuding a sense of futuristic technology. As the car approached, they saw the entrance of the building filled with flowers and balloons, with many staff members handing out small gifts to the passing children. The lower level was filled with children's laughter, creating a joyful and festive atmosphere. TE Company did not hold a traditional ribbon-cutting ceremony. Instead, they boldly launched their developed artificial intelligence and Cocoon game at the opening ceremony and invited many children. According to their spokesperson, they value children's opinions on their products more as children represent hope and the future. Suzuki Sonoko admired the building, saying, "The people of this company have good taste. I want to tell Uncle to design our building like this. It looks so high-end." The children let out particularly excited screams as they spotted many peers. And there were small gifts. Muri Kagoro and Dr. Agasa went to park the car while Muri ran and Suzuki Sonoko led a group of children to collect small gifts. 2 high school girls were also given 2 small bear keychains, happily attaching them to their bags. The 2 adults who went to park also returned, and as the group was about to head inside the company, they heard a capable female voice say, "Hello, are you guests of Madame Shanyu? Please follow me." Everyone turned to see a foreign woman dressed in professional attire with long golden hair and deep features, but a gentle expression. "My name is Elena. I am the secretary of the general manager, and the general manager asked me to receive you all." Looking at Elena's smile, Hybra AI suddenly froze in place. Everything around her seemed to fade in color, and all that remained in her eyes was the smile on Elena's lips. This feeling. Hybra AI lowered her head, tugging at the baseball cap on her head, not wanting others to see her oddness. Her eyes were already filled with tears. Is she missing her sister too much? Why does she see her sister's shadow in so many people? Muri Ran's previous embrace made her very grateful. From that embrace, she felt the same tenderness as her sister, which provided her with great comfort. But Elena, she has no resemblance to her sister. She has golden hair, clearly foreign features. She is the secretary of the TE general manager, and her sister is no longer here. How could she be her sister? Yet even as she desperately denied it, Hybra AI still felt a keen longing. What if her sister is only pretending to be dead? What if her sister managed to contact the FBI and successfully changed her identity to become Elena? That's right, TE Company is an American company. It is very possible. She raised her head and looked at Elena's back ahead. Could it be you, sister? As the elevator ascended to the high-level venue, the unique allure created by the cold, silver-white, futuristic atmosphere, combined with the vibrant laughter of children, captivated everyone, preventing them from looking away and eliciting continuous admiration. Kagoro, Muri, and Dr. Agasa were grateful they had brought the children along. This was cutting-edge technology that could broaden the children's horizons and spark a strong interest in science and technology. Conan was also excited. He pointed at the neatly arranged oval machines and said, "Is that a cocoon? It really looks like a cocoon. Do we lie down in there to start the game?" Elena smiled appropriately and nodded, saying, "That's right, those are virtual reality machines equipped with artificial intelligence. Cocoons. When people enter the cocoon, it's as if they have reached another world, starting games in the virtual realm." Conan was taken aback. Doesn't that mean it's like holography? Having heard of the concept of holography, he longed for that technology that could construct a real-world experience. Exactly. The current technology isn't perfect. The company's greatest goal is to create an almost real world within the internet. We have been striving towards this goal, and once successful, it will bring about earth-shattering changes in the world. A calm male voice responded to Conan's surprise. Everyone turned to see a man in a suit, in his 40s, of average build, an unremarkable appearance, yet exuding an air of confidence that made him quite likable. The man nodded at them, saying, "I am Takahashi Taro, responsible for TE Company's business in Japan. Welcome to the company's opening ceremony." Kagoro Muri laughed heartily and shook hands with Takahashi Taro. "President Takahashi, you are truly young and accomplished. Mrs. Yamazumi asked us to convey her best wishes for your opening. She doesn't like noisy atmospheres, so she won't be attending. This is her gift for you." He handed over a delicate wooden box containing a safety talisman made by Yamazumi. Takahashi Taro accepted the gift, revealing a wry smile. "The lady mentioned it to me beforehand. She also asked me to take good care of you all. It's really difficult to invite her, and I can't even thank her in person." At that moment, he didn't seem like a president commanding the business world, but rather an ordinary person complaining about a friend's failure to show up. Conan curiously asked, "How did Aunt Yamazumi and President Takahashi know each other?" Takahashi Taro displayed a reminiscing expression. "Actually, I came from a very poor background. When I was young, my family was extremely poor. I told my family I wanted to work in America, a land of gold, but they strongly opposed it. Young and impulsive, I ended up sneaking onto a boat to America with my savings in a fit of anger. When I arrived in America, I realized that the land of gold was a lie. Even white people at the bottom of the social ladder struggled to find jobs, let alone me, a Japanese. Even washing dishes, they considered me dirty. At that time, I was homeless and utterly desperate. Fortunately, I met a benefactor. The chairman of TE Company took me in and gave me a job to make a living. Through over a decade of diligent study and hard work, I reached my current position. I wanted to return to my hometown, but after so many years, I found that my family and neighbors had moved away and I couldn't find them anywhere." Conan looked at Takahashi Taro's somewhat sad expression and curiously said, "So Aunt Yamazumi helped you find your family?" Takahashi Taro nodded. "That's right. When I found them, I discovered that my parents had passed away long ago and my brother had changed his name and married into a wealthy family. We never got along since childhood, so I left him some money and cut ties. I guess now I'm quite alone." He made a joke, but Ran Muri and Sonoko Suzuki couldn't laugh. They felt sorry for President Takahashi, and it was fortunate he met a benefactor and fought hard to make a name for himself. Ayumi looked at the president uncle with tears in her eyes and whispered to Jinta and Mitsuhiko, "Uncle is so pitiful." Kagoro Muri gave Conan a light bump on the head apologetically, looking at Takahashi Taro. "I'm really sorry, President Takahashi. This kid is just too curious and inadvertently brought up your sad story. Takahashi Taro laughed heartily and waved his hand. It's fine, what is there to worry about? I really like children, their curiosity is a good thing. It shows they have a desire to explore everything in the world. I believe that if one day even children lose their curiosity, our world might face destruction. Rand nodded. So your products place great importance on children's feedback. Exactly, Takahashi Taro said with a proud smile. Children should not be underestimated. Outsiders do not know that whether it's artificial intelligence, Noah's Ark, or the Cocoon game, there is a minor participating in the research who is only a few years older than you little ones. He kindly squatted down to look at Conan Hybrid AI and the three young detectives. Really? The kids were extremely curious, amazed that someone so young could create such impressive technology. Dr. Agasa exclaimed in surprise. That is undoubtedly a genius. Indeed, Takahashi Taro stood up straight. Speaking of which, our research head, Mr. Kashimura Tadahiro, has been wanting to communicate with you, Dr. Agasa. His son Hiroki is the genius involved in the research, and I believe you two will have a lot in common. Dr. Agasa happily agreed, as he had no other hobbies aside from enjoying technological inventions. The group exchanged excitedly when Secretary Elena led a boy of about 11 or 12 over. President, it's time for you to prepare for your speech. Mr. Kashimura is making the final adjustments backstage, and 100 cocoons will soon be ready. Oh, Takahashi Taro glanced at his watch and replied, this is my little genius employee Hiroki. He looked at Hiroki and said, Hiroki, look at all your peers here. Why don't you stay here and play with them, okay? Hiroki had always been skipping grades while studying in America, and there were very few peers around him, especially in college where he was surrounded by adults with whom he had no common topics. He had longed to make friends of the same age and play the games he created together. Hiroki's cheeks flushed slightly, and he looked at the 5 elementary students of the young detective team with sparkling eyes, shyly nodding at Takahashi Taro. Seeing Hiroki's happy expression, Takahashi Taro felt relieved. He bid farewell to Kagoro and his group, preparing to go on stage for his speech. Ayumi, Mitsuhiko, and Jinta immediately surrounded Hiroki, who was slightly taller than them. Hiroki looked at them somewhat at a loss. Hiroki, brother, you are so amazing. Can we be friends? Can you teach us how to make games? The compliments from his peers made Hiroki's face even redder. He nodded happily and began talking to them about the game. The ambient lighting gradually dimmed, and the soothing background music from the sound system faded into silence. A brilliant beam of light illuminated the capsules on stage, sleek silvery ovoids arranged in perfect symmetry upon the circular platform, radiating an aura of cutting-edge sophistication. Taro Takahashi stood solemnly at the center of the platform and bowed deeply to all the distinguished guests in attendance. The audience responded with enthusiastic applause. These impeccably dressed attendees were no ordinary guests. Among them were senior officials from Japan's National Police Agency, prominent bankers, celebrated artists, high-ranking members of the ruling political party, domestic and international industrialists, and even Scott, the U.S. ambassador to Japan. All had gathered to witness what this epoch-defining technology might offer. Straightening up, Takahashi smiled warmly and began introducing the artificial intelligence system and the cocoon. To the audience, previous AI achievements have remained largely confined to narrow applications, fingerprint unlocking, iris recognition, and similar tasks. In my view, such systems are better described as artificial tools crafted by humans. But how truly intelligent are they? That, I believe, is a matter of perspective. TE Corporation, however, has pursued AI research with unprecedented depth, and our ultimate breakthrough is Noah's Ark. Unlike conventional AI, Noah's Ark is a self-evolving adaptive intelligence. Within just 1 year, it achieves cognitive growth equivalent to 5 years of human development. A few guests well-versed in AI exchanged astonished glances. If true, this was indeed a revolutionary leap forward. Takahashi continued, we have innovatively integrated Noah's Ark with interactive gaming to create the cocoon. While the cocoon remains imperfect today, I firmly believe it represents a paradigm shift. Our linguistic models still require refinement, so we invited 50 elementary and middle school students as pioneer testers. Additionally, 50 young guests will be selected live from the audience. These 100 children will, under the watchful eyes of their parents, demonstrate every facet of Noah's Ark and the cocoon itself. Raising one arm, Takahashi gestured gracefully. Several teachers then led 50 curious children onto the stage, wide-eyed and eager to begin their cocoon experience. I want to go. Pick me. Children among the guests enthusiastically raised their hands, clamoring for the chance to participate. Soon the 5 members of the junior detective team, including Hiroshi and Ran Muri and Sonoko Suzuki, were selected and entered the cocoon. Though Takahashi had assured every one of the cocoon's absolute safety, parents watched anxiously on the vast segmented display screen, scanning each panel for their own child. Conan felt as though he had merely blinked and suddenly found himself elsewhere. Startled, he immediately searched for Ran Muri and the others. Fortunately, they had all been grouped together. Wow, this feels utterly real. Ran Muri pinched her own arm. A faint sting registered, but far less intense than real-world pain and with a subtle perceptual lag. Sonoko Suzuki ran her hands over herself and ran, marveling that even their clothing had been replicated flawlessly. She had no idea how such fidelity was achieved, only that it was astonishing. Though her research focus differed, AI Hybra was a seasoned scientist. She understood the staggering complexity concealed beneath apparent simplicity. Reconstructing their exact appearances alone would constitute a monumental technical undertaking. Her gaze lingered on Hiroshi, complex admiring. Truly a prodigy. Hiroshi cheerfully introduced their surroundings. This is the spawn point. In our home, a 2-story villa complete with an elderly butler. You can explore freely inside. The main gameplay revolves around assisting the butler with everyday household tasks. As he spoke, the elderly butler entered through the door, bent with age, his kind blue eyes gazing warmly upon the children. Children, you're awake already. Would you like to help Grandpa Ian tidy the house? He was so convincingly human, so tenderly paternal, that several eager children shouted yes, and immediately grabbed brooms and cloths to begin cleaning. 2 high school students and 6 children swiftly cleaned the modest villa spotless. Smiling gently, Grandpa Ian observed them quietly from the side. Then once they finished, reached into his pocket and produced small gifts for each child. Wow, it's masked superhero cards. The children burst into delighted cheers. Even Conan and AI Hybra received cards, though they felt little excitement precisely because they were not truly children. Ran Muri and Sonoko Suzuki, however, beamed with delight as they received charming hairpins and promptly clipped them into their hair. At that moment, a translucent interface appeared before each child, displaying the completed task: clean the room, with an option to claim the reward. Fascinated, everyone tapped to collect. With a soft pop, confetti erupted, and on the floor materialized each child's personalized reward. Each prize was a whimsical piece of furniture: a plush bear pillow, a rocking chair, dainty teacups, a miniature wooden table, a vintage alarm clock, each more endearing than the last. Overjoyed, the children used them to transform the freshly cleaned, otherwise empty room into a cozy, inviting haven. Grandpa Ian stood nearby, offering gentle guidance, advising where to place each item, how to arrange the space for both beauty and practicality. Even Ran Muri, who regularly tidied her own home, felt unexpectedly fulfilled, discovering clever, elegant tricks to enhance both aesthetics and livability. As for the children who had never played life simulation or city-building games before, they were utterly enthralled, nearly beside themselves with joy. Outside the cocoon, their parents watched in growing wonder. My rambunctious boy won't even fold his blanket. Yet look at him now, just tidying a room, and he's absolutely radiant. Exactly. My son is notoriously domineering, yet he's getting along beautifully with the others. And just look at how beautifully designed their home is. Is Grandpa Ian an AI, or a human actor? It's impossible to tell. Takahashi smiled proudly. Grandpa Ian is an advanced AI, capable of fluent context-aware conversation with children across countless topics. A collective gasp rippled through the audience. Their expressions shifted, awestruck, recalibrating. If this were true, the implications were staggering. They would need to reassess the cocoon's value entirely. U.S. Ambassador Scott furrowed his brow, then quickly smoothed his expression and joined the applause. Thomas Sindora stood beside him, clapping with a practiced smile, while murmuring privately, well, as I told you, this is a breakthrough of historic magnitude. Set aside your arrogance. Don't presume only your nation produces world-class technologists. Scott lowered his hands, voice cool. If you recognized his genius so clearly, why didn't you recruit him first? What good is hindsight now? The meat's already been claimed. Try snatching it back. Ask TE's backers whether they'll allow it. Sindora rolled his eyes. Did he not crave that prize himself? Artificial intelligence. Holographic gaming. The future profits are incalculable, yet the feast leapt unbidden into another's plate. What could an IT specialist do, truly? It was their own hesitation and their condescending dismissal of small enterprises that had cost them the chance to counterbalance TE's rise. After tidying the house, the children, guided by Grandpa Ian, experienced the joy of cooking firsthand. Though the food they prepared was inedible, their delight was boundless. But then, an unexpected incident occurred. Midway through cooking, flames suddenly erupted from the stove. The fire was rendered with such startling realism that the children actually smelled acrid smoke and felt the searing heat against their skin. The flames atop the stove roared higher and higher. Some children shrank back in terror, while bolder ones dashed water onto the fire, only to watch stunned as the water failed to quench it and instead caused the blaze to surge even more fiercely. Several children burst into frightened tears. Parents observing from outside the cocoon grew anxious. Takao Kojima stepped forward to reassure them, it's all simulated. The system will automatically eject any child at the first sign of real danger. Seeing the fire escalate, Conan swiftly halted the 3 children's frantic attempts to douse it with water. Instead, he seized a dishcloth and firmly twisted shut the stove's gas valve. Beside him, Ran Muri grabbed several thick towels, soaked them thoroughly, and smothered the flames in one swift motion, immediately diminishing their intensity. Meanwhile, the butler Ian retrieved a fire extinguisher from a cabinet and unleashed a steady stream directly at the source, extinguishing the blaze at last. The fire's out. Conan and Onizen Ran are amazing, cried the delighted voices of Ayumi, Mitsuhiko, and Genta. Seizing the moment, butler Ian commended the children warmly and guided them through proper fire extinguisher use, and more crucially, how to protect themselves should a real fire ever erupt. Elsewhere, other children struggled to contain their blazes, which burned fiercely until butler Ian swiftly covered their mouths and noses with damp towels and deployed the extinguisher to suppress the flames. Shaken and wide-eyed, the children vowed never again to treat fire so lightly. Outside the cocoon, parents watch their offspring absorb these life-saving lessons with quiet pride, exchanging heartfelt remarks. This game is truly exceptional, engaging, yet deeply instructive. Its applications appear remarkably broad: education, simulation, entertainment, social development. It touches every facet of growth. Takao Kojima added, currently the game features only a limited set of scenarios. In future iterations, we plan to integrate immersive learning modules, deductive reasoning challenges, and dynamic situational simulations, expanding beyond fire emergencies to include earthquakes, floods, armed robbery, abduction, and violent assault, thereby strengthening children's capacity for self-preservation. Legend holds that Noah's Ark was built to carry humanity safely through the deluge. TE Corporation envisions this cocoon not as mere shelter, but as a vessel of transformation, guiding children to emerge reborn, like butterflies breaking free from their chrysalis, sailing aboard their own Noah's Ark away from darkness and disaster toward a luminous and hopeful future. As the cocoon simulation concluded and Takao Kojima's final words faded, thunderous applause and jubilant cheers erupted across the hall. These two groundbreaking innovations, though still in early development, unready for mass production and bearing inevitable imperfections, ignited unwavering belief in every attendee the future belonged unmistakably to them. Twilight deepened into dusk, street lamps flickered awake one by one, tracing a sinuous river of golden light along the avenue, a mesmerizing counterpoint to the ceaseless flow of traffic below, viewed from a high-rise balcony with quiet cinematic romance. Inside, the TE Tower lights blazed brilliantly. By day, its mirrored facade rendered interiors invisible. By night, however, a keen observer with binoculars could discern even the subtlest expressions on faces within. Jin extinguished his cigarette, sealed the butt in an airtight pouch, and slipped it into his overcoat pocket. Then he raised his sniper rifle, peering coldly through the scope at the glittering banquet unfolding inside the TE Tower. A chill breeze stirred Jin's silver hair, winter's approach unmistakable. He thought almost wistfully, I must find a place worthy of watching the first snowfall. Yet his lupin eyes remained locked on the figure in the crosshairs, task first. Everything else could wait. Through the scope, a tall, middle-aged American man stood laughing easily beside a companion, utterly unaware that death had already drawn near. Jin's lips curled into a glacial smirk as he centered the reticle on the man's head. His index finger began its delicate descent upon the trigger, when suddenly a dissonant whisper of wind betrayed movement nearby. In one fluid motion, he hurled himself sideways, just as a bullet screamed past his foot. His own shot veered wildly, shattering a bottle of red wine on the table beside Ambassador Scott. The gunshot shattered the banquet's tranquility. Guests shrieked and scattered in panic. Ambassador Scott, paralyzed by terror, ducked beneath a flimsy table, utterly incapable of shielding him, until several burly security guards converged around him. Ambassador Scott, we're FBI. We've intercepted an assassination attempt. Evacuate with us immediately. Scott stammered frantic affirmations and crouched low as the agents whisked him away. Hearing their declaration, those nearby exhaled in relief and instinctively distanced themselves from the ambassador, now the undeniable focal point of danger. Chaos reigned, but Takao Kojima, undeterred by peril, rushed forward to shepherd the children to safety backstage, then returned to calm the guests, guiding them steadily into windowless interior rooms. Conan heard the FBI agent's urgent exchange. Lifting his head from the floor, he scanned the room with meticulous care, tracing the trajectory of the incoming bullet. Where did it come from? Who fired it? As memories of Chairman Dyson's rooftop assassination surfaced, Conan's pulse quickened. He sensed it instantly: the black organization was behind this too. Watching Ambassador Scott vanish safely into protective custody, Conan clenched his jaw and whispered urgently to Ran, who knelt beside him. Ran, this is almost certainly the black organization again. I have to investigate. Shinichi. Ran's eyes flew open in alarm. That's far too dangerous. Dangerous or not, it's the perfect opportunity to gather evidence. Don't worry, I'll call the police the moment I locate their sniper position. Rand's brow furrowed with concern, then hardened with resolve. I'll take you there. My reflexes are sharper. I can get us both out if things turn dire. Conan started to protest, but Rand cut him off. No time for debate. We can't risk the glass elevators, stairs only. She swept him up and sprinted into the corridor. Kagoro Muri stared after them, stunned, then surged to his feet and gave chase. Meanwhile, AI Hybra huddled beneath the table, her gaze fixed anxiously on their retreating figures before sweeping the room for Elena's whereabouts. Elsewhere, Jin, missing his mark, rolled swiftly into cover, recalibrated his rifle, and through the scope traced the origin of the rival bullet. On a distant skyscraper, Shuichi Akai stood poised behind his sniper rifle, meeting Jin's gaze with a cool, defiant smile. A flash of savage contempt ignited in Jin's emerald eyes. Humph, foolish rat, you actually dared show your face. Akai had meticulously scouted multiple vantage points beforehand, ultimately selecting this optimal perch. He'd anticipated 3 likely positions Jin might occupy, and precisely as calculated, Jin had chosen one of them. Cameron's voice crackled softly in his earpiece. Akai, Ambassador Scott is secure and en route to safety. A faint, satisfied smile touched Akai's lips as he refocused his eye on the scope. With superior terrain and perfect positioning, his next shot would cripple Jin permanently. 2 years ago, the operation had ended in failure. Today, justice would be served at last. Then abruptly, Akai's smile froze. Through the scope, Jin had reamed his rifle, not at him, but squarely at the TE tower, ignoring the threat entirely. Why? Scott had already escaped. Jin couldn't possibly have overlooked that. With no time to hesitate, Akai Shuichi peered through his scope and locked onto Jin's arm. Regardless of whom he intended to kill next, stopping him was imperative. Yet Akai's plan failed before it could unfold. Before he could even squeeze the trigger, a sudden barrage of gunfire from behind forced him away from his sniper rifle. Ducking and weaving, he lunged behind a concrete platform on the rooftop, breathing heavily as he pressed a hand against the wound at his side. Those bullets had been lethally precise. Only his lightning-fast reflexes had spared him death. His black coat darkened steadily as blood welled from a deep gash along his flank, pulsing like a spring. Tearing the hem from his shirt, he gritted his teeth and bound the wound tightly. Other abrasions scattered across his body were already beyond his concern. He withdrew a handgun from his coat pocket, resolved to break out immediately. The longer he delayed, the more perilous his position grew. If Jin arrived, capture and certain torture at the hands of the Black Organization would be inevitable. A calm voice emerged from behind the concrete platform, a measured, unhurried tone Akai would never forget. 2 years earlier, during the failed operation to apprehend Jin, this very man's intervention had driven Akai into exile in America. And it was he who had killed Mayano Akemi. Thank you for drawing the FBI agents away from the venue, Akai Shuichi. Brandy's voice carried genuine amusement and gratitude. Lightning flashed across Akai's mind. He stated with certainty, your target was never Ambassador Scott. Humph. Brandy let out a low, amused chuckle, never once implying that the American ambassador had ever been their objective. Far off, Jin raised his sniper rifle. A single bullet spun through the air and buried itself in the back of Thomas Sindora, the CEO of Sindora Corporation, who had yet to evacuate. Another gunshot echoed, followed by the heavy thud of a collapsing body, sparking fresh panic among the still fleeing crowd. Takahashi Taro shouted reassurances to the terrified guests, guiding them swiftly towards safety. When Secretary Elena spotted a fallen figure, she rushed forward without hesitation. Thomas Sindora lay motionless, blood and tissue mangled at the base of his skull. Elena cried out in alarm. President! No, it's terrible. President Sindora's been shot. Call emergency services immediately. Below, sirens wailed upward. Unhurried, Jin dismantled his rifle and vanished down the stairs into shadow. On the rooftop where Akai stood, 2 men faced each other, guns drawn. Your target was never Scott. You meant to lure me out. Akai grasped the full scope of Brandy and Jin's feint, a stratagem both elegant and ruthless. A reluctant admiration stirred within him, quickly eclipsed by heightened vigilance. Confronting Jin alone was nearly insurmountable, adding Brandy, an enigma whose depth defied measure, made survival seem improbable. Wincing at the searing pain in his side, he allowed himself a faint, fierce smile. The greater the challenge, the sharper his resolve burned. Brandy, you won't take me so easily. Feeling 3 subtle vibrations from his phone pocket, Akai drew a smoke grenade from his coat, bit the fuse, and hurled it toward Brandy, then instantly raised his pistol and fired. As smoke swallowed Brandy's vision, Akai dropped low and sprinted for the rooftop door, where Jody Starling waited ready. Even blind to his form, Brandy's shot struck precisely along Akai's escape path. Shrapnel from shattered concrete stung Akai's skin, adding fine new lacerations. Jody too fired blindly into the haze, emptying her magazine, not to hit, but to pin Brandy down and buy Akai precious seconds. Nearing the doorway, Akai executed a swift forward roll, plunging into the cool, dim stairwell. Jody seized his arm and hurried him downward. An FBI extraction vehicle awaited below. Once they reached street level, they'd be safe. Listening to the metallic clatter echoing down the stairwell, Brandy remained unruffled, bending calmly to collect spent shell casings one by one. Had Akai or Jody witnessed this, they would have recoiled in disbelief. Brandy moved unimpeded through the smoke, untouched by every round they'd fired, not a single thread of his attire disturbed. At the spot where Akai had taken cover, Brandy gathered every casing stained with blood, sealed them carefully in a transparent evidence bag, and slipped it into his overcoat pocket. He patted the pocket lightly, then stretched languidly, exhaling with quiet satisfaction. These were irrefutable tokens of his battle with Akai Shuichi, evidence destined for the boss himself, not to be carelessly discarded. Hands in his pockets, Brandy strode toward the rooftop door. Time to depart. Lingering risked an encounter with that precocious child, and that would be inconvenient. Muri ran and Conan dashed breathlessly down the stairs, only to be scolded sharply by Muri Kagoro, who'd just caught up. Guided by Conan's deductions and Kagoro's profound expertise in ballistics, the trio soon identified the building from which the fatal shot had been fired. But when they reached the upper floors, the place was already abandoned. Only faint traces remained, scuff marks, disturbed dust, and nothing more. Conan clenched his fists in frustration. They'd arrived a heartbeat too late. Rand dialed Inspector Magyar, alerting the police that they'd located the sniper's vantage point. Kagoro, however, knelt silently beside a subtle groove etched into the floor, brow furrowed in thought. Conan crouched beside him, eyes narrowing. This is a bullet impact mark. Indeed, Kagoro affirmed gravely. Clearly a round struck the floor directly. This wasn't made by the sniper himself, Conan murmured, mind racing. Could it be? Someone intervened to stop the assassination. A possibility surged into his thoughts. Hybra AI had once whispered that the organization harbored a mole, and that her elder sister's death too bore the mole's fingerprints. Then might a mole's affiliated agency have disrupted the organization's operation, explaining why the bullet missed Ambassador Scott entirely. Recalling the group of security personnel guarding the ambassador at the venue, Conan wondered, could the intercessor have been an FBI agent? Kagoro spoke low and deliberate. Highly probable. It seems Shinichi, we're not fighting alone. What a... Rand gasped into the phone, startled, bewildered. Both men turned to her, startled by her sudden outcry. She lowered the phone, face pale with disbelief and sorrow. Dad? Shinichi, someone was shot and killed at the venue after we left. What a... Who was it? Stunned, they exchanged glances. Hadn't the FBI confirmed the assassination attempt targeted Ambassador Scott? Had the shooter, enraged by the ambassador's safe escape, opened fire indiscriminately? It was Thomas Sindora, the CEO of America's Sindora Corporation, who arrived alongside Ambassador Scott. He was struck in the back of the head. Confirmed dead. Conan and Kagoro exchanged a grim, wordless look, faces drawn tight with dread. Conan and Kagoro Muri wore grim expressions not only because someone had died, but also due to the terrifying suspicion they both harbored. Was the killer's target really Ambassador Scott? If so, why did they also attempt to assassinate President Sindora? Could it be that President Sindora was also on their death list? And what about those who claimed to be from the FBI? They didn't protect President Sindora, they merely provided cover for Ambassador Scott's escape. I'm afraid Conan and Kagoro Muri exchanged glances that the FBI might not have the complete information, or perhaps the information they had was fundamentally flawed. This is bad. Conan gasped internally. If this was indeed the organization's conspiracy, then both the FBI's undercover agent within the organization and the creator of this bullet mark would be in grave danger. Dad, Shinichi, look. Rand Muri stood by the railing, initially intending to signal the police downstairs, but she suddenly noticed a peculiar car driving down the street. Look, is that the vintage car belonging to the organization member Jin that AI mentioned? Conan grasped the railing and followed Rand's arm with his gaze, spotting a remarkably unique vehicle. Indeed, that was Jin's car. The Porsche 356A. It really is them. It's the black organization's doing. Watching Jin drive away nonchalantly after committing murder, Conan angrily pounded the railing. One day he would definitely bring this black organization to justice. Kagoro Muri gently patted Conan's head, an uncommon gesture of comfort. Our strength is still limited, but when one person cannot accomplish something, 10 can come together, and if 10 cannot, then 100 will. For now we know that the FBI has some forces resisting the organization. So we must follow the clues, identify who the enemies are and who the allies are, unite, and collectively combat the black organization. Rand Muri crouched down and gave Conan a big smile. Dad makes a good point. We are just ordinary people, we should do our best without putting too much pressure on ourselves. Watching Kagoro Muri and Rand Muri, Conan calmed his anger, his expression resolute, as he nodded firmly. He believed that they would surely succeed. In the black Honda, Shuichi Akai lay pale and half reclining in the back seat, while Judy tended to his wounds with a medical kit. You've lost too much blood. You need to rest for a while, Judy said, wiping the blood from her hands, looking at him with concern. The driver Cameron spoke with confusion. Why did Jin kill President Sindora? Wasn't their target Ambassador Scott? Moreover, how did Brandy know Shuichi's location? Could it be that we have an informant among us? Shuichi Akai, with his eyes closed in contemplation, furrowed his brow and opened his weary eyes. He felt as if something was amiss. Did Brandy and Jin go through all this trouble just to capture him? However, Judy cleverly noticed his unease, signaling him to cover his successful retreat. Did this mean Brandy's mission had failed? It felt too simple. Would that man let him go so easily? Knowing his location, why not send more members of the organization to encircle him? To let him go so easily? And the news about the organization planning to assassinate Ambassador Scott, was that merely a distraction they released? Wait. Shuichi Akai's eyes widened. Were they releasing false information? Quick, contact them immediately and have them leave the temporary base. Shuichi Akai called out to Judy in an unusually anxious tone. Judy paused for a moment, quickly grabbing her phone to make a call, but just as her fingers touched the dial pad, the phone rang urgently. She glanced at the caller ID. It was one of their people. Hello, Agent Judy. It's bad. The temporary base has exploded. What a... Judy could hardly believe it. Their hidden temporary base had actually exploded. Listening to the chaotic voices on the other end of the phone, Shuichi Akai tightly shut his eyes. He understood completely. Brandy and Jin's true intention was to root out the FBI informants within the organization and deliver a devastating blow to their agents and bases in Japan. It seemed that the Falcon who transmitted the mission to them was now in dire straits. His hands clenched into fists. The pain helped to somewhat calm Shuichi Akai's emotions. Though the losses were heavy, there were still people within the lower ranks of the black organization. It wasn't the end of the world yet. He just didn't understand why the organization suddenly targeted the FBI so aggressively. If Brandy knew of Shuichi Akai's confusion, he would gladly clarify it for him, for Sherry had defected and the boss believed it was the FBI's doing. He felt that the FBI had slapped his face, so he wanted to retaliate. It was that simple. What? You say you didn't do it? It doesn't matter what you think. Oh, as long as the boss thinks it was you, it's you. If not, then it's still you. In the same dim little room with snowflakes falling on the screen, Brandy and Jin stood respectfully as before. The difference this time was that the boss's electronic voice carried a tone of happiness. In front of Brandy lay a bag of bloodied shell casings and a photo of the explosion at a penthouse. After reviewing these trophies, the boss spoke cheerfully. Well done. Although we didn't capture Shuichi Akai, we severely injured him and blew up their base. I fear that by tomorrow all agencies will know about this incident. Just thinking about how that arrogant bunch of FBI pigs will be laughed at by agents from other organizations makes the boss feel thoroughly satisfied, as if he had become several years younger. Brandy smiled and said, "I'm glad you are satisfied. This group of FBI agents concealed their identities to enter the country. The authorities are probably quite displeased and might take this opportunity to expel them from Japan." Hearing this, the boss was even more pleased and hung up the phone contentedly. As Brandy had mentioned, T was indeed embroiled in a verbal battle. "I was almost killed in Japan. Thomas has been murdered. I will hold you Japanese officials accountable." Scott, with his hair all disheveled from applying hair wax, was angrily berating the Japanese police and the officials present. These formerly glamorous individuals were now disheveled, huddled together in a windowless room, sipping hot tea delivered by the staff to calm their frayed nerves. Officer Magyar felt helpless. They certainly did not wish for a murder to occur. This was clearly the assassin's responsibility. But since this incident happened in Japan and involved the U.S. ambassador mishandling, it could escalate into an international issue. Officer Magyar sighed. He was utterly distressed. "Oh, that's right." Scott's fury now turned toward Taro Takahashi. "Your TE Corporation showed absolutely no regard for the safety of its guests. Your banquet placed us all in mortal danger. I will hold your company fully accountable." Taro Takahashi stood disheveled and deeply crestfallen. He attempted to explain to Scott, "Mr. Scott, I too am profoundly grieved by this tragedy. Surely no one wished to see such a calamity unfold." "Enough. I refuse to listen." Scott's rage was half genuine, half performative. After all, he and his associates had long coveted TE Corporation. Seizing this opportunity to strike might just allow them to seize the golden goose itself. Takahashi lowered his head, sorrow etched across his face. Ayumi, Jintaro, and Mitsuhiko watched the scene unfold and stepped forward, indignantly confronting the belligerent Scott. They knew nothing of ambassadors or diplomatic immunity. They only knew this man was bullying Inspector Mori and President Takahashi. "You villain! Stop insulting Inspector Mori and President Takahashi." "That's right. Don't speak so cruelly. President Takahashi has been risking his life to protect everyone." A blonde, blue-eyed foreign capitalist, who sat nearby observing coldly, now spoke up. His lineage afforded him no fear of Scott. "Tell me, Scott, venting your frustrations at the Japanese police is one thing, but what does President Takahashi have to do with it? Wasn't it you who brought this trouble upon us?" "Exactly. I heard from the FBI agents themselves. It was an assassination attempt on you. Could Sindora have been dragged into this because of you? Or perhaps these two men simply committed so many sins that vengeance finally caught up with them?" Hearing their barbed sarcasm, Scott's nose nearly twisted with rage. These rivals had opposed him at home, but to defy him so brazenly on Japanese soil was unforgivable. A high-ranking Japanese politician from the ruling party, Mr. Takizawa, hurriedly intervened to mediate. Unwilling to offend any side, he deflected attention by citing the FBI's covert entry into Japan. "Wow, look at the news." One American capitalist suddenly shouted, brandishing his smartphone. Everyone checked their devices and discovered Thomas Sindora's death had already been published in U.S. newspapers. Several tabloids broke the story almost simultaneously, then dropped a bombshell: Thomas Sindora was the direct descendant of the infamous Jack the Ripper. The sniper may have sought retribution for victims of that unsolved case. The crowd stood stunned. The revelation was catastrophic for those who fervently believed in bloodline purity. Though these tabloids were considered lowbrow, their readership was vast. People, after all, crave gossip. And before the case had even been solved, these outlets had already branded the murder a transcendent act of justice, exposing a cascade of scandals involving both Sindora and his corporation, igniting a firestorm. As the former sovereign of America's IT industry, Sindora had once enjoyed immense public favor, and most critically, he stood firmly on Scott's side. Scott broke into cold sweat as he frantically dialed multiple calls, no longer concerned with blaming Japanese authorities or President Takahashi. His sole priority now was severing all ties with Thomas Sindora immediately. They would have to uphold righteousness, even at the cost of kinship. Thomas, you died and stayed dead, so why drag us into such chaos?" Scott nearly wished Thomas could rise from the grave, only to be executed anew. After escorting the guests and police away, Elena, the executive secretary, accompanied the Muri group to the entrance and apologized sincerely. "We're truly sorry for the fright you endured. None of us anticipated such an incident. President Takahashi has decided to replace all glass with one-way bulletproof panels, ensuring no further shootings occur." "Please don't say that, Miss Elena," Muri Kagoro reassured her. "The grand opening was delightful. We truly enjoyed ourselves today. As for the shooting, well, it was merely an unfortunate accident. As a detective, I've seen countless cases. I'm quite accustomed to them, haha." Dr. Agasa voiced quiet concern. "Might this incident affect your company? It would be dishonest to claim no impact whatsoever. Yet our company prioritizes technological excellence, not exaggerated marketing. At worst, some development timelines may be delayed, but the overall effect should remain minimal." "That's reassuring, very reassuring." AI Hybera gazed steadily at Elena's face, then gently tugged at the hem of her business suit. Elena paused, looked down at AI Hybera, and smiled warmly as she knelt. "Little AI, is there something you'd like to ask Auntie Elena?" AI Hybera's heart skipped. yet her expression softened into innocent shyness, perfectly embodying a young girl as she whispered, "Auntie Elena, could I please have your phone number? When you have time, I'd love to play with you." Elena, charmed by AI's adorable face, smiled tenderly and pulled a business card from her pocket. "Of course. You're welcome to it, my dear little one." AI Hybera clasped the card, tightly slipped it into her small handbag, and offered Elena a radiant smile. Conan watched her, utterly unlike her usual self, and frowned faintly, though he said nothing. Meanwhile, the three members of the junior detective team bade a heartfelt farewell to Hiroshi, exchanging contact information and promising to meet again during school holidays. Joyful reunions are always fleeting. Hand in hand, Elena and Hiroshi watched the Muri group recede into the distance, sighing softly, wistfully. Their eyes met, and Elena's held a gentle, knowing smile. "It seems you've grown quite fond of these new friends." Hiroshi nodded. "They're sincere. I truly like them. Then visit them often. Come, boss is surely waiting for us." They ascended the private elevator to the top floor of TE Tower, a secure zone housing the most advanced laboratories and executive offices accessible only to Taro Takahashi, Elena, and the father-and-son duo of the Kashimura family. Inside the president's office, Taro Takahashi sat behind his desk speaking on the phone, while Chubin Kashimura worked quietly on his laptop from the adjacent sofa. "Dad." Hiroshi dashed over, clinging affectionately to his father. "Dad, I'm starving." Chubin Kashimura lovingly ruffled his son's hair. "Your mother's already prepared dinner. We'll head home shortly." "Hiroshi seems especially cheerful today," came Brandy's amused voice from the speakerphone. "Yes, I made many new friends today." "That's wonderful. And you saw your sister Akemi. Can you rest easy now?" Elena, the secretary whose features bore a distinctly foreign appearance, pressed a button concealed beneath her collar. Instantly her voice transformed, resuming the warm, familiar timbre of Mayano Akemi. "Yes, I've seen Shirori. She appears safe and her laughter has grown more frequent among the children." "Thank you, boss." Akemi felt profound gratitude toward Brandy, though bound by a magical covenant forbidding her from revealing anything about Brandy or confessing her true identity. To Shiori, even this single meeting filled her with quiet joy. And perhaps Shirori had sensed something too. After all, they had shared nearly 20 years. No matter how much Akemi changed, Shirori would always recognize her. Their recent missions had been executed flawlessly, and the trio, Vodka, Corn, and Kir, were once again gathered at the rooftop bar of Silver Wing Tower exchanging gossip. Vodka took a sip of red wine and asked curiously, "Didn't we just expose another FBI mole yesterday?" "Yes, indeed. It was an outering agent on the verge of receiving an official codename." Corn was applying violet nail polish to her fingernails, lifting her hand to admire the result before asking, puzzled, "Wasn't it Jin and Bourbon who uncovered him?" "How could you not know?" "Ahem." Vodka coughed awkwardly twice. "I'd been ordered by brother to plant explosives at the FBI's temporary safe house. I'm rather out of the loop on internal affairs." Corn nodded silently. Vodka at least was reliable when it came to errands. "By the way, why has Bourbon remained in Japan for so long? I heard he used to travel constantly across the globe." Even the bartender polishing a tall-stemmed glass behind the counter couldn't resist chiming in with curiosity. Such support staff, bartenders, chefs, cleaners, though lacking codenames, were vetted for absolute loyalty. After all, they worked within organization strongholds and handled consumables. Consequently, codenamed members maintained cordial relations with them. Hearing the bartender's question, Vodka chuckled slyly. "Need I even say? He's staying in Japan to keep Jin company. Brother swamped us, surely he deserves some companionship." "Exactly." Kir burst into laughter. "Even our top-performing operative is entitled to a little respite." Corn gave a quiet, approving hum, a faint smile tugging at his lips. The bartender beamed at them. "You three drunkards have had too much, daring to gossip about two of our most formidable operatives." The trio hastily reined in their mirth. Vodka glanced left and right, then leaned in to whisper, "You won't breathe a word of this, will you?" "Of course not. You know my lips are sealed." Satisfied, the three resumed their spirited toasting. "If you ask me, it's because the FBI keeps operating relentlessly in Japan, so the boss reassigned Bourbon to assist Jin directly." Kir's speculation earned nods of agreement from the others. "I think so too. After all, that Akai Shuichi never stops scheming to capture Jin. No wonder Bourbon's furious. And this time he delivered a devastating blow. I heard Shiori, the research division's prodigy, was rescued. Who among rival factions dared lay hands on our assets? No idea, but whoever pulled it off must be extraordinary. To extract someone from under our noses without a whisper. Only the FBI could manage that. Not necessarily the FBI, perhaps some other agency harbors hidden masters." Korn nodded gravely. "We must never underestimate them. Every agency is formidable, otherwise none could have embedded so many moles within the organization. None therefore should be taken lightly." As idle chatter filled the air, the wind chime at the bar's entrance jingled, a fixture Vodka himself had installed after being startled by Jin's uncanny ghost-like appearances. All eyes turned toward the doorway, and there stood Jin as if stepping in from a blizzard. Vodka instantly felt the wine in his glass grow colder by a degree. "Brother, you're joining us for drinks." Kir sneered, watching Vodka leap up with obsequious eagerness. "Vodka, how utterly embarrassing you are for our junior unit." Jin's low, gravelly acknowledgement hung in the air as his icy green gaze locked onto the bartender behind the counter, silent, unblinking. The bartender kept his customary courteous smile. "What would you like to drink, Jinsama?" In reply, Jin drew his pistol. The three subordinates stood frozen wine glasses suspended midair. Why had Jin suddenly drawn his weapon? Stranger still, how had the bartender evaded it? Had bartenders truly become this lethal? A wave of existential dread washed over them. The chilling specter of unemployment loomed large. Then the bartender, moving with preternatural grace, let out a soft laugh, and spoke, her voice a sultry feminine timbre utterly at odds with her appearance. "Oh dear Jin, how utterly ungentlemanly." Humph. Jin lowered his weapon with a contemptuous snort and issued a warning, "Next time, I'll aim for your head." "Vermouth!" Kir exclaimed, feigning exaggerated horror. "How revolting. You've disguised yourself again just to fish for information." Kir loathed this woman. Her perpetual air of mystery, her endless masquerades, her insatiable hunger for other secrets. For a time Kir had withdrawn entirely, refusing even casual conversation. Her behavior had corroded trust among operatives. True, they lived by blades and betrayal. Only themselves could be trusted, but they were still human. And humans crave connection, dialogue, fellowship. After a stern reprimand from the boss, Vermouth had lain low for a while. Now it seemed she'd resumed her games. Vodka furrowed his brow, mentally reviewing their conversation. They hadn't divulged anything sensitive. Despite the wine, their vigilance remained intact. They knew precisely what to say and what to withhold. Korn, irritated, began meticulously cleaning his sniper rifle. He disliked Vermouth, not only because Kir did, but also because Vermouth toyed relentlessly with Calvados, extracting unpaid labor from him. As fellow snipers, Korn, Kir, and Calvados shared a strong rapport. Korn feared Calvados would one day fall victim to her. Vermouth was ruthless, self-serving, and enjoyed unparalleled favor with the boss. No consequence awaited her, however many operatives she ruined. Frankly, those who carried out missions with unwavering diligence held such privileged insiders in deepest contempt, especially one so brazen, so ostentatiously arrogant. Vermouth peeled off her mask, shook her lustrous golden curls, and fixed Kir with a provocative crimson-lipped smirk. "Kir, every time we meet you're seething. No wonder I've noticed you growing less radiant." Her gaze drifted downward, appraising Kir's nails. "And do reconsider that polish. It simply overwhelms you." "You." Kir lunged forward, only to be restrained by Vodka and Korn. Jin watched the spectacle with detached disdain, lighting a cigarette. "I warned you. Do not probe further into Bourbon's affairs." Vermouth feigned exasperation, spreading her palms wide. "But I'm genuinely curious. He's even more enigmatic than I am. Besides, whatever intel I glean won't hinder him in the slightest." "Jin, you're simply letting concern cloud your judgment." She cast him a teasing glance and poured herself a glass of sherry. "I hear Shirey successfully defected, due to your oversight. You certainly take a keen interest in our operations." "Naturally, I've always cared deeply for the daughter of the Mayeno couple." "Humph." Jin scoffed, a flicker of contempt in his eyes. Everyone knew how profoundly she despised the organization's researchers. He doubted her concern was genuine in the slightest. Jin coldly asked the annoying mystic, "Why have you returned to Japan instead of performing in America?" "As far as I know, the boss has not issued any orders regarding you." With a slight shake of the wine glass in his hand, Vermouth smiled. "Even without orders, I can come and go as I please. Besides, always appearing on screen diminishes the sense of mystery for the audience. Since Brandy chooses to stay in Japan, it must be a great place for a vacation. Why can't I come here to relax?" "Oh, it seems you are quite concerned about me, Vermouth." Brandy suddenly turned her head, noticing a hand resting on the bar with Vermouth smiling at her. Vodka wiped the cold sweat from his brow. He would no longer call Jin elusive. Brandy was truly like a ghost. "Unfortunately, I'm already taken, so give it up, Vermouth. Besides, you are getting a bit old. You could easily be my mother. We are not suited for each other." Brandy sat down beside Jin, crossing her long legs while mocking Vermouth. A appeared on Vermouth's forehead, but she quickly put on a friendly smile as if she and Brandy were old friends. "I just trust your judgment on vacation spots, Brandy. You really aren't as cute as you were when you were younger." Vermouth felt indignant. Brandy was extremely cute in her childhood. Who would have thought she would grow up to be a sharp-tongued, smiling tiger? "Hee, why should I show you how cute I am? Don't get too close, Vermouth. I don't believe you came to Japan just for a vacation. That excuse is too flimsy." Jin also scoffed. Perhaps she thinks everyone else is foolish while she alone is the smartest. Vermouth's smile was on the verge of faltering. Who were these two made of stone? Stubborn and unyielding. Truly a match pair, equally annoying. "All right then," Vermouth spread her hands. "My purpose is of course Sherry. Oh, Sherry's successful defection is undeniably a blunder on both your parts, isn't it?" TSK Tisk, who would have thought that a top member of the organization would be thoroughly embarrassed by a frail researcher. Useless. Vermouth thought maliciously. She truly hated Sherry. Just the thought of Sherry enjoying life in some unknown corner made her want to throw a bomb at her and obliterate her entirely. "If I can find Sherry quickly, I'd be helping you. But you of all people are truly ungrateful." Vermouth rolled her eyes, her tone slightly reproachful. A strange light flickered in Brandy's eyes as he lowered them, then raised his gaze sharply to Vermouth, who was standing with her arms crossed. His dark pupils seemed like a whirlpool, and his voice echoed distantly despite how close they were. "You have other motives, don't you, Vermouth?" "Of course, I also want to investigate the death of Kudo Shinichi." The word slipped out, shocking Vermouth, and her smile vanished. She glared at Brandy fiercely. "Brandy, how dare you use hypnosis on me?" Upon closer inspection, Vermouth's expression was a mix of anger and unease. She knew Brandy had some strange abilities, but never expected them to be used against her. "Consider it a lesson. I who told you to pry into my movements." Vodka Chianti and Colin watched from the side, completely too stunned to speak. They gazed at the victorious Brandy with admiration. One reason they willingly followed Brandy and Jin was his mysterious abilities, hypnosis, mind reading, etc. It was simply too cool. Jin frowned. Kudo Shinichi. Who was that? Vodka suddenly recalled something and interjected, Big brother, it's that kid who spied on us during the amusement park deal. Jin remembered, his cold pupils fixed on Vermouth. What do you want to investigate him for? Vermouth flicked her hair and put on a smile again. Well, you used that drug, but didn't confirm his death before leaving, did you? That drug is absolutely lethal. Moreover, Sherry later confirmed it. He is indeed dead. Vermouth shook her head. It's precisely because Sherry confirmed it that I don't believe it. I need to verify it for myself. Moreover, she glanced at Jin. If he truly isn't dead, that would be a serious blunder on your part, Jin. I won't be lenient, and will definitely report it to the boss. Brandy interjected with a smile. What do you want to catch Jin in a mistake? I doubt you will succeed. Listening to Brandy's elongated tone, Vermouth's heart skipped a beat. Did he know something? No, Vermouth quickly denied it in her mind. Only they three knew about her affair with Angel and CL Guy. Without giving Vermouth time to respond, Brandy stood up, hands in pockets, smiled at her, and said, Go investigate, but remember to tell us the results. After saying that, he and Jin left without looking back. Only Vermouth remained, her expression serious and somewhat dazed. Chianti rolled her eyes and dragged Vodka and Colin away to drink elsewhere. She felt disgusted just seeing that face. With everyone gone, Vermouth finally sighed in relief. She felt a bit frustrated, as she shouldn't have provoked Brandy. Unlike Jin, who valued the job and the boss's orders, Brandy was more reckless. He wouldn't be lenient just because of the boss's position. Now her true purpose, Kudo Shinichi, was exposed, and it might even implicate Muri Ran. Vermouth took off her outer vest and realized her back was soaked with cold sweat. From the looks of Jin and Brandy, they were convinced that Kudo Shinichi was dead. After all, they didn't know that the drug might produce a different effect for some people, like reverting to their youth, which was still too unbelievable. It seemed she needed to quickly pretend to investigate, write a report, and clarify the fact that Kudo Shinichi was indeed dead. At Dr. Agas's house, Hybra AI slumped on the sofa, staring blankly at a white business card. She had memorized the phone number, but still hesitated to make the call. Conan encouraged her, since you want to get to know Secretary Elena better, why not try calling her? No need to be so conflicted, as she might like you too and be waiting for your call. Hybra AI turned over and lay on the cushion, her voice muffled as she replied, That would be too rude. I just unilaterally think of her as an older sister. If I just call her out of the blue, she'll think I'm being too familiar. What if she gets annoyed since we have such a large age gap? Conan was somewhat speechless. Hybra AI was overthinking it. If it were the real kids like Ayumi and the others, they wouldn't think so much and would contact her directly to play. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly saw Hybra AI curl up and tremble slightly. What was this reaction? Conan was startled. Were there members of the organization nearby? Hey, Hybra, is there something? Conan called her softly and saw Hybra AI nod. Her voice trembled as she said, It's the presence of the organization, a feeling full of malice right around us. Conan thought of something and ran to a window peeking out towards the Kudo house. Although high walls obscured the view, he felt that members of the organization were indeed investigating Kudo Shinichi's death again. Why? Hadn't Sherry already investigated and confirmed Kudo Shinichi's death? Could it be that his recent behavior had once again aroused the suspicion of the organization members? Vermouth, clad entirely in black and wearing a baseball cap, slipped silently into the Kudo residence under the cover of night. Flashlight in hand, she meticulously searched every corner of the house, finding it unusually tidy, suggesting regular maintenance by someone. No stray hairs lingered on the bedroom or bathroom floors, and all childhood photographs of Shinichi Kudo had been removed. Within Shinichi's wardrobe, his adult clothing remained untouched, yet many of his childhood garments had vanished. A faint, satisfied smile flickered across Vermouth's lips as she gathered the remaining children's clothes. In their place, she carefully arranged several shirts and jackets, ensuring absolute plausibility. The Kudo residence was her final stop. Earlier, she had visited Tidan High School to verify Shinichi Kudo's academic records, finding them unchanged. The school clearly did not consider him deceased, rather they assumed he was simply an excessively absent student. That would not suffice. Vermouth took the entire file. Shinichi, still only a second-year student, had his records stored in the archives where they were rarely inspected. Slipping her backpack over her shoulders, Vermouth melted into the shadows and departed, blaming the ever-persistent FBI agents whose keen instincts had trailed her the moment she set foot in Japan, forcing her every move into secrecy. Moments after her departure, the heavy front door creaked open once more. Conan slipped inside, face stern, scanning the premises with sharp, practiced eyes. He found no other signs of intrusion. Only the wardrobe had changed. Frowning, he stared at the shelf where children's clothes should have been, now neatly filled with shirts and outerwear. Was this the work of that mysterious intruder? Yet this act bore no resemblance to an assassin's reconnaissance. It felt instead like deliberate concealment. Could she be a double agent? Or perhaps another conscience-stricken member of the organization like Sherry? Conan frowned deeply in contemplation, but inwardly he exhaled in quiet relief. Whoever this person was, it seemed the organization remained unaware of his survival. For now, they were safe. In a secluded residence, several FBI agents conferred gravely. We've confirmed Vermouth's presence in Mahama. She has indeed arrived in Japan. Cameron sounded pleased. Vermouth was among their highest priority targets, even more so than Jin, given widespread speculation that she held intimate ties to the organization's enigmatic leader and thus likely possessed invaluable clandestine intelligence. Jody added we've identified her interest in a physician named Akai Tomoki. Vermouth appears to be planning to assume his identity to infiltrate Teat in high school. Here are his credentials. Akai Shuichi, his torso wrapped in bandages, strained slightly as he lifted and reviewed the documents scattered across the table. After a pause, he spoke deliberately. Vermouth, the witch of 1,000 faces. Her mastery of disguise is unparalleled. She intends to exploit this physician's identity for purposes we must assume are sinister. That physician is now in grave danger. Monitor him closely. If Vermouth moves against him, extract him immediately to the United States. Understood. Jody affirmed. Titan High is currently recruiting English teachers. I'll apply. This will allow me to observe Vermouth's movements directly and uncover her true objective in entering the school. Akai nodded in agreement. James just called. The Bureau is deeply dissatisfied with our recent operation. Jody furrowed her brow. Why? We successfully protected Ambassador Scott. As for the false intelligence, that was the organization's deception. And regarding Falcon, we mourn his loss, but such risks define deep covert work. Akai lit a cigarette. True. Yet President Sindora's death remains fact, and my failure to authenticate the intelligence led directly to casualties at our safe house. That too is fact. It falls squarely upon me. Cameron and Jody exchanged uneasy glances. Casualties were inevitable in any protracted conflict between two shadowy organizations. They themselves had eliminated numerous organization operatives. They did not believe the burden rested solely on Akai. Indeed, Falcon, the seasoned intelligence operative who had long infiltrated the organization, bore greater responsibility for misjudging the intelligence's veracity and transmitting flawed data. But Falcon was gone, leaving only sorrow for the organization's ruthlessness. James expended considerable influence to secure our continued presence in Japan. For now, we proceed with extreme discretion, focusing first on covert surveillance of Vermouth. Cameron and Jody reluctantly nodded. In Japan, caution was non-negotiable. Jody rose to prepare for her teaching assignment at Titan High while Akai retrieved his phone, his gaze settling silently on the final text message sent by Mayano Akemi before her death. Her death had clouded his judgment. He had acted too hastily, stepping unthinkingly into the trap laid by Brandy and Jin. Akai drew a slow, steadying breath. He needed clarity. Why had the organization launched such an unprecedented aggressive campaign against the FBI? Years ago, when his cover was blown, the organization had responded with surprising restraint, issuing only a capture order, tightening surveillance on Akemi and little else. But this time, what had ignited their fury? Akai's emerald eyes grew distant as he narrowed his brows, certain something vital had slipped his mind. Suddenly, revelation struck like lightning. He had overlooked a pivotal event, the defection of a key figure, after which the organization torched its own research facility and descended into frenzied retaliation. That figure was the organization's prodigious scientist, Sherry alias Mayano Shiho, Akemi's younger sister. At last, the puzzle pieces locked into place. His furrowed brow relaxed. The organization's leader believed Sherry had been rescued by the FBI, hence their vendetta. But in truth, the FBI had never extracted her. Though they had desperately sought her, they lacked the means to breach the heavily sealed laboratory. Then Akai used another force, unknown, highly capable, and openly hostile to the organization, had intervened with surgical precision to extract the brilliant scientist. A subtle lift touched his spirits. The organization's misfortune delighted him. Yet the identity of this shadowy savior remained elusive. Was their motive compassion or covetousness for Shiho's unparalleled scientific knowledge? Mayano Shiho was Akemi's sister, and by blood his own. He bore the solemn duty to protect her. He would uncover the truth and bring her home. Akai extinguished his cigarette, his next course of action now irrevocably clear. On the street, a black Porsche 356A was cruising steadily. Inside the car, Jin was driving while complaining about Vermouth to Brandy. Is this woman treating others like fools? Hasn't she been overly eager on previous missions, afraid that others wouldn't suspect her? Brandy, sitting in the passenger seat, was checking an email sent by Vermouth. In the email, Vermouth expressed disappointment, stating that Kudo Shinichi was indeed dead, lamenting that she couldn't grasp their weaknesses. With a strange candy in his mouth, his speech was somewhat unclear. Well, I gave her a lesson. She should be more vigilant now. Let's pretend we don't know. It's just that I'm worried Rum might suspect. I've heard Bourbon has been inquiring about Shirley recently. Jin scoffed. Is he trying to challenge us? If they want to fight, let them. Even if Bourbon discovers Shirley and Kudo Shinichi's secret, he won't say anything. Brandy was indifferent. Could Bourbon really deliver those two kids to Rum? That was absolutely impossible. He picked up a piece of candy and stuffed it into Jin's mouth. New flavor, give it a try. As soon as the candy hit his tongue, Jin displayed a somewhat odd expression. What flavor is this? Soap flavor or rose-scented? Tasty, right? Brandy looked at him with curiosity. Jin was utterly speechless. Do these deities have nothing better to do than to study such unpalatable things? I feel like I'm about to blow bubbles. He still remembered that spicy watermelon flavor. He was so furious after tasting it that he ignored Brandy for an entire afternoon. Because he couldn't mention the existence of the system, Brandy told Jin in his childhood that an old deity would come to teach him after he fell asleep at night. Brandy felt this was entirely true. Wasn't 7527 like a deity? It was old enough. So Jin believed that the magic books and other peculiar items Brandy produced were given by deities. At first he was very worried about Brandy being cautious of how these deities might harm him. Later he realized these deities were just a bunch of goofballs who had too much time on their hands studying all sorts of nonsensical things. What flavor was that you ate? This one is sweet and sour spare ribs flavor. I thought it would taste terrible, but it's actually not bad. Let me try. Brandy leaned in to let Jin taste it. Jin confirmed his statement. It's good, but it doesn't have the texture of sweet and sour spare ribs. It would be great if it could be improved. Brandy nodded. He planned to write a feedback suggestion in the system for the Shinong Research Institute to enhance it, ideally making it as filling as real sweet and sour spare ribs, so he could just eat 2 candies during missions and be full. How convenient would that be? Looking at the street scenery, Brandy said, "Stop nearby. I'm heading to Wuyun. I have a commission to handle." Upon hearing this, Jin frowned and parked the car in a secluded alley. He didn't speak, just glared at him from beneath his hat. Brandy noticed he was upset and hurriedly tried to smooth things over. It's just that the identity of the client is a bit special. He leaned in to hug Jin, affectionately rubbing his cool cheek. It's the wife of the police chief. Oh, solidifying connections might be useful for us in the future, just like with Amanda. Humph. Jin obviously knew, but he disliked Brandy using Wuyun's identity. According to Brandy, that was the red side. He didn't like the feeling of being in opposition. Wuyun tidied up the house. Having not returned for a few days, there was already some dust. Unfortunately, she didn't learn wind magic, otherwise she could have cleaned it up in an instant. While she was tidying up, the doorbell rang. She sensed the presence outside with her spiritual energy, realizing it wasn't the client, but Muri ran accompanied by 5 little ones. As soon as they stepped into the yard, the children's cheerful voices rang out. "Aunt Wuyun, you finally came back. We've been waiting for so long. We came to visit Annie. Thank you for the invitation letter last time. The cocoon game was so much fun." Muri Ran said somewhat shyly. "I hope we're not bothering you, Aunt Wuyun." The kids all wanted to thank you. "Of course not, come in. There are some snacks and milk tea inside." Wuyun smiled as she welcomed the group of children into the house, watching them curiously touch everything around. "Hey Jinna, don't touch those magic balls. Be careful not to let them fall on you." Conan, feeling exhausted, stopped their mischievous behavior. Seriously, even though Aunt Wuyun was very tolerant of children being naughty, would still get them kicked out. Hybra AI was quietly sipping her milk tea. She was dragged over by the 3 little ones. Although Wuyun knew her true identity, she felt that this witch wasn't part of the organization, but still didn't want to interact too much with her. "Aunt Wuyun, you are a powerful wizard. Can you predict what score I will get on this exam? I'm so scared I might fail." Jinta looked at Wuyun excitedly, wanting her to help him calculate his results. Rubbing Jinta's oddly shaped head, Wuyun told him, "I can predict, but I won't do it for you, huh? Why?" Jinta looked at her with a pitiful expression, wondering if Aunt Wuyun hated him. "Because everything has a price. Divination especially so." Wuyun's expression was serious. "If you want to know something, you will lose something in return. This is the rule set by the god of omniscience. There are no exceptions for anyone." "Huh. So if I want to know the exam results in advance, I will lose my eel rice." Wuyun was amused. "Yes, that's very likely. Then I don't want to know anymore." Jinna was extremely terrified. That price was too painful for him. Hiroshi blinked, suddenly realizing, so divination involves making a deal with a deity. No wonder the tarot cards I played with before were so inaccurate. Hybra AI hesitated several times, wanting to ask if Aunt Wuyun could predict whether her sister was alive, but the unknown cost made her hesitate. The cost might not matter to her, but she worried that if her sister was still alive, the cost would affect her. That wouldn't be worth it. So she decided against it. While they were happily chatting, the doorbell rang again. A few children felt a bit shy and curious. "Aunt Wuyun, do you have guests? Did we come at the wrong time?" Muri Ran looked at her apologetically, slightly rising. "Maybe we should go back home first." "No need." Wuyun stopped them. "Aren't you calling yourselves the Junior Detective Group? Just be my little assistants. I think this esteemed guest won't mind." Shanyu welcomed the distinguished guest into her home. The children noticed she was a rather stern-looking noblewoman, her long brown hair tightly coiled at the nape of her neck. Instead of the fashionable skirt suits favored by society matrons, she wore practical trousers and flat-soled shoes. The noblewoman glanced around the room, surprised to see so many children present, and turned questioningly toward Shanyu. She had not heard that fortune-telling required an audience of youngsters. Shanyu smiled warmly and invited her to sit. "You must have heard of these children. They are the famed Junior Detective Club, who've assisted the police in solving numerous cases. They're visiting me today, and I thought you wouldn't mind their presence as observers, so I asked them to stay." The noblewoman's previously austere expression softened instantly. With gentle affection, she gazed upon the children. "Of course I don't mind. It's not as though fortune-telling is some sordid affair. My husband has often spoken of their intelligence and courage. They truly are the pillars upon which our nation's future rests." Shanyu then gestured for Muri Ran to serve the guest a cup of hot tea and introduced her. "This is Muri Ran, daughter of Muri Kagoro. She possesses exceptional martial prowess, having won the Kanto Regional High School Karate Championship. Deeply devoted to her father, she aspires to become an outstanding police officer herself." Hearing Shanyu praise her before a stranger, Ran blushed shyly and stood there smiling bashfully with her hands clasped. The noblewoman's eyes grew even warmer. She gently took Ran's hand and studied her closely. "Your father was once an exemplary officer. I deeply admire his unwavering devotion to his family. Your ambition is noble, yet policing is a demanding vocation for women, often requiring greater fortitude than for men. Are you certain you can persevere? Rand replied with quiet resolve, I will give it my absolute all. Someone must face even the most arduous challenges. Well said, murmured the noble woman, patting Rand's hand with heartfelt emotion. What a fine young woman. You're nearly the same age as my son, yet you've already forged your own path. Since you've chosen this path, pursue it wholeheartedly. Don't abandon it as I did. Rand looked up startled. Were you once a police officer yourself? The noble woman nodded. I haven't introduced myself properly. I am Hakuba Sada. I served as a detective earlier in life. Now I'm simply a homemaker. Haha. Her tone was light and self-deprecating, yet a faint shadow of regret lingered in her expression. Then why did you leave the force? Conan asked curiously. He sensed the surname Hakuba was somehow familiar. During a fugitive apprehension early in my career, I sustained an injury that disqualified me from frontline duty. Around the same time I married, so I resigned and embraced domestic life. A sudden realization dawned on Conan. You bear the name Hakuba. Your husband is. Smiling, Hakuba Sada gently ruffled Conan's hair and praised him, truly worthy of the Junior Detective Club. You've deduced it already. Yes, my husband is Hakuba Shotaro, Chief Inspector of the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department. Wow, how incredible. What exactly is a Chief Inspector? Is he even higher ranking than Inspector Megure? The children burst into exclamations of awe. Akiyama AI patiently explained Chief Inspector Hakuba is in essence the highest authority among Tokyo's police officers. Conan's curiosity burned fiercely. What could possibly prompt the chief inspector's wife to seek Yunju Shanyu's divinatory counsel? Surely not matters as trivial as marital infidelity or illegitimate offspring. Please tell us. What is it you wish to divine about a person whose fate remains unknown? Speak freely, Mrs. Hakuba said, Yunju Shanyu lifting her teacup for a quiet sip as she waited for the story to unfold. Hakuba Sada nodded. Excellent. I invite the young detectives to engage in some deductive reasoning. Perhaps their insights will prove invaluable. The children's eyes sparkled with excitement. The thrill of a true intellectual challenge was irresistible. It happened 25 years ago. At the time, my husband was still a police inspector. He received an urgent call. A man had allegedly stabbed his neighbor to death and dragged the corpse into the street, raving incoherently. Bystanders, terrified he might lash out again, immediately dialed emergency services. Yet when my husband arrived at the scene, he sensed something deeply amiss. The assailant knelt beside the body, weeping uncontrollably, gripping the corpse's arm, while repeatedly plunging his knife into its chest, screaming, "Give back my Kamugi." When officers arrived, he offered no resistance nor attempted escape, only pressed the blade against his own throat, drawing blood in a desperate bid for self-annihilation. Conan mused aloud, could it be that the victim and perpetrator were embroiled in a dispute, centered perhaps on Kamugi? Hakuba Sada nodded. The assailant was Kishibe Daisy, a fisherman who earned his livelihood through catching, butchering, and selling fish. His wife Kishibe Kamugi was beloved by all. Their marriage was deeply cherished. The deceased, however, was their neighbor, Mikamikawa. According to Kishibe Daisy, Mikamikawa had murdered and concealed Kamugi's body, prompting him to exact vengeance by killing Mikamikawa. Police investigations confirmed Kamugi's disappearance, but whether she lived or perished remained unknown. Traces of struggle were found inside the Kishibe residence, yet no bloodstains were discovered. Conan asked, how then was Mikamikawa's guilt established? Was there a witness? None existed. Kishibe Daisy claimed Mikamikawa had broken into his home while he and other villagers were away knife fishing, and there murdered Kamugi. Investigators surmised that Kishibe Daisy's motive stemmed from long-standing animosity. Both men were fishermen, yet Kishibe Daisy's superior skill and his renowned mastery of fish butchery had drawn customers exclusively to his stall. Mikamikawa seethed with envy, not only over Kishibe Daisy's professional success, but also because Kamugi, adored by the entire village, had chosen him as her husband. After canvassing the community, officers verified this narrative and concluded Mikamikawa indeed bore strong suspicion. Yet, Conan finished quietly, there was no tangible evidence. Hakuba Sada solemnly nodded. Indeed, none at all. Later, several elderly women recalled seeing Uyama Okina and Kinoshita Takahisa at Mikamikawa's home the previous evening. Uyama and Kinoshita provided identical testimony. All three had played mahjong throughout the night, and Mikamikawa had even won a considerable sum. The very next morning, Kishibe Daisy stormed in and brutally murdered him. Mori Rand frowned. So Kishibe Daisy's belief that Mikamikawa killed Kamugi was purely conjectural, without any substantive proof, while the deceased himself possessed a seemingly ironclad alibi. Hakuba Sada affirmed her insight. This precisely was the crux of the investigation's futility. With Kamugi vanished, Kishibe Daisy leapt to the conclusion that his rival had slain her, choosing vengeance over reporting the crime. In doing so, he obliterated any chance of uncovering the truth. Following interviews with villagers and comprehensive medical evaluations, physicians determined Kishibe Daisy exhibited cognitive impairments, rendering some of his actions inscrutable to rational comprehension. Subsequently, Mikamikawa's family filed legal appeals asserting his innocence. They contended Kamugi had either fled home or been killed by Kishibe Daisy himself during a psychotic episode. They insisted Mikamikawa was an innocent casualty, but with Mikamikawa dead and Kamugi vanished without trace, the true nature of events remained shrouded in impenetrable mystery, even to the police. Conan, so what would you like Aunt Shanyu to divine? Who killed Aobana? Bai Zhan looked at Yunju Shanyu with a serious expression and said, I want to ask Madame Shanyu to divine the whereabouts of Aobana, who has been silent for the past 25 years. I want to know where she is, whether she is alive or dead. Yunju Shanyu raised her exquisitely shaped eyebrow, a hint of confusion in her voice. You have no relation to her, why do you want to divine her matter? Conan also looked at Bai Zhan curiously. Such a decades-old case had become a cold case due to various investigative limitations, and generally the police would have sealed it. With no physical evidence, no witnesses, and no traces, many missing persons cases arise every day. As the wife of the police chief and a former detective, Bai Zhan must have seen many similar cases. So why is she particularly concerned about Aobana? Bai Zhan sighed. Because my husband promised Aobana's husband Akiba Daisher. After killing Kimura, Akiba Daisher was determined to die. He cried bitterly, holding a knife to his neck, wanting to commit suicide. My husband learned from the onlookers that Akiba Daisher committed the crime for his wife. To save his life, my husband urgently told him, your wife's relatives have all passed away. If you die too, your wife will have no grave and no one will mourn her. Moreover, perhaps your wife is not dead. Whether she is alive or dead, do you not wish to find her? After hearing my husband's words, Akiba Daisher became much more rational. He asked the police, will you help me find Aobana? My husband replied, we will do our utmost. Thus Akiba Daisher dropped the knife and was taken back to the police station. He had a good relationship with Aobana, and the villagers petitioned for him. Considering his intellectual disabilities, the judge sentenced him to life imprisonment. While serving his sentence, Akiba Daisher would tell the guards every day, you must help me find Aobana, you promised. Finding Aobana became his spiritual support. He performed very well during his time in prison, and both his cellmates and the guards liked him, thinking he was simple-minded and not like a typical murderer. Bai Zhan sighed. A few days ago he was released after serving his sentence, but all these years the police have still not found Aobana. Conan frowned. But the police have done their best, and it's been 25 years since the disappearance. Even if your husband is the police chief, it must be very frustrating, right? Bai Zhan stroked Conan's head. Little guy, you are quite clever. You are already a proper little detective. Given time, you will surely grow into a renowned detective. Yunju Shanyu smiled, looking at Conan's shy demeanor, and said, don't praise him too much, he is still young. It wouldn't be good if he gets too proud. Bai Zhan continued, that's right. Many officers believe that police resources shouldn't be wasted on an unsolvable missing persons case, so the search for Aobana has been shelved for many years. This is also normal. After all, police resources are limited, and searching for missing persons requires substantial personnel and funding. The police have done their best and haven't done anything wrong. Yunju Shanyu comforted Bai Zhan, saying that there are many things in this world that human effort cannot accomplish, as long as one tries their best there is nothing to criticize. Conan nodded in agreement. Bai Zhan felt much better, but after all, my husband made that promise, and a promise must be fulfilled, though otherwise it would be unfair to Akiba Daisher and would not gain public trust. After hearing about Madame Shanyu's ability to find people, he felt somewhat tempted. However, his identity made it difficult for him to approach you, so he asked me to make this request for him. After speaking, Bai Zhan took out a delicate gift box from her bag and placed it on the table, pushing it toward Yunju Shanyu. I heard that you love gemstones. Although this is not a top-grade gem, it is still a rare item, so please do not disdain it. I entrust this matter to you, Madame Shanyu. Even without opening the box, Yunju Shanyu knew the gemstones inside were quite valuable. She placed the gem box on a nearby cabinet and stood up to adjust her long skirt. I accept this commission. Let's go, we need to visit Aobana's house. We want to go too. Auntie, please take us. We won't cause any trouble. That's right, we can help investigate. Hybera AI looked at the energetic trio with some resignation, saying, ladies need to take care of business, we shouldn't add to the chaos. Bome Yuanta and Mitsuhiko showed pitiful expressions, looking pleadingly at the two aunts. Bai Zhan smiled lovingly. All right, let's go together. But you must behave and not run around. Yage. The children cheered excitedly, high-fiving each other. Bai Zhan's car couldn't fit so many people, so Yunju Shanyu drove with Maori Ran and Conan following closely behind her. Aobana's house is near the sea. The two cars passed through the bustling city, gradually reaching an area with no signs of life. Suddenly Maori Ran spotted a familiar figure on the road. Frowning, she squinted her eyes to discern, is that the new doctor? Hearing this, Conan leaned against the window to take a look, and indeed he couldn't help but reveal a crescentate expression. This new doctor seemed to appear out of nowhere, always being friendly with Ran lately. The new doctor's car was parked by the roadside, apparently broken down, and he was giving a thumbs up to hail a ride. The two cars stopped one after the other by the roadside. Yunju Shanyu saw Bai Zhan get out of the car and talk to the man who was hailing a ride before walking back to her car. Bai Zhan bent down and said through the car window, this Mr. Shinichi's car broke down, and he has been waiting for a long time without a vehicle passing by. He lives in Mihua town and hopes we can give him a ride. Sure, you can get in my car, but we have something to do out of town, so you might have to wait a while before returning to Mihua. Looking at this chance encounter with Mr. Shinichi, Yunju Shanya's expression held a hint of ambiguity. Mr. Shinichi revealed a refined smile, adjusting his glasses, and said, no problem, I've called for a tow truck, but they won't arrive for a while. I don't want to wait here idly. Please give me a ride to a more populated place. Mr. Shinichi, it's really you. Maori Ran exclaimed from the back seat, pleasantly surprised to greet Mr. Shinichi. Mr. Shinichi looked a bit surprised and delighted, saying, Ran, I didn't expect to encounter you here. He then glanced at Conan, who seemed somewhat speechless beside Maori Ran, and happily said, Conan, you're here too. That's great, then it'll trouble you to give me a ride back to Mihua Town. The new doctor happily got into the car taking the passenger seat, but the Conan in the back was not pleased. He crossed his arms and asked in a sarcastic tone, New doctor, why did you come to such a remote place? What a coincidence that the car just broke down. Conan. Ran Maoli nudged Conan, awkwardly smiling at the new doctor. Seriously, Shinichi always enters battle mode when he meets the new doctor, even though she told him that the new doctor had no ulterior motives. The new doctor scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Haha, I heard there's a mountain nearby with beautiful scenery, and I wanted to take a look during my vacation. Unfortunately, I got lost, and to make matters worse, the car broke down. Luckily, I ran into you guys. This excuse was quite flimsy. Yunju Shanyu restarted the car, thinking that every reason that Vermouth provided was suspicious. With Conan's vigilance, he must have already marked the new doctor as a red flag in his mind. It was only because Ran always thought well of people that she didn't see any issues. Conan indeed found the new doctor very suspicious. On one hand, he had become good friends with Ran and frequently ran into them, which made him feel that this person had ulterior motives. On the other hand, this guy's attitude towards him was also rather ambiguous. Conan furrowed his brows, feeling an indescribable sensation from him. Looking at his gaze. It was very affectionate. Conan felt a bit terrified. What if the new doctor thought he was Ran's younger brother and wanted to be his brother-in-law? Conan couldn't help but cast a resentful and wary glance at the back of the new doctor's head. Just then, through the rearview mirror, the new doctor observed the two little treasures. On the car of Hakuba, Suguru Hibara AI suddenly felt unwell, and Ayumi worriedly suggested that she lie down in the back seat. Hakuba Suguru anxiously said, Let's go back to Mihua Town. It's all my fault for bringing you all here. There isn't even a hospital nearby. Saying this, she tried to turn the car around and head back. No, Hibara AI stopped her. I just didn't sleep well last night. If I take a nap in the car, I'll be fine. I won't be joining you all, as staying in the car is no problem. Madam Hakuba, don't go back. It's more important to find someone. Hakuba Suguru worriedly glanced at her face, which indeed looked fine, and she didn't seem to be in distress. Are you sure? Hibara AI nodded firmly, flipping her hood over her head, lying back and muffledly saying, I'm going to sleep. Hiroshi quietly said, I'll stay with AI for a while. It's fine, Madam Hakuba. Although he wanted to join them in searching for someone, Ayumi and Jinna also decided to stay back with AI to prevent any unexpected situations. Seeing these kids so determined, Hakuba Suguru could only temporarily set aside her worries and continue driving towards the seaside village. Lying in the back seat, Hibara AI, with her face covered, couldn't help but show a somewhat terrified expression. She sensed that the man who flagged down their car had an aura of the Black Organization. Was he one of their members? It seemed he knew Ran and Idagawa. What was his purpose in approaching them? Did he discover something? Hibara AI was already drenched in cold sweat. At this point, she could only hide in the car and hope that the man didn't uncover Itagawa's secret and didn't notice her. After driving for a while longer, they finally saw people and houses again. They had reached their destination. The old-fashioned houses were not arranged neatly and looked a bit chaotic, sitting not far from the coast. This place is called the Seaside Fishing Village and doesn't really have a proper name. How every household relies on fishing for a living, and they have probably been living like this for several hundred years. Before getting out of the car, Hakuba Suguru touched Hibara A's forehead and found no fever. She rolled down the car window, locked the doors, and reminded the kids, there are some snacks and mineral water in the car. Remember to eat if you're hungry. Take good care of your little friend. If a stranger comes, just roll up the window and don't engage with them. If anything happens, call us, understood? The children cheerfully responded. Only then did Hakuba Suguru feel reassured as she took her bag to join the group with Yunju Shanyu. Seeing that the kids hadn't followed, Ran Maoli asked with some concern, why are the kids staying in the car? The girl named Hibara wasn't feeling well and fell asleep in the back seat. I thought about taking them back to Mihua Town, but the kids all said they wanted to stay in the car and wait for us. Should I go keep them company? Ran Maoli was still not at ease with the little ones staying alone in the car. I'm a doctor, I can check on the girl, right? The new doctor had always been a very kind person. No need, the kids enjoy playing by themselves, you just disturb them by going. Don't worry, they're sensible kids. If they really feel unwell, they will definitely tell us adults. Yunju Shanyu stopped Ran Maoli and the new doctor from moving. Let's go, we'll make it quick. The group headed towards the village. Conan furrowed his brows and glanced back at the car parked by the roadside. What was wrong with Hibara? Could it be? Did he see a member of the organization on the way? Or? He glanced again at the new doctor, who was asking Ran Maoli about their purpose for this trip, his expression darkening. If it was as he thought, then things would be terrible. Passing a few houses, Hakuba Suguru stopped in front of an old house that looked quite aged. Most of it was wooden structure, and in front of the door was a row of wooden flooring stained with old grime, likely remnants from fish processing. Hakuba Suguru knocked on the door and said to them, 2 days ago, Mr. Ankiba Daishur was released from prison. He should be at home. Mr. Ankiba, are you home? I'm from the police, here to discuss a matter regarding Aoi. There was no sound from inside. Hakuba Suguru frowned and knocked again with more force. Strange, did he go out for something? Does anyone have a key to his house? Yunju Shanyu inquired. After serving 20 years in prison, someone should have been taking care of his home. Oh yes. The owner of the village grocery store, Ishinaka, used to take good care of him. After he went to prison, it was Ishinaka who helped keep an eye on his home. I'll go ask if he still has a key, though please wait a moment. Hakuba Saguru hurriedly went to find someone. Conan noticed an equally old house nearby, and he walked over to peek inside through the window. It was empty, filled with dust and cobwebs, looking like no one had lived there for a long time. This must be the house of the deceased Kimura River. The two houses are indeed very close together. Ranmaoli also bent down to take a look inside. The houses in this area were clearly different from others. Over 20 years had passed, and most families in the village had renovated their homes, but only this crime scene remained unoccupied and looked very dilapidated. Yunju Shanyu looked at a few sunflowers at the entrance of Ankiba's house, gently touching their plump petals. These sunflowers are growing quite nicely. They must have been planted by Alway Ankiba. Alway, just from the name one can tell she must really like sunflowers. Before long, Shiratori Sada returned with a diminutive elderly man, the shopkeeper Inoue, who had run a general store in the village for decades. His head was crowned with snow-white hair, and though he appeared to be 70 or 80 years old, his spirit remained remarkably vigorous, his face gentle and kind. Upon seeing them, Mr. Inoue instinctively grasped Yunju Shanyu's hand. "Thank you, Witch-sama. Thank you for agreeing to help find Kamuja-san." The old man stood considerably shorter than Yunju Shanyu, his hunched frame stooped with age, his hands trembling involuntarily. Feeling the rough, dry texture of his palms, Yunju Shanyu spoke softly, "Please don't speak so formally. Having accepted this commission, I shall do everything in my power. Just call me Shanyu. I am no Witch-sama." He withdrew a key from his pocket, fumbling several times before finally inserting it into the lock. Daichi returned briefly. He asked me some questions about the village, then vanished without a trace. He must be searching for Kamuja-san. Glancing at the sunflowers blooming by the doorway, he sighed deeply. Kamugi planted these herself. She adored them, tended them with meticulous care, yet they never thrived. After she disappeared, I neglected them entirely, and yet against all odds they endured for over 2 decades. They entered the house, a spacious, immaculate interior furnished with tables, chairs, and benches, yet utterly devoid of warmth or life. "Search freely. I hold authority over Daichi's affairs." Mr. Inoue led them into the couple's bedroom. Ran Conan, "Open the wardrobe. Help me locate a strand of Kamugi Kishibe's hair." Understood. Shiratori Sada and Dr. Shino also joined the search, while Yunju Shanyu stood with arms crossed, her gaze sweeping methodically across every corner of the room. "Have you found something, Mr. Inoue asked cautiously, noting the gravity in her expression. Yunju Shanyu exhaled slowly. "I fear it is not good news." Shiratori Sada paused mid-motion and turned. "Do you mean Kamugi Kishibe is in grave danger, or worse?" Yunju Shanyu nodded. "A dwelling inhabited for years begins to breathe, to awaken. All things possess spirit, and dwellings bind themselves intimately to those who live within. This house, I sense only one presence. Kamugi Kishibe is likely gone. Could it simply be that she has been absent for too long?" "After all 25 years have passed," Conan offered, only for Yunju Shanyu to gently shake her head in refusal. "The resonance I detect is not mere residue of habitation. Daichi Kishibe spent 25 years imprisoned, yet his vitality still lingers faintly in these walls. Kamugi's does not." Silence fell. A lifetime's hope crumbled. Mr. Inoue wiped tears from his eyes, his voice trembling. "It's all right. At least, we must find Kamugi's remains so her soul may return home." "I found a long hair." Ran Muri pulled a slender jet-black strand from a folded kimono, clearly feminine, almost certainly Kamugi Kishibe's. Yunju Shanyu slipped on a pair of black gloves, then produced a crystal orb from seemingly nowhere. Dr. Shino, who had watched her silently until now, felt a subtle shift in her pupils. She had witnessed Shanyu's divinations before, each time awestruck, and once even asked to learn. But Shanyu had replied, "You lack the requisite affinity." Yunju Shanyu began the ritual, eyes closed, lips moving in silent incantation, uttering words incomprehensible to all others. Then with a faint furrow of her brow, she opened her deep violet eyes. Shiratori Sada hurried forward. "Did you locate her?" Yunju Shanyu lowered her gaze, her expression distant, reflective. "I saw turbid seawater, tangled boulders, profound darkness, seaweed, drifting fish gliding past, nothing more." She shook her head. "She is no longer among the living. When body and hair alike become inert, their spiritual link frays, making divination vastly more difficult than tracking the living." "Is there another way?" Mr. Inoue asked anxiously. "So she truly lies beneath the sea. That's why we never found her all these years. Does Kamugi Kishibe have any other living relatives?" "None, Mr. Inoue replied, shaking his head. "Her mother left the village young to work elsewhere, married Kamugi's father there, but he died in a construction accident. Her mother passed away many years ago as well. There is no kin left in the village." Yunju Shanyu paused thoughtfully, then said, "Bring Daichi Kishibe back. Spouses share a profound bond. I must peer through his eyes to glimpse Kamugi's lingering spirit." Yes, of course, Mr. Inoue scrambled for his phone, only to recall abruptly Daichi had just been released from prison. No mobile, no contact. I don't know where he's gone," Conan asked. "When he returned, what did he ask you about?" "He inquired about Uyama Okina and Kinoshita Yue, wanted details about their card game years ago. Could he be planning revenge? Did you tell him?" Ran Muri, Shiratori Sada, and Conan exchanged sharp, uneasy glances. Mr. Inoue nodded. "I told him everything. Please don't misjudge Daichi. His mind is singular, unswerving. Whatever he declares, he means. If he says he seeks only facts, he will do nothing beyond that." Conan understood instantly. Mr. Inoue viewed Daichi through an unmistakable lens of unwavering loyalty. Even after Daichi killed Kimurakawa, he still regarded him as a fundamentally good boy incapable of wanton harm. Yet Daichi was utterly convinced Komugi had been murdered by Kimurakawa, and Uyama and Kinoshita, who provided his alibi, were therefore complicit in Daichi's eyes. Conan's heart tightened with urgency. If we arrive too late, what if Daichi acts? Shiratori Sada's expression hardened. Please take us to their homes immediately. We must prevent disaster. You know Daichi doesn't think like ordinary people. Another reckless act, and he'll be imprisoned again. Mr. Inoue murmured, flustered. At my age, I didn't consider, and Daichi has reformed. Their houses stand at the village's edge, two-story cottages side by side. Just follow the road. I'll guide you. Conan could wait no longer. Like a gust of wind, he dashed out, racing along the village's uneven winding path toward Uyama's and Kinoshita's homes. Conan, Ran Muri sprinted after him. What if Daichi intends murder? It's far too dangerous for Conan to go alone. Conan, Ran, slow down, you'll fall. Dr. Shino broke into a run behind them. Yunju Shanyu and Shiratori Sada exchanged a glance, then gently supported Mr. Inoue as they walked, slow, deliberate, praying Daichi would not commit another irreversible folly, lest all their efforts prove futile. Conan panted heavily as he sprinted to the village's edge and spotted the two modest two-story houses described by Mr. Inoue. One bore a wooden signboard hanging above its entrance inscribed with the characters "The Oyama Residence." Conan steadied his breath, then cautiously peered through a window. Silence reigned within, suggesting the house was empty. Just then Ran Muri and Dr. Shinohara arrived. Without uttering a word, Conan pointed silently toward the other house. Both nodded in quiet understanding, and the three tiptoed forward, moving with practiced stealth. This second two-story house bore no nameplate, but it was undoubtedly the residence of Takeda Kinoshita. The trio crouched beneath its windows, lifting only their upper faces just above the sill. Gray curtains obscured the interior, yet a narrow slit remained at the side. Conan pressed one eye close to the gap, curiously scanning the room beyond. As the scene inside came into focus, Conan's eyes widened in shock. He urgently nodded to Ran and Dr. Shinohara, whispering hoarsely, standing in the living room is most likely Okishio Daichi, and two men are bound to chairs beside him. They appear unharmed. Is Okishio holding any weapon? Dr. Shinohara asked. Conan turned back to scrutinize Okishio's person and surroundings carefully, then shook his head. No visible weapon, neither in his hands nor nearby. Still, he may have concealed one beneath his clothing. Shall I call the police now? Ran asked. Dr. Shinohara paused thoughtfully. If we do, officers won't arrive for some time, and every passing minute heightens the hostage's peril. Since he's unarmed at this moment, Ran, I believe we can rush in together and subdue him. Conan agreed, eagerly. You kick down the door to draw his attention. I'll launch a football straight at his head to knock him out. Agreed. Ran's expression hardened with resolve. Crouching low, she and Dr. Shinohara approached the front door. They flattened themselves against either side of the heavy entrance, exchanged a single glance, drew deep breaths, and simultaneously drove their legs forward, shattering the door inward with a thunderous crash. A deafening boom erupted behind him. Startled mid-interrogation, Okishio whirled around, only to see a round, unidentified object hurtling straight toward his face. Ah! A blood-curdling scream tore from his throat as he collapsed hard onto the floor, a perfect football imprint blooming across his cheek. Ran and Dr. Shinohara rushed and snatched down a curtain and tightly bound Okishio's arms. Conan swiftly untied the ropes binding Okishio's captives, Oyameka and Kinoshita Takeda, and asked with concern, "Are you both all right?" Their faces still pale with lingering terror, they stammered, "Who are you? Could Daichi be dead?" Even as hostages, they voiced anxious concern for their captor. Conan frowned, puzzled. Had they truly succumbed to Stockholm Syndrome? A tense voice cut through the air. Any casualties? It was Shiratori Sada, arriving at last with Mr. Inoue, though their slower pace had delayed them. Unsho Yamayama entered the living room, her deep violet eyes sweeping the scene before her. A faint smile touched her lips. Seems things went smoothly. This man on the floor must be Okishio Daichi. Quickly revive him. We still need him to locate someone. Mr. Inoue knelt beside the unconscious Okishio, gently slapping his cheeks. Daichi, what happened? Wake up. Don't frighten Uncle Inoue. Conan scratched his head sheepishly. The kick had been rather forceful. He hadn't meant it. Ahaha. Shiratori Sada addressed the two rescued men with calm warmth. Did Okishio harm either of you? Do you know why he abducted you? Oyameka and Kinoshita exchanged a glance, then flushed with guilt and hesitation. Sensing something amiss, Conan pitched his voice high and playful. How strange. Why do you worry so much about Mr. Okishio, even after he kidnapped you? Could it be that you truly know the hidden truth behind Koi's disappearance? Kinoshita clenched his jaw and spoke. Since Daichi already knows, I'll confess everything. That night 25 years ago, Oyameka and I were playing mahjong with Kimurakawa. Late into the night, after a few drinks, he said the room felt stifling and stepped outside for some fresh air. Oyameka added we thought nothing of it and continued playing. But he was gone over an hour, and I remember wondering where on earth he'd gone to breathe. Then Kimura returned, his face deathly pale. I sensed something wrong and joked, "Did you go steal something? You look like a ghost." He glanced at us both and suddenly offered a chilling, unnatural smile. In a hushed voice he confessed, "I've just committed murder." Kinoshita gasped. I was terrified, told him not to joke about such things. He said he climbed into Okishio's house intending to steal Dicey's earnings, but found Koi still awake inside. Panicked, he struck her head with his metal hip flask, and she died instantly. Then he carried her body to the sea, weighted it with stones and the flask, and cast it into the waves. Why didn't you report the truth to the police? Shiratori Sada's voice flared with outrage. Lying to shield a murderer is itself a crime. Both men bowed their heads in shame. We played cards together constantly, and owed Kimura enormous debts. He promised if we provided him with alibis our debts would vanish, and he'd pay us handsomely to stay silent. He added that Koi was already dead, that he'd left no trace, and that without concrete evidence reporting her disappearance as foul play would gain us nothing. So we accepted his advance payment. The next morning Dicey stormed in and killed Kimura. We were paralyzed with fear. If we revealed the truth, how could we ever remain in this village? When questioned by police, I foolishly gave false testimony. Woe is me. I've repented every day for 25 years. I should have called the authorities immediately. Prostrating themselves, they wept bitterly. Around them, everyone watched in cold disdain. 25 years of silence broken only under duress. Confession extracted at gunpoint. A groan escaped Okishio's lips. Ran hurried close and exclaimed, delighted, he's waking up. Okishio opened his swollen eyes, gazed dazedly at the circle of faces surrounding him, and murmured weakly, Uncle Inoue. Did Oyameka and Kinoshita reveal where Koi is buried? Oyameka and Kinoshita cried out, shattered, we truly don't know where Kimura dumped Koi's body. Shiratori Sada and Dr. Shinohara helped Okishio sit upright on the sofa, then patiently questioned him. Only then did they learn he'd held the two men captive solely to extract Koi's whereabouts, interrogating them relentlessly for nearly a full day until their nerves frayed to breaking point. Okishio remained certain Kimurakawa had murdered Koi Okishio, and knew full well that Oyameka and Kinoshita had lied to protect him. Yet he bore them no hatred, for he had already slain Kimura himself, avenging Koi with his own hands. Whether justice formally named Kimura the killer mattered not at all to him. Thus he never intended real harm to the two men. Binding them was merely a ruse, a desperate ploy to compel them to speak the truth. After all, how else would they ever confess? Once fully awake, Aishore Daiji was overjoyed to hear that Yunjishin you could help him find Aishore Xiaokue, eager to do anything she asked. Conan finally understood why Boss Inoue trusted him so much. He looked like a foolish child, single-minded in everything he did. With a wry smile, Conan thought, indeed, if he wasn't so single-minded, he wouldn't have killed Kimura River without a second thought. Hey Uncle Daiji, how can you be so sure that Kimura River killed your wife? Conan looked up at him with curiosity. Aishore Daiji was taken aback, looking down at the little one, feeling a strange pain in his face. Instinctively he reached out with his newly freed hand to touch his head. It was Xiaokue who told me. Conan was startled. Xiaokue told you. She saw you before she died. No, that night, he went out night fishing with the villagers and fell asleep on the boat when he returned at dawn. He said he dreamed that Xiaokue told him that Kimura River had killed her. Bai Ma Zhen explained with a complex expression. This was too absurd, and the police were skeptical. Aishore Daiji nodded, his eyes reflecting longing. That was the last time I saw Xiaokue. She was very reluctant to part with me, but in the 25 years and 9 days since, she has never come to see me. Why? Yunjishinyu was ready to perform the divination and replied, she is too tired. Why must you make her come to see you? You should go find her instead. Aishore Daiji was taken aback, then nodded emphatically. I will bring Xiaokue back. We will never be separated again. Muri Ran took out a handkerchief to wipe her tears. She was terrified of ghosts, but the deep affection between Daiji and Xiaokue moved her greatly. She really hoped that Zyokui's soul was still waiting for him. If there were indeed deities, please let them reunite. Unfortunately, there were no deities now, but there was a witch who could perform divination. Yunjishinyu drew a large magic circle on the floor of Aishore's house, meant to summon souls. She planned to directly call forth the spirit of Aishore Xiaokue to lead them to her own remains, making it much simpler. Aishore Daiji, sit in the center of the magic circle, and everyone else stay away from this house. Your life force will prevent Aishore Xiaokue from approaching. Everyone endured their curiosity and went outside. Aishore Daiji sat in the center of the magic circle, eyes tightly shut and looking tense. Without others around, Yunjishinyu lowered her hands holding the crystal ball, yet it remained steadily suspended in the air, gradually radiating light like the dawn. With her hands forming seals, Yunjishinyu closed her eyes and began to chant spells as invisible energy began to gather in the old room. Outside, the newcomer doctor curiously stared at the distant house and said, Do you think Madame Shanyu can really summon Aishore Zyokui's spirit? I've never heard of her doing such a thing before. Conan looked at him, his words carrying deeper meaning. Do you know Madame Shanyu well, newcomer doctor? I thought you were only passionate about medicine and uninterested in other things. The newcomer doctor was slightly taken aback, then smiled. How could that be? I have other interests too. Don't you know Conan? I'm quite good at basketball. Moreover, since Madame Shanyu is so famous, of course I've heard of her. Conan responded with an indifferent, oh, and turned away, ignoring him. This guy was truly unflappable, curious how long he could keep up the act. Bai Ma Zhen hung up the phone and said to them, I've already called the police and contacted the underwater rescue team, but this place is quite remote, so it may take them some time to arrive. Upon hearing this, Boss Inoue slapped his thigh and exclaimed, Oh, I just remembered being so close to the sea, there's a diving club not far from here. They'll call to see if they're willing to help. After saying this, boss Inoue took out his old phone and contacted the owner of the diving club. The owner was kind and immediately agreed to help when he heard it was to find the remains of a missing person, saying he would bring all the diving instructors. Mori Ran was very pleased, saying, "That's great, they will surely be able to find Xiaokuei." Just as she finished speaking, the door of the house was suddenly pushed open from the inside. Everyone looked over to see Aishore Daiji standing at the door with vacant eyes, disregarding anyone and running straight in one direction. "Follow him." Upon hearing Yunjishin Yes' voice, everyone snapped back to reality and hurried to catch up with Aishore Daiji. They didn't know the way, relying solely on boss Inoue's guidance. However, boss Inoue was too old to keep up, so reluctantly the newcomer doctor had to carry him as they quickly chased after. Finally catching up with Aishore Daiji, the newcomer doctor was already sitting on the ground, too exhausted to care about his image. Even though he was a small old man, he was still an adult, and his weight was not light. The newcomer doctor felt like he was about to collapse. What annoyed him the most was that after the old man came down, he still made sarcastic remarks. "Good lad, just lacks stamina." Clearly so tall and strong, today's kids don't exercise their stamina is not what it used to be. The newcomer doctor couldn't help but laugh in anger. Mori Ran hurriedly helped the newcomer doctor pat his back, hoping he wouldn't faint. There were no hospitals here. Conan wore a contemplative expression. Aishore Daiji was kneeling on a low cliff by the sea, and as everyone approached, they realized he was silently crying, covering his mouth. His actions were reminiscent of a gentle and quiet girl, causing the others to feel a chill run down their spines. Boss Inoue sighed. "The waves here are strong, and there are many rocks and seaweed below. Not many people come here. I suppose this is where Kimura River through Xiaokuei." Everyone looked out at the vast sea. Under the sunlight, the surface shimmered like the scales of a mermaid. The sea was so gentle, so selfless, but it was indeed too vast, while humanity was too insignificant, so small. It was like a drop of water dissolving in it, and never to be found again. Soon the diving instructors from the club donned their professional diving gear and entered the water, carefully exploring this area. However, they did not dare to dive too deep, as the seaweed below was too dense, and they could easily get tangled. As the sun gradually set, the police and the professional rescue team also arrived. After everyone's efforts, they finally found a weathered set of bones wedged between some rocks, and nearby, they discovered a severely rusted wine jug. The remains and the weapon had not been swept further away by the waves, which was indeed a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. Conan looked at the cheering people with emotion, suddenly hearing the sound of sorrowful weeping. He turned to see Aishore Daiji, tears and snot streaming down his face, his aging and haggard face, showing both sadness and joy along with a hint of relief. Conan's expression softened. After 25 years of wandering, Xiaokuei and Daiji finally reunited. At the riverbank, Daiji once again found himself in the police car, as he was suspected of kidnapping. However, this time his pockets were filled with sunflower seeds from his home, which would soon blossom into radiant flowers at the grave of Xiaokuei. The police also discovered from the bank statements that Mu Kun's family had made several transfers to Shangang and Mu Xiaoxiong over the past 20 years. Thus, Mu Kun's family and these two individuals were also brought back to the police station on suspicion of harboring a criminal. As everything came to an end, an evening approached by Ma Zhan apologized to the children, saying she would be back soon, not expecting to take so long. The children were very understanding. Upon learning that Xiaokuei's remains had been found, they cheered joyfully. Meanwhile, Wuyun AI remained huddled in her hood, praying that the person would not notice her. Wuyun AI was overthinking. The new doctor had carried Inoue boss all the way and still hadn't recovered, slumped in the passenger seat with his eyes closed, too exhausted to utter a word. Yun Jushanyu, suppressing a smile, started the car and headed toward Mifeng town. Ma Zhan intended to drop the children off one by one at their doorsteps, greeted them, and then pressed the accelerator to leave. They were not in a hurry, slowly driving along the seaside road under the sunset, enjoying the beautiful scenery, which had its own unique charm. Mao Lilan slightly leaned out, the sea breeze tousling her hair, and the orange sunlight casting a glow on her angelic pure smile, leaving Conan mesmerized. The new doctor also gazed at her through the rearview mirror, as if looking at a faith. The four of them remained silent, savoring this moment of tranquility, but every long journey must come to an end. Yun Jushanyu stopped the car near the Mori Detective Agency, saying, "Conan Shaolan, let's get off here. Be careful on the road and give me a call when you get home." Conan jumped out of the car and looked back at the new doctor sitting in front. "Hey, new doctor, why don't you get off with us? There's a bus stop right here." The new doctor wore a bemused expression. This brat wanted him to take the bus when he was already so exhausted. Before he could speak, Yun Jushanyu's smiling voice came through. "He'll take him back. The new doctor must be quite tired." Looking at Yun Jushan, yes, meaningful expression, Conan waved goodbye to them. Mao Lilan held Conan's hand as they walked home, whispering, "Shinichi, does the new doctor have a problem?" She wasn't foolish. She noticed Shinichi's wariness towards the new doctor and how he always targeted him. Conan nodded. Since the new doctor appeared, Wuyun has pretended to be sick and won't get out of the car. You know, Wuyun is sensitive to the organization's presence, and the new doctor always creates opportunities for coincidental encounters with us. I suspect he is. He can't possibly know your and Xiaoei's secret, right? That's uncertain. His attitude towards us is ambiguous, and he probably has ulterior motives. Conan stroked his chin. Let's go home and ask Wuyun if our suspicions are correct. In the car, the two of them had not spoken for a long time. Sharon, what are you playing with again? Yun Jushan's expression was calm, but the words she spoke made the new doctor uneasy. Heh. If Conan were here, he would be very surprised because the new doctor let out a charming laugh that belonged to an adult woman. Really, why can you always see through things at a glance? Bai Aramoda was extremely helpless. The disguises and voice-changing techniques she learned from Kuroba Toichi should have been flawless. The roles she played during missions could fool even their loved ones, yet she was always seen through by Brandy and Jin. Why could Yun Jushan see through her too? She wasn't part of the organization, was she? Could it really be true what people say that Madame Shan's deep purple eyes see not the flesh, but the soul? Yun Jushan glanced at her without answering. Don't change the subject. I know there's darkness behind you whether you're Sharon or Chris. I don't care what you play at. But for what reason are you disguised as the new doctor hiding beside Xiaolan and Conan? Bai Aramoda paused for a moment, then smirked. Secrets make women more beautiful. This is my secret, Shanyu. You promise you won't bring danger to them. I can only guarantee that I personally won't harm them. Hearing her make such an easy promise, Yun Jushan turned her head to look at her with a peculiar gaze. That doesn't sound like your character. So I discovered your secret, and you're not planning to silence me directly. Bai Aramoda chuckled. Then I would need the ability to do so. She's not a professional assassin, and even top assassins like Brandy and Jin couldn't kill this witch. She knew that another mysterious organization had been hunting Yun Jushan for nearly 20 years. Most of the people pursuing her had ended up in prison, and those who did were inexplicably found dead in their cells. It was terrifying. This woman, how could others be so blind and think she's a good person? If Yun Jushan knew her thoughts, she would certainly feel wronged. The people in the zoo organization had been cursed by the Magic Association, and after she sent those pursuing her to prison, the Magic Association activated the curse to silence them. What did that have to do with her, Yun Jushan? Why should she bear such a burden? She's truly a good witch. Sharon, since it concerns Yukiko, I won't press further. Thanks. Bai Aramoda smiled. Oh, by the way, don't tell Xiaolan and Conan about my affairs. Yun Jushan snorted coldly. I'm not that free to meddle in your disguise games. You explain it to Yukiko yourself. Oh, and she flashed a mischievous smile. What? I had no idea you had the virtue of respecting the elderly and loving the young. Your stamina is impressive. You can carry an old person and still walk so fast. What could I do? There was only the new doctor, an adult man, who I had to do that. You deserved it. Who told you to insist on disguising as a man? Yun Jushan laughed freely, then disregarded her protests and firmly kicked her out of the car, sending her away. She wouldn't be able to take her home. It was best to walk back slowly herself. The car door was slammed shut by Bai Aramoda with a loud bang, ignoring the glares from outside. Yun Jushan calmly started the car. After driving for a while, her phone rang. She took it out and saw that it was indeed a call from Conan. Upon answering the call before the other party could speak, Yun Jushan took the initiative. Don't ask Shinichi. I can only tell you that he won't harm you and Xiaolan. As for the rest, I can't be sure. You'll have to explore it yourself. I believe you'll soon find the truth. After saying that, she immediately hung up the phone. On the other end, Conan listened to the busy tone on the line with a serious expression, remaining motionless for a long time. Mao Lilan pushed him curiously. Shinichi, what's wrong? Did Aunt Shanyu not answer the phone? Conan came back to his senses, shook his head, and put his phone back in his pocket. Aunt Shanyu said the new doctor won't harm you and me. For the rest, we need to investigate ourselves. Mao Liran was perplexed. Does Aunt Shanyu know him? But Xiao Ai said she indeed sensed the presence of an organization member from the new doctor. After returning home, they had already called and confirmed with Wuyun AI that she indeed pretended to be sick because she sensed the presence of organization members. That's normal. Aunt Shanyu often receives commissions from upper-class individuals. Her abilities mean she wouldn't be pure, so it's not surprising that she comes into contact with organization members. It's just. Conan's mind raced as he pondered whether this new doctor was a genuine organization member or an undercover agent. If he was an undercover agent, that would explain it. After all, an undercover agent is on the side of justice and would not harm him and Xiaolan. But if he were a genuine organization member and still wouldn't harm him and Xiaolan, what could be the reason behind it? Was he targeting Wuyun AI? That raises a question. If he knows Wuyun AI is Sherry, why wouldn't he just capture her directly? Conan shook his head, trusting his detective instincts that this person was definitely after him and Xiaolan, and he likely knew that Conan was actually Shinichi Kudo. Knowing Shinichi Kudo and his appearance as a child, Aunt Shanyu covered for him, claiming he wouldn't harm them. A figure gradually surfaced in Conan's mind. Xiaolan. Conan suddenly called out to Mao Liran with seriousness. What is it, Shinichi? Do you think it's possible that the new doctor is actually a woman? A woman? Mao Liran exclaimed in surprise. No way. He has always presented himself as male in both family and work. No matter how you look at it, the new doctor should be a man. What I mean is there might be a woman impersonating the new doctor, Conan said, his eyes showing determination. I found it strange that the new doctor loves sports and has good stamina. He shouldn't get tired so quickly while carrying someone. Mao Liran felt this reasoning was somewhat forced. After all, people are heavy, and being able to carry someone for a few quick steps is quite impressive, so it would naturally be very exhausting. Conan nodded. Indeed, but based on my reasoning, I think it makes more sense that he is impersonated by a woman. Let's verify this. He took out his phone and called Wuyun AI. Hello. Wuyun AI answered, puzzled, as it was shortly after she had just hung up. Wuyun, I want to ask if there are people in the organization skilled in disguise, even able to change into different genders. What? Wuyun's heart raced as she thought of that terrifying woman in the organization. Why do you ask this? Hearing the slight tremor in Wuyun's voice, Conan smiled knowingly. Indeed, there was such a person in the organization. I suspect the new doctor is someone from the organization in disguise. I think he might actually be a woman. Wuyun gripped her phone, tightly, feeling somewhat lost. She thought the new doctor was a logistical staff member previously placed in the hospital by the organization and had never considered this possibility. Yes, there are. There's a famous person in the organization known as the Queen of Disguise. Belmod. She possesses extraordinary skills in disguise. I knew it, thanks Wuyun. By the way, you need to be careful not to appear in front of the new doctor. I fear he might discover your identity. Okay. Wuyun hung up the phone worriedly and took out a business card from her pocket, gently stroking it. Sigh, the organization's shadow is everywhere. In this vast world, how can there be no room for a small her? After hanging up, Conan confidently said to Mao Ran. That's right, there's a woman in the organization with the codename Belmod, skilled in disguise. The new doctor is definitely impersonated by her. Mao Ran was very surprised. Then why is she going to such great lengths to stay by our side? Is it to monitor us? Speaking of disguise, Xiaolan, did you think of anything? Mao Ran pondered. A disguise reminded her of Aunt Yu, she who was very skilled at it. Could this matter also be related to Aunt Yu Shi? Conan confirmed her guess. My mother learned the art of disguise from the world-famous magician, Kaido Kuroba. Kaido Kuroba unexpectedly died in an accident 8 years ago during a performance. If Belmod could perform disguise techniques, it is very possible she studied under Kaido Kuroba. Conan narrowed his eyes slightly, studying under Kaido Kuroba with extraordinary disguise and voice-changing skills, having seen Shinichi Kudo as a child and knowing Aunt Shanyu. I can only think of one person, that is Sharon Vineyard. Conan pronounced the name heavily, to which Mao Ran asked back. Sharon is a good friend and fellow student of Aunt Yu Shi. She indeed can disguise and has seen what you looked like as a child, but I remember Sharon has already passed away. But Sharon's funeral was organized by a daughter who appeared out of nowhere, and no one has seen her death with their own eyes, have they? Mao Ran nodded. Indeed, if Sharon were a member of the Black organization, it would make sense if she faked her death to disappear behind the scenes. Then that means Chris Vineyard is likely also a member of the organization. Yes, Conan said with a smile, and I think we already have a rough idea of Belmod's appearance. After so many years of being Sharon, the disguise she learned must be makeup or perhaps even her true appearance. Belmod definitely looks very similar to Sharon. Excited by piecing together information about the important member of the organization, Conan felt he had finally gotten closer to the truth. Then, knowing you are Shinichi Kudo, yet not reporting it, is it to protect you? Why? Is it because she cherishes her past friendship with Aunt Yu Shi? Mao Ran felt her reasoning was quite logical. After all, they were people with feelings, and maybe Belmod really considered Aunt Yu Shi as a good friend. Conan also believed there was a possibility, but he felt there must be reasons they didn't know about which could only be deduced later with more information. Since she wants to protect us regardless of the reason, we shouldn't alarm her. First, we need to conceal Wuyun's presence. Just because she won't harm us doesn't mean she doesn't want to find Sherry to hand over to the organization. Mao Ran agreed. Let's keep Xiao Ai at home for now and not let her go to school. Also, she should hide her special hair. Since Belmod has good intentions, should we try to cooperate with her? There's no rush. Just because she is hiding things from us doesn't mean she is disloyal to the organization. We should first explore this in secret. Mao Ran hesitated. Should we tell Aunt Yu Shi? Conan pondered for a moment and said, let's hold off for now. After all, this is just our reasoning. My mom was very saddened by Sharon's passing. Mao Ran sighed, wondering what was going on, and the number of people involved was growing and the situation was becoming increasingly complicated. AI Hybra had been restless lately. Ever since learning that Vermouth might be lurking nearby, she had not slept soundly for a single night. And perhaps it was also the onset of winter, for she had unfortunately caught the flu. Achoo! She couldn't suppress the sneeze and reached for a tissue to dab her reddened, swollen nose. Though misfortunes abounded, at last there was one piece of good news. This is the provisional antidote for APTX 4869. Conan and Ran Muri gazed curiously at the pill, its appearance eerily identical to that of a poison. Here are 5 doses. Keep them for emergencies. However, each dose remains effective for only about 24 hours. Moreover, the more frequently it is taken, the shorter its duration becomes. It must not be overused. Ran Muri turned to Conan and said, Shinichi, since nothing urgent has arisen, it's best not to take it unless absolutely necessary. Though brief, this glimmer of hope is real. Conan beamed with elation. The day he could fully revert to his original form now seemed tantalizingly close. A warm, joyful smile bloomed across Ran Muri's face as she remarked, we truly owe Heiji a great deal. Without him, we'd never have discovered that Baijiu of all things held such an unexpected effect. Not long ago, Heiji Hattori had visited the Muri Detective Agency to challenge Shinichi Kudo in deductive reasoning. Spotting Conan's cold, he offered him a small sip of Baijiu as a gift. And unexpectedly, during a subsequent case, Conan suddenly broke into a fever and reverted momentarily to Shinichi Kudo's adult form. Conan had nearly panicked, reverting before witnesses would land him on front pages worldwide. Fortunately, Kagoro and Ran Muri swiftly concealed the transformation, guiding him to a secluded restroom where he safely reverted back. Though initially thrilled, he soon, disappointingly, reverted once more into his child form. After eliminating all other known variables, they focused their suspicion on the Baijiu Heiji had brought. Excited Conan rushed to confront Heiji, only to be plied with alcohol until drunk and worse to inadvertently reveal his true identity. Yet Heiji himself did not revert to Shinichi Kudo, leaving Conan utterly speechless. Still, the Baijiu was entrusted to AI Hybra for analysis, and, after diligent research, she succeeded in synthesizing the provisional antidote. With the antidote secured, Ran Muri and Conan prepared to head home. Before departing, Conan repeatedly warned AI Hybra never to appear before Dr. Erite. She sighed inwardly. Great detective, you've already said that countless times. I know. Achoo. Ran Muri gently pressed her palm to AI Hybra's forehead, concern softening her voice. I can remember to take your medicine on schedule, and stay warmly wrapped. Don't catch another chill. AI Hybra nodded, holding her nose. After seeing Ran and Conan off, she sank onto the sofa, deeply conflicted. She longed to call her secretary Elena, but feared disturbing her. Vermouth was near, as she couldn't remain hidden in the basement forever. Soon her secret shrinking would surely be uncovered, and she would be taken. A quiet sorrow settled upon her as she thought of Professor Agasa, Ran Muri, Conan, Ayumi, Mitsuhiko, and Jinta, people who treated her with kindness, like friends, like family. Perhaps because her life within the organization had been so stifling, she had grown emotionally reserved. Yet precisely for that reason, she cherished these genuine bonds all the more. AI Hybra reflected, if Vermouth truly intended to reclaim her for the organization, she would go without resistance, so long as she protected Adagawa and ran from exposure. She believed she would survive within the organization, though life there would certainly be harsher than now. Still, it hardly mattered. Before then, she carefully examined the well-worn business card in her hand. Even cherished as it was, its edges had begun to crease. One final hypothesis remained to be verified before her capture. AI Hybra dialed the number memorized by heart. Beep, beep. Hello. Her pulse leapt. She instantly softened her voice into something sweet and tender. It's me, AI Hybra. Elena Neeson, do you still remember me? Elena's voice, warm with amusement, flowed through the receiver. Of course I do, Aiken. I've been hoping you'd call and ask me to play. Why haven't you reached out in so long? I've had a cold these past few days, so I didn't call. A cold? How serious is it? Have you taken medicine? Elena asked, her tone edged with anxious concern. Yes, I've taken it. It's mild, just sneezing. AI Hybra's eyes shimmered with unshed tears. If only her sister were still alive, she too would have responded with such urgency, even to a trivial cold. Elena's voice softened further, gentle as one soothing a child. Let me take you to the hospital, all right. Influenza is rampant lately. I'm afraid delaying treatment could lead to pneumonia. And afterward we'll stroll through the mall and savor delicious food. How does that sound? AI Hybra accepted without hesitation. She longed, deeply, to see her. After a pause, she ventured delicately, speaking of delicious things. Elena Neeson, do you enjoy coffee? A brief silence followed. Then Elena's voice returned, light and serene. Absolutely. My favorite pastime is visiting cafes for afternoon tea, always with fresh flowers in hand. Professor Agasa's latest experiment had yet again detonated, coating him head to toe in black soot. With no choice but to shower and change, he stepped out of the lab. But upon entering the living room, he froze in shock. AI Hybra lay curled on the sofa, weeping uncontrollably. How could someone so fiercely proud cry with such raw, unguarded sorrow? He disregarded the grime clinging to his skin and hurried forward, patting her back gently. Aiken, what's wrong? Why are you crying? Is the flu unbearable? Let me take you to the doctor, right away. AI Hybra sat upright, quickly brushing away her tears. With a bright tear-streaked smile, she told him, I'm fine, Professor. I'm actually overjoyed. I told you Elena Neeson reminds me of my sister. I called her, and she's taking me to the hospital tomorrow, then to the mall. Seeing the unmistakable radiance of joy, not grief, on AI Hybra's face, Professor Agasa exhaled in quiet relief. He felt a deep, tender warmth at last. Aiken was emerging from the shadow of her sister's passing. Making friends was good. Each new bond a thread of belonging. That's wonderful. Do treat Miss Elena kindly. By the way, how will you get there? Shall I drive you? AI Hybra shook her head, her eyes sparkling. Clear, luminous, the lingering gloom entirely dispelled. She'll pick me up tomorrow in her car, Professor. Don't worry. She'll take excellent care of me. Professor Agasa nodded, then added gently, Shinichi mentioned recent dangers. Do dress warmly tomorrow. Wear a hat and mask and avoid being seen by Dr. Erite. Yes, I'll remember. I'd like to request a day off. Tomorrow I'd like to take AI Ha to see a doctor. Is that all right, boss? Mayano Akemi gripped the phone tightly, her nerves taut, though bound by a magical contract, prohibiting her from revealing anything about Brandy or remaining near Shiho. She had subtly hinted to Shiho that she was her elder sister. She feared Brandy might disdain such underhanded maneuvering. Brandy paused, puzzled. Why call me to ask for leave? Go through human resources. A faint sigh escaped him. Akemi had suppressed herself for far too long. She had in essence forged her own gilded cage. Akemi, our relationship is strictly contractual. Let me be clear, if you wish to resign from tea, I won't intervene. Not because I care, but because your magical contract ensures your silence. Do as you please and no permission is needed. He hung up before she could reply. Akemi touched her icy cheek and realized with quiet shock that tears had already fallen. Elsewhere, Brandy set down the receiver. He stood now beside Yunju Shanyu. If his intelligence was accurate, a compelling drama was about to unfold. Twirling the ring on his finger, Yunju Shanyu awaited tomorrow with palpable anticipation. She tapped her chin thoughtfully. Akemi will take Hybra AI out tomorrow. Could they possibly cross paths by chance? Recalling Hybra AI's uncanny misfortune, and the way her hair seemed perpetually adrift, she chuckled softly. Yes, collision seemed highly probable. But no matter, the more people involved, the richer the spectacle. These gems have grown dull to my eyes, she mused. Given her lifelong passion for gemstone jewelry, a leisurely stroll through the mall was not only reasonable, it was inevitable. Glancing at the sapphire-studded ring gleaming on her finger, Yunju Shanyu smiled, a smile edged with quiet, gleeful expectation. The next morning, Mayano Akemi arrived promptly at Dr. Agasa's residence and drove away with Hybra AI. Her younger sister sat beside her in the passenger seat, swaddled like a tiny, fluffy snowball. Akemi's heart swelled with tenderness, her face alight with serene, radiant joy. Hybra AI wore a knitted cap and a surgical mask, though her expression remained hidden, her eyes crinkled into two gentle crescents. Elenini, it's snowing. Hybra AI murmured, pressing close to the window, her warm breath misting the pristine glass. Yes, just a light snowfall today. Still manageable, though traffic may be sluggish. We'll head first to Baika Hospital. I've reserved an appointment with their finest pediatrician for a full examination. You're always so absorbed in experiments. She caught herself coughed twice and swiftly changed course. After the doctor, how about French cuisine? That bistro steak and dinner rolls are exceptional. Then we'll browse the department store. Many luxury brands just launched new handbags and seasonal collections. I nearly drooled reading about them in magazines. Hybra AI remained silent, listening quietly to Elena's gentle, effervescent itinerary, a scene that had haunted her dreams countless times, now miraculously real. What do you think of this? Does it suit me? With the sales assistant's help, Elena fastened a pair of pearl earrings and tilted her face toward Hybra AI for approval. Hybra AI studied them carefully. Her voice, muffled by the mask, held quiet warmth. Lovely. They match your elegance perfectly. Then I'll take them. Please wrap them up. And help me choose a delicate bracelet, something suitable for a child. Beaming, Elena removed the earrings and gestured for packaging. Which one catches your eye? Together, she and Hybra AI leaned in toward the gleaming glass display case, browsing with quiet delight. Just as they lost themselves in the quiet pleasure of shopping, chaos erupted outside. The staff behind the counter let out shrill, panicked cries. Oh! Before she could react, Hybra AI was yanked backward by a massive hand. AI! Elena lunged, grasping the assailant's sleeve, only to be violently flung to the floor. Get out of my way. You lot, fill that bag. Now, or I'll blow your heads off. One arm clutched Hybra AI tightly against his chest, the other brandished a pistol. A masked man leveled the weapon at the counter staff, demanding every valuable jewel be stuffed into a large black duffel. Trembling, the clerks scrambled to obey, cramming necklaces, rings, and bracelets into the bag. Please, let her go. She's just a child. Take me instead. I can walk on my own. I swear I'll obey without resistance. Elena staggered, upright, hair disheveled, and seized the robber's sleeve, pleading desperately. The masked man's narrow, triangular eyes flickered over her. With a rough shove, he thrust the child into her arms and seized her shoulder in a crushing grip. You carry the brat. Walk, exactly where I tell you. One false move, and I'll put a bullet in her skull. Nasan. Hybra AI buried her face in Elena's chest, trembling. Elena's brow furrowed, but she had no choice. She submitted, holding the child close, walking precisely as commanded. Fresh from a suspenseful film, Muri ran, held Conan's small hand as they descended the escalator from the rooftop cinema. Sipping her drink, she frowned slightly. Why are there so few shoppers today? Hardly anyone's at the movies. It's Baika Mega Mall's annual discount day. Customers are all flocking there. And with the gloomy weather, low turnout makes perfect sense, Conan replied with a gentle smile. Had he not been eagerly awaiting this film, he wouldn't have ventured out at all. Oh, Rand smacked her forehead lightly. How could I forget? The deepest discounts go down to 10%. Shinichi, you didn't even remind me. Conan gazed at her, fondly amused by her playful pout. Isn't a quiet date just what we both needed? You're right. Her mood brightened instantly. The film had been superb, the date enchanting, the drink refreshing. Life in this moment was quietly perfect. As they reached the ground floor, a sudden commotion erupted nearby. Frowning, they turned and saw a masked man holding a pistol inside the jewelry boutique. That's... Rand dropped her cup in astonishment and fumbled for her phone to call the police, only for a gloved hand to slash down from behind, knocking it from her grasp. Aunt. Her right wrist flared red with pain as she cradled it instinctively. Rand. Conan's jaw clenched, his gaze burning with cold fury. Before them loomed a towering masked figure. Eyes glacial, gloved fingers gripping a submachine gun, its barrel pointed directly at them. With brutal force, the man jabbed the rifle's muzzle into Rand's back, sending her staggering forward. Conan stepped boldly between them, shielding her. Rand dropped to her knees, pulling Conan tightly into her arms, her body trembling with fear. Move, over there. The gunman jerked his chin toward the entrance. They turned and found the main door sealed from within. Several security guards lay slumped on the floor, unconscious, or worse. Near the exit, a dozen shoppers crouched with hands clasped over their heads, guarded by another masked man wielding a submachine gun. Rand, Muri, and Conan crouched low, heads clasped tightly amid the crowd. Two armed robbers stood nearby, calmly conversing as if no one else existed. Boss, the mall's enormous. People hiding might already have called the police. Some shoppers had fled the moment they sensed something amiss, others had concealed themselves in hidden corners. Those now huddled near the entrance had been forcibly rounded up and were now hostages. The tall man who had smashed Rand's phone was the gang's leader. His voice remained calm and authoritative. No matter. We hold hostages so they won't dare interfere. Once we secure the goods, we'll select a few to take with us in the car. The questioner was the second in command. He nodded. Thankfully, the 6 brothers had arrived in 3 vehicles, otherwise they wouldn't have had space for all the hostages. A ripple of unrest stirred among the crouching crowd. No one wished to be taken hostage. Once aboard the vehicle, they'd be utterly at the mercy of their captors like meat on a chopping block. Don't move. One more twitch and you're dead. The second in command's temper flared hot and volatile. Conan scanned the surroundings frantically, his mind racing for an escape. Ran, Conan. A familiar hushed voice whispered from beside them. They turned and gasped in astonishment. It was Dr. Shinichi. He too knelt with hands clasped over his head, having spotted them, and quietly edged closer. Meanwhile, the gang leader snatched a 5-year-old child from a female customer's arms, sparking immediate chaos. The child shrieked in piercing terror, struggling desperately to return to her mother's embrace. The woman collapsed to her knees, pleading tearfully for her daughter's release. Irritated, the gang leader tossed the child back into her arms and growled, "You too will ride with us. Keep her quiet. If I hear another wail, I make no promises she'll ever speak again." Sobbing uncontrollably, the woman vowed obedience, clutching her daughter tightly as the gang leader led them to an open stretch of floor. Among the crouching hostages, 2 faces hardened with grim resolve. At that moment, the stocky second-in-command strode over, gun in hand, and seized Conan by the collar, intending to drag him away as well. No, Ran acted without hesitation, lunging forward to wrench Conan free and pull him protectively into her arms, her gaze sharp and defiant toward the robber. Startled and furious, the second-in-command recoiled, stunned by her unexpected strength, enraged by her audacity. A cold, mirthless laugh escaped him as he leveled his gun at her, ready to teach her a brutal lesson. Rand squeezed her eyes shut, trembling violently, too terrified to even lift her head. "No, no," Conan cried out in panic, just as another voice cut through the tension. Dr. Shinichi, heedless of danger, stepped boldly between them, arms spread wide. Beads of cold sweat glistened on his brow as he forced a strained smile and addressed the robber. "Surely you needn't trouble yourself over 2 children. And if a hostage is injured, walking will become quite inconvenient later." Hearing the commotion, the gang leader frowned and approached, reprimanding his subordinate. "Near. Rein in your temper. No killing in broad daylight. Robbery was one thing, but murder would change everything. Besides, once they reached the docks, dumping the hostages into the sea would leave no trace. In plain sight, however, evidence would multiply." Grudgingly lowering his weapon, he roughly yanked Rand and Conan to join the mother and daughter on the open floor. The gang leader counted the hostages, reaffirming the plan: 2 per vehicle across 3 cars, dividing routes to evade police, then converging at the docks where the hostages would vanish beneath the waves, freeing the 6 brothers to vanish overseas. Dr. Shinichi exhaled in quiet relief, only to be kicked aside by the volatile Nair, his glasses clattering to the ground. As he scrambled helplessly on the floor, a voice with heavily accented Japanese suddenly rang out from the crowd. "Oh, I'm terribly sorry, but I really need the restroom. Could someone please escort me?" The robbers scowled toward the source, a striking American woman with golden hair, vivid green eyes, and a statuesque figure. Her short tousled hair framed a face both radiant and oddly guileless. Nair leered with a lewd chuckle and turned to his boss. "Boss, I'll take her." But the leader shot him a disapproving glare. "Absolutely not. Not now. Not with everything on the line." With that, he fired a warning shot into the tile before the woman, sending panicked cries echoing through the hall. The foreign woman crumpled to the floor, seemingly paralyzed with fear, staring up at them with wide, trembling eyes. "Humph. Put away those foolish notions. Obey and you live. Defy us, and you descend straight to hell. Jody Starling." Both Rand and Conan recognized her instantly. The newly appointed English teacher at Titan High, famed for her wit, charm, and captivating beauty, beloved by students across the school. Conan glared venomously at the 2 robbers. This gang leader was far too vigilant. There was nothing they could do. Among the hostages, a man wearing a knitted cap, his face carefully obscured, frowned faintly, his gaze icy and unblinking as it locked onto the robbers. Meanwhile, the robbers who had looted the premises began returning. Sanner, the one who'd ransacked the jewelry store on the 1st floor, carried a heavy duffel bag in one hand and held a shop clerk at gunpoint with the other. The leader frowned. "Sanner, why bring a man as a hostage?" They preferred women and children. Adult men posed resistance risks, making subduing them unpredictable and dangerous. Sanner shrugged helplessly. No customers inside, just him working alone. With that, he shoved the clerk hard into the group of hostages and proudly displayed his haul to the boss. Watching the clerk stumble nearly to his knees, his sun-kissed skin and cropped blonde hair unmistakable, Akai Shuichi, kneeling silently nearby, suppressed a faint twitch at the corner of his mouth. Should he offer these robbers a silent eulogy? Nair had just kicked vermouth, Sanner had kicked bourbon. Were they truly courting death? Even as an FBI agent, Akai felt a fierce, almost involuntary urge to cheer on these 2 operatives. No mercy, no restraint. Just a thorough, humiliating reckoning for these reckless fools. Seer and Wooer descended from the 2nd floor, having emptied high-end jewelry cases and luxury watch displays, each dragging a hostage behind them. The gang leader grinned. "Perfect, those 2 will do. Our hostages are complete." Conan and Rand stared, stunned. It was Hybrid AI, and secretary Elena. How had they ended up here? Huh. I knew the moment I saw them. They were ideal. Seer shoved the pair, whose relationship was unclear whether sisters or mother and daughter, toward Ran. Oof. Elena shielded Hybera as they fell hard, her ribs screaming in protest. Hybera's knitted cap tumbled off, but she ignored it, frantic to assess Elena's condition. Elena Nizan, are you alright? Does it hurt? Dr. Shinichi, seated quietly nearby, caught sight of the girl's distinctive hair color and familiar style, and his gaze sharpened instantly. A thoughtful silence fell over him, followed by a subtle sardonic curl of his lips. So, you're here after all, Sherry. Ha, Miss Elena, the secretary, are you all right? Mori Ran gently guided Elena to sit beside her, her voice laced with concern. How did you end up here? What a... Conan exclaimed, flustered. Dr. Shinichi was here too. If Vermouth discovered him, disaster would follow. Upon hearing this, Aiha hastily pulled her hat back down over her head. She touched her mask, still securely in place, then swept her gaze across the room until she located Dr. Shinichi. He stood some distance away, his head bowed, not looking in her direction. She exhaled softly, relief washing over her. Perhaps she remained undetected. Aiha offered Conan a wry, rueful smile. Who could have foreseen such a twist of fate, especially encountering Dr. Shinichi at this very moment? I brought Aiha to see a doctor, and afterward we came shopping, never expecting. Elena apologized, glancing at Aiha. Had she not brought her out, the robbery might never have occurred. What do we do now? We must subdue these kidnappers. Once forced into their vehicle, escape will be nearly impossible. Though the air was bitterly cold, sweat beaded on Rand's forehead. Her wrists still throbbed with pain, but she had no choice but to devise an escape. Conan's mind raced. He'd caught the ringleader's veiled implication forbidding the second-in-command from killing openly meant that once taken to a secluded location, the hostages would likely be silenced forever. What should they do? Think, quickly. Sirens wailed and car horns blared outside the mall. Police had arrived. Yet with hostages present, they opted for negotiation. The kidnappers, however, refused to bargain. Holding 6 captives granted them full leverage for a clean getaway. Where's number 6? The ringleader scanned the area, realizing one of his men was missing. Number 5 scratched his head, speculating. His phone isn't answering. He went to the jewelry boutique on the 3rd floor. Maybe he's upstairs playing arcade games. They were underworld operatives. Number 6, the youngest, habitually loitered in game centers and pachinko parlors. Most likely he'd spotted an arcade machine and simply couldn't resist. The ringleader seethed with frustration. He craved a swift resolution, but his men only complicated matters. Armed with guns, they swaggered about as if they'd forgotten their own names. Number 2, go with number 5 and fetch him. Hurry him down. To hedge against unforeseen danger, he dispatched number 2, armed with a submachine gun, to assist in the search. Roger. Number 2 and number 5 ascended the stairs, weapons in hand. Among the crowd, Conan, Bourbon, Vermouth, Akai, Shuichi, and Jody all perked up. Only 3 kidnappers remained, a ringleader brandishing a submachine gun and 2 others, each holding handguns. This looked like a viable opening. Conan's plan was precise: seize the perfect moment to launch a soccer ball and knock the submachine gun from the ringleader's grip. Ran would disable one assailant. The last could be handled by Vermouth, disguised flawlessly as Dr. Shinichi. Then divide and conquer the remaining trio. Victory would be theirs. Vermouth, meanwhile, factored Jody into her calculus. She knew Jody was an FBI agent. She'd also spotted Bourbon nearby. Even unarmed, the 3 of them could overwhelm 3 criminals. Bourbon had tracked Vermouth here deliberately. He decided to observe first and intervene only if absolutely necessary, targeting the ringleader himself. Hidden in the shadows, Akai Shuichi felt the most confident of all 4 seasoned professionals versus 3 amateurs. It wasn't even a contest. Ran. Conan shot her a subtle glance, and she understood instantly. Nodding, she fixed her attention on kidnapper number 3, standing nearest to her. Conan quietly activated his enhanced kick shoes, scanning for the perfect opening to disarm the ringleader. Oh, bang. Startled, everyone turned, only to witness one kidnapper shrieking as he plummeted from the 3rd floor balustrade, crashing headlong into a 1st floor decorative display. Number 2. Brother 2. The remaining 3 kidnappers stared bewildered, then instinctively moved to check on their fallen comrade. Now this was it. Seizing the split second when all 3 had their backs turned, Conan slammed his foot onto the soccer belt's launch mechanism and sent a blistering kick straight toward the ringleader's spine. Simultaneously, Ran lowered her center of gravity, then exploded upward, executing a flawless midair spin before delivering a dazzling sidekick to kidnapper number 3's temple. He collapsed, instantly unconscious before hitting the floor. At that exact moment, Dr. Shinichi and Ms. Jody surged forward toward kidnapper number 4. Shinichi delivered a precise knife hand strike to the man's neck. Jody followed with a devastating knee thrust. The kidnapper didn't utter a sound before crumpling. Dr. Shinichi offered Jody, a woman whose gaze remained icy and unyielding, a warm, courteous nod of gratitude. Oh. Struck hard from behind by the flying soccer ball, the ringleader crashed to the ground, dazed by the force, his submachine gun flying from his grasp. Yet his years of hardened experience kicked in immediately. He realized, too late, that their carelessness had left them vulnerable to ambush. Gritting his teeth, he strained to reach for the weapon lying just beyond his fingertips. A sleek black dress shoe descended, pressing firmly atop the gun's grip. With a snarl, he raised his head, and froze in disbelief. The timid-looking jeweler from the boutique stood over him. The man gazed down expressionless and aloof, his violet-gray eyes radiating lethal intent, cold, detached, as though regarding nothing more than a corpse. The ringleader recoiled, not merely from the sheer ferocity of that gaze, but from the terrifying whiplash of personality before him. Defeated, he bowed his head, slammed his fist into the floor, and wept bitter tears. He knew with chilling certainty they were utterly finished. Akai Shuichi stood solemnly outside the third-floor jewelry boutique, watching through the glass. Two kidnappers lay motionless on the floor, and incongruously amid the perilous tension, a single woman. She was absorbed in selecting gemstones, utterly indifferent to the screams and gunfire echoing from below. 3 armed men posed no disturbance to her. Hence 2 now lay incapacitated, and the third had tumbled helplessly to the first floor. The shop assistant, flustered yet dutiful, obeyed her quiet instructions, gloved hands reverently lifting an emerald from its velvet tray and presenting it to her. After studying the gem's luster, she finally allowed herself a faint, satisfied smile. Akai watched the surreal scene unfold and silently elevated her threat level several notches. Yunju Shanyu. This woman was profoundly enigmatic and profoundly dangerous. His sharp, piercing eyes narrowed as he held her in his unwavering gaze. May you stand on our side, if not, no matter how formidable the challenge, you must be eliminated first. Hearing that the kidnappers had been subdued, Inspector Megure rushed inside with his officers, swiftly confiscating firearms and ammunition, cuffing 5 unconscious and 1 conscious perpetrator, then loading them into police vehicles. Most hostages sustained minor injuries. Ignoring everything else, Conan ran to medical staff to examine her swollen wrist. Jody studied her seemingly unassuming colleague with quiet intensity. I hadn't expected Dr. Shinichi to possess such remarkable reflexes. He smiled warmly. A bit of self-defense training is always practical. And you, Miss Jody, you seemed so carefree, yet your acting was impeccable. He just tapped into latent potential under pressure. Nothing compared to Dr. Shinichi's finesse. Their polite smiles masked mutual wariness, until officers escorted them away to file official statements. After completing the official statement, Yunju Shanyu drove Conan and Ran Murray home. I never imagined these kidnappers would be so ruthless, planning to dump all hostages into the open sea. Fortunately, we managed to stop them in time. The ringleader had confessed their plan. Rand shuddered at the thought of the 6 selected hostages who had nearly lost their lives. Their scheme was meticulously laid out. A smuggling vessel awaited them at the dock. Once aboard, they would sail overseas, vanish under new identities, and become nearly impossible to apprehend. Thank goodness Aunt Shanyu subdued 3 armed kidnappers single-handedly and created the perfect opening for us. Through the rearview mirror, Yunju Shanyu offered Conan a quiet, knowing smile in response to his praise. Conan and Ran were utterly awestruck by Yunju Shanyu. Facing 3 gun-wielding criminals alone, she'd incapacitated them all with a single decisive move. Clearly, it was time to revise their impression of this quietly formidable woman. If my deduction is correct, this sextet is likely the infamous Wolfpack, a robbery syndicate that has operated covertly in Japan for years, targeting banks and jewelers alike. Some officers refer to them by that very name. Yunju Shanyu voiced her hypothesis. Conan listened intently. Then why did they suddenly decide to flee the country? Seeking a change of scenery? Or had Japanese law enforcement finally closed in on their trail? In recent years, Japanese public security authorities have cracked down on numerous child trafficking rings. Those lurking in the shadows grew anxious, fearing a sweeping purge, and panicked. They likely decided to pull off one last grand heist before vanishing overseas to live in comfort. Conan nodded slowly. I recall it was a multinational operation, a coordinated, devastating strike against traffickers and child abduction networks. Japan's Public Security Bureau was merely one participant among many. So this wasn't just a domestic crackdown, it was an international anti-crime campaign. Yet these foolish robbers mistook rumor for reality, convinced the authorities were coming for them. So they surfaced prematurely and met their end. The irony was almost absurd. Yunju Shanyu smiled faintly. At least you're both safe. Ran, try not to strain your hand with chores for now. Rest and heal properly. Yes, Ran replied, nodding. Her hand bore a minor bone fracture. No heavy labor for the foreseeable future. Conan, however, felt a knot of worry tighten in his chest. Had Vermouth noticed AI Hybra? How could he protect her? The question gnawed at him relentlessly. And then there was Jody Starling. Her behavior today had been markedly different from usual. Coupled with her nationality and unusual focus on Dr. Akai, Conan harbored a hazy suspicion, but nothing yet concrete. He needed a plan to help AI break free from this perilous predicament. You've heard the news, haven't you? The Wolfpack has been captured. In a dim, shadow-draped room, Brandy dialed a number. Yes, many sustained injuries. Your expectations are rather high. 0 casualties were never feasible. Spreading disinformation underground was enough to flush them out. Quite an achievement, all things considered. Understood, boss. Brandy arched a brow. Seems you've settled well into your role. Tell me, has there been any movement lately at the zoo? The voice on the other end replied gravely. The 2 senior operatives, codenamed Viper and Spider, remain exceptionally elusive, vanishing without trace after each crime. Child abductions in Tokyo have declined significantly. Our countermeasures are clearly having effect. Still, they continue stealing gems with the same brazen arrogance as before. Brandy reassured him, patience, not haste. After all, this is a sprawling transnational organization. Uprooting it entirely cannot be accomplished overnight. The man remained silent for a beat, his patience unshaken, yet his heart clenched with quiet fury at the thought of countless children unseen and helpless being led like livestock to slaughter. Stay vigilant in Tokyo, cover your tracks. Do not let them catch your scent. Understood, boss. Brandy hung up satisfied. The wolf pack had long maintained symbiotic ties with the zoo organization. Eliminating them severed one of its most vital extensions and advanced the red-black narrative by a crucial step. The audience in the source world would surely approve. A masterstroke indeed. Anime Forum, Detective Conan Board. Post 1 of Vermouth deserves her own dedicated thread. Post 2 Vermouth. She's absolutely stunning. The new art style hasn't disappointed me in the slightest. Post 3, Conan's deduction was brilliant. He pieced together Dr. Akai's true identity as Vermouth from mere fragments of evidence. And he was completely right. Post 4, while he did have prior knowledge of Shanyu's involvement, that context certainly helped narrow the field. After all, how many people could possibly warrant her protection? Post 5, wait, what does for Aries' sake even mean? Okay, I'm officially shipping this. Sorry, Mr. Kudu, you're officially dethroned. Post 6, Sharon and Aerie are genuine friends. Vermouth may appear cruel and merciless, but once she acknowledges someone, her loyalty runs deep. A woman of contradictions, enigmatic, magnetic, unforgettable. Post 7, it looks like Hybra's cover is about to blow. Will Vermouth drag her back to the organization? Post 8, more likely she'll eliminate her outright, away from Conan and Ran. Vermouth truly despises Shayuri. Post 9-0, Yumi appeared too, standing atop a gun. Absolutely iconic. I'm dying. I know Yumi's always working. Post 10, her title as Emperor of Part-Time Jobs is well earned. Post 11, Mrs. Shanyu is pure elegance. Her effortless, understated dominance is lethally impressive. Post 12, 3 opponents, 0 injuries, 1 flawless takedown. And she was facing firearms. No wonder she said she gave it a light tap, and the bomber who tried to kill Hajiwara collapsed instantly. I believe her now. Post 13, Gakai, Yumi, Vermouth, Hybra, all converging at the same shopping mall. Things are about to get explosive. Post 14, that's Secretary Elena. Doesn't her rapport with Hybra seem unusually close? Something feels off. Post 15, you mean Mayano Akemi, right? Honestly, I've suspected that too. Post 16, if it is her, this would be incredible. Post 17, don't get your hopes up too high. We've learned to stay calm. Every hint, every whisper is met with stoic reserve. Post 18, actually the Wolfpack's leader wasn't entirely inept. Jody attempted to neutralize one hostage-taker during a restroom break, but he sensed something amiss and intervened. His intellect was sound, his luck tragically poor. Post 19, haha, don't remind me. Look at Akai's expression right now, image attached to Akai's deadpan stare. Post 20, I'm genuinely laughing. Kidnapping 6 hostages, and who do they end up confronting? The death-dealing elementary student, the superhuman teenage girl, the FBI's ace agent, the part-time job emperor, the chameleon sorceress, and the enigmatic witch. What kind of infernal opening sequence is this? Post 21, if they'd succeeded, they'd have slapped every elite in the face. So yes, the ringleader possessed a modicum of cunning, but it wasn't enough. From the moment he chose that shopping mall as his target, his defeat was sealed. Shaolon has drawn a hot spring vacation voucher. Tomorrow we're heading to Tottori Prefecture. I won't be joining you, Hybra. Please stay hidden and avoid detection by the Black Organization. Huh, you're going out, Shinichi. But I'm scheduled to attend tech chats. This? Tech chats? What's that? I've never heard you mention it before. Dr. Agasa. Oh, it's an informal association of amateur inventors. We hold periodic internal exchange gatherings. The founder dubbed it tech chats. Then, I'll inform Ran and Uncle Kagoro that I won't go to Tottori after all. Leaving Hybra alone at home makes me uneasy. All right, I'll call and ask if children are permitted. Enough you two, I'm not a child. Achu. I can take care of myself perfectly well. But you're still unwell. It's fine. The medicine prescribed by the hospital is highly effective. I plan to rest extensively after taking it. A recovery should be swift. Are you truly certain? Hybra, don't push yourself. Rest assured, great detective. Gin and vodka have no idea I've shrunk. Staying indoors keeps me safe. Very well. Vermouth switched off the listening device, sipped her sherry from a stemmed glass, and curved her lips into an enigmatic smile. Her crimson nails, like freshly spilled blood, lightly tapped the photograph of Hybra AI already marked with a bold slashing X. Ha ha ha. How unfortunate for you, Sherry. Now there's no escaping this time. She had originally intended to orchestrate a case to delay Angel and Klogai, but opportunity had arrived unbidden. How fortuitous. Humming softly, Vermouth dabbed her damp curls and retreated to her bedroom to rest. Unseen in the shadows, another listening device quietly hummed with life. At Dr. Agasa's residence, the three exchanged words in the living room before silently descending to the underground laboratory. I object to this plan. It's my burden alone. Oh, how could I? Hybra AI's voice trembled with quiet anxiety. She refused to drag Conan and the others into peril. If Vermouth sought her capture, she would simply surrender. Her elder sister had already escaped the organization safely and begun a new life. She bore no regrets. Conan cut her short. Hybra, this is no longer your solitary struggle. The moment I shrank, our fates intertwined. You ran Uncle Kagoro Dr. Agasa and countless others became one collective force resisting the organization. As part of that whole, you cannot isolate your choices. Every step you take reverberates through the entire group. Do you truly believe surrendering to Vermouth guarantees safety? What if she kills you outright? Even if she spares you, what happens when the organization learns of your shrinkage? Do you imagine any of us would survive? Don't be naive, Hybra. Hybra sighed helplessly. You always win the argument. But tell me, does Rand truly consent to such a perilous operation? Of course. Rand stands unwaveringly beside me. She and Uncle Kagoro will serve as my backup. And if events unfold precisely as I envision, we may even turn the tables and capture Vermouth herself. All right. With matters now so plainly laid bare, refusal would only jeopardize their mission. Please, be extraordinarily careful. Should anything go awry, I shall carry the guilt for the rest of my life. You've changed remarkably lately, Conan observed, mildly surprised. No longer the distant, impenetrable figure who kept others at arm's length, nor the razor-edged presence she once was. Once Hybra AI had been like a dagger without a hilt, wounding others yet cutting herself just as deeply. A faint, quiet smile touched her lips. She said nothing, for the hilt had returned at last. At the rooftop bar of the Silver Wing Tower, today's gathering of the junior trio welcomed an unexpected new guest. Hey Calvados, why the sudden trip to Japan? Weren't you stationed across Europe and the Americas? Vodka drained a cocktail in 3 swift gulps and wiped his mouth, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. Calvados was a Westerner, brown-haired, blue-eyed with sharply defined features. He offered a shy, slightly embarrassed smile that's classified. The moment he wore that expression, the others understood instantly. Kir nearly gagged. How utterly revolting. A grown man shouldn't make faces like that. Lickspittle behavior is dangerous and inadvisable, Karan murmured coolly. Calvados bristled, flustered. It's not what you think. Oh really? Then it must be her assignment. Only she could inspire such zeal. Haha. Seriously, why invest so much energy in someone else's mission? Will you earn a bonus? Get time off. If memory serves, your overtime pay hasn't even been processed. Honestly, I don't know whether to pity or scold you. Like Vodka, Calvados was a black organization member, yet both possessed a certain endearing simplicity. Vodka harbored subtle calculations and private ambitions. Calvados, however, was pure, unvarnished single-mindedness. Sulking, he lowered his head and ignored his teasing comrades. The other 3 exchanged wordless glances. If he'd ever listened, he wouldn't have followed Vermouth loyally for all these years. Like a cool breeze beneath a scorching sun, a clear, resonant male voice pierced the air, startling Vodka anew. It was unmistakably Bourbon's. They turned, and indeed Bourbon stood there smiling warmly upon them. Bourbon. Instinctively their spines straightened, tension coiling within them. Vodka despaired, inwardly counting yet again. How many times now? Each casual gathering ambushed by superiors. Was there anything more humiliating than being caught slacking off over drinks? Calvados, I expected you in Japan sooner. After all, Vermouth arrived long ago. Bourbon slid onto the sofa beside the juniors, seamlessly inserting himself into their circle and teasing Calvados lightly. Calvados forced an awkward grin, speechless. He feared Bourbon and knew Vermouth and Bourbon held mutual disdain. He had no desire to entangle himself with either. Amused by his discomfort, Bourbon leaned in playfully. Honestly, why not join my division? Apple Brandy, a name that clearly belongs to me, doesn't it? Besides, you'd enjoy camaraderie with Vodka and the others. And unlike Vermouth, I'm neither stingy nor withholding. Your compensation and privileges would match Kir's. Isn't that tempting? If embarrassment holds you back, I'll gladly speak with Vermouth myself. How about that? No. Calvados stammered, panic tightening his throat. What if Bourbon on a whim actually approached Vermouth to claim him? Would he ever be allowed back into her fold? Brandy gave a knowing smile and said, all right, I was only joking. I won't tease you any longer. But seriously, your situation is perilous. You're surely aware that the FBI is watching Vermouth closely. Beware of being used as cannon fodder. At the mention of the FBI, Calvados's face twisted with disgust and savage contempt. Vermouth had long been hounded by those American bloodhounds. He yearned to slaughter them all. I'll be cautious. Actually, I can guess what Vermouth intends for you. She's arrogant and dismisses my well-intentioned counsel. So allow me this small courtesy, a timely warning, Calvados. Brandy's words sharpened Calvados's vigilance. Was he attempting to sow discord between him and Vermouth? Brandy sat with his back to the dim amber light, his expression obscured in shadow. Tread carefully. There's an old saying, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. How about it? Shall I lend a hand? I'm quite eager to help. Calvados hesitated. He understood Brandy's implication, and indeed he harbored quiet misgivings about Vermouth's plan. If those cunning FBI agents laid a trap, her escape would be near impossible. With Brandy standing by to assist, I'll first consult Vermouth's opinion. He resolved to seek Vermouth's approval first. Acting unilaterally might provoke her displeasure. Tisk tsk. Look at you, utterly indecisive. And yet you dream she'll ever regard you differently. Brandy frowned at him, his tone dripping with disdain. What exactly are you fearing? Even if Vermouth and I occasionally clash, we remain loyal servants of the boss, and she is still the boss's favored one. Do you truly believe I'd betray her? Calvados trusted his loyalty. Brandy had grown up within the organization. If even he could not be trusted, then every other member must be a mole. Call her now. Ask whether she consents to my involvement in your operation. Brandy crossed his arms, calm and unruffled, waiting for the call. Calvados withdrew his phone, paused for a long moment, and finally, under Brandy's mocking gaze, slipped it back into his pocket. Then I entrust this to you, Brandy. He decided not to inform Vermouth. Not yet. Let Brandy merely serve as backup. Should the operation succeed, Brandy would claim only a minor inconsequential credit. Should it falter mid-course, Brandy could cover their retreat. Either way, Vermouth stood to lose nothing. Informing her now would surely wound her pride, as if questioning her competence. To safeguard her, Carvados chose for once to exercise decisive judgment. Conan, hurry up and get ready. It's time to go. On a sunlit morning, Ran Murray's vibrant voice rang through the Murray Detective Agency. Okay. Oh, and don't forget your mask. The flu's going around. Dad, stop watching TV. Put one on too. Huh. I refuse. That thing suffocates me. You and Conan wear them, that's enough. A flurry of hurried preparations followed, and the trio, Kagoro Murray, Ran Murray, and Conan, burst out the door, bickering cheerfully as always. Kagoro drove Ran and Conan toward Tottori Prefecture. Let's go, onsen trip. Behind them at a discreet distance trailed an unremarkable sedan. Vermouth, posing as Dr. Shinichi Kudo, followed the Murray family by car. Only after confirming their vehicle had left the city proper and was unmistakably heading toward Tottori did she pivot sharply, setting her own plan in motion. As evening approached, AI Hybera poured herself a cup of milk tea and sat curled on the sofa intently watching a news broadcast. Ring. The telephone on the table chimed. She leapt off the sofa and lifted the receiver. Cough, cough. Hello, this is the Agasa residence. It's me, AI. AI blinked in surprise. Dr. Agasa, aren't you attending the Science Chat seminar? It shouldn't be over yet, should it? Ah, it's just a break. I've been worried about you. How are you feeling? Cough, cough. Much better. I've stopped sneezing entirely. Just a lingering cough remains. I'll recover soon. Don't fret, Doctor. Dr. Agasa, still uneasy, replied, I may return later than expected. I've already called Dr. Shinichi. He'll come examine you and prepare dinner. Since you're unwell, please avoid the stove altogether. It's far too dangerous. Ah, no, that's really unnecessary. Nonsense. Dr. Shinichi gets along splendidly with the children, and he genuinely cares for you. After all, he's a physician. Compassion lies at the heart of medicine. He's more than willing to tend to you. AI's voice softened, faintly embarrassed. Very well. I'll thank him properly when he arrives. She hung up, slipped on her mask and hat, and headed toward the sofa to wait for Dr. Shinichi. Before she could sit, the doorbell chimed. AI froze. Already here. She stepped out onto the porch, and through the garden gate glimpsed a silhouette distinctly feminine, not Dr. Shinichi's. Drawing closer, she recognized Jody starling beyond the fence. Jody waved brightly upon spotting her. Hey. Girl, remember me? Of course, Ms. Jody. Last time you and Dr. Shinichi apprehended an armed robber. That left quite an impression. Huh. Well, we're colleagues. Dr. Shinichi's clinic had an urgent walk-in patient, so he asked me to fetch you. Wouldn't that trouble you terribly? Actually, I think I'll skip it. My illness isn't serious. I'm nearly recovered. Oh, absolutely not. Illness in children demands absolute seriousness. It's no burden at all. Please don't hesitate, AI. AI nodded, opened the gate, and climbed into Jody's car. The moment AI settled into the back seat, Jody's demeanor grew subtly grave. Gone was her usual playful banter with children. Instead, her gaze swept the roadside with sharp, watchful intensity. AI observed calmly from the rear. When she realized Jody was steering decisively away from Dr. Shinichi's clinic, she spoke quietly, Your FBI. And you know Ray Faria, don't you? Jody stiffened. Then glancing back through the rearview mirror, offered a wry wink. Oh girl, are we playing pretend now? If you reveal your true identity, I'll disclose everything, the entire operation. You're hunting Vermouth, aren't you? Jody's smile vanished. She studied the enigmatic child before her with newfound wariness and profound caution. Jody Starling's car sped forward, trailed closely by a sedan. Dr. Shinichi, newly arrived, wore a stern expression. He had arrived too late. Jody had already taken AI Hybera away. Judging by the direction, they were heading for the harbor. Bathed in silver moonlight, the two vehicles halted one after the other at the silent wharf. Dr. Shinichi approached to a spot not far from her and offered a gentle, puzzled smile. Ms. Jody, why have you brought little AI here? Dr. Agasa asked me to examine AI. Jody replied coolly, curling her lips into a frosty smirk. Don't play dumb, Vermouth. You slipped through our fingers in New York a year ago. Did you truly believe you'd escape us again today? Dr. Shinichi feigned bewilderment. What on earth are you talking about, Ms. Jody? Who is Vermouth? And who escaped? You've been secretly investigating Shinichi Aokido, plotting to kill him and assume his identity so you could infiltrate Tiden High. Did you really think we wouldn't notice? As Dr. Shinichi grew still, his expression settling into calm composure, Jody added. And those photographs in your clinic office. I imagine they're people who mean something to you. That chestnut-haired girl. What an uncanny coincidence. She bears such a striking resemblance to Sherry, the organization's prodigious scientist. And yet you who despise Sherry so fiercely couldn't wait to seize her the moment you laid eyes on this child. Jody glanced toward the girl seated silently inside the car, her gaze heavy with implication as it settled upon Dr. Shinichi. Suddenly he laughed, a rich feminine laugh, and peeled off his mask to reveal Vermouth's elegant smiling face. Oh my, breaking into a lady's home. How very unscrupulous of the FBI. Humph. Jody retorted, her bright eyes glinting with irony. Coming from you, that word holds no weight. Oh, and there's something else. The girl you call Angel and the boy you refer to as CL Guy, held at gunpoint by kidnappers. You rushed forward to shield them without hesitation. As longtime adversaries, we never knew you possessed such compassion. Moreover, that boy, surely Guy is hardly the right term for him. Could he, like the chestnut-haired girl, also be? Vermouth, you know full well your predicament. Answer our questions, truthfully and without delay. Jody fixed her with a steely, unwavering stare. Even now, under such dire urgency, the woman wore a fearless, enigmatic smile. Vermouth shrugged lightly. Through the earpiece nestled in her ear, the cheerful voices of Angel and CL Guy drifted softly. She raised a slender finger to her lips, her smile radiant with quiet amusement. A secret makes a woman woman. In an instant, she reached inside her coat for her pistol, but Jody, ever vigilant, swiftly raised her own weapon and fired, sending Vermouth's gun clattering across the pavement. Wincing slightly as sensation returned to her numbed right hand, Vermouth raised her arms in reluctant surrender beneath Jody's steady aim. Carrying something so dangerous, does the police force even know you operate with such brazen impunity? Jody calmly called out for her backup to emerge and apprehend Vermouth, ignoring the taunt entirely. To her shock, no agents appeared. Instead, a single bullet pierced the silence. The sudden impact robbed Jody of mobility as she collapsed beside her car, gasping in sharp, painful breaths. The bullet had pierced her lung, leaving her breath ragged and shallow. How could this? Vermouth lifted a faint, triumphant smile. Still waiting for your team? Pity. They received cancellation orders earlier, delivered by me disguised as you. She bent to retrieve Jody's fallen pistol, intending to eliminate the troublesome FBI agent, when a soccer ball shot from the car, knocking the weapon from her grasp. What a? Vermouth turned startled. AI Hybera, who had sat quietly inside the vehicle, now stepped out, having removed her mask, and wearing Conan Idagawa's enhanced strength shoes. You're A? How is this possible? Correct, he said, peeling away the mask to reveal a boy's resolute, unwavering gaze. I am Jimmy Kudo, Idagawa Conan, a detective. Vermouth's expression darkened as Conan's voice echoed through her earpiece. You deceived me. It was merely a ruse. I needed to stop you from taking AI. Don't move. Your position places you within a blind spot for sniper rifles. Conan activated the tranquilizer watch on his wrist, aiming it steadily at Vermouth to immobilize her. In that flash of insight, Vermouth realized Conan must already know her true identity. Her voice tightened with anger. Did she tell you? Conan shook his head. No, she only said you wouldn't harm us. Everything else, I deduced myself. Vermouth's expression softened just slightly. She regarded him and murmured, so what purpose does this standoff serve? Calvados will arrive shortly, boy. This woman is about to bleed out. A measured tread approached behind them, followed by the metallic click-clack of a shotgun being loaded. Startled, Conan faltered, just long enough for Vermouth to seize his wrist, flip the watchband, and fire the tranquilizer dart straight into his neck. Gently laying Conan back inside the car, she knelt and drew a compact pistol from her thigh holster. Vermouth smiled, faintly glancing toward the tense, wounded Jody. Calvados, you're right on time. Take this woman. Perhaps she'll yield useful intelligence under interrogation. So that man's code name is Calvados. Shoo. Hearing that voice, Jody's face lit with unmistakable relief. Shuichi Akai. Vermouth's expression hardened instantly. She raised her pistol, but Akai moved faster. A single bullet struck her abdomen with brutal precision. Oh, she cried out in agony, collapsing under the impact. Though armored, the proximity shattered ribs and lacerated internal organs. Calvados is already incapacitated, both legs broken. You two fugitives may yet meet again, in an FBI interrogation room. Not such a bad fate, all things considered. At least you'll get proper coffee. He reloaded, preparing to fire again, this time disabling her wrist, when the sudden, overwhelming wail of approaching sirens sharpened his focus. Bad. If Japanese authorities caught him here, the situation would become irretrievably tangled, and Vermouth, ever cunning, might twist the truth to frame them instead. Akai retrieved Vermouth's pistol, confirmed she was fully subdued, then turned and helped Jody into her vehicle. Shoo. She whispered, drenched in sweat, her eyes clouded with worry. It's all right, Akai replied, his voice steady, his bearing unshaken. I'll drive us straight through.